You are clearly the only person in Qingyun's sect for a million years who can control the demon ceiling tower. But you were framed by the sect's holy son for deceiving the demon inside the tower and were stripped of your position and imprisoned for 100 years. However, in the face of slander, you not only did not defend yourself, but also went willingly. Let's see who can control these demons without you. On the way to the Sequoia Cliff, Sima Bei laughed all the way. Senior brother Shoyuta. Actually, Sequoia Cliff is quite nice, with a tranquil and desolate scenery. You may say you were exiled, but from another perspective, no one disturbs you, and you have gained tranquility, right? Besides, without the demon ceiling tower, you have fewer worries, right? Many people wish to be as carefree as you but don't have the opportunity. Facing his mockery, you smiled lightly. So I am still fortunate. Of course, you don't know. I made a mistake before, and my cultivation was forcibly reduced by a major realm by the sect, which was so painful for me. But you, nothing happened to you. You should thank my master. Sima Zhao also acted slowly like Zhang Zhenhe, pretending to be compassionate. Seeing this, you smiled freely. I am very grateful to him. You have been guarding the demon ceiling tower for 100 years. Tired of that bitter task long ago. Bored to death every day. But because it was the order of the sect leader, others had no right to remove you from your position. Isn't it comfortable to regain your freedom now? Although their framing of you makes you feel uncomfortable, who knows who will be laughing at whom in the future. The two of them chatted and arrived at their destination. The Cliff of Reflection is a vast cliff, usually deserted, so the air is fresh and pure, almost free of impurities. You took a deep breath and felt good. There's nothing else, so you can go back now. Okay, I'll leave then. If you feel uncomfortable staying here later, you can ask the sect leader to send you to the law enforcement hall's prison, alternating between the two places. Sima Zhao added, don't get me wrong, isn't this refreshing? If you get tired, just move to another place. Hearing this, you almost laughed out loud. You go first. At this point, you couldn't help but imagine how miserable the other person would be later. They took the demon ceiling tower from you, but they didn't know that no one else besides you could guard it. You want to see how this person will cry later. Sima Zhao was clearly being used as a pawn by someone else. If the demons were released, the sect leader would definitely be the first to deal with him, and it would be especially brutal. Ha ha, he won't even have time to cry then. Fortunately, this secluded place is far from the center of the sect, considered a remote exile area. Even if chaos erupts in the sect, this place will remain peaceful and free from trouble. After Sima Zhao left, you looked around and saw that the cliff was very spacious, so you could build a small wooden house here to live in. Immediately, you waved your hand and a hatchet flew out of the storage bag, leisurely starting to chop wood. After Sima Zhao flew out of the range of the Cliff of Reflection, his divine sense swept towards a switch at a certain location on the Cliff of Reflection. And suddenly a click-click-click sound rang out as a restraining formation was activated. In just a moment, a golden light shield enclosed the Cliff of Reflection from all sides, not even allowing a mosquito to escape. After that, he chuckled and left. Anyone imprisoned in the Cliff of Reflection would be sealed inside by the light shield. However, what Sima Zhao did not know was that your ancient Tianyang body had other uses, such as being able to pass through various light shields without being noticed. Before long, Sima Zhao returned to Jiang Zhenhe's side, his enthusiasm soaring as he said, Master, he has been locked up in the Cliff of Reflection, obediently without any resistance. He should know that even if he resists, it's useless. Jiang Zhenhe smiled. Of course, that kid is quite understanding, not resisting and not arguing with reason. That's really good. Take this top-grade Tianxin pill first. If I, as the master, gain the favor of the Holy Sun in the future and rise to prominence, the position of the chief of the law enforcement hall will be yours. Work hard. With that, he patted Sima Zhao's shoulder, showing how much he valued him. Jiang Zhenhe then encouraged Sima Zhao once more, and the two of them left to find the Holy Sun. The name of the prodigy is Li Beishan, who has extraordinary talents since childhood, capable of carrying a tripod at the age of 9, making him the most talented person in the sect. Therefore, the sect leader usually does not let him do anything else, just focusing on cultivation. However, Li Beishan is not satisfied. He wants to obtain treasures from the demonic path, which will further enhance his overall strength. If the sect leader finds out, he will definitely not allow it, but Li Beishan is too eager. Those demons that even the founding ancestor could not defeat. He needs to call many fellow cultivators to help. Their power is naturally evident, possessing incredibly strong inheritances and treasures. People cannot resist under great temptation. Is everything taken care of? The two sat down in a room set up with a soundproofing array, and Li Beishan looked at Jiang Zhenhe and asked in a low voice, Yes, Your Highness, we have handled the matter just as you instructed. That person with the surname Mu has already handed over the demon ceiling tower and is now locked up obediently at the Repentance Cliff. Upon hearing this, The prince showed a satisfied smile and then handed a bottle of elixir to Jiang Zhenhe, containing 1,000 agate divine pills that can instantly restore full spiritual power. When I obtain good things, there will be more rewards. Jiang Zhenhe quickly accepted the elixir, bowing 3 times to thank the prince. By the way, you didn't handle this matter personally, did you? Who is so efficient in handling things deserves a heavy reward. It was Sima Bei. I used Sima Zhao as a pawn. I have already rewarded him with something. Upon hearing this, Li Beishan nodded. This person is efficient in handling things. Have him come see me, and I will reward him with something more. He will be of great use in the future. After a moment, in the main hall of the sect, the figure of Li Beishan condensed out. He waved the folding fan in his hand, blowing his long hair as he spoke. Master, what's wrong with you? Su Yanran was currently tapping her head, feeling a headache over who to choose as the demon sealing person. 100 years ago, because you didn't belong to any faction, you were assigned to guard, but then she was informed that you had turned to the demonic path, so she had to find someone else. Choosing the demon sealing person was not easy. They must have a strong will and decent talent, or they would be corrupted by demonic energy. Disciples with strong willpower could resist for 20 years or longer, but ordinary ones might fall into demonic ways in just 5 years and need timely treatment to survive. Seeing the arrival of the Holy Sun, Su Yanran nodded. It's nothing, just a bit of a headache over the choice of the demon sealing person. By the way, do you know what happened to the demon sealing tower? At these words, Li Beishan's face changed instantly. I don't know. What happened? Did the demons escape? Su Yanran shook her head. No, if they did, it would be a big deal. It's the current demon sealing person who got into collusion with the demonic path. I've already confined him to the cliff of reflection. Why confine him? Why not just kill him? Joining the demonic path is a serious crime. Hearing this, Su Yanran shook her head again. Anyway, there hasn't been a demon uprising in 100 years, so the sect's safety is balanced. We don't need to burn bridges. The immediate priority is to select a new demon sealing person. With that, Su Yanran took out a list and began to look through it. Seeing this, Li Beishan grew anxious. After a while, Su Yanran put away the list and sighed deeply. None of them are suitable. Do you have any recommendations? Li Beishan thought for a moment and said, I do have one, but he's currently away on a journey. It will be at least 10 days to half a month before he returns. Too late. Hearing this, Su Yanran fell into thought. Seeing this, Li Beishan smiled inwardly. After a while, seeing that Su Yanran still hadn't made up her mind, he spoke up. Master, why not let me temporarily guard for a while? When you find someone, I can hand over the demon sealing tower to him. You're always busy, and I have the strength and nothing much to do, so I'd like to contribute to the sect. Hearing this, Su Yanran looked up at him. Alright, you can take over for now. When I find someone, I'll replace you. Thank you for your hard work during this time. It's no trouble at all. It's my duty to serve the sect. Li Beishan knew that the master wouldn't agree to a long-term arrangement right away, so he agreed for now. As for when the master found someone, he could come up with a reason to continue or make the other person disappear. Hearing this, Su Yanran said, I'll find someone as soon as possible so you won't have to wait too long. Li Beishan felt a pang in his heart at her words but still smiled, waving his fan. Thank you for your concern, master. Please hurry. I don't want to delay my cultivation. With nothing else to do, Li Beishan left for the back mountain. On the way to the back mountain, Li Ba Mountain was extremely excited. However, what he didn't know was that he couldn't control the demons in Tali at all. Only your ancient Tianyang body can easily crush those demons, even with a lot of effort. His fiery body is very likely to be unable to defeat them. In a moment, Li Ba Mountain had already arrived at the back mountain, bringing the demon expelling jade pendant and the demon sealing tower, and then sat down here, secretly looking for an opportunity to implement the plan. At the same time, in a nearby sect, demonic energy raged. Black flames billowed. This was the demon sect. An elder who was cultivating received a message and his face changed, followed by an instant ecstatic expression. My goodness, what a big surprise has fallen from the sky. In the eyes of the demon sect, besides you, the current demon sealing person of the Blue Cloud sect, no one else is capable. It is said that during the tenures of the previous demon sealing persons, the demons were restless every day, often causing disturbances. At the slightest movement, the entire Blue Cloud sect felt like facing a major enemy, with everyone on high alert. But since you took office, those demons have directly quieted down, and the Blue Cloud sect has become peaceful. Although the reason is unknown, you must have something different. And now that you are gone, who else can control the demon sealing tower? If those demons can break free, the demon sect will directly rush over, take advantage of the situation, and join forces with the demons to overthrow the Blue Cloud sect in one fell swoop. Thinking of this, he quickly sent this great news to sects that had grudges with the Blue Cloud sect. whether they were righteous or demonic. Even some wandering cultivators received this message. At the same time, inside the Qingyun sect, an elder named Jin Dajian, who has a good relationship with you, turned pale as soon as he heard the news, almost collapsing to the ground. In an instant, he understood that someone must have set a trap for you, wanting to take away the demon sealing tower in your hands to seize the treasures of the demon inside. But the problem is that the demons inside are all resolute and unyielding. So isn't this just wishful thinking? He understood that only you could handle the demon sealing tower. None of the previous generations of the sect's demon sealers, even the first generation, could do it. During the first generation's tenure, the seal had not loosened, and demons could riot in the tower every day, causing the tower and the surrounding land to tremble, even cracking terrifying cracks. In the subsequent generations of demon sealers, even the elders with profound cultivation who temporarily took over couldn't control it at all. It wasn't until you appeared that the sect was able to be at peace. Now suddenly replacing you with someone else, the sect is likely to be in trouble. Jin Dajian was very anxious, thinking of the scene when the demons rioted back then. He was shocked. When the demon sealing tower went out of control back then, the demons almost broke out of the tower en masse. The entire sect was engulfed in demonic flames, as if it had turned into a purgatory. Many disciples were possessed by demonic energy and perished one after another. He still shudders at the thought of that scene to this day. At this moment, there was a slight fluctuation in the boundary of the Sequoia, and then a disciple flew in from a distance and landed in front of you, bowing and saying, "Greetings, Senior Brother Shota." This person was a messenger disciple sent by Jin Dajian. Seeing the newcomer, you were somewhat puzzled. "Is there something you need?" The messenger disciple quickly told you about the matter of the saint. Upon hearing this, you didn't say anything, just nodded calmly. "So it's the saint, but so what? The demon sealing tower that cannot be sealed still cannot be sealed. Let the saint play slowly. By the way, Senior Brother Shota, Elder Jin asked me to tell you that the saint may want the treasures in the hands of those demons. I have dealt with those demons for 100 years. Even if they hold on to their things until they die, they won't give them away cheaply, especially to people like us on the right path. The saint will figure it out after a while." With nothing else to say, the messenger disciple then left. At the same time, in a dark corner of the sect, a man covered in blood crawled up from the ground, gritting his teeth as he looked hatefully at the group of people in front of him. Just now, he learned that you had been dismissed, and the demon suppression tower had fallen into the hands of the Holy Sun. He was overjoyed in an instant, having heard about the events from 100 years ago. It is estimated that the sect will soon experience internal turmoil. Ha ha ha, by then I will directly join the demonic path. Exterminate you all without leaving a single one. All of you deserve to die. On the other side, disciples of the Jin Dajian faction have already arrived at the back mountain. "Greetings, Holy Sun." Libation raised his head and glanced at him. "What is the matter?" "Your Highness, the master asked me to pass on a message to you. The demon tower is not something you can control. Only the tower guardian brother can. It is advised that you return the tower to him early to avoid causing chaos in the sect." As soon as these words were spoken, the pressure around suddenly became intense, and the disciple almost knelt down. "Did you just say that this Holy Sun cannot control the demon tower?" "I dare not, but it is indeed the case." Hearing this, Libation sneered and began to criticize him. "Do you see it? The tower is surrounded by so much black mist. What has he been doing all these years? Why hasn't the demonic energy decreased at all? And he still dares to guard the tower? If it weren't for the safety of the sect, I wouldn't bother with this broken tower. Look at the top of this tower. The bricks and tiles are broken. How can it defend against demons? Does he have any eyes at all? As a Holy Son, I care about the sect and worry about everyone's safety. The demonic energy has not decreased for so many years, and the tower is in such a dilapidated state. Can't he fix it and exhaust himself? I really can't bear to see it." "Understood, Holy Son. We are very moved by your concern for everyone, but the sect cannot take risks. Priest Brother has guarded it for 100 years without incident. If there is an accident with a change of personnel, who will be responsible?" Hearing this, Libation coldly snorted in displeasure. "You think this Holy Sun cannot control this tower, right? I don't believe it. I solemnly tell you now, if I can't control this tower, I will go crazy and die with blood flowing from all 7 orifices." After speaking, Libation raised his hand directly and fiercely slapped the disciple's face. With a loud bang, the disciple, like a kite with a broken string, screamed and flew out, disappearing into the sky. At the same time when the disciple was blown away, Jin Dajian sensed a wave of anger coming from the back mountain, and then the disciple just flew out like a cannonball. Jin Dajian's face immediately turned black, as his disciple was directly blown away without any face left for him. In the next moment, Jin Dajian's figure disappeared, and in just a blink of an eye, He appeared in front of libation. So it's Elder Jean. That disciple you just seated was too annoying. So I blew him away. He shouldn't be dead. Jean Dajian looked at him and said softly, "Son, that disciple only said a few words. Was it necessary to get so angry? The sect is not in chaos yet, but we are causing chaos ourselves." Hearing this, the son snorted coldly. "Do you think the sect will be in chaos? Let me tell you, with me guarding the demon sealing tower here, nothing will happen. I will guard it better than that Mu surname, Elder Jean. You can rest assured." Upon hearing this, how could Jean Dajian be reassured? 300 years ago, the son temporarily guarded the demon sealing tower once, and at that time his cultivation was lower by a few small realms than it is now. However, as soon as he touched the demon sealing tower, it instantly went into a frenzy. The earth cracked, thick smoke rose, and the son was in a panic, and actually threw the tower. Fortunately, the seal was still intact at that time, but now it's different. The current seal is weaker than before. It's like paper thin, vulnerable. If something goes wrong, it would mean the destruction of the sect, countless lives lost. Son, I advise you to prioritize the overall situation of the sect, otherwise if the demons riot and the demons dance, the consequences would be unimaginable. Libation laughed coldly. Ha ha ha, Elder Jean, you've really disappointed me. With such a small amount of guts, why don't you just quit the position of elder? You've lived for so many years, do you not even have my vigor? Jean Dajian's face did not look good as he said in a deep voice, "Saint's son, this is not a matter of boldness. The sect can't afford to gamble. No matter what fault Yi Qingtao has committed, as long as he gets along with those demons safe and sound, it will be an excellent result for us. The sect can take advantage of the time to recuperate, and in the future, even if the demons break through the demon suppression tower, we will still have a hint of self-preservation." Libation disdained it and said coldly, "I advise you to save your breath. Do you know what his surname Yi has done? As a righteous person, he actually colluded with the devils and accepted the devil's power to instill in him, and he may even have received benefits from those devils. Why do you think the sovereign confiscated his pagoda? It's still not because of this. He, Yi Qingtao, has fallen to the devil's path." What? Jean Dajian's heart shook. He really didn't know about this, and at that moment his face went white, half slowing down. If Yi Qingtao had really fallen to the devil's way, it would be hard to say, but he didn't believe it. He would find Yi Qingtao to play chess in his spare time, and the other party's speech and demeanor was not at all devilish, and his eyes were clear, so where would he have cultivated devilish skills? Jean Dajian said that he didn't believe it even 10,000 times and said in a low voice, "May I ask the Holy Son, do you have any proof?" Joke. Do you think that this saint's son can't do anything about this demon suppressor tower at all? Let me tell you, I can subdue it 10,000 times better than that Yi. Don't you believe me? We'll see. The saint's son raised his head high, his face full of confidence. Seeing that he didn't answer himself positively, Jean Dajian got a little impatient and said, "Your Highness, everything has to be about evidence. If we dismiss Yi Qingtao without evidence, in case something goes wrong, won't we be making a big mistake? Please think twice." Holy Son, Libation was even more impatient than him, waving his hand in a cold voice. "If you don't believe me, go and investigate yourself. Anyway, I'm done with my words. If there's nothing else, you hurry up and leave." Jean Dajian was anxious as hell. How long would he have to investigate if he really investigated? If the results of the investigation are not yet out, and the demons riot, then isn't it too late to say anything? Moreover, the sect had a rule that only the law enforcement hall was qualified to investigate disciples, and the other elders were just stewards and could not intervene in the punishment. Jean Dajian secretly screamed that it was not good, and in a fierce rush, he asked in a pinch, "Your Highness, the Holy Son, you claim that he has fallen to the devil's way, so why don't we go into the tower and take a look? If we really find out the clues, I won't say anything. Since we can't check the disciples, we'll check the Tari in turn." Libation smiled atmospherically and said, "This is simple. Then we will go in and take a look. But let's say in advance, if it is found out that he did collude with the devil's way, what will you say?" Jean Dajian didn't make any nonsense and immediately took out a runic greatsword and said, "This item is the most powerful magic treasure I have on me, called the ancient Song Long Sword, which was made by casting 1,000 years of meteorite iron for 77 or 49 days, and a single sword is able to pierce through a 10,000-foot mountain, which is exceptionally powerful, and if I lose, this sword will be gifted to the Holy Son." Libation was happy in his heart. It's not bad to get a sword. Then he also took out a treasure and said, "That's good. This item is called the Dazzling Gold Pendant. It can uninterruptedly absorb the sun and moon spirit chi. It can be filled up in 3 days, and under the absorption it can enhance the cultivation, which is equivalent to increasing the progress of the cultivation by laying still. If I lose, This item will be yours. The two quickly agreed on a bet. Then they shrunk their bodies and entered the demon suppressing tower with a flash of light in unison. This tower could normally be entered in two ways. The first, the person shrinks in. The second, the tower is enlarged in. But the clan would normally choose the first. In fact, when Jin Daejian saw how the Holy Sun swore, he was a bit worried if Yi Qingtao had really fallen to the devil's way, but in the bottom of his heart he hoped that it wasn't, and he was very optimistic about Yi Qingtao. After all, he was the one who brought 100 years of peace to the clan. Other side, thinking through the cliffs, Yi Qingtao's wooden house had already been built, and he was sitting comfortably inside. Chapter 8 Elder Jin's Kindness. I have to say that this kind of feeling is really dashing. At the very least it is much better than in the demon suppressing tower always worrying about those demons making some kind of mess. This feeling of having nothing to do is comforting. At a certain moment, with a swish, a transmission hit. It was a call from Jin Daejian who was entering the demon suppressor tower. Little friend Yi, to ventilate you a message. I came to find the Holy Sun and asked him to return the demon suppressing tower to you, but he swore that you colluded with the demonic path and accepted their transmissions and installations, and even received a generous gift from the demons in the tower. I am now going in with him to find out what happened. Don't worry, I will definitely not let him wrongly accuse you. Of course, if you really colluded with the devil's way, I will, for the sake of so many years of friendship, think of a way to quietly send you down the mountain, and from then on you should not come back. I'm afraid that they will kill you. This transmission was a bit long. Yi Qingtao listened to it, and it was impossible to say that he was not touched in his heart. I didn't expect Elder Jin to be so good to himself, taking the initiative to go and help clarify himself. Even if he defected to the devil's way, he secretly released himself. Other than that, this favor he first remembered, but he hadn't done anything at all to apologize to the clan, so they could investigate however they wanted. The Saint's son is truly absolute, only fearing that the clan will not be messed up. If we really let him go on like this, the demons will definitely pour in and break out of the tower in droves. Yi Qingtao sneered. However, it does not matter. Despite the demon, it is best to make the clan into a mess, and wait for the countless demons in the tower to pour out. See what you do. Li Baishan thought that Yi Qingtao's body was rich in devilish qi, so that is why he joined the devil's way. In fact, it is not. Imagine Yi Qingtao sitting in a pile of devilish qi all year round. Can he not be stained with some devilish qi on his body? It's like being in contact with someone with fox odor for a long time. Can you not have a little smell on yourself? It was only that Yi Qingtao, due to the fact that he had been around for too long, longer than anyone else, had a very strong demonic aura on his body, and at first glance, he really thought that he had practiced some sort of demonic technique, but in fact, he hadn't at all. Yi Qingtao himself was very clear about this, but he didn't bother to explain, because it would be a waste of time to say it. Would others believe it? Mushroom charges, coupled with their own mouths, might as well not bother with that effort. Let them want to take over the town of the Demon Tower despite takeover is it? What happened in the follow-up? They watched the fun in situ on the line. Anyway, it didn't matter at all that he now had a hint of self-preservation in the outside world even after leaving the clan. In fact, Yi Qingtao was not without the thought of repaying Su Yanran's kindness of knowledge at that time, but she did not even ask herself a question when she was falsely accused. How could this not make his heart cold? Let's not talk about investigating to clear my name. You could at least ask. Without even asking a single question, he simply removed himself and imprisoned. It's so convincing to dismiss what you've been doing for 100 years because someone else says so. This 100 years, Yi Qingtao did not apologize to the clan. His own conscience is not guilty. Everyday conscientious always keep an eye on the Jin Demon Tower. Never slack. Even sometimes when he was sick and fell asleep, his heart and mind were all hung up on the Demon Suppression Tower. After all, this thing was a matter of life and death for the entire clan. He was sometimes afraid that if he didn't keep an eye on them, those demons would sneak out and run away. So he was always nervous. And there are too many demons. I don't know how many trillions of them. After killing them all then he still won't die of exhaustion. But all of them were dismissed by a false accusation from someone else. Therefore, Yi Qingtao now has no good feelings towards Su Yanran. Love how it is. The clan is in chaos. I do not know what expression you will show. What made him feel even more sulky was that ever since he became a demon suppressor, other than seeing the patriarch once when he entered the sect, he had never seen the patriarch looking for himself since then, not even sending a disciple to see how he was doing. It wasn't that Yi Qingtao felt that it was inappropriate. After all, the patriarch was such a big identity figure, but I've dedicated myself to the clan for so many years. It's not too much to ask for some elixir to repair my spiritual power, right? I'm so nervous here every day. I don't think it's too much to ask for a couple of elixirs, do I? But no one sends them at all. even if he once went to the elder specializing in pills. The other party said, the patriarch has not arranged to give you pills to distribute. You don't have to do anything every day. Just look at the demon suppressing tower on the line. What resources do you need? Then there's the cloud of us having to go out and do missions and be born and die and so on and so forth. In 2 words, bull asterisk 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 asterisk. You guys contribute to the clan. So I'm not contributing to the clan? I've been guarding the demon tower every day. I haven't had any time to relax, right? Even when I go home at night, I don't dare to relax with my eyes closed, right? But Yi Qingtao is too lazy to explain to them. Okay, what you say is what you say. So at that time, Yi Qingtao didn't say much to them and turned around to leave. That elder also told him to go to the patriarch to apply. I have to be able to see the patriarch. However, the salary of the demon suppressor was still quite generous, and the amount of spirit stones issued every month was the amount of inner sect level treatment, and his absorption of spirit stones to recover was not bad. Inside the demon suppression tower, Jin Dejian had already entered inside with the Holy Sun, and looking around, the entire tower was heavy with demonic fog, as dark as a haze. Chapter 9, all the demons have their eyes open. Inside the demon suppression tower, Jin Dejian had already entered inside with the Holy Sun, and looking around, the entire tower was heavy with demonic fog, as dark as a haze. The Holy Sun took out a ghost-repelling talisman, and the demonic fog was dispersed a bit, so he could see the vision ahead of him. Libation sneered, Elder Jin, see, surnamed is so many years all for nothing, do not know what he actually do here to eat. A little black fog has not abetted. The purpose of him saying this was actually to emphasize that Yi Qingtao had defected to the devil's way. If he hadn't defected to the devil's way, why didn't he exorcise these black mists? Of course Jin Dejian understood the meaning of the Holy Sun, but he still refused to believe it. The Yi Qingtao in his impression was all righteous. How could he possibly collude with the devil? Kim Dae-gun thinks that's never going to happen. Even though the Holy Sun had been certain, he didn't believe it anyway. The Holy Sun should try not to jump to conclusions early. The tower itself is heavy with demonic energy, not something that can be cleared in a short period of time. All generations of demon suppressors have been like this, let alone Yi Qingtao? You should know that Yi Qingtao's cultivation is the lowest amongst all the demon suppressors of the past generations. It's normal that he can't abate these demonic chi, Kim Dae-jin said. The saint's son laughed and retorted, but as I recall, the exorcism jade pendant isn't the more powerful it is with a higher cultivation level, right? It doesn't go hand in hand with cultivation. Jin Dejian was actually asked. Libation said again. In short, Yi Qingtao can't do it. Let's not talk about the demonic chi for now. Look at this wall. The bricks on it are cracked, and he doesn't know to repair it? What if the bricks and mortar crack one day and let the demons out? What other explanation can you give for this, Elder Jin? Jin Daejian said in a deep voice. But the founding ancestors will said that the demon-suppressing pagoda does not allow anyone to move it, including repairing and cleaning it, and that only guards are allowed. The Holy Sun retorted with a big smile. That's all old news. Now that so many years have passed, if we don't repair it, what if it collapses one day? You bear the consequences. This time, Jin Daejian was asked again, and a wave of anger burned in him, so he simply did not say anything. What? You realize you're being unreasonable? Not talking anymore? When Libation saw that Jin Dejian had closed his mouth, he became smug and his face was filled with a smile. This feeling of holding someone down was enjoyable to him. He then looked around and thought that it would be better to call some of the dignified elders. With more people, the aura would be more oppressive. With a wave of Libation's big hand, a voice transmission struck out. Jiang Zhenhe, and that disciple of yours, Sima Zhao, come over here piece by piece. Within a short while, Sima Zhao and Jiang Zhenhe arrived, and all of a sudden there were a total of 3 people on this side. As soon as Sima Zhao and Jiang Zhenhe arrived, they started picking faults everywhere. I say, Elder Jin, Yi Qingtao, not to mention whether or not he has the ability to town here. You just look at this attitude of his work. I don't think it will work. The tower is broken into such a state. He even repair a little bit or not repairing, lift a hand are not willing to do. On this, still let him guard the tower? It's a joke. Master, you are right. That surname G every day is estimated to only focus on sleeping with his eyes open. This floor so much dust, so many cracks on the wall. He does not care about it. This if one day the wall collapses and the demons run out, he can afford to take this responsibility him? Jiang Zhenhe and Sima Zhao spoke to each other, picking bones inside their eggs. The duties of the demon suppressor would just be to guard the tower, like the usual repairs and cleaning, which was never stated in the will of the founding ancestor and wasn't allowed. Jin Dejian didn't bother to speak. These two were both standing up to the saint's son. It was better to speak than not to speak at all. Libation became even more complacent, planning to call the patriarch over as well. so that in case he really found out something later, wouldn't he be very capable in the eyes of the patriarch? Immediately a voice transmission struck out. A few moments later, Su Yenran, who was in the sect's main hall, received this voice transmission. However, she now had an urgent matter to go out, and faintly replied back, "Wait a little while for an incense stick of time. I'll go out to buy some medicinal herbs, and come back right away. You guys can check it out later, and I'd love to go to the scene to check out the evidence." In the tower, Libation received this transmission, so he found an empty space to sit down and wait. Since the patriarch wouldn't be able to come for a while, Libation felt that he should do something more, so he sent some more transmissions to the other elders. It didn't take long for 3 or 5 elders to arrive here in a flurry of anger. They were furious when they learned that Yi Qingtao had actually colluded with the devil's path. "We're all on the right path. What are you doing colluding with the devil? It's despicable. Throughout history, the righteous and the wicked have not been on opposite sides. You're just looking for trouble." In their anger, they wanted to destroy Yi Qingtao. What they don't know is that the Holy Spirit came in here and couldn't investigate anything. Yi Qingtao didn't do anything at all. If nothing can be found out, then Yi Qingtao simply find a piece of tofu and headbutt to death. Although there are more people, but Libation is still not satisfied. Swish 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 again to the outside world to send a lot of sound transmission. Not long after, enough more than a dozen elders rushed to the scene of a large head of crow. There were a total of 18 elders in the sect, plus the various peak masters, and all of them were now gathered together. These elders themselves had been on fire when they heard that Yi Qingtao had defected to the devil's way, and they also wanted to go into the tower to investigate, but they didn't have the authority to do so, and now the Holy Sun could be considered to have given them a convenient gate. They all arched their hands and said, "Your Highness the Holy Sun, when the evidence is conclusive, I suggest that we don't lock him up in some pondering cliff either, and simply enlighten the patriarch and cut him down with a single slash." "That's right. I raise my hands in support. That Ye's defection to the devil's way is simply a great sin that is unforgivable, and when it gets out, our Changyun sect will be reduced to a laughingstock for countless people." Talking points. In addition to these people who stood up to the Saint Sun, there were 3 elders in the crowd who were worried. They were towards Yi Qingtao and agreed that the demon suppressing tower couldn't work without Yi Qingtao. And when they heard these words at this moment, they were all very worried. Although they didn't want to believe that Yi Qingtao had really defected to the devil's path, they also hoped that they wouldn't be found out anything. Yi Qingtao had allowed the sect to gain 100 years of silence. This was a great merit. Now, not to mention the reward, the person was actually locked up. He must not have defected to the devil's way. He was framed. All 3 of these elders felt very unfair in their hearts. After a short while, there was a swish outside and Patriarch Su Yenran arrived. The crowd arched their hands in unison. "Greetings, Patriarch." Su Yenran nodded her head. Her gaze swept around, and she said faintly, "Let's begin." "Yes." Libation was ecstatic. The group then headed into the depths. Here is the first floor of the Jin Demon Tower, divided into many cells, each of which holds a large black pressurized demon, 1,000 years of snake demon, 10,000 years of white forest python, green ghosts, bullhead and horseface, all kinds of strange ancient demons. In itself, Libation thought that they didn't riot because they were asleep, but now that he came to the prison door to take a look, he fiercely froze a little, because all of these demons were looking at him with their eyes open. Chapter 10. It's a little strange. All of these demons had their eyes wide open one by one, staring at Libation in death. Libation's heart skipped a beat, feeling a bit bad, but immediately gathered his mind and put on an expression of indifference. So what if you're not asleep? It's even more indicative that Yi Qingtao has colluded with the devil's way. He quietly took a deep breath and looked at so many black pressurized group of devils, facing the crowd. He said, "As you can see, so many devils are all awakened, but they don't riot, they are very honest. I think it's just that they are colluding with the one surnamed Yi." The others instantly exploded with anger when they heard this. The Holy Sun is right. Why are these devils honest? Isn't it because they're on their own with Yi Qingtao? If not, then they would have started a riot a long time ago. According to these elders' understanding of these devils, they were ferocious and blood-craving, and ever since they were locked in, they had been constantly rioting, wanting to break out of the seals and break out of the tower all the time. And now it's actually becoming as honest as one little sheep after another. Why is that? This means that Yi Qingtao and they are on the same side. Without Yi Qingtao's tip-off, they wouldn't have rioted. If they still said that Yi Qingtao had not colluded with the devil's path, these elders would not believe a single one of them. On this side, Su Yenran was even more so. Her face was directly black as the bottom of a pot. She trusted Yi Qingtao and let him guard the soft underbelly of the clan. But he was good, colluding with the devil's way for 100 years, and the 2 sides colluded with each other, which is to be angry with himself. If it hadn't been discovered by Sima Zhao, There's no telling how long it would have been kept from the public. Su Yenran's heart was very uncomfortable, like a big stone blocked there, unable to go up or down. It just so happened that at that moment Sima Zhao broke into a smile and gave her a smug look. Su Yanyan immediately cast an approving glance and said, "You did a good job. Keep up the good work. Patriarch overpraise. These are all my part." Sima Zhao's smile became even happier and more smug. His heart was simply happy to be able to make a name for himself in front of the patriarch. This was more face than in front of the sacred sun. Spreading the word would not know how many people in the clan would think highly of themselves. The Holy Sun and Zhang Jinhe, as well as many other elders, also cast approving gazes towards Sima Zhao, very satisfied. Those elders praised, "This disciple is good, resourceful and capable. An officer. Not bad, not bad. It's just that his talent is slightly low, but it's not a problem. I have a talent-enhancing elixir on me. If he recognizes me as his rightful father, I'll reward him." Sima Zhao, if you think you're tired of staying in the law enforcement palace, why don't you come under this seat? How about it? One by one, the elders' peak masters have thrown an olive branch towards Sima Zhao. The discerning can see. The patriarch is very appreciative of Sima Zhao. Hurry to take advantage of this time to make a good relationship. In the future there will be comfortable. Zhang Jinhe's face darkened a bit and coughed. People don't bring this kind of robbing. Let's talk about this matter later. Over here, the three elders who were poking towards Yi Qingtao, as well as Jin Daijian, were all worried in their hearts. They don't think that Yi Qingtao really colluded with the devil's path, which is absolutely impossible, but it seems that the facts are now placed in front of their eyes. However, this is only the speculation of the Holy Sun. Jin Daijian stood out and said, "Patriarch, the facts haven't been investigated clearly. We can't jump to conclusions so quickly. Whether or not Yi Qingtao colluded with these devils, we need to investigate a little bit more clearly before saying that. Instead of seeing that they haven't slumbered and then wrongly accusing Yi Qingtao." Su Yanyan felt that the words are reasonable. Indeed, what things only look at one side it is not work, or in-depth investigation only, never wrongly accused a good person. She said, "Okay, let's investigate some other aspects more then." Li Baishan said at this time, "Patriarch, look at so many demons here. One demon passes a little power to him. How much can so many pass away?" Jin Daijian immediately retorted, "Saint's son, I hope you won't be so arbitrary. Everything should be spoken by facts. The patriarch has already said that he will investigate further. Why are you so biting the bullet? Could it be that your aim is to obtain the demon-suppressing pagoda? How could that be? I just think that surname Yi hasn't done a good job for so many years. I have my heart for the clan and for everyone. That's why I came to guard the tower. How can you say that? What gives you the right to wrongly accuse me?" The saint's son put on an expression of "I've been wronged," very aggrieved. Before Jin Daijian could speak, Sima Zhao suddenly interjected, "Elder Jin, you don't have to say anymore. His Highness the Holy Sun is kind and magnanimous. How could he possibly want the demon-suppressing tower?" Jin Daijian snorted coldly and almost wanted to brush his sleeve away. Su Yanran said, "Don't even talk about it. It's important to investigate the main event." The crowd stopped talking, and Su Yanyan opened the door of a cell to lead everyone inside. Jin Daijian and the three elders looked at each other with worry in their hearts. They hoped that the sect hadn't found out anything. Entering the cell, each of those demons stood up in a frightened manner, looking at so many people in front of them, wondering what they were here for. Did he execute himself? The last time Yi Qingtao brought in one of the clan's elders, they instantly felt their hearts beating wildly as if they were on the verge of an enemy. The inspection soon began, and the patriarch swept through with a pair of discerning eyes, but unexpectedly found that the cultivation on these devils was the same as before, and hadn't been lowered in the slightest. One must know that if one were to transmit power to someone else to imbue them, it would consume one's huge cultivation, and even if one were to transmit less, the breath would become weaker. But why did one not see a single trace of it weakening now? Glancing at Sima Zhao, he was grinning at himself, smugly. Su Yanran frowned. Sima Zhao's cultivation was not enough to sense the cultivation of those devils, but he thought that a sweep of the patriarch's divine sense should be able to determine Yi Qingtao's sin. Can't you see she's already frowning? Doesn't this mean that Yi Qingtao is really fornicating with the devil? Others have also started to sweep their divine sense at this time, but they have also unexpectedly found that these demon cultivation has not been reduced. Not even a trace. What's going on? What's going on? Some people are already looking at each other in disbelief. What's going on? Did they not transmit their power to Yi Qingtao? Not quite sure. But didn't Sima Zhao say it was passed on? It's a bit interesting. It seems that there is something else going on. Why don't we let the patriarch decide? The Holy Sun frowned, and his look of conviction violently changed into something wrong, so he hastily swept it with his divine sense. Originally, he thought it was a done deal, so he didn't sweep it. but once he heard all these people talking about it, he felt a little panicked. A moment later, he also swept out that the cultivation of these devils actually remained really untouched, and there was no fluctuation of any cultivation leakage coming from their bodies. It was a simple situation. They didn't seem to have passed on their power to Yi Qingtao. His brows furrowed just as much as Patriarch Su Yanran's. Chapter 11. None of them. Over here, Sima Zhao couldn't help but stare, and his face changed a bit. In fact, when he heard those elders' discussion just now, his face changed a bit. No, could it be that the cultivation of those devils really didn't decrease at all? Did the sovereign and the others perceive it wrongly? This is obviously Sima Zhao can't afford to play. He hoped that the patriarch and the elders perceived wrongly, but how is it possible? What cultivation level do people have? How is it possible to perceive wrongly? Right now he couldn't help but panic in his heart. The patriarch's brow furrowed as he stood there without speaking. This unspoken look precisely made Sima Zhao's heart shake as if he were an enemy. If the patriarch had spoken it would have been fine, sending a fire out, but this silence, he was even more afraid. He understood that the patriarch should be suppressing the fire in his heart right now, and might be about to get even more angry later. Sima Zhao had seen the patriarch get angry before. It was too scary. A Great Zune 9th level elder. The patriarch directly slapped into a bloody mist. He didn't want to die so tragically. Besides, he didn't want to die. On this side, Jin Dejian and the three elders were breathing a long sigh of relief and shouting in their hearts. They do not believe that Yi Qingtao fell to the devil's path. And now this appearance. He did not. It is Sima Zhao to create something out of nothing. Simply hateful. I'm glad it's okay. Mother asterisk her. This kid worries me to death. I want to play chess with him some other day, but don't defect to the devil's path. Cause me to worry for nothing. Now see what Sima Zhao say. Just now he was not very godly? Isn't it very proud? Now you see. His face is wilted. Yeah, laughed my ass off. Guess he's in a panic this time. The four elders had secretly communicated with each other using voice transmission. They both had smiles on their faces, but hastily coughed them away. The Holy Sun's face became ugly as he swept back at Sima Zhao. With just a look, Sima Zhao was almost so scared that he sat on his butt on the ground, and he hurriedly sucked in a breath of cool air. Not daring to speak, the patriarch spoke up. Sima Zhao, the cultivation of these devils has not been lowered. Can you give an explanation of what's going on? If she had wrongly accused Yi Qingtao, then the matter would be a big deal. The lord of the Hall of a Clan actually imprisoned Yi Qingtao without investigation. If this was spread out, I don't know how many people would be reduced to a laughingstock. She could already imagine the number of people who must have poked and prodded her spine and called her a brainless woman. And at this time, Zhang Jinhao also had a face that was hard to see. A wave of fear suddenly arose in the bottom of his heart, and his face was gloomy as he looked at Sima Zhao. Don't get me involved. Why did I take you on as a disciple? Am I going to get killed by you? The other elders who had all said that they wanted to take Sima Zhao as a disciple and draw close to him just now, also hurriedly stayed away from Sima Zhao as if they didn't know him, for fear of being exposed to any bad luck. The moment Sima Zhao heard the patriarch's question, his body trembled, his face swished and became as white as paper, and he said with trepidation, Patriarch, disciple doesn't know what the disciple said is true, not half a lie. I think it's these demons that have a problem. They may have used some kind of masking technique to make the cultivation look the same as before. He was so flustered that he didn't wait for the patriarch to speak and hastily added, or maybe each of them only passed a little bit of cultivation to Yi Qingtao. It's too little to be seen at all. Are you questioning this seat's ability? Su Yanran's face was calm. Knock. Sima Zhao's heart skipped a beat, almost didn't cry out in fear, and hurriedly said, No. Disciple doesn't mean this. Disciple means that they only passed on a little bit. Recovering is very good to recover. Patriarch, you're clear-sighted. You must be able to see it. Su Yanran laughed and said, Good. Then why don't you tell me what your high opinion is? Sima Zhao thought for a moment and carefully said, Interrogate them one by one. They can definitely be interrogated. Su Yanran laughed in anger once again and was about to open her mouth when Li Beishan arched his hand at this time and said, Patriarch, I think Sima Zhaoge is right. Why don't we let him start interrogating the little demons first? Some of the ones on the scene who were on good terms with the Holy Sun hastened to take sides and said, Yes, Patriarch, we can't wrongly accuse anyone, whether it's Yi Qingtao or Sima Zhao. We can't wrongly accuse anyone. Maybe these demons really did just pass on a trace and recovered very quickly afterward? With so many demons, each one passing on a trace would be enough for Yi Qingtao to become very powerful. Su Yanran frowned tightly, pondered for a moment, and said, All right, Sima Zhaoge, then you go to the interrogation. She casually pointed her finger at a small demon and said, It's it. You ask. Sima Zhao breathed a sigh of relief and warily walked up to this little demon. At this moment, this little demon was very baffled. He didn't understand what was going on at all. Why were these people discussing the fact that they, the demons, had passed on their powers to someone as soon as they came in? What the hell? Our own kung fu is not easy to come by. Why should we pass it on to you? And it's the right way. It's ridiculous. Sima Zhao said in a low voice. I hope you can tell the truth. Did you guys actually transmit power to Yi Qingtao? This little demon is full of surprise. If I have transmitted power to Yi Qingtao, it means that I have colluded with him, and I would still tell you? The other demons looked over, feeling as if this person didn't have a brain in his head. They thought about it for a while, and they all secretly transmitted their voices. It seems like there's infighting in the Green Cloud sect, so we should deny it and plant a case against Yi Qingtao? This way he will lose his position as the demon suppressor and no one will be able to suppress us anymore. What's going on outside they don't know inside. As soon as these words came out, immediately another demon's body trembled and said, No! You dare to plant Yi Qingtao? You don't want to live anymore. Yi Qingtao's killing decisiveness at that time was obvious to all of them, instantly killing one of their companions without any suspense. If Yi Qingtao knew that these demons of theirs had framed him, would they not kill themselves directly? Thinking of this, the group of demons instantly drew in a vicious breath of cold air, intending to tell the truth. One after another, they spoke up and said, No! Neither did I. I can testify to them that none of us did. As the words fell, Sima Zhao's heart thumped and his face became even paler. If he was shocked just now, but now he was already stunned. For this group of demons to say this, it was almost equivalent to roasting him on the stove. Who could understand this kind of feeling? And over here, Jiang Zhen's face suddenly became as pale as paper as well, and his heart followed and jerked viciously. He was the one who asked Sima Zhao to check it out. If Sima Zhao was questioned, then he couldn't get away with it. And the patriarch would definitely fix him severely. The saint's son would not feel good this time. His face was as ugly as if he had eaten a dead child. If Sima Zhao and Jiang Zhenhe both planted, then he couldn't skim off the top either. Chapter 12 The Sovereign was angry. The saint's son clearly remembers that the previous generation of saint's son was even more heteroplastic in talent than himself. But then what happened? Because of creating a wrongful case, letting the patriarch kill the wrong person, the patriarch was infuriated and directly wiped him out with a single thought. And even his family that was far away in the mundane realm was wiped out as well. This was actually the reason why Su Yanran didn't directly kill Yi Qingtao. She felt from then on that it was best to let anything go for a while and wait to calm down afterwards. Sima Zhao legs are soft. Impossible He clearly saw Yi Qingtao surrounded by a large amount of demonic gas. Black amazement heavy. Scary. Definitely cultivated some kind of magic Taoist techniques. But now this in the end why? As he thought about it, he felt that these demons must have lied. But why would they lie? Unable to figure it out, and time did not allow Sima Zhao to think any longer. He hurriedly looked at the patriarch, only to see that the patriarch was already a bit impatient. Su Yanran turned her head and swept a glance at Jiang Zhenhe, saying, This is the disciple you brought out? Jiang Zhenhe felt a pot of cold water splashing from his head to his feet on the spot. His hands began to shake, and he said hurriedly, Patriarch, don't be so hasty. These demons must have lied. They are colluding with Yi Qingtao. And they definitely won't say anything about it. Then won't their partners be killed? I think we should use a lie detector magic treasure to test it. The holy son of the hare panicked in a hurry. Everyone knows that Jiang Zhenhe is his person, and Sima Zhao is Jiang Zhenhe's person. The other people will definitely think that this is all authorized by himself. He has to hurry to stand out and say something. The holy son hurriedly said, Patriarch, Elder Jiang has a point. As I see it, these demons definitely lied. I happen to have a lie detector magic treasure on me. I don't believe I can't find out. Upon hearing about the lie detector magic treasure, Jin Dejian and the three elders on this side began to worry again. They had to admit that Sima Zhao did have a bit of truth in what he said. Just imagine, if Yi Qingtao really colluded with the demon, would the demon betray him? This is not obvious. That's why it's necessary to use lie detector magic. However, if one really colludes with the devil and is measured, what can one do? For a while, sweat oozed from the palms of all three of them. Su Yanran said, Okay. Take out the lie detector magic. The holy son immediately took out a bronze mirror. This object was about the size of an adult's palm. Both sides were mirrored. The method of use was very simple. Shine it directly onto the demons, and the words they spoke out again could not be false. Sima Zhao was overjoyed and took the initiative to volunteer. Your Highness, the holy son, this kind of small matter can't trouble you. Let me open the interrogation on your behalf. This was to curry favor and deepen the relationship with the saint's son a bit. In case something happened, he and the saint's son would be on the same boat, and the patriarch would be apprehensive even if he wanted to punish him. Libation of course understands this, but we are all originally in the same boat, and there is no way but to hand it to Sima Zhao. Sima Zhao took the bronze mirror and chose a small demon to shine on his head, then asked, "Did you guys pass on your power to Yi Qingtao or not?" Under the effect of the lie detector magic treasure, this little demon only felt that his ears were clear inside his mind, and an indefinable influence was affecting him, driving him to tell the truth, and if he told a lie, the mirror would shatter a trace. He opened his mouth and said, "No, we really haven't passed on any kung fu to Yi Qingtao." Hiss. There was a complicated sound of cool air from the scene. It was Jiang Jinhe, who hastily kept his mouth shut. He was afraid in his heart. Even the lie detector test is true. What can be done? Yi Qingtao is really not colluding with the devil's way? Then wouldn't one? Jiang Jinhe hastily glanced at the Holy Sun, only to see that the gaze with which the Holy Sun regarded him had turned angry. He sucked in another breath of cool air, panicking. The others looked different, all sullen. Sima Zhao did not dare to believe all this. Hastily asked again, "You really did not pass? You have to tell the truth." "The truth? No. I'm telling the truth. If I wasn't, the mirror would have cracked a crack. You forgot that last time Yi Qingtao also brought a lie detector mirror in and asked me something. You were there at the time. I lied and the mirror shattered." The little demon's words caused everyone in the room to fall silent. Sima Zhao is even more silent. This thing he remembers, that time Yi Qingtao's storage bag was stolen. Took the mirror to come in and ask one by one. Asked this little demon. Found out it was this little demon who stole it. And finally this little demon was cleaned up a half dead. At that time, I don't know how. Yi Qingtao just gently pointed a finger at him. This little demon immediately screamed miserably, actually fainted directly. Seeing that asking this question does not come out, Sima Zhao irritated. "I understand. You did not pass. It should be other people passed." Sini asked one by one. Sima Zhao didn't wait for the patriarch and the others behind him to reply, and immediately began interrogating them one by one. He didn't want to be told that he had had enough. If he wasn't allowed to ask, he would be wrongly accused. He firmly did not believe that Yi Qingtao had not colluded with the devil. He thought that his eyes could not be false. Clearly Yi Qingtao body so much demonic flames. Could it be that he would be beaten backwards? Seeing Sima Zhao some sharp eyes, the others did not say anything. This little demon cannot be measured. Indeed it can only mean that he did not pass it. But what about the other demons? While they were pondering, Sima Zhao had already come to the other demon and started measuring. "Say, did you transmit power to Yi Qingtao?" "No, I didn't." Sima Zhao's face was grim as he quickly came to another demon, and with a flash of the lie detector mirror, he asked in a deep voice, "What about you? Have you passed on?" "No, I swear on my hands, there really isn't." Sima Zhao's face became even more gloomy, while his heart was very fearful, and he hurriedly measured again. 1 tea time, 1 incense burner, half an hour. Soon 3 hours passed. Sima Zhao has not known how many demons measured. The other side all said no. Almost no one said to Yi Qingtao passed. And this cell had been measured long ago, and now everyone was standing in another cell. This one being the 4th cell they had measured. Everyone's face was gloomy, especially Patriarch Su Yanran, who was already on the verge of violent anger at all times. If this would give her a boost, she could slap Sima Zhao into pieces plus clean up Jiang Jinhe. Sima Zhao has been sweating profusely. Not only cold sweat, but also tired hot sweat. So many demons. So many people present just looked at their own measurements without saying a word. They did not say a word, which made their own heart even more broken. Turned back to look at the Master Jiang Jinhe and the Holy Sun, only to see that they all had gloomy faces, and were pale. God! He himself jumped into the Yellow River today cannot be washed away. He clearly saw that Yi Qingtao was covered in demonic qi. What the hell is going on? Sima Zhao went crazy. Finally, the Patriarch said, "Stop. There is no need to measure anymore." Chapter 13, Demon Conspiracy. Sima Zhao instantly had a huge shock in his body, and quickly said, "Patriarch, don't be anxious. Listen to me. You have seen the shadow retaining stone. The picture inside can't be faked. I think it should be that our investigation is going in the wrong direction. These demons really didn't pass on their power to him, but they should have given him other benefits." Su Yanyan ignored him, turned her head to look at the Saint Sun, and coldly said, "What did the people under you do?" The Holy Sun was sweating profusely and his heart was quickly scared out of his chest. He was already anxious, and now he was even more so when the Patriarch let out a stern cry. His entire soul felt like it almost went out of his body. If this matter was really a mistake in their investigation, then he would have to pay a painful price. His lips trembled, quickly said, "Patriarch, you first take it easy. Calm down. I think Sima Zhao said are very reasonable. Yi Qingtao did not accept the transmission. Does not mean that there is no collusion with the devil's way. Those devils weigh hands. There are a lot of treasures. They should have given a lot of Yi Qingtao. Think about it. Yi Qingtao himself does not think that obtaining the other side of the transmission is not it easy to will be found out. I'm not going to be found out. But having received the treasures, it is easy to hide them. The other elders who stood in line for the saint's son were relieved when they heard this. If the saint's son suffered, then they would also be put in colored glasses by the patriarch, and they would definitely have a hard time in the future. One after another, they spoke up. Patriarch, the holy son's words are reasonable. We cannot wrongly blame Sima Zhao. Yes, 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 what the holy son said makes sense. Su Yanran also calmed down, and after careful consideration, it was indeed like this. Just like some people do some unspeakable things, he surely wants to be more covert, past the power that is not on the spot to be seen. Although she thought so, Su Yanyan was still very angry and said angrily, "Can you guys investigate everything clearly before saying anything?" After saying that, he directly flung his sleeves away. She was so busy every day. Where would she find the time to deal with this kind of nonsense? Today, being delayed for such a long time, and with no results from the investigation, she was simply furious. Seeing that the patriarch left the scene in anger, everyone else also left in a hurry. No matter how today's matter was, they didn't want to get involved in it. Before leaving, quite a few elders who wanted to make good relations with Sima Zhao before, all of them turned back and gave Sima Zhao a meaningful look, and that look seemed to say, "Less TM to get involved with Lao Zi." Jin Daijian came over and said, "Holy son, if you want to bet, give me this stuff." The holy son was so angry that he was burning with nameless rage, but he could only obediently give the things away. "Lose your ass." Jin Daijian laughed and left. In the blink of an eye, only the holy son and Jiang Zhenhe, as well as Sima Zhao, were left at the scene. The saint's son looked at Sima Zhao with an angry eye and said coldly, "What the hell are you doing for food? You dare to act rashly without investigating clearly. Do you want me to fall down you?" He was very angry. Fortunately today Sima Zhao brain turned faster. Reasonable. The patriarch did not send too much fire. Otherwise he is sure that he will never end up too good. Downfall is the best end. In case he was slapped into a blood mist will be miserable. Playing with fire yourself for his sake. Sima Zhao legs trembling, almost cannot help but pee out. Trembling, said I, "Holy son of his highness, but I really see that he is draped with demonic flames everywhere. Strand after strand, dense and incomparable. You did not also see the content in the leftover shadowstone. How is this really a matter of fact?" The holy son was in deep thought. He didn't know, but the picture there did. Fiercely, the saintly son reacted. With a snap, he fiercely slapped Sima Zhao and cursed, "Have you no ing brain? Successive generations of demon suppressors have been in the midst of demonic gas all day long. There will be residual demonic flames on their bodies. It looks as if they have practiced demonic kung fu, but none of them have been suppressed for as long as Yi Qingtao, so it looks fainter. Yi Qingtao has been suppressed for a full 100 years. The demonic flames on his body have long been strong enough to reach an extreme point. If you don't have a long brain, I'm going to screw your brain off." Sima Zhao screamed miserably. Directly like a broken kite was slapped out, ruthlessly hit the wall, head full of blood. He was startled, and hastily flung himself to the ground, saying, "Your Highness, I know I'm wrong. I didn't investigate this matter clearly. I'm in a hurry. Please give me a chance to redeem myself for my sins. I'll definitely pay for my sins this time." The holy son was so angry that his cheeks were bulging with rage, and he forced himself to hold back his anger and said, "What if you can't take the blame for your sins? I will let your highness dispose of me at that time. But your highness, I will definitely be able to take the blame for my sins. He, Yi Qingtao, has suppressed this place for so many years. If he said that he didn't receive any gifts from these devils, I don't believe it for a second. No one can turn down a treasure that they got for nothing." Sima Zhao said in a panic. The holy son's remaining anger had not yet subsided. He waved his hand and said in a cold voice, "Come up with the results as early as possible. I don't want to see you now. Get out of here." Sima Zhao rolled his ass in a hurry. Next, the holy son's eyes glowed red as he looked towards Jiang Zhenhe. Jiang Zhenhe instantly shivered. His legs were like a disability, and he directly planted himself on the ground. He didn't have hard bones in the first place. He was a soft bone, usually only bullying those without backstage. Now that he was being looked at like this by the holy son, he was scared out of his wits. "Your Highness, shut up. How did you bring out this kind of disciple? You can't do things well at all. It's fortunate that the patriarch didn't get angry today. If he did, this saint's son would have collapsed straight away." The saint's son roared loudly. Jiang Zhenhe was too scared to speak. If the patriarch could slap the saint's son to death, then the saint's son could slap himself to death, directly into a bloody mist, without even his soul remaining. Seeing that Jiang Jinhe didn't say anything, the Holy Sun became even more angry and flew up to kick him hard in the face. There was a loud rumbling sound, and Jiang Jinhe flew directly backwards like a cannonball, smashing hard against the wall. The wall was instantly smashed with a huge human-shaped crack that was shocking to the eyes. Cough cough cough. Jiang Jinhe's head was broken and bleeding, spitting out blood in large gulps as he planted himself down from above in a sorry state, begging for forgiveness. Your Highness, I know I'm wrong, and I'll pay for my sins. I hope that your Highness will give me this opportunity. The Holy Sun suddenly realized something and instantly sobered up a few points, saying, You're coming out with me. Jiang Jinhe also realized what was going on, and the two of them disappeared with a brush. This was the tower, and the content of their conversation would be overheard by these demons. A few moments later, at the residence of the Saint Sun, the Saint Sun set up a soundproof array with a wave of his big hand and growled angrily. Damn! I was almost victimized by you guys. Luckily those demons didn't riot. If they did, we'd all be in deep. Jiang Jinhe hurriedly persuaded. It's fine Saint Sun, they may be other reasons. Think about it, even if they don't sleep, they need to recuperate. Countless years in front of them they are struggling, want to break out of the tower. So many years it is reasonable that they should also be tired. So this 100 years should be in a state of recuperation, waiting for the next sprint, just to see what time the next time is. The Holy Sun nodded coldly. I hope so, but let's hope the next one doesn't come too soon. What the Holy Sun and Jiang Jinhe didn't know, and what even everyone else didn't know, was that ever since they left, countless demons in the Demon Suppression Tower had gathered together. They used their divine senses to transmit their voices one after another. Do you guys see it? Yi Qingtao seems to have started infighting with the Green Cloud Sect. That's right, Yi Qingtao seems to have been mistaken by the sect as having colluded with us and is now under investigation. If he collapses, then won't we be able to? TSK, 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 100 years, we finally waited for this day. Ha ha, a full 100 years. It seems that our good days have finally come. Breaking the tower is just around the corner. Chapter 14 Winds and Clouds Inside the Demon Tower. Many of the demons in this tower were excited at the moment. Not only are they happy and alive, but there are also those who are spreading their joy and cheering all over the place. 100 years. Ah, a full 100 years. They looked forward to it every day, hoping with bated breath that Yi Qingtao would be replaced. And now, before they made any move, Yi Qingtao was actually replaced. It wasn't like they hadn't plotted before, wanting to secretly do something to draw the attention of the Qingyan sect so that they could plant the evidence on Yi Qingtao. However, since they didn't dare to go out of the demon suppressing tower at all for fear of being slapped to death by Yi Qingtao, no demon ever dared to go out. But now, they didn't do anything and Yi Qingtao collapsed? My goodness, they're all going to be so happy. It's totally unbelievable that there is such a thing as pie in the sky. Afterwards, one of the lesser demons ran in towards the inside, ready to go and report to the greater demon. This exciting news is something they must spread down quickly so that everyone knows about it. Then everyone can gather their men and be ready to break out of the tower. The demons imprisoned in the tower on the first floor, no matter whether they are small or large demons, their cultivation is not as high as the second, third, fourth, and fifth, and the higher the floor is, the higher the cultivation is, and the lower the floor is, the lower the cultivation is. However, the great demon who was only at the first level, after long years of cultivation, had long since lost track of how terrifying his cultivation had become. Many of the disciples of the Green Cloud Sect remembered that when they were taken in back then, each one of them was at the cultivation level of a great emperor. It didn't take long for this little demon to have arrived in front of a big demon. This great demon was a flowery white serpent with 9 heads growing out of its head, its bloody mouth as if it had devoured countless cultivators, terrifying to the extreme. A majestic and extreme pressure was draped around his body, and his name was Xian Lu. However, he was not the king of all the demons on the first level. The king of the first level was someone else. He was just a janitor for the demon king. Just by seeing this gatekeeper, the young demon was scared to death. Too powerful. This pressure would have made him fall to the ground at any time if he wasn't a fellow demon. Even the gatekeeper was so strong. One could imagine to what extent the demon king was terrifying. Something wrong with you? The big demon asked. Looking at him, the little demon hurriedly arched his hand and said, Shangliu, I have some good news that I need to tell His Holiness. May I go in? Saying that, he looked inside. The great serpent said, Your Holiness is sleeping, so if you have anything to say, give it to me directly. The little demon nodded and said, To tell the truth, this generation of the town demon man seems to have something happened. He seems to have been mistaken by the Qingyun clan as colluding with us, and now should be under investigation. Just now that will come a lot of people from the Qingyun clan. One by one, they asked if we had passed on our power to Yi Qingtao. When this little demon finished speaking, Ayanami's eyes widened in some disbelief. How is this possible? You have to know that whoever came to suppress them before couldn't do it. And Yi Qing panned on and was immediately fine. This can be nowadays what happened to the Qingyun sect. Is it ridiculous? Or confused? Actually want to put such a powerful character to wrong? These demons clearly did not do anything. Hey, Yi Qingtao hiccuped on his own? No wonder outsiders say that defenses are broken from within. It really is true. Sajiri was overjoyed, truly surprised and delighted. However, when calmed down, he was quite incredulous. If pie falls from the sky, there must be a trap on the ground. Maybe this was a trap that Qingyun sect had set for them. He asked incredulously, is this true? Seriously? I don't think the expressions of those elders from the Green Cloud sect who came just now were fake. Even the patriarch and the sacred son came in a rage. Sagittarius was shocked and delighted, and said, I know, but I'm more careful in what I do, so you should let me quietly check it out first. He moved, and the snake immediately crawled to the window, trying to poke his head out to look at the outside world. It should be noted that the tower is isolated. When the founding fathers set up a boundary, the tower outside the talk inside cannot hear, inside the talk outside to hear, through the divine sense cannot perceive, only through the naked eye to see. But even with the naked eye, they demons couldn't do it because they simply didn't dare to go out. Now that they quietly poked out a head, they were still afraid of being slapped to pieces by Yi Qingtao. The main reason was that the shock Yi Qingtao had given them back then was so terrifying that they were scared. Moving carefully step by step, Sajiri finally poked his head out of the tower a millimeter, and instantly saw that he was in a brand new dwelling. This place is graceful and elegant, with carved beams and paintings, and it is not Yi Qingtao's residence. Yi Qingtao's residence is not to say how good it is, but it is definitely not as good as this one, and the furnishings in the house are all very ordinary. But here, with its carved beams, it was like a palace. Shangliu didn't understand what kind of place this was, but since he didn't see Yi Qingtao, he enlarged his guts a little and poked his head out a little more. At that moment, he saw the holy sun, libation, and it turned out that the tower was placed on a table, and libation was practicing his feats on the bed, so it turned out that this was the holy sun's residence. Ayanami's eyes bared. Then she poked her head back. Ayanami had realized that the tower guard had been changed. He was so ecstatic that he quickly returned to the position he was just in and waved his hand at the little demon, saying, it's true. It's really true. You go back first. I'll immediately wake up His Holiness and tell him this heavenly good news. The little demon arched his hand and said, yes. Witnessing the little demon leaving, Shangliu could barely suppress the ecstasy in his heart. He felt the agitated flesh and blood all over his body moving about. An overwhelming emotion of excitement drove him. He couldn't wait to break out of the tower right now. Freedom! Free at last! Sajiri hurriedly took a hard breath, which suppressed the excitement, and then quickly stepped through the door. As soon as he entered the gate, all of a sudden, he felt an overwhelming pressure, like a wild tide enveloping towards him, and in an instant, he felt that he couldn't straighten his back, even if it was him, Xiang Lu. Just by sensing this pressure he felt his heart and soul vibrate. His 9 heads drooped for an instant, and his entire body almost went limp on the ground. At this moment, on a skeleton throne, a black demon king holding a huge scepter was sleeping. The scepter in his hand was called Soul-Devouring Tooth, and he didn't know how much holy blood he had absorbed back then, and it was horrifyingly unparalleled. A rune was densely engraved on top of the soul-devouring teeth, and the aura emanating from it was so horrifying that one could vaguely hear the wailing of countless severe ghosts. Seeing that His Holiness was still awake, Shangliu respectfully stood aside, not daring to speak. It wasn't until an hour later that the demon king on the skeleton throne awakened, and he slowly opened a radiant eye, and there seemed to be an extremely terrifying light in his eye that crossed over, and the space around him followed suit with a vague trembling. Sajiri instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Every time he was with His Holiness, he felt a great pressure on his head. He hurriedly said, Your Holiness, good news, extraordinary good news. The demon king swept a glance at Xiang Lu and said, what good news? Yi Qingtao and the Qingyun sect have started infighting, and now the demon suppressor seems to have changed, and it's currently the Holy Sun who looks after the demon suppressor tower. Xiang Lu said. In an instant, the demon king's eyes widened and he almost froze as if he were a wooden chicken. Is this really true? He said in utter disbelief. The demon king was very clear that the Qingyun sect's current generation of Saint Sun was just a straw man, a trashy and incomparable fiery body. Looking at it more than anything else, simply a stupid pig. His talent was, just to say the least, comparing it to himself, a waste. In fact, libation was still quite strong, but to this kind of ancient devil who was born an unknown number of billions of years ago, he really didn't deserve to enter his eyes. Shangliu knelt on the ground, nodding heavily while suppressing his surprise, saying, "Really? Absolutely true. My subordinate has just gone to see. Outside is the residence of the Holy Sun. Not Yi Qingtao's. Yi Qingtao doesn't know where to go now. We project that he must have been taken to the jail to be imprisoned." The Demon King's heart was shocked, and then he was ecstatic. How many years? How many years has he waited? Finally, it's time. They were terrifying, bloodthirsty and cruel. Successive generations of demon suppressors couldn't suppress them when they came, and there were even people who died directly under the influence of their demonic aura. Until Yi Qingtao came, they instantly didn't dare to be reckless. Mentioning the past, the Demon King had a handful of bitter tears in his heart. At that time, the previous generation of demon suppressors had just died, and Yi Qingtao had not yet taken office. They were arrogant and domineering, and countless demons rioted en masse, crashing into the seals and spitting loudly, and some even released tentacles directly, passing through the windows, and yanking a disciple in hard from the outside to be eaten alive. At that time, the situation was tragic. Their cultivation was exhausted, the seal was violently loosened, the tower shook violently, and the entire Green Cloud sect was in an uproar of grass and trees. Patriarch Su Yanyan and countless elders and disciples watched this scene with dumbfounded horror and trembling. After all, there were countless demons in the entire tower, and a random demon king would be able to directly destroy Su Yanyan, and they could only be dumbfounded and staggered, unable to react for a moment. This was the terror of these demons, coming from billions of years ago was never just talk. Once the ancient demons came out, who could resist? But after charging the seal for a long time, the seal only loosened, and a devil poked its tentacle out, piercing through a disciple in an instant, and instantly the entire tentacle became dripping with blood. The bloody tentacles carried that disciple backwards and flew back into the tower, and that disciple was so shocked that he cried out, "Patriarch, save me, I don't want to die." However, not to mention the patriarch, everyone in the entire Qingyun sect didn't dare to act rashly, their bodies trembling. Then in front of everyone, that disciple was eaten and died an extremely horrible death. Afterwards, the Green Cloud sect sent someone to negotiate, saying that they hadn't prepared for that meeting, but now they had prepared countless formation weapons, and that in the future, if any more disciples died, the two sides wouldn't mind going to war. At that time, the Demon King sneered and slapped this messenger and ate it. The Qingyun sect seemed to be very angry, and the next day, a newly appointed one was sent. This newly appointed one is Yi Qingtao. At that time, Yi Qingtao took over the pagoda, and after entering the pagoda, he said to them, "From now on, this place is under my control, so if there is any care that is not well taken, please bear with me." At that time, when the Demon King heard this kind of soft words, he instantly laughed out loud, thinking that he had just died a straw man, and here came another straw man, which was coming to beg himself not to be too reckless. However, in the next second, the Demon King's face stiffened. The other demons were even more shaken, as if they were facing a great enemy, because this guy totally just says the softest things and does the hardest things. Just see Yi Qingtao palm wave. Instantly, the body emerges red magma, as if a stream and a stream of yang general, hot, in the body surface surging back and forth flow, the terrifying incomparable sacred breath, masculine breath, instantly will be their demonic chi dispersed. The air appeared in a large area of Zila sound. Yi Qingtao's body's aura seemed like the revival of an ancient god king. Wherever his finger pointed, the demonic aura was like ice meeting a flame and began to rapidly melt. He then pointed at a demon who had just kept shouting with a defiant face and said, "This fellow Daoist, please teach me more in the future." Before that demon could speak, Yi Qingtao slapped out a palm. At that moment, the demon's expression changed greatly. He only felt as if a sun was crushing towards him, as if it was crushing from another dimension. An unprecedented sense of suppression, a strong sense of pressure, enveloped him, and there was nowhere for him to escape, even though his cultivation level was much higher than Yi Qingtao. However, it did not help. This kind of suppression did not come from cultivation, but rather extreme restraint. At the critical moment, his face changed greatly, and he hurriedly begged for mercy. "Spare, Rao, mercy." Boom! As if Yi Qingtao did not hear it at all, he slapped his head fiercely, and in the heat of the moment, he hastily took out a big axe with blood on it, rumbling and chopping the space, hacking and striking towards Yi Qingtao. In an instant, Yi Qingtao's palm slashed on the axe exploded on the spot, sparks flying in all directions. It was not a match at all, and then the slap landed hard on the demon's head. His head seemed like a watermelon that had exploded, bursting pulp everywhere. Then Yi Qingtao's palm pressed downward inch by inch, his body followed and shattered inch by inch, and was eventually slapped into ashes and became full of fragments. All the demon kings on the scene were immediately startled. Each one of them was panting heavily. and no one dared to speak carelessly. All were frightened by the horror of the scene. You know, that demon just now was a grand half-step great emperor. It even had a weapon with it, and it was actually slapped to death so easily? God, that's horrible too. Where did the Green Cloud sect find such a strong person? No wonder they sent a messenger to put in a hard word. Then Yi Qingtao slapped another 70 or 80 demons to death in the same way in a brain, killing decisively and acting ruthlessly. He then waved his hand and said, "From now on, this place will be under my control, so please bear with me if there is any poor hospitality." Many demon kings have arched their hands and said, "Bear with me. I still hope that you, Senior, will bear with me." Once he remembered what happened that day. At this moment, the demon king's heart was like an enemy, scared almost half to death. Feeling heartfelt, they never dared to punch the seal after that, not even to speak out loud. But now, such a horrible character has been replaced? For a moment, he was pleasantly surprised and laughed out loud. Oh my god, there's actually such a good thing? We can finally riot. Pass the order down. Be ready to riot at any time. We're going to re-emerge. Just finished. Suddenly, the Demon King's face changed. Said, "Wait. Large numbers of people first do not appear in the open. First a small part of the dark quietly out of the world, to see if the Qingyun sect will not send Yi Qingtao back to suppress. Then we do not." When he thought of the tragic situation of the fellow practitioners who were slapped to death by Yi Qingtao that day, he was so scared that he didn't dare to move. "Your Holiness, I also think so. In case we just came out of the world." The Qingyun sect was shocked and immediately acquitted him and came back. Again, Shang Liu frowned. Right. First secretly release some out to see how it goes, and probe the reaction of the Qingyun sect. Moments later, the entire Jin Demon Tower secretly winds up. Chapter 15, Scared to Death. Other side. Zhang Jinhe's residence. Zhang Jinhe sat on a futon, his heart shaking. What happened just now made his heart palpitate. The Saint Sun's kick almost didn't send his cultivation down. The price was too heavy. In itself, he was overjoyed today, but in an instant, he experienced what it meant to have a huge fall from heaven directly to the bottom. Almost, he and the Holy Sun were all turned upside down. Zhang Jinhe dream also really can't imagine. Checking Yi Qingtao power transmission event actually can't check out. He thought that those devils absolutely gave Yi Qingtao power transmission. After all, the evidence is conclusive, but how can not imagine? So simple reasoning, he actually did not think through. Thinking about it, the clan's successive generations of demon suppressors will be more or less tainted with some demonic chi, and they have never seen a demon suppressor with so much demonic chi, so they assumed that Yi Qingtao had colluded. The main thing is that he himself hasn't seen what it's like to be really tainted with demonic energy for 100 years. Sima Zhao, you've victimized me. Zhang Jinhe cursed. If it wasn't Sima Zhao, how could he have taken this kick for nothing? What if he was directly killed by the Holy Sun? But Sima Zhao is also really more than himself. He fell from heaven to the bottom of the valley. Thinking of this, Zhang Jinhe finally gained a sliver of solace and balanced his heart. He then took out a jade pendant, which was called the voice transmission jade pendant, through which he could call to a designated person at any time, anywhere. Zhang Jinhe said to the inside, "Sima Zhao, come to me." At the same moment, Sima Zhao was walking along a mountain path, holding his tongue. He only felt a breath clogging his heart, which couldn't go up or down, just like eating a dead fly. It was fine in itself, and it looked like the evidence was going to be overwhelming, but it turned out not to be at all. It was something he hadn't thought of to death. Yi Qingtao didn't do anything, but he himself was beaten backwards. Sima Zhao thought more and more feel suffocated, but there is no place to tell. Can only break the teeth to swallow in the stomach. Why didn't I do a proper investigation then and wait until I was sure? Now it's great. He was very annoyed in his mind. Just then, the voice transmission jade pendant on his waist rang. He took it out and read it, and quickly flew towards Zhang Jinhe's residence. A moment later, Sima Zhao arched his hand in front of Zhang Jinhe and said, "Master, you almost caused me pain this time." Zhang Jinhe's face was filled with bitterness. How could Sima Zhao be any different? He could only stand in place, not knowing what to say. He felt his cheeks redden and burn. Zhang Jinhe coughed. He had already taken the elixir for that kick from the Saint Sun, but the bones in his body were still in severe pain up to now. He said, "Disciple, you must take the blame for the crime. If you still fail this time, then I don't know how to do it, and things will become serious. Do you understand?" Sima Zhao hurriedly arched his hand and said, "Understood. Disciple will definitely do it properly." Aha! Zhang Jinhe nodded his head, then spoke his speculations. "I just thought carefully. If he, Yi Qingtao, didn't collude with the demonic path, how could he be safe and sound until now? You have to know that people who usually go to subdue the demon suppression tower, at most 70 years before their minds are destabilized by the demonic chi, and they go off the deep end and become crazy. From this, it can be seen that he definitely collaborated with the demonic path. Sima Zhao actually had the same thought in his heart, and said, "Master, now we'll see if we can find evidence of him. He's now grounded at the CO cliff, so it's easy for us to find him. Yes, I'm going to ask you to look for him at his place. I'm sure I'll be able to find any clues," Jiang Jinhe commanded. Saying that, he viciously said, "I don't believe there's nothing fishy about his place." Jiang Jinhe and Sima Zhao were plotting here, and at the same moment, someone came back to the sect from the outside world. Many disciples only saw an old man with a white beard and hair coming with a flying sword on his feet in the void, and the thick fluctuation of spiritual energy covered 100 miles in a circle, causing countless disciples to raise their heads to look at all of them. It's Elder Feng returning. Ha! I remember he has been out traveling for many years. Right. Why is he back today? Wait, would you have heard about Yi Qingtao's imprisonment at the Thought Cliff? Some of the disciples below were talking. This old man is simple to say. His name is Feng Huairen. He was originally an elder, but I usually don't like to be in charge of things. I like to get away with it. So I resigned and went to travel the Great Wasteland Realm. And today, he suddenly received Jin Dajian's voice transmission outside. Jin Dajian told him, "You hurry back. Something big has happened to the clan. Yi Qingtao has been confiscated from the demon suppressing tower, and is now grounded at the CO cliff. You should hurry back and persuade the Holy Sun that he can't suppress the demon suppressing tower at all, and that the demon suppressing tower can't be used by anyone except Yi Qingtao." When Feng Huairen learned of this, he almost didn't faint directly from anger. He had witnessed many demonic riots many years ago. Each time the clan had almost become a bloodbath purgatory. That horrifying scene, now he felt his head buzzing and rattling when he thought about it. But then Yi Qingtao went to suppress it, and all of a sudden, everything was calm and quiet. Now that there was a sudden change, his heart was shaken as if he had been struck by lightning. The demon suppressing tower is just like what Jin Dajian said. No one else can do it except Yi Qingtao. The saint's son didn't look like he possessed a fiery body and high talent, but it wasn't like he hadn't temporarily taken over before, and he simply couldn't do anything with the demon suppressing tower. If the demons riot again and the clan turns into a sea of blood and mountains of corpses, who can be responsible? By then it will be too late to say anything. Feng Huairen was so anxious and angry that his liver felt pain. He did not dare to delay for a moment, and immediately rushed back without stopping. Landing in the sect, Feng Huairen didn't have the time to pay attention to the many disciples who recognized him and immediately headed to the residence of the Holy Sun. He was very worried that the demon in the demon suppressing tower would break out of the tower, and he had to have the Holy Sun return it to its rightful owner. Jiang Jinhe and Sima Zhao were still scheming. "Senior, I'm actually a bit worried. What if we still can't find out? Even if he really did accept the gifts from those devils, he can hide somewhere else, like outside the sect. What are we going to do about this?" Sima Zhao said. He was scared now. The last punishment almost didn't scare him to pieces. If he didn't take the blame this time, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to withstand the wrath of the Holy Sun. In short, he's scared less. Chapter 16, Leering Yi Chen. Jiang Jinhe was actually worried. What if he didn't find out anything? If the great ship of the Holy Sun capsized, wouldn't he himself suffer as well? Although there were so many elders who spoke for the Saint Sun today, if the patriarch was truly moved to anger, he would be able to behead them all. In fact, Jiang Jinhe has suspected that the patriarch did not get angry today, is not related to the demon suppression tower. If the Holy Sun is not good at guarding the demon suppression tower, resulting in all the demons inside breaking out of the tower, is not it necessary to have a lot of people to fight, worthy of being the patriarch? So well thought out. Why didn't I think of it myself just now? Jiang Jinhe took a deep breath and said, "No matter what, just keep investigating Yi Qingtao." The patriarch actually understands in his heart that he hasn't gone off the deep end after so long. What does that mean? There must be an inside story. Otherwise, I'm afraid he would have already slapped you to death. Sima Zhao broke out in a cold sweat, and hurriedly said, "This time I have escaped, but what about next time? I'm afraid I still won't be able to find out anything." "Master, why don't you transfer some more manpower? There's strength in numbers." Fart. A sudden scolding voice rang out, startling Sima Zhao and Jiang Jinhe. They turned around and saw that the Holy Sun had arrived at some point. The Saint's son looked at them and said in a cold voice, "Don't disclose this matter to others, or else there will be a lot of people and a lot of mouths to feed. In case the word gets out that everyone knows that the mastermind behind this is me, what will I do then? One more person is one more risk. Can you be smart?" My mistake." Sima Zhao hastily admitted his mistake. The Holy Sun continued, "I heard all of your conversation just now. I'm telling you, Yi Qingtao has definitely colluded with the devil's way. Otherwise why would he not resist at all in the face of arrest? This is unreasonable. What the Holy Sun said is extremely true. Every suspicion is unfavorable to Yi Qingtao. I don't believe that he hasn't colluded with the devil's way. This time, we must search out a stone out of the water. Jiang Jin has said in a deep voice. What they all didn't know was that Yi Qingtao's reasons for not resisting were all stated earlier. He was already tired of it. Also, if one resisted, it would be even more of a sign that there was something wrong with him. Furthermore, since Sima Zhao and the Patriarch both felt that they were ashamed of the clan, then let it be ashamed. Yi Qingtao didn't want to explain anything. He had already looked away. He originally didn't want to do that hard work anymore only. So many years of cultivation has already had the capital to walk the great desolate world. Why should he do such a boring demon suppressor? It's too ridiculous. And the founding master has a will. Every demon suppressor, his whole life must guard the tower. Until death. Yi Qingtao does not want to guard the tower for the rest of his life. This is even more ridiculous. I crossed over to jail? So when confronted with Sima Zhao bringing people over in force, he wasn't pessimistic at all and even felt relieved. And then it felt like laughing. It's simple. You guys set me up, wrongly accuse me, and when I'm gone and the demon inside breaks out of the tower, we'll see who's laughing then. Moreover, Yi Qingtao also understood what the Holy Sun wanted to do. Wanting the treasures in the hands of those demons? Or ancient techniques? A great inheritance? 2 words. Ha! Those demons have inexhaustible treasures in their hands. Whether they are magic treasures, or techniques, or even weapons, it can be said that the entire demon-suppressing tower is an inexhaustible treasure trove. But Yi Qingtao had been in contact with them for too long, and understood their nature very clearly. This group of demons was the kind that didn't see the rabbit. If you wanted his treasure, he would take your life. If they couldn't beat you, they would rather destroy the treasure than give it to you. At this moment, Yi Qingtao was sitting in his hut, looking at the white clouds in the sky and blowing the breeze that drifted over. Very cozy. What does it mean to have no burdens to carry? That's what it is. As for the clan, let them do as they please. Yi Qingtao would like to see what painful price they would pay then. On the other side, Yi Chen limped back to his cabin, closed the door, took out a herb and beat it into juice, applying it to his wound. This herb was something he had just managed to steal from the herb garden with great difficulty, and the group of people who often bullied him were on very good terms with the elders of the herb garden and had given the other side instructions not to allow him to be issued with herbs. No, Yi Chen could only go over and steal it. He looked at this clan through the window, his heart hating it to the extreme. Hate to let everyone in the clan die all the way to the ground. But, except for Yi Qingtao, although Yi Chen and Yi Qingtao hadn't met a few times, but we were all surnamed Yi, maybe the same old ancestor in ancient times, so Yi Chen was very kind to Yi Qingtao. He looked at the residence of the saint's son in the distance and let out a low hiss. Devils, hurry up and come out, even if it means taking over me. I can't help but go on a killing spree in the sect already. I'm willing to sacrifice my life to you guys. Just please slaughter the sect. I'm going to die with them. Yi Chen had already suffered from bullying for more than 50 years. From the time he worshipped in, he had always been oppressed. Even his younger sister, Yi Ziyue, was taken away by that group of people, and her whereabouts were unknown until now. He went to the group to argue, but all he got was a severe beating. What can he do? He can't beat it. Reacting to the elder looked down on him as an outer sect disciple with ordinary qualifications who did nothing. He was desperate, and the bloodlust in his chest was aroused. Even if he died and turned into a demon, he had to kill that group of people. He was now keeping a constant eye on the residence of the Holy Sun, just waiting for the demons to riot there, at which time he would be the first to rush over and shout, "Take me! Seize me! I want to gain power! Please grant me power!" Manhwa came to the residence of the Holy Sun and knocked on the door. No one could be seen to open the door. He frowned. Under his divine sense perception, he found that the Holy Sun turned out to be in Jiang Jin's residence. He immediately moved his body and flew over. A few moments later, at Jiang Jin's residence, Manhwa swished in and without paying attention to Jiang Jin and Sima Zhao, he said directly to the Holy Sun, "Meet the Holy Sun." Would the Holy Sun feel that this is a bit too dangerous? You can't grasp those demons in the tower. I advise you to return the tower to Yi Qingtao earlier. The saint's son was slightly stunned. Then he was infuriated and laughed, saying, "Elder Feng, do even you doubt my abilities? Let me tell you, the more you doubt me, the more I will withhold the demon-suppressing tower. I'm a person with a temper, and I'm most annoyed by people questioning my abilities. I will definitely do a better job than surname Yi and make the tower calm and peaceful." His biggest bottom line was that from the time he took over the demon suppression tower, the demons inside hadn't rioted, and although he didn't know exactly what the reason was, he felt that he had caught up with the good times. Elder Feng had a very good reputation in the sect, historically a kind person, deeply loved by all, At this moment, when the Holy Son saw that even he doubted his own ability, he immediately felt an imbalance in his heart. The more you guys doubt me, the more I'm going to show you. Chapter 17, quickly return the demon-suppressing pagoda to him. The more you guys doubt me, the more I'm going to show you. Manhwa was furious and shouted in a low voice. I hope you can take stock of the situation. Do you understand what it means to take stock of the situation? The clan can't afford to gamble. In case the demons in the tower riot, even your life will be played out. Even if you yourself can eat your own words. But what about the others? The rest of the clan will be killed by your stupidity and be buried with you. The Holy Son was enraged and said in a deep voice. But he surnamed Yi colluded with the devil's way. This tower can't be given back to anyone. Not even to him. Whoever you give it to can do just as little with this tower. You can only give it back to him. Manhwa jumped to his feet and said. As he spoke, Manhwa was still afraid that the devils in the tower would suddenly riot. And if they did, the consequences would be hard to predict. The Holy Son's hand is equivalent to holding a time bomb that can't tell when it will explode. And that's the most frightening thing. But he colluded with the devil's way. It can't be returned to him. The Holy Son hissed. Manhwa was furious. I don't believe it. Yi Qingtao is all righteous and would never collude with the devil. When I was a hand of the law enforcement hall back then, you were just an ordinary inner disciple and I spared your life. Now that you've become a Holy Son, you don't recognize me? I am now ordering you as an elder to return the tower to Yi Qingtao, or else the sect will be headed for extinction. The saint's son clenched his teeth and said, but he really colluded with the devil's way. Don't believe me. Even if you beat me to death today, I'll still bite on this point. If he didn't collude with the devil's way, how could he stand in the demon suppressor tower for 100 years? Elder Feng, I suspect you're senile. Manhwa's nose was so angry that he was almost crooked. The Holy Son spoke strictly. Not that he didn't listen to him, but he desperately thought that Yi Qingtao was colluding with the devil's path. But Manhwa knew very well, how could Yi Qingtao collude with the devil? He knew him, he was such an upright person. He didn't care to collude with the devil's way at all. Manhwa's relationship with Yi Qingtao is also very good. When Yi Qingtao just started to take over before the Jin Demon Tower, a lot of people can't do anything with this tower. Yi Qingtao went up. The Jin Demon Tower immediately quieted down, and he appreciated Yi Qingtao. From then onwards, he often went to Yi Qingtao from time to time to teach the other party some cultivation methods, as well as the sect's rare techniques and secrets, and even his own granddaughter wanted to be betrothed to him, and he was so devoted to him. So how could he possibly do something to betray the sect? Saint's son, why are you so stubborn? Are you tired of worrying about the demon suppression tower? In case this thing can't hold on anymore and all the demons break out of the cage, the first one to die will be you. You hand it over to Yi Qingtao. All this won't happen at all, right? Why can't you figure this out? Manhwa said with clenched fists in anger. The Holy Son laughed, full of unconcern. Feng elder, don't worry about it. I just said, I can guard better than that surnamed Yi. He colluded with the devil's way. His crime is punishable. We just confiscated his tower. Didn't ask for his life. It's already merciful and righteous to him. What else does he want? The Holy Son is completely forgetting that this was originally a false accusation by himself. Even he himself was now clear about what was going on with the demonic aura on Yi Qingtao's body, but he was now adamant that he had to go one way. You! Manhwa's hands shook with anger. Elder Feng, you are already old. You should rest when it's time to rest. Don't worry about us young juniors. Yi Qingtao colluded with the devil's path. Sima Zhao will soon be able to find out brand new evidence. If you don't believe me, just wait. The Holy Son was also somewhat helpless and could only say this. After saying this, he added, just now, Elder Jiang instructed Sima Zhao to check. I was afraid of wrongly accusing Yi Qingtao, so I rushed here specifically to let them check more carefully, and wait for a clear investigation before jumping to conclusions. Zhang Zhenhe and Sima Zhao almost couldn't hold back their laughter. Manhwa was trembling and said nothing, sitting on his chair with his butt, saying, okay, then I'll see what you guys can find out. Go and find out now. Hurry up. If you can't find out anything, return the demon-suppressing pagoda to Yi Qingtao. The Holy Son immediately instructed Sima Zhao. Do you hear me? Elder Feng personally asked you to check it out. You quickly go to Yi Qingtao's residence to check it out. If there's anything fishy, come back and report it immediately. Sima Zhao suddenly frowned and said, Your Highness, I suddenly remembered. I remembered that once I went to find Yi Qingtao, there was a very large cabinet placed at the end of his bed. The exterior was covered with black cloth, as if there was something hidden inside. At that time, I wanted to open it to see, but he didn't allow it. Could there be something fishy in that cabinet? Sima Zhao also just recalled this incident. He remembers very clearly. At that time he really wanted to open that cabinet to find out. After all, curiosity which even cats can be killed. But at that time Yi Qingtao waved his hand and refused to say. You can't look at it. No one can look at it. Now that I think about it myself, why can't I see it? Am I not of a higher grade than you or what? If Yi Qingtao was talking about rank, he was only an outer disciple, but he was a hallowed inner disciple. The Holy Son frowned before he began to laugh. Ha ha ha, what is there that can't be brought out in a dignified manner? What's the point of hiding? Let's go together. Check Yi Qingtao's old background. Maybe there's really some amazing big discovery. As he spoke, the saint's son looked at Feng Huairan, expecting what expression would be on his face. Feng Huairan's heart sank. Why is Yi Qingtao hiding? If there's really nothing wrong, is it necessary to hide? But it shouldn't be. One trusts him, he will definitely not defect to the devil's way. Sima Zhao raised his head high and laughed. Elder Feng, although the Holy Son and I, as well as the Master, don't think that Yi Qingtao really defected to the devil's way, and we actually want him to not have defected to the devil's way, but the facts speak louder than words, and if we really found out something extraordinary, then it can be anything but easy to say to defect to the devil's way, that's a felony. Back then there was a rebel clan, the patriarch did not take care of, because he rebelled to join the righteous clan. If it is the devil's way, then the patriarch will have to compete with him properly, slap him a soul. Now, those devils were originally the clan's nemesis, but Yi Qingtao had fallen to them. Who could tolerate that? Feng Huairan gritted his teeth and said, it must not be. It might be something else. Why don't we stop searching for now and talk about it another day? I say, Elder Feng, what are you afraid of? Since you believe that he is innocent, then you should believe it from the beginning to the end. And if you really search out any unexpected findings, then we can talk about it then. This time it was Jiang Zhenhe's turn to speak up. Feng Huairan was impatient. If really searched out something unseemly, then what can be done? First of all, Yi Qingtao's sin is nailed on the coffin, and it's impossible for the demon-suppressing tower to be returned to him again. In case something goes wrong with the clan. Hiss. Feng Huairan didn't dare to imagine any further. Finally he said, I'm coming with you. The Holy Son was naturally pleased with the news, nodding his head and saying, please. Chapter 18, the Dan formula and the love letter from the senior sister are just that. In the eyes of the Holy Son and Sima Zhao, as well as Jiang Zhenhe, there must be a demon's gongfu or some kind of demonic treasure given to Yi Qingtao hidden in there, and it would be obvious once they went over and searched. He was now imprisoned at the Seo cliff, and it was difficult to move an inch, so he couldn't escape now. However, what all of them didn't know was that what was actually kept in that cabinet was just some Dan recipes for pills. Yi Qingtao usually have nothing to do when will entrust some friends to go out to buy some Dan formula back. He likes to self-study. For a long time, he learned a lot of self-study, such as the Heavenly Yellow Dan, Earth Chi Dan, Virtual Gold Dan, and so on the production method. I'm in jail all day. I'm bored, right? I don't have a cell phone or a computer. I have to find something to do. Yi Qingtao read a lot of metaphysical novels in his previous life. His own most want to be an alchemist, although really after crossing the line, he did not win, but usually bored like to tinker with this aspect. Those Dan formulae were all more expensive one by one, and he was already on bad terms with Sima Zhao, so how could he let him steal and learn them? There was also another point. There were many love letters written by female disciples to Yi Qingtao in that cabinet. When Yi Qingtao first worshipped on the first day of holding the tower on duty, there were many female disciples who noticed and made a lot of nymphomania. Yi Qingtao remembered the scene clearly. A female disciple stood very far away, looking at him cautiously, her face full of peach blossoms, and said to the other female disciples who were traveling with her, wow, look, this new tower guarding senior brother is so handsome. That's the tower guardian brother, not the tower guardian brother. He's only just arrived. Humph, I don't care. When I say senior brother, I mean senior brother. Senior brother is so handsome, graceful and elegant, so handsome, very handsome indeed. I want to give him a monkey. No, he's mine, and you're not allowed to take him. At that time, when Yi Qingtao turned his head to look, he immediately saw a large group of female disciples standing on a distant hillock, and the way they regarded themselves was as if they were looking at their dream lover. Yi Qingtao would have been very handsome, white, look like Panin. In his previous life during the school period there are many female classmates like, male classmates will be jealous. The summer vacation to play summer jobs will also have a lot of female co-workers like, male co-workers are deeply sigh of relief. It's not, crossing over to the metaphysical world, or something like that. Then he received a love letter from a yellow-shirted female disciple, and after giving it to her, her cheeks turned red and she quickly ran away. In the next hour's time, one after another, there were other female disciples sending love letters, and by the time it got dark a large basket had been collected. Yi Qingtao felt that if thrown, or burned. It was disrespectful to these female disciples. People pay sincere and honest. How can they burn the love letters they have the courage to pay? So he went and bought a big cabinet and put all these love letters in it. And the Dan formula just happened to fit in there too. From that day on, he received many more love letters one after another, and he put them all in the cabinet. Usually, for fear of being seen by others, it is locked up tightly and covered with a black cloth. Then that day, Sima Zhao came to see it. How could Yi Qingtao show it to him? A woman so private and unmentionable. Is it something that can be shown to others casually? Not only is it disrespectful to them, but how will those senior sisters meet people when they go out in the future? Not the type to flaunt that aspect myself. Then Sima Zhao walked away very upset. It's worth noting that it also contains a love letter from Feng Huairan's granddaughter to Yi Qingtao. Now, these love letters and the Dan formula were treated by Sima Zhao as something untoward, and had to be searched out and looked at. Sima Zhao quickly brought people to Yi Qingtao's residence. Yi Qingtao, due to being a demon suppressor, is living alone. The clan specially divided an small wooden building, upper and lower 2 floors. The first floor is responsible for the usual rain, where it is used for guarding the demon suppressing tower, while the second floor is a bedroom for rest. Sima Zhao arrived here with his men and was immediately stopped by a disciple guarding the gate, who said, "Greetings to the Holy Sun, greetings to the 2 elders. I wonder what you're here for, coming to search for evidence of Yi Qingtao's fornication with the Devil's Way. Don't you know that Yi Qingtao has already been imprisoned?" The Holy Sun said indifferently. The guarding disciple was shocked. Of course he had heard about this, but he was unwilling to believe that Yi Qingtao had really defected to the Devil's Way. As Yi Qingtao's gatekeeper, he can see Yi Qingtao every day, and he has never seen Yi Qingtao abnormal on any day. Your Highness the Holy Sun, isn't that a mistake? The tower guardian brother wouldn't do that. Snap! Before the gatekeeper could finish his words, Sima Zhao directly slapped an ear up, and immediately the gatekeeper disciple flew out backwards in a sorry state and planted himself on the ground. The door was locked, and with a sardonic grin, Sima Zhao kicked it open and broke in. The guarding disciple stared blankly at their backs. Soon, several people came to the second floor. Sima Zhao took a closer look. That cabinet was indeed still at the end of the bed. It hadn't been taken away. He smiled coldly and pointed at it. Your Highness the Holy Sun. Master, this is the item. It definitely hides an ulterior secret. The Saint's son also let out a sardonic laugh, feeling like he was winning, but he still put on an act and said to Feng Huairan with some worry, Elder Feng, if Yi Qingtao really is fornicating with the Devil's Way, I'll go and plead with the Patriarch, and I won't let him lose his life. Feng Huairan didn't look too good and waved his hand not wanting to talk. Jiang Zhenhe, on the other hand, ripped open the black cloth of the cabinet. His face was excited, and immediately, a cabinet appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The cabinet was very high, 2 meters. If used to put things, it could put a lot, but it was locked. Seeing that he was locked up, Sima Zhao got excited and shook his head. So unspeakable that there's no need to talk about it? As he spoke, he directly took out a large axe, and with the force of his wrist, he chopped it up with a bang. In a flash, sparks flew in all directions and the large lock was split open. Sima Zhao lifted the door of the cabinet, and suddenly many sheets of neatly folded paper appeared in front of him. Sima Zhao's eyes burned as he said, "Did you see that? Saint's son, these papers are definitely the secret books of the kung fu techniques that those demons gave to Yi Qingtao, out of fear of being discovered. The demons didn't send books and wrote them down as papers for him." He was almost frantic with excitement, and the moment he saw so many stacks of papers as the cabinet broke open, he wanted to scream with excitement for a split second. Yip Qingtao, Yip Qingtao, how do you explain this? As for the contents of the paper, the side with the writing was invisible because the paper was placed in reverse, and there were too many, layered and stacked in bundles. The guarding disciple came in at this time and quickly walked up to Sima Zhao and said loudly, "It's impossible for the tower guarding senior brother to fornicate with the Devil's Path. You can't search his things indiscriminately. He is innocent. On what grounds should you search his things?" How would Sima Zhao listen to him? A janitor? Right now, he was happy, and when he saw this person appear, he was so annoyed that he directly smacked him with a slap. The gatekeeper was just the equivalent of a security guard, not daring to fight back and shivering as he stepped back. "How dare you hide?" Sima Zhao cursed angrily. His backstage was the sacred sun, and he was also a hallowed inner disciple, but he still couldn't rule a gatekeeper? With a snap, the handful smacked the keeper hard in the face, and the keeper planted himself on the ground in a lurch, his face hurting. Sima Zhao then laughed out loud and began to look through the papers. Chapter 19 This tower you can't hold. In the blink of an eye, Sima Zhao reached into the cabinet, his palm already resting on one of the stacks of papers, and just then, his arm was suddenly pressed down by a pale hand. Sima Zhao raised his head in surprise, only to see that it was Feng Huiran. Feng Huiran's wrist was dead on Sima Zhao's arm, raging spiritual power surging darkly. Sima Zhao could not break free at all. Sima Zhao tried hard to get his wrist to move, but the other party was pressing harder. He couldn't move. Sima Zhao's face was cloudy as he said, "Elder Feng, what are you doing? No need to look. These things might just be some landscape paintings that Yi Qingtao copied. I remember that he has the habit of painting landscapes. These should all be his usual paintings. What's there to see?" Feng Huiran worriedly said. This was just a reason for him to do so, but he did see Yi Qingtao taking some paper and copying it against the distant mountains when he was bored, and once he walked over to him and asked, "You still know how to draw? Idle as hell. I'm going to die of loneliness if I don't find something to do." At that time Yi Qingtao said so. So now, Feng Huiran hoped that these things would just be his paintings. Ha ha ha, Elder Feng, you're really killing me with laughter. Are you as guilty as that? It's just as well that you're turning towards Yi Qingtao. You're actually stopping it so blatantly. Are you not afraid of seeing the impending evidence? Sima Zhao grinned, and after finishing, without waiting for Feng Huiran to speak, he directly snatched the words and said, "Elder Feng, it's not that disciple doesn't respect you. Disciple now feels that these things are 1,000 times true, and they must be the evidence that he surnamed Yi is colluding with the devil's way. 100%. Feng Huiran was so angry that his liver hurt and roared, "You fart. When I say a painting, it must be a painting." He usually has nothing to do but paint something to dispel his loneliness. This matter is often seen by other disciples of the sect. If you don't believe me, you can just find someone else to ask. Sima Zhao laughed again and said in a conspiratorial manner, "Ask? As for so troublesome? If it's really a painting, then let's just flip to the front and take a look. What's your hurry?" "I'm not in a hurry. I just find you incomprehensible. What makes you so convinced that these things must be evidence of Yi Qingtao's collusion with the demonic path?" Sima Zhao swore. "Then on what basis do you swear that these are not?" Feng Huiran's face turned blue with anger, turning his head to look at the Holy Sun, not knowing what to say. He was no longer the former law enforcement palace hand, just a retired old man. Instead, the former libation had become a high and mighty Holy Sun, and Sima Zhao was not afraid of himself at all with this backstage in place. Feng Huiran looked at the Saint Sun and said, "Saint Sun, I think these must not be. Can you stop searching? Just give me face." The Holy Sun took out a folding fan, unhurriedly blowing his hair, said, "I think it, come all come, and then run back more bull asterisk 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 asterisk. These papers I and Sima Zhao is an idea. Must be Yi Qingtao collusion with the evidence of the devil. In fact, I see that he guards the Jin Demon Tower for so long. No merit also have hard work. Don't want to cure his crime. I also hope that these papers is not, but in the clan's safety and security and in front of the great right and wrong, I can only be righteous. It's not that I don't give Elder Feng your face Feng Huiran was dumbfounded by what was said, and his whiskers streamed out. Sima Zhao said in a cold voice, "So many papers, even if a certain one is not, maybe which one of them hides a demonic technique. Elder Feng, you have always been a good person, but in the face of right and wrong don't be mindful of the past. I'll be bold enough to ask you, if he, Yi Qingtao, unites with the demonic path one day, releases the Demon King and launches a massacre of the clan, what will you think in your heart? He isn't. He wouldn't collude with the devil's way. You guys are assuming and spitting blood." Feng Huiran cursed. Sima Zhao didn't bother to say more, leisurely lifting his other hand and reaching into the cabinet. Here was the Holy Sun backing him up. He wasn't afraid at all. Feng Huiran was so angry that he wanted to spit out blood. However, it was too late for him to stop. Sima Zhao had already picked up a piece of paper placed on the top and opened it to read it. With just a glance, Sima Zhao suddenly froze. This is actually just a formula. It's an ordinary spirit entry pill. The kind of pill that is needed by the righteous cultivators. Seeing him freeze, the Holy Sun thought that it was something unimaginable, such as the extremely terrifying supreme demonic technique taught by the Demon King. He was startled, and in an instant his breath caught in his throat. Even his chest rose and fell up and down, so he hastily opened his mouth and asked, "What's wrong? A very scary demonic feat?" Jiangjin he was shocked in an instant. His face went white. If it was really an extremely terrifying supreme technique of the devil's way, even if it was just a remnant page, it would be enough for Yi Qingtao to become terrifyingly incomparable, killing people and Buddhas in the way of the Buddha. As the saying goes, entering the devil is 3 times stronger. Often when a person violently obtains the inheritance of the devil's path, especially if it's still this kind of demon kings, then how terrifyingly should he grow to be? Hiss! Jiang Zhenhe viciously sucked in a mouthful of cool air, his forehead giving birth to a cold sweat. However, Sima Zhao's words were out of their expectation. Sima Zhao said, "No, strange, How come it's just a very ordinary Dan formula of the righteous path? I thought it was from the devil's way at first glance. Give it to me. The Holy Son was anxious in his heart and immediately walked over to snatch the Dan formula in his hands. He glanced at it and froze, just like Sima Zhao. No, this can't be right. How come it's just a righteous Dan formula? Could it be that these weren't things given to him by demons? He was momentarily stunned, then handed the Dan formula to Jiang Zhenhe. Jiang Zhenhe received it with trembling hands and feet, glanced at it, and froze just like them. He didn't expect that it actually wasn't what they thought it was, but rather an ordinary to no longer ordinary orthodox Dan formula. Nope, it's not like that. This should just be Yi Qingtao's cover-up tactic. The paper placed at the top is not evidence. The ones below are. He's just making a soundbite. Sima Zhao's hands were shaking slightly as he defended himself. After that, he added, just as I said earlier, there are so many papers, and one of them might be hiding evidence of his illicit intercourse with the devil. Don't think that we won't be able to see through him just because he has mixed up his sights and sounds. We're not that stupid yet. Jiang Zhenhe immediately stepped forward and said, right, who's a cutie these days? Think you can get away with confusing people? Joke. Right at this moment, Feng Huairan's voice transmission jade pendant suddenly rang, and the patriarch's voice came out from within. Elder Feng, I heard that you've returned? When Feng Huairan received Jin Dejian's message, Feng Huairan contacted the patriarch through this, but for some reason, he didn't see a reply from the patriarch even after waiting for a long time, so he could only rush back. On the way, he thought that perhaps the patriarch was taking care of business and was very busy. This was also the reason why he hadn't gone looking for the patriarch when he returned. And no, now he had finally contacted the other party. Feng Huairan hurriedly said, Patriarch, it's a big deal. If you confiscate Yi Qingtao's demon-suppressing pagoda, something big will happen to the sect. In the event that all those demons kill out, the sect will fall apart and split apart in an instant. We'll become historical sinners, and will be reviled by our ancestors in the 9 springs. At this moment, in the sect's main hall, Su Yanran had just finished working on heavy affairs, and when she heard that, her body shook. She hurriedly said, I know, that's why I didn't execute Yi Qingtao. I've just grounded Co Cliff, and if the demons really riot, I'll release him so that he can continue to suppress them. Put. Feng Huairan almost didn't spit out a mouthful of old blood in anger as he said loudly, Patriarch, what the hell is wrong with you? You don't think about it. If you lock him up now, in the future when the demons really go out on a large scale, will he still help us? Won't he hold a grudge against you? As he spoke, Feng Huairan felt how this woman was a bit incomprehensible. I've considered this, but there's no solution for a while, and I'm also afraid that he's really colluded with the devil's way. So let's all just calm down for a while, okay? Feng Huairan said again, but what if the demons come out in force at this juncture? Right now, the Sacred Sun and I, as well as Elder Jiang are here at Yi Qingtao. I suggest you order the Sacred Sun to stop checking up on him. It's impossible for Yi Qingtao to collude with the demonic path. And if the misunderstanding deepens and the clan faces extinction in the future, he won't come out to help us at all. Su Yanran frowned and was about to speak, when over here, the Saint's son had already said, Elder Feng, I'm warning you, we're doing this for the sake of the clan's safety. If we wronged him, I'll definitely apologize to him later. Feng Huairan was furious. I can't wait until later. You quickly return the demon-suppressing pagoda to him now. This thing is not something you can grasp. The Holy Son's face was dark, his heart clogged with anger, and he said sternly, Impossible. I have a special physique fiery fire body, and regardless of talent, or cultivation, are too powerful than Yi Qingtao. He can grasp it. Why can't I grasp it? I won't allow you to look down on me. I'll leave my words here today. I can definitely do better than him. Absolutely. Inevitably. Feng Huairan was anxious and jumped to his feet. You can't do it right. The sect will be trampled down by demons under your stupidity. All the disciples will be slaughtered. The mountains will be filled with corpses. Even the sect leader will be slapped into a bloody mist. You can't bear the consequences. Quickly return the demon-suppressing pagoda to Yi Qingtao. Feng Huairan's voice is almost roaring. He has been anxious as a hot pot of ants in a circle. He is always worried about the tower of the demon suddenly riot. With the ability of the Holy Sun, a photo will be demon radiant into flying ash. The clan is going to collapse. Su Yanran's heart trembled in shock when she heard such serious words. What Elder Feng said was not alarmist talk. If the demons rioted, it would absolutely happen. Those demons couldn't even take down the founding ancestor. If they were to take on themselves, they would be able to slap themselves to death. They would become the sinner of the entire clan, and all the disciples of the clan full of people would be buried with them. Su Yanran couldn't help but mutter in her heart. She confiscated Yi Qingtao's demon-suppressing pagoda and locked him up. Was it right or wrong? regardless of whether or not he is colluded with the devil's way. If the demons suddenly riot at this time, what will he do? The seal is not the same as before. Loose. In case all the demon kings in the tower break out of the tower. How can this be? Without Yi Qingtao, will the demon tower really riot? There were many elders present at the scene, and the words emitted from the voice transmission jade pendant were naturally heard by all of them. Each of them also began to mutter a little in their hearts. If the sect really perished in this way, then what is there to say about collusion or not? It was that he, Yi Qingtao, had really colluded with the devil's way. So what? At the very least, he could maintain the relationship between the two sides and keep them in a balance. But, also, no, what if they have a deeper premeditation to riot one day? Some of the elders were hesitant in their hearts, and in the end, they could only look at the patriarch on the first seat. Su Yanran considered carefully for a while. Her face was very bad. She said to the voice transmission jade pendant, I want to find out whether he is colluded with the devil's path or not. We'd better check as fast as we can, and strive for the result within a day. If he hasn't, all the people who falsely accuse him, I won't let him have a good ending. Su Yanyan was furious. After saying that, he said once again, you guys wait there? I'll go over there now. With a swish sound, Su Yanran's figure directly disappeared. Almost instantly, her figure appeared in Yi Qingtao's residence. Looking at the ordinary room of this place, she looked around with a pair of eyes. On this side, see the patriarch arrived. The holy son of the heart is difficult to suppress the fire. Swore, patriarch. You cannot just listen to the words of Elder Feng. He is already old, timid, very small. I say can suppress the demon tower. Will certainly be able to suppress. You are not unaware of. My fiery body is just to restrain the dark and evil things. Before that time the temporary top-up did not suppress, because at that time, my cultivation level is low. Still do not know how to properly use the body of fire. But now I have already used the God of perfection. I promise you will be able to suppress more solid than Yi Qingtao. My cultivation is low. I don't know how to use the body of flames correctly, but now I've already used it out of my mind. I assure you, it will definitely be able to suppress it more solidly than Yi Qingtao. Su Yanran glanced at him and did not speak, waving her hand and said to Feng Huairan, search for evidence first. Everything will be spoken with facts. The Holy Son said again, Patriarch, it's great that you're here. The evidence of his Yi Qingtao's fornication with the devil's way is right here. Before Sima Zhao came here and wanted to see this cabinet, Yi Qingtao covered it up and didn't let him see it. He told the matter once more. When Su Yanran heard this, a coldness swept across her face and said, search, take out all those papers and take a good look. Feng Huairan wanted to stop it, but it was obviously useless. Sima Zhao now had the order of the patriarch, as if it was in name only. In an instant, Sima Zhao had already used his mana to move all the papers, stacking them one after another on the ground. Then looking at the papers, he laughed out loud in pain. The evidence must be right here. Watch me rake that surname G over the coals. Chapter 20, surprisingly neither. Sima Zhao now don't mention how excited. This is the patriarch let himself search. He Feng Huairan now can't stop it, right? Could it be that Feng Huairan has more power than the patriarch? Sima Zhao was already certain that if these papers didn't secretly contain Yi Qingtao's fornication with the devil's way, he would be willing to die in thanks. The price was a bit severe, but at this time he only wanted to hurry up and catch Yi Qingtao. As for Jiang Zhenhe, at this moment, he was also looking at Feng Huairan with a smile on his face, and that smug expression seemed to be saying, now that the patriarch has personally spoken, you stop Sima Zhao one more time to see ah? Jiang Zhenhe and Sima Zhao the same, all think that this pile of paper absolutely hides what shocking mystery. In short, this is going to come out. Ha ha ha. The holy sons on the side thought the same as them in their hearts stealing with ecstasy. Sima Zhao started to check it out. He crouched down and ran his palms excitedly over the papers, each of which was the size of a journal, and he pulled one out and held it in front of his eyes to look at it carefully, only to see that this one is actually still a Dan formula. He also did not look at what exactly is the elixir. Coldly laughed, hidden quite tightly. Ha! He continued to start looking. Soon, the second one was also a Dan formula. Keep looking. Third one. 2. Fourth one. Still. Sima Zhao could no longer hold back his curses, and said angrily, you can really hide. I'd like to see how far you can hide. Today I'll have to strip your bottom out. The Holy Son and Jiang Zhenhe on this side were in no hurry, first getting a chair for the patriarch to sit on, after which he himself sat on the chair next to him and leisurely watched the scene. They have long been sure in their hearts. The evidence is absolutely in this. Immediately can be found out. Just a matter of time. By the time the evidence of the crime is implemented, Yi Qingtao can still how to jump? Soon. The 5th. The 6th. Gradually, Sima Zhao's color was a little bit not quite right. He had already realized how this thick pile of stacks seemed to be all Dan formulas. What in the world? Yi Qingtao gets so many Dan formula for what? Sima Zhao's heart has been a little scared. In case these are all Dan Quan, then what can be done? In case again like the last time, nothing was found out. Then gulp. He had a bad feeling in his heart and shivered hard. After searching for a long time again, finally, Sima Zhao realized something was different. Only to see that this one in the hand finally no longer writes the Dan formula. But, Yi Gongzi, I like you. I want to be with you, just like the moon and the stars. As long as the stars appear on the night, the moon will appear. I want to be with you forever like them. Together. Sima Zhao was confused. My mother, why is it a love letter? His heart suddenly became unpleasant because the signature underneath this was actually Su Yuer's. Sima Zhao likes Su Yuer. Su Yuer was an iceberg beauty in the sect. There were a lot of people pursuing her, but no one had ever gotten their hands on her. She hadn't promised anyone, but now what the hell? The original goddess who was as beautiful as a flower was so contrasting in her private life? To actually write such a fiery plea for love to a man? Sima Zhao's heart is very unbalanced. Hands began to shake up. It turns out that the goddess that he pursued so hard actually wrote such a meaty love letter to Yi Qingtao behind his back. He usually sees Su Yuer will intimate to each other to address Su, but the other parties simply do not take care of him. Did not think. He was pained in his heart, as if something had been taken from him, and hastily threw this one away. Then turned over the next one. Unwrapped. This one is still a love letter. It's from the youngest sister, Zhang Kaiwei. Mr. Yi, although your cultivation is low, it doesn't matter. From the first moment I saw you, I fell. Without saying so much, I want to give you monkeys. Sima Zhao was instantly angry and his head was buzzing. Zhang Kaiwei is a famous big beauty in the sect. Her skin is white and snowy, white and thin and slender, especially those two long white legs, which made him salivate. Many male disciples in the sect didn't dare to rashly pursue each other as a Taoist couple. However, such a goddess actually wrote a love letter to Yi Qingtao as well. Suddenly, Sima Zhao felt that his throat was like eating a dead child. It was hard to die, and his heart was as if a big stone was blocked there. It was too blocked. He hastily threw this one away again and moved on to check out the others. This time, he skimmed quickly, only to see that each sheet was all love letters. By the time he lifted his head back up, he realized that all the papers had been read in their entirety. He was alarmed and scanned again, and it was true. There was no longer a single unchecked paper left. The papers he finished reading would be on his right-hand side and the ones he didn't finish were on his left-hand side, which is now gone. Hiss! Sima Zhao viciously sucked in a mouthful of cool air as his face changed. He already understood that the original Yi Qingtao was afraid that those beautiful senior sisters and sisters would lose face. So that's why these love letters were locked into the cabinet and no one was allowed to look at them. However, one misunderstands and thinks that. Sima Zhao was instantly terrified and lowered his head deeply, not daring to tell the patriarch this fact. Seeing his face change, Su Yanran asked, Sima Zhaoga, what's wrong? Sima Zhao did not dare to look up, stammered, half unable to speak. He had been dumbfounded. Last time, he had agreed to take the blame for his crimes, but now that it had come to this, he could almost predict what would happen to him. And that's just on the side of the sons. Just now, the patriarch said again, we'll let the people who wronged Yi Qingtao pay the price. And now, days, how can I withstand the anger of two people? One does not want to die. The holy son's face was also a bit off. He stood up from his chair and began to look at them one by one. Soon, he finished reading them. His heart went from the excitement at the beginning to a huge shock. His legs and feet began to tremble slightly. Jiang Zhenhao also finally realized that something was wrong, and glanced at the holy son, actually a little afraid to ask. He thought, should he fail again this time? The scene actually fell into an eerie dead silence for a while. Su Yanran asked Sima Zhao once again, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with each and every one of you? Could it be that nothing has been found out? As she spoke, Su Yanran swept a glance at the papers all over the place and said, could it be that none of these are evidence of Yi Qingtao's collusion with the devil's way? Sima Zhao's scalp was numb and he didn't dare to speak. The holy son also stood still like a puppet, in a daze. As for Jiang Zhenhe, seeing the two of them in this state, he was directly like an eggplant hit by frost. Absent. Fenghuiren expected something and began to pick up these papers to look at them one by one. Soon, his old face reddened. It turned out that his granddaughter had actually written love letters to Yi Qingtao. Moreover, the writing is also incomparably fleshy. What you are my favorite person in my life. I want to be one with you. Not separated for a lifetime. Behind there, his old face has been read right persimmons. His mouth recited, shame on you. Shame on you. Now my granddaughter lost adults. He looked at Su Yanran. hands clasped fists, suppressing the surprise in his heart. Reported, Patriarch. Unfortunately, these are not evidence of Yi Qingtao collusion with the devil. Inside is just some female disciples wrote him love letters. I suggest you do not look at it. I'm so old. Look at it, all the old face. In addition to this, the other is some very normal orthodox cultivator use of the Dan formula. Not to mention the colluding with demons. Even the demons can't be found to have even the slightest connection. Su Yanyan's eyes widened. She then looked angrily at Sima Zhao. Sima Zhao instantly trembled with fear. His hands shaking violently like sifting chaff. He quickly flung himself to his knees and said, Patriarch, listen to my explanation. He definitely wouldn't have put something in such a conspicuous place. He must have hidden it elsewhere. Feng Huairan laughed out loud. The most dangerous place is the safest place. If he doesn't even hide in the safest place, where else can he hide? Sima Zhao was just about to say something, when suddenly, the Holy Sun frowned and said, Have you noticed that the floor here seems to be hollow? The crowd froze in unison and immediately looked at the Holy Sun. A wave of the Holy Sun's divine mind perceived and said, When I came here just now my attention was focused on these papers, and now when I perceived it, I suddenly realized that the floor of the first floor seems to be empty, and there seems to be a cellar underneath. Could it be that the stuff is buried underneath? The others rushed to perceive and immediately realized that it was really just as the Saint Sun said. The first floor of the first floor was empty, as if it had been artificially excavated, and a cellar was concealed underneath. And what was even more abnormal was that there seemed to be tunnels in the cellar, leading in the direction beyond the sect. Sima Zhao was shocked and immediately overjoyed, saying, Patriarch, his grandmother, it turns out that he hid something in the cellar. I told you that he must have colluded with the devil's way. He didn't hide it in a good place. He hid it in that kind of nook and cranny. Did he think that he could hide it from His Highness the Holy Sun? Stupid. The saintly Sun's face recovered and he waved his folding fan again in a dashing manner, a small breeze blowing through his hair. He smiled faintly and said with a calm demeanor, Now he can't run away. Even if he's not hidden in the cellar, he should be hidden in the secret passage. Let's go. Whether it's a mule or a horse, let's go in and take a look and we'll know. Chapter 21. The cellar wasn't what he thought it was at all. If the Saint Sun's mood had just hit rock bottom, he was now flying on the clouds. Also just now in the heat of the moment, he associated himself sometimes, will hide treasures in the hollow organs of the wall, so he perceived it. Did not expect Yi Qingtao here really have hollow place. Sima Zhao and Jiang Zhina have hearts of ecstasy. Just now they thought the sky had collapsed. Did not think that the world is unpredictable. There are actually other turnaround. The two of them almost thought that they were going to be slapped into a bloody mist by the Patriarch. But they didn't expect the peak to actually pick up a life. And this peak is most likely the key to their overthrow of Yi Qingtao and their Jedi comeback. Su Yanran was also surprised that Yi Qingtao actually had a cellar here. She clearly remembered that when she had previously handed this house over to Yi Qingtao, there was no cellar because she had supervised the construction of this house herself. Not only was Su Yanran shocked, she was also curious as to what devilish Dao Supreme treasure Yi Qingtao had obtained, actually opening up such a hidden place to cover it up, and naturally, she also perceived that there was a formation there in the original cellar, and just now it was this formation that was masking the breath. Plus she didn't have her attention on it just now, so she actually didn't notice it for a while. However, what all of them were not clear about was that Yi Qingtao had opened up this cellar for another reason, and was by no means hiding any devilish treasure. He had never colluded with any demonic paths from the beginning to the end. Feng Huairan was startled and hurriedly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead as he said, Patriarch, could it be where he usually buries his treasures? It's also possible that he has obtained some sort of righteous treasure, and since his cultivation isn't very high, he's afraid of being robbed. So, shut up. How can you always find reasons to excuse Yi Qingtao? Did you collude with the devil Dao as well? Ha! The Saint's son burst into a rage. He was about to succeed. The thing was close at hand. How could he let this old fellow obstruct it again? Su Yanran thought for a moment and said, Don't even say it. Let's go in and take a look. Without waiting for Feng Huairan to speak, she swished her figure and disappeared. Appeared downstairs. Then the Holy Sun and Jiang Zhenhe both sneered and went downstairs with a swish. The same is true of Sima Zhao. Feng Huairan had no choice but to follow them to the cellar. Downstairs, Su Yanran's gaze swept around, and soon found a formation organ in the corner. She gently pointed it through the air, and instantly, the formation was broken. The ground in front of him cracked open all at once, revealing a long, secret passageway below, which seemed to be brightly lit by many lamps. Su Yanran frowned and walked in. The Holy Sun waved his hand behind him and said, Follow. Feng Huairan followed the crowd, his heart in a state of confusion. Entering the cellar, it turned out to be the size of a house, neat and regular, but empty and void. Seeing this scene, the Holy Sun and Sima Zhao became even more ecstatic. because who would put things in the open? Surely they would learn from rabbits to make more holes. Otherwise what would they need the secret passage for? The Holy Son looked towards the secret passage in the direction of the outside world and said, Patriarch, a sly rabbit has 3 holes. He should have hidden something outside the clan. Let's be quick. It will only take a tea time to walk there. Su Yenran nodded, but did not leave quickly, but sensed back and forth around this wall, and seeing nothing wrong, she walked towards the outside while sensing. The Holy Son instantly understood and said, Patriarch, you rest, let me do this bit of work. Su Yenran shook her head and said, I'll check it once, and you check it again. So it's insurance. The Holy Son readily agreed. The group then walked in this manner while very carefully checking the walls up. As they walked outward, the crowd checked many times along the way, but no abnormality was found. Sima Zhao and Jiang Jinhe followed behind and checked for the 3rd and 4th time due to their uneasiness. Soon, everyone froze a bit, because after checking all the way, there was nothing wrong at all. The walls here were solid, and under the sweep of divine sense, there was no aura of the devil's path at all, not even a single strand. This caused Su Yanyan to fall into deep thought, and the face of the Holy Son and the others didn't look too good either. However, the Holy Son was not very concerned. The absence of the walls on both sides did not mean that there was no exit in front. Yi Qingtao must have hidden something in front. Finally, a short while later, the group reached the end of the secret passage, but were surprised to find that it was a broken road that did not lead to the outside world. And here, they finally found the anomaly. The Holy Son of a wave of divine sense swept away, only to see his left-hand side of this wall. Seems to be empty. Take a closer look. There is a keyhole on the wall. Seems to be a secret room behind. The Holy Son wanted to stroke his palm and laugh, but he held back, arching his hand. He said, Patriarch, I don't want to believe that Yi Qingtao would really collude with the demonic path. I kinda like him. The Sect's demon-suppressing pagoda can't be without him for a day. However, this scene has made me realize that people can't look like people. If we let him suppress the demon-suppressing tower again, the Sect will definitely be in chaos in the future. All we need to do now is find the key and we'll know exactly what he's hiding inside. Su Yanran frowned tightly. She did not expect Yi Qingtao really hid something. Such a hidden secret room. If you say that there is no hidden things, then change who will not believe it. If you're not hiding anything, why did you open up such a hidden place? It must be an incomparably powerful demonic supreme treasure. The moment she thought of the devil's Tao's greatest treasure, all of a sudden, Su Yanyan's breath caught in her throat. Su Yanran waved her hand and said, No need. Wouldn't it be fine to just slap it away? The Holy Son froze, then reacted with a slap on the head. I can't believe I was so happy just now that I forgot about this. Inertia. At this time, the happiest person in the room was none other than Sima Zhao. Surname Yi opened a cellar underground and hid it so far away. This layer after layer. A cunning rabbit with 3 holes. If he said he didn't hide any treasures, who would believe him? He must be covering his ears. What's hidden here must be treacherous treasures. For a while, Sima Zhao was excited. He said, Sovereign, break down the door and start searching. Chapter 22, All Freeze. Go! Su Yanyan's heart was very unhappy. Right under her own nose, there was actually someone who was still harboring devilish things? This simply didn't put himself as the patriarch in his eyes. Feeling how he was almost like a poseur. Where did this Yi Qingtao come from so bold? Even dare to privately conceal the devil's way? On this side, Sima Zhao and the Holy Son swept a glance at Feng Huiren, and finally got a mouthful of bad anger out of their hearts. If Yi Qingtao was here, they would have even more contemptuously swept each other away. Just now Feng Huiren was in the way. Now the evidence is right in front of us. You try to be in the way again? If there is really no treasonous thing here, I will directly find a south wall and crash to death. Both men pretty much felt the same way. As for Jiang Jinhe, more or less heart a little unclean. He was afraid that this is not again. Not outside just now, and this inside in case it's not again. The chances that it wasn't were already slim with all the hiding, but it had been a few times, and he had gotten a little scared. Jiang Jinhe murmured in his heart, It must be. There must be evidence of his collusion with the devil's way in here. Feng Huiren, on the other hand, didn't want to say anything. He would have a complicated heart and could only pray that it wasn't what everyone thought it was inside. He didn't want anything to happen to Yi Qingtao. He really didn't. While he was pondering, Su Yanyan had already made her move. She only saw her palm wave, and immediately dense runes appeared in her palm, looking like an ancient jade talisman, exuding profound supremacy. She lightly slapped her palm against the wall. Even though it was only a light slap, all of a sudden, the wall was directly shattered. Smoke rose in all directions, and messy stones erupted. And then, the crowd saw what was behind them. This was indeed a secret room. Through and through it was open to the underground interior, and it looked truly hidden. But something that shocked the crowd happened, only to see that this place didn't seem to be what they had imagined, but seemed to be a spiritual field. At the moment the wall broke, they only felt a fragrant and elegant smell of spirit grass came to their faces. Steady in their noses there was a sweet flavor. Su Yenran froze and walked in to take a look, only to see that at her feet was a spiritual field of about 30 square meters, where no sunlight was visible. But these spiritual grasses were growing happily, one after another blooming with freshness. This is Empyrean grass, traceless grass, ink flower. These are flowers that have to be cultivated in places without sunlight to grow better. Su Yenran recognized it and blurted out. As a hallowed patriarch, she had naturally seen a lot of things, and these types of spirit grasses were amphibious plants that could be kept both outdoors in the sunlight and indoors in a dimly lit environment. Often, however, experienced growers create an isolated space underground for the flower themselves. The reason was simple. This item was able to grow better in a dark and lightless place. Cultivated herbs with better than average medicinal properties. However, it grows slowly, and often these herbs that need to grow for 3 months to mature in the outside sunlight take at least half a year inside the basement. However, if you take it out and sell it, it's worth 1,000 times more. Su Yenyan understood everything. No wonder. Yi Qing Tao he wanted to cultivate good spirit grass. Suddenly, Su Yenyan realized something and sniffled violently. She sensed that the aura was rich here. So this was a good place. There was a small spiritual vein under the ground, the very small kind, which lined the place with rich aura. This kind of spiritual chi-rich and quiet place to grow out of spiritual grass. Take out the absolutely more expensive than the market. If absorbed underneath, it brings even more gain. Su Yenran had stopped thinking about it. She had frozen a little. As for the others behind them, they all froze at the same time as they saw the scene, their faces stiffening in disbelief. Whether it was the Holy Sun, Feng Huiran, or Jiang Jinhe, they all froze. There was only one person in the room who didn't freeze, and that was Sima Zhao. Sima Zhao didn't know the cultivation method of this spirit grass. He didn't know anything about cultivation. However, seeing that this was just a spirit field, his heart also thumped and his complexion couldn't help but stay. Is it true that this is just a spiritual field? Is there really nothing here? Patriarch, why did he plant the spirit field here? This is suspicious, Sima Zhao said. Without waiting for Su Yenran to open her mouth, the saint's son hurriedly said, "Why don't you understand anything? These several types of spirit grasses will grow better if they don't see sunlight, because they themselves are shade-loving plants." He was afraid that Sima Zhao would upset the patriarch. Sima Zhao froze, and then he dumbed down. He really didn't expect this place to be like this, and at this time, the whole place suddenly fell into dead silence, and even a hair strand falling in the air could be heard. The atmosphere is heavy, too heavy. For Su Yenran, she was still angry just now, thinking that Yi Qingtao seemed to be hiding something unseemly here. But now, I didn't expect the situation to be like this. If only she'd made more of a connection earlier. But it couldn't be. Who would have thought that Yi Qingtao would still be able to grow spirit herbs? He had always been there guarding the tower. It seemed like he hadn't learned this skill. This matter of the whole Qingyun clan no one knows. Not Yi Qingtao do not say. But no one asked. He usually study alchemy. Refining at Tianqing Dawandan just need is these kinds of medicinal herbs. By chance, he had heard through hearsay that these herbs would grow extremely well if cultivated underground in a place where sunlight was not visible and the aura was rich. That heavenly heart great restoration pill refined from them would directly increase its effect by 10,000 times. A terrifying increase. This is why these herbs cultivated in the basement are so valuable and hard to find. It should also be noted that herbs cultivated in this environment have an extremely high mortality rate. You may just forget to water it today and it dies tomorrow. Totally unreasonable. It's like a little girl who gets jealous easily. At the drop of a hat. I'll die for you. This is yet another reason why its price remains high. The Holy Son had his mouth open in shock by this time and didn't know what to say. He had never thought to death why this was actually a spiritual field. And it was actually not what he had just imagined. He thought that this time Yi Qingtao was in trouble. After all, who would hide something normal underground? But it never occurred to him that he was actually cultivating this spirit herb. The saint's son had bitterness in his heart, and his lips were beginning to tremble slightly out of fear of the patriarch's wrath. He was afraid that if the patriarch would suddenly become furious this time and give him a backhanded slap, then he would be sacrificing his life. Jiang Jinhe was also jaw-dropped at this time, his jaw dropping to the ground. Like the Holy Son, he had never dreamed that this place would actually turn out to be like this. Damn spiritual grass. Damn spiritual field. You surnamed ye planted what is not good. Why not hide the magic treasure? Can I beg you to hide the devil's treasure? At this point, Jiang Jinhe already wanted to beg Yi Qingtao to let him harbor devilish treasures, because Jiang Jinhe didn't want to die. He was already certain that if the patriarch was enraged and blamed him, he would have to be buried with Sima Zhao. He was scared now, his legs shaking violently in his pants. Jiangjin he turned his head and quietly glanced at Sima Zhao, only to see Sima Zhao's face pale, not knowing what he should do anymore. Standing there at a loss for words, seeing him cast a gaze, Sima Zhao immediately seemed to have grabbed a life preserver, and hurriedly said in a trembling voice transmission, Master, Master, what about this? What about this? Jiangjin had glared at him fiercely and shouted angrily, How should I know? I don't even know what to do myself. There was only one person in the entire room who was happy in his heart, and that was Feng Huiran. Feng Huiran, this can be described as happy. His heart is happy. He was just now considering how he should exonerate the other party if Yi Qingtao was really searched for some devilish supreme treasure. Either it was planted by someone else, or those devils themselves hid it here without Yi Qingtao's knowledge. But what wasn't expected was that there was nothing here at all. Just like above, Feng Huiran opened his mouth and arched his hand. Patriarch, there's nothing here. It's just some spirit herbs. People, Yi Qingtao really didn't collude with the devil's path. Su Yanran turned back, her gaze looking towards Sima Zhaoga. Her gaze was devoid of sadness, neither angry nor happy, like she had no feelings. But everyone happens to know that it's the scariest of all. Often when a person is stoic and calm and doesn't say anything, it just means that she's in the middle of a rage at the moment, and she's desperately trying to suppress it. And according to the Saint Sun's understanding of Su Yanyan, she generally had this attitude when she was extremely angry. It was horrible and terrifying. Sima Zhao was so scared that he didn't know where to put his body. His heart almost jumped out of his chest. He was almost unconsciously paralyzed. Then he hurriedly climbed up and said, Patriarch, it's not like that. It must not be like that. These should be his cover. His things should be hidden in the dirt. It's just that we didn't find them. His desire to live was too strong. He didn't want to die. He wanted to live. After saying that, he didn't dare to wait for the patriarch to reply, and immediately cowed his head fiercely and said, Patriarch, I expect that he must have buried something in the land. I'll pick it out right now. Very soon. In a second. He immediately began to look up madly. This is his last hope. But he actually knew that he was completely scared silly just now, and hurriedly found a reason to come out only, or in case he was slapped into a blood mist. Hiss! He didn't dare to think any further. He frantically turned over the soil, desperately searching as if he were a gopher, desperately checking to see what was really underneath the dirt. Rustle! 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 The dirt all over the floor was almost turned over, almost to the ground, and he still couldn't find anything. Nothing. It shows that there is none at all. The face of the Holy Sun had become very unpleasant. Chapter 23. It's not this. It's not that. It's not all of it. Sima Zhao took a look, scared as if his heart had been tightened by a rope, strangling the whole heart dead, out of shape, and blood had flowed out from the inside. A tea time quickly passed, or what did not find out. The scene of the air became more condensed, as if the temperature lowered to the freezing point. Sima Zhao has been 6 gods, almost to cry father and mother. God, they do not want to die. Ah, Yi Qingtao, why did not hide things here? Their own. This is no longer being beaten upside down. This is to be beaten to death upside down. Ah, look no further. Suddenly, a faint voice rang out. Sima Zhao turned around and saw that it was the patriarch who had spoken. He hurriedly flung himself to his knees and said with tears and snot, Patriarch, Patriarch, you have to believe me. He must be hiding something. It's just that we didn't realize it for a while. I promise. I really promise. The Holy Sun's face was already hard to see at this time. If this guy couldn't find anything, what should he do? A thick aftershock struck like a shocking wave and enveloped the Saint Sun. His heart twitched fiercely and his entire being was scared to death. A cold sweat was already breaking out on his back, soaking his clothes. Jiangjin, his face wasn't any better. Even the Saint Sun was backed up into such a state. He was even more scared and stammered. In fact, he was on the verge of paralyzing with fear. But he was an elder after all. He didn't have the face to paralyze. And there was only one conviction in his heart. I can't have a weak heart. I can't have a weak heart. Sima Zhao still didn't dare to wait for the patriarch to reply this time, and had immediately searched again. Speaking of chance, this time he picked at the dirt in a corner of a wall, and suddenly his eyes lit up as he exclaimed, Patriarch, found it. Here it is. The whole room froze. Before everyone could slow down, Sima Zhao had already picked up that thing, and when everyone took a closer look, it turned out to be a storage ring. Sima Zhao was ecstatic and exclaimed, Patriarch, this object definitely hides evidence of Yi Qingtao's collusion with the devil's way inside. We really didn't find it just now. Ha ha ha, it's saved. Su Yanran's face was devoid of sadness or joy, and it was impossible to tell what expression was on her face as she said in a deep voice, Bring it. Sima Zhao presented this object respectfully.
Su Yanran dipped into it with a wave of divine sense, took a look, and froze violently, only to see that inside was a space similar to this chamber. Empty everywhere, with only a few scattered spirit stones on the floor. The surface of these spirit stones were engraved with the Sect's brand, which she recognized as the monthly salary that the Sect sent to Yi Qingtao for suppressing the demon suppression tower. When the Green Cloud Sect's paychecks were handed out, the elders would carve a brand on the spirit stones. Su Yanran's brows couldn't help but wrinkle. Patriarch, how was it? Sima Zhao couldn't wait to ask, his face filled with a smile after the robbery, and as soon as he took a look at the Patriarch's frown, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. However, the Saint's son was keenly aware that the Patriarch's face was not caused by the ring, but by Sima Zhao. Feng Huairan asked, Patriarch, what's inside? What's wrong? He was very worried about Yi Qingtao. Su Yanyan directly handed the stuff over and said, see for yourselves. Feng Huairan took it with apprehension, and his divine sense entered in to take a look, and slightly froze serving, and then smiled. Afterward, he swept a glance at the Holy Sun and Zhang Zhenhe, handing them the object and saying, you all take a look at it as well. Open your eyes wide and look. The Holy Sun took it and looked at it. Then, in turn, gave the ring to Zhang Zhenhe. After that, both of them were stunned at the same time, and their hearts were like overturned buckets, going up and down. Sima Zhao was still waiting with bated breath for good news at this time, and asked busily, Your Highness the Holy Sun, Master, what kind of treacherous thing is inside? Zhang Zhenhe slammed the ring directly into his face. Sima Zhao was shocked and hurriedly took it in his hand and looked at it, and after a small moment, his legs and feet went limp and he sat down on the ground with a thud. Chapter 24. The Patriarch questioned the Holy Sun. Sima Zhao's current mood was very complicated. He had just finally found a ring with great difficulty, and swore that there must be something hidden inside, but there was nothing at all. Half the time, it's all for naught. He was on the verge of tears. Sima Zhao's current mood, as if once again from heaven to the bottom of the valley. The heart is difficult to kill, like blocking a big stone. When the Holy Sun saw him in this state, he hated his heart and couldn't wait to get rid of him immediately, so that Sima Zhao wouldn't get himself involved. Unfortunately, it wasn't that easy to undo. Even though he unilaterally wanted to undo the relationship, everyone in the sect had long known that he and Zhang Zhenhe had been on good terms for more than a day or two. What can we do? The Holy Sun's heart is also anxious and balled up. He had already panicked when he saw that the ring was empty just now, with only some scattered spirit stones. It's just that he doesn't dare to show it outwardly. As for Zhang Zhenhe, not to mention, he was even more panicked and at a loss for words. He was afraid that the Patriarch would blame himself and then slap him to death. Patriarch Su Yanran looked at Sima Zhaoge, who was paralyzed on the ground with a face of fear, and there was a fire burning in her heart. Could it be that Yi Qingtao really didn't collude with the devil? Could it be that he really wronged Yi Qingtao? Heavens, as the head of a hall, he was actually indiscriminately and directly imprisoned him. Moreover, he had done a good job suppressing the demon suppressing tower, and he himself had directly confiscated the demon suppressing tower just because of someone else's words. In case the demon suppressing pagoda happened to explode at this time, wouldn't one be left without tears, only able to watch the sect bring about its own destruction? Fortunately, the demons in the Demon Town Tower did not riot at this juncture. If they did, how could this be? Su Yanran could predict that a little bit, just a little bit, the sect would fall into the abyss of doom. A thick layer of cold sweat had seeped out of her head. The previous generation patriarch's will from that year was still fresh in my mind. Little Yanran, I don't care what you can accomplish and lead the sect to what heights. These are all things I have no requirements. This seat only has one requirement, and that is, no matter what, make sure to watch over the demon suppressing tower. Once the demon inside comes out, the sect will immediately fall apart and countless lives will die. Remember. A complex emotion arose in Su Yanran's heart, and she hurriedly looked at Feng Huairan and said, Elder Feng, it's still you who has the clan in mind. Feng Huairan hurriedly arched his hand and said, Patriarch, back then, your master saved my life. How can I stand by and watch the clan perish? Also, Yi Qingtao doesn't look like a person who colludes with the devil's path in any way. You can't wrongly accuse him. Su Yanyan's master was the previous generation's patriarch. Su Yanyan nodded. Her eyes shook with anger and landed on Saint's son Knight Baishan, questioning in a deep voice. Knight Baishan, what's going on here? Didn't you say, with all your mouth and conviction, that he colluded with the devil's way? I thought you said there was evidence here, but people don't have anything at all. How do you explain that? Even now, they have not come out to defend themselves, and it is all you who are talking here. Su Yanran's eyes, very cold. The Holy Sun was sweating profusely, feeling as if a huge mountain was pressing down on top of his head, and every time he conversed with the Patriarch, He had a middle-grade pressure. The patriarch did not release any pressure every time. Just a few questioning words or just a look made him feel that his mind nearly exploded. The pressure was too much. He panicked, but still gritted his teeth and said, "Patriarch, I also have the same heart for the sect. I didn't wrongly accuse Yi Qingtao. I sincerely hope that he didn't collude with the devil's path. Even though I can't find anything after looking for him right now. However, I still think that he colluded with the devil's path. It's not that I'm being tough. The reason is very simple. Let's forget about the evidence or not. If he obtained the evidence, would he hide it in the sect? Surely he wouldn't let us find it easily. The direction of our investigation from the beginning is wrong." Before the words were finished, Feng Huairan immediately interrupted him angrily and hissed loudly, "You shut up! Who are you two? I don't live." The Holy Sun gritted his teeth. "Let's not check this aspect first. Regardless of whether or not he has colluded with the devil's way, but he has stayed with the devil's way for so long and is still unharmed, without the slightest symptom of going off the rails. Instead, his cultivation has steadily refined. I remember that he was only in Hotian cultivation at the beginning, right? And now, he is now a martial king. How can this be explained? He must have an unexplainable relationship with the devil's way." Feng Huairan jumped in anger and said, "You," the saint's son interrupted again. "You don't have to say anymore. My heart is for the clan. My heart is for all of us. If he colludes with the demonic path, one day he will lead those demons to rush out of the tower and roam the mountains to kill us. Can we just let him do whatever he wants like this? Anyway, replace him first. The demon suppressor tower can't let him stay any longer. Otherwise he will collude more and more deeply with the demonic path, following the plan step by step, and eventually one day suddenly lead a large number of demonic paths to come out. At that time, the consequences will be unimaginable." Chapter 25. I'm afraid there's going to be a riot in the tower soon. As soon as the words fell, Su Yanran's originally angry complexion couldn't help but lighten a few points. Indeed, even if Yi Qingtao had not colluded with the devil's way, how was it that he had stayed with those devil's way for such a long time and was still safe and sound? Every previous generation of demon suppressors often failed in 70 years, being severely invaded by demonic chi into their bodies, and were too much to use. But why was there nothing at all wrong with him? And instead, his cultivation had risen? Where did he get his training? Su Yanyan couldn't help but have a few moments of doubt, and her treatment and attitude towards the saint's son eased a bit. But easing up didn't mean she believed what the Holy Sun said. The Holy Sun said again, "Patriarch, you must believe me." Without waiting for Su Yanran to speak, the Holy Sun was anxious and was about to continue. Feng Huairan said loudly and angrily at this time, "Patriarch, even though the saint's son has a point, I don't believe for a second that Yi Qingtao has colluded with the devil's path. It's absolutely impossible. He should have piled up his cultivation by eating pills, and also, normally, he would have cultivated on his own." Su Yanran looked at so many spirit herbs on the scene and didn't say anything. Feng Huairan immediately added, "Patriarch, I request that you release Yi Qingtao. He really didn't collude with the devil path. I know him. He wouldn't do anything to dishonor the sect." The saint's son was furious. But how did he raise his cultivation? He usually doesn't do quests or go out. He doesn't get any resources at all. With just this amount of spirit grass? Stop it. To grow into a martial king, you need tens of millions of spirit stones at the very least. Where does he have them? After saying that, the Holy Sun looked at the patriarch again. Arching his hand, he said, "Patriarch, don't release him. First stay to investigate. Now that the matter hasn't been investigated to the bottom, he can't get out of it. I dare to assure you that he must have colluded with the demonic path. This period of time will be first by me to guard the demon suppression tower. This point I also assure you, I will be able to guard it well. I will do better than him." Speaking of this, he had finished, but suddenly remembered something and hastened to add fuel to his own fire. "Don't believe you see. The demons haven't rioted up to now. Doesn't this show them that like the demons are afraid of my physique?" Feng Huairan, anxious and angry, said angrily, "I'm afraid there will be a riot soon." "All shut up," Su Yanran suddenly said. The scene was immediately silent. "All of you follow me," Su Yanran ordered, then quickly turned into a stream of light and rushed to the ground. Everyone in the room didn't know what they were going to do, but hurriedly one by one they all followed. When they came out of the ground, they realized that the sovereign was flying towards the thoughtful cliff, and in an instant, they all understood what was going on and hurriedly followed. Did the patriarch want to go to Yi Qingtao and question him personally? Not too long ago, Su Yanyan landed on the Siyuan cliff, and the others were still behind her for the time being due to their speed not being as fast as her. Su Yanran looked around, only to see that this place had been repaired out of a small wooden house, which had Yi Qingtao's scent inside. She sensed a little and didn't find any devilish aura on Yi Qingtao, but it wasn't right.
Those devils in the tower were too powerful than her own cultivation, so it was normal that she was able to teach Yi Qingtao some techniques that were hidden from her. A few moments then passed before the others arrived.
Sima Zhao volunteered to walk up and knocked on Yi Qingtao's door, saying, "Senior Tower Guardian, the Patriarch has brought us to see you." At this moment,
Yi Qingtao is sleeping in the wooden house.
"Life is nourishing in leisure," fiercely heard Sima Zhao to find some displeasure,
especially since there was also the Patriarch looking for him as well. He was even more displeased.
"What is this? Suspecting me and wanting to interrogate me in person?" Yi Qingtao frowned and went out. When they met each other, they saw that not only Sima Zhao and the Patriarch had come, but there was actually the Holy Sun, the mastermind behind the scenes, and on top of that, Jiang Jinha had also come. It's really a one-liner all in one place. The only thing that made Yi Qingtao feel better was that Elder Feng had also come. Elder Feng patted his shoulder and said, "Little Yi, don't be afraid. It's fine." Yi Qingtao nodded his head. His heart warmed as he looked at the Patriarch and arched his hand. "I wonder what the Patriarch is looking for me for." Su Yanran looked him up and down. A wave of divine sense swept back and forth 3 or 4 times. How did not find the existence of a demonic cultivation aura, opened her mouth and said, "Why are you able to make the demons in the demon-suppressing tower all calm? Do not dare to venture out?" This is the most puzzling problem in her heart. So many people in front of her cannot, just due to the existence of the seal. The demons did not rush out, but Yi Qingtao went up to the good. The demons directly lay down, not to mention rushing the seal, that is, even the head won't be. This is why Su Yanyan historically has been strange for a long time, but due to the busyness of her official duties, she did not ask, as long as the tower does not riot on the line. Yi Qingtao smiled faintly and said, "Who knows? It might be lucky." "He'll talk? Don't be ridiculous. Do I have to tell you that I have such a powerful constitution? First of all, I can't wait for the demons to come out, and besides, the Holy Sun is here. If I tell you that I have such a powerful physique, when the night is dark and the wind is high, will I not just disappear?" By the time it reappeared, the physique had been stripped and the body appeared in a gutter somewhere. Yi Qingtao wasn't stupid. As for the demon tower, give it to the Holy Sun. Don't you want it? This hot potato, I hope you can find a way. Ha ha ha, laughing my ass off. You're just lucky. If you weren't, how could those demons not move at all? The saint's son laughed out loud, not to mention how painful it was in his heart. This is what Yi Qingtao himself said. It's not his fault, since Yi Qingtao can't do anything with this tower. Then this Shen demon tower, it belongs to him. Yes, I'm just lucky. Saint's son, you're incomparably powerful. Really powerful. I adore you. Yi Qingtao laughed straight in his heart, but on his face he complimented so. Su Yanran pondered for a moment and said, "Next question. What happened to your cultivation?" "This is simple," Yi Qingtao said. "Usually will be their own alchemy to eat. We'll also plant some spiritual medicine. Salary and so on will also absorb. We'll also trust people down the mountain to help me buy some spiritual pills to eat. Once a friend to help me buy a good cultivation technique. This is it," said Yi Qingtao, took out a secret book of Gongfu from his bosom and handed it over. This item was called the Heavenly God Technique, a technique from the Middle Ages, and cultivating it could double the rate of cultivation growth. Su Yanran looked at it and said, "Okay, I know. You stay here first and don't go anywhere. Let's go." This Gongfu seemed okay to her, and unassuming to the Holy Sun. It was a treasure to Yi Qingtao, who had a low cultivation level. "Greetings, Patriarch." The group left. A few moments later, the sect hall. Su Yanran's face was hesitant. She still couldn't figure out whether Yi Qingtao had colluded with the Devil's Path or not. She was mainly afraid that if the other party colluded, it would be detrimental to the sect. At least the Saint's son was fine with watching over the demon-suppressing tower for now, and for the time being, he could rest assured that he should be fine after assuring himself so much again. As for Yi Qingtao, he would be temporarily imprisoned there for the time being, and if it was found out someday that he really hadn't colluded with the Devil's Way, then he would be released. At this time, the Holy Sun finally let out a long sigh of relief. He had understood that the Patriarch was not angry. The Patriarch needed him to watch over the demon-suppressing tower. When he thought of the terrifying and incomparable eyes of the Patriarch just now, his heart went into a panic, but luckily he was fine in the end. As for Sima Zhao and Jiang Jinha at this time, they were also coy. The bucket hanging in their hearts was finally put down. If it wasn't for the false alarm, they felt that they would have become a mist of blood by now. But all three of them were now slightly regretting why they had investigated in the direction of evidence in the first place. As a result, they had all come up empty. Wouldn't it be better to just not investigate the evidence, and just bite the bullet and say that he colluded with the Devil's Way? Either that or I can do a better job than him? They are very shocked that Yi Qingtao residence actually nothing can be searched out. Once again and again all the investigation does not come out.
Almost did not harm them.
Feng Huairan was bitter in his heart and said, Patriarch, just return the demon-suppressing pagoda to Yi Qingtao, or else I have a premonition that the clan will absolutely fall, and it will turn into a nest of demons. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. The saint's son laughed out loud. The clan won't be able to do anything without him. I can do everything better than him. Chapter 26, The demon's emergence from the cage is imminent.
Feng Huairan was so angry that his eyes were distorted. His nose was practically crooked. He didn't bother to argue with the Holy Sun any further. He turned his head to the Patriarch and said, Patriarch, I think that the demon-suppressing tower will definitely not work away from Yi Qingtao. The tower will really riot, and the clan will really be destroyed. You can't be the culprit for this. He knew that no matter how much he told the Holy Sun would not agree. The Holy Sun was being stubborn. Su Yanran fell into deep thought for a long time and said, Why are you so sure? Are you having an affair with a demon as well? Instantly, Feng Huairan's eyes widened. Just a moment ago, Su Yanyan had said that he had his heart set on the clan. But now, he was actually already doubting whether he had colluded with the devil's way. However, it seemed as though considering it from the sovereign's perspective, it was indeed the case that one's unlimited trust in Yi Qingtao seemed to have indeed colluded with the devil's way, because although what evidence cannot find out, but questioning Yi Qingtao cannot say exactly why he suppressed during the demon did not riot, that the Patriarch other no matter. The safest way is to first shut him down. But the Patriarch, not to say that I really do not have collusion with the devil. Feng Huairan was dumbfounded for a moment, looking at the Patriarch in shock, unable to say anything. The saint's son raised his neck and laughed painfully as he patted his chest and said, Patriarch, once again, I solemnly promise you that, first of all, I don't care whether or not Yi Qingtao and Elder Feng really colluded with the devil's way, but this demon-suppressing pagoda can't be left without a master for a day, and I'll definitely be able to keep it down, and do it even better and more sturdily than Yi Qingtao did, he said as he thumped his chest as if he was sure of victory. Su Yanran was actually more or less still a little uneasy about him, saying, Can you really hold down the fort? Again, the Holy Sun assured, It's true, 1,000 times true. If I can't do anything with this tower, I'm willing to carry my head. Moreover, I don't believe it. Without Yi Qingtao in this demon-suppressing tower, can demons really come out? Sima Zhao at this time also hastily inserted a mouth. Assured, Patriarch, I'm willing to take out my life to guarantee that, with the ability of His Highness the Holy Sun, the suppression of the demon suppression tower is absolutely no problem. The Holy Sun is gifted, and also has the body of the blazing fire. Suppression of those demons is simply not a matter of course. The most straightforward evidence is that the demons up to now there is no riot. The Patriarch, it is not as if you did not see it. Feng Huairan was furious and blew his beard. Zhang Zhenhe also stepped forward, arching his hand and said, Patriarch, don't hesitate any longer. Just rest assured and boldly hand over the demon-suppressing tower to the Saint's Son. He is the Saint's Son, the future of the sect. What reason does he have not to do his duty and faithfully suppress the demon-suppressing tower? If all the demons in the tower break out and the clan is destroyed, will he still be able to continue as the Holy Sun? Is that what he wants? I assure you, if he can't suppress the demon-suppressing tower, I'm willing to resign as a hand of the law enforcement hall. The Patriarch pondered for a moment before finally nodding his head and said to the Saint's Son, Alright then, the item will be given to you. I hope you won't let me down. After saying that, he admonished, You understand what the price of disappointing me is, and you also understand what the clan will pay if these demons come out. I know, please rest assured. Patriarch, libation, will definitely live up to the expectations and suppress it better than Yi Qingtao. The Saint's Son swore with conviction. Su Yanran nodded, then looked at Feng Huairan and said, Elder Feng, don't worry about it for now. Since Yi Qingtao has this suspicion, it doesn't matter whether or not he colluded with the demonic path. It doesn't matter for the time being, just let the Holy Sun come to suppress the demon-suppressing pagoda. The demon-suppressing pagoda is still safe and sound up until now, so I think that the Holy Sun can really suppress it. That's it, let's disperse for the time being. As the words fell, with a swish, Su Yanran's figure disappeared. Feng Huairan let out a long sigh and didn't want to say anything. The Saint's Son smugly and condescendingly swept a glance at Feng Huairan and said, Elder Feng, how is it? Very good, very good. Feng Huairan threw out his big sleeves and whisked them away. And annoyed. The Saint's Son turned his head towards Zhang Zhenhe and Sima Zhao with a spirited look. If you can be subdued, Saint's Son, do you still need to use Yi Qingtao? It's ridiculous. Zhang Zhenhe as well as Sima Zhao simultaneously raised their heads high, their backs straight and smug. At the same time,
What everyone didn't know was that inside the demon-suppressing tower, many demons were already stirring. At this moment, in the residence of the Holy Sun, the demon-suppressing pagoda was placed on the table, and there were already demons that dared to go through the windows and poke out their tentacles to secretly absorb the spiritual chi of the heavens and earth outside. Tower is no aura. When the founding ancestor, in order to prevent these demons in the inside secretly cultivation, set up a mechanism aura cannot enter, but there are outsiders. As long as the demons didn't dare to go out, then they would never be able to absorb the aura, but it's all ruined because of the sun, a place in the sect where the aura was thin. What did you say? Jean Dejian looked at Fenghuiren in shock. His eyes were so huge that they almost became a duck egg. His mouth, too, was already close to being able to fit a duck egg in it as well, due to the extreme shock. Just a few seconds ago, Fenghuiren had come over to find Jean Dejian and gave him a full account of what had just happened. Learning of the situation, Jean Dejian was shocked to the ground, his body trembling. Heavens, what should we do? I by no means believe that the Saint Sun can suppress the demon-suppressing tower. In my opinion, the demon-suppressing tower is really not far from rioting. Fenghuiren swiftly sighed. Jean Dejian was even more pessimistic than him and said, "What's not far off? I think it's already imminent. Damn it, the Holy Sun is taking his own life. Why don't we hurry up and escape? Quickly leave the clan as a place of wrongdoing. Otherwise, once the entirety of the demons break out of the tower, we will all be buried with the clan." Fenghuiren worriedly said. In the past, he definitely wouldn't have done this, but by now, he had no choice. It was impossible for him to accompany the clan's demise. Jean Dejian slapped his head fiercely and said, "How about this? Let's take a vacation and go to the outer sect for a period of time. The outer sect is farther away from the inner sect, and if something happens in the inner sect, we can always escape outside." The entire Qingyun sect was divided into the inner sect and the outer sect. The inner sect was in the inner ring of the sect's boundaries, while the outer sect was right in the outer ring of the big mountain, with a lot of houses built underneath it, circling around the entire inner sect. Yes, it's fine if it doesn't happen, but once it does, we can leave at any time. Fenghuiren nodded. This was great, and he wouldn't have to carry the curse of betraying the clan. And so it was soon. Two people then found Su Yenran, said recently to go to the outer sect a trip. There is nothing, just want to educate the outer sect disciples, more growth and so on. The outer sect of the new generation of disciples should also be added to teach properly. Su Yenran agreed. Jean Dejian and Fenghuiren took their wives, daughters and families, as well as their own well-connected disciples and friends, and went to the outer sect overnight. And in one other place, the place was dimly lit, and many disciples were talking about it. I heard that the patriarch really gave the demon-suppressing tower to the Holy Sun for safekeeping? What's going on here? There's no fear of. The patriarch is afraid of not knowing. Anyway, the Holy Sun swore that he would be able to suppress it better than Yi Qingtao. I have some worries in my heart. What should we do in case something goes wrong? Yeah, in all the years that Yi Qingtao was there, the tower has been calm and peaceful. And now that he's gone, in case of a riot, my goodness, that would be a big deal. I hope that the Saint Sun can really hold it down and make the sect windy and safe. Yi Chen was also mixed in the crowd, and at this moment, when he learned of this news, his eyes were filled with mockery and playful laughter. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Stupid patriarch, stupid Holy Sun, stupid group of elders, what do I need you all for? If you guys were a little bit more attentive, I wouldn't have gotten my way. Ha ha ha. Yi Chen hissed angrily in his heart, not to mention how happy he was. He hoped that the demon-suppressing tower would hurry up and riot, preferably tonight, and he would rather be broken than broken. All day today, he was looking for his sister secretly in private, but how could he not find her? He wondered if his sister had been made dead. The body was thrown to some unseen corner of the clan. He was angry to fill his chest. He must want the whole clan to accompany the funeral. He was willing to transform into a great demon and make the entire clan pay for his sister's death. As the night wore on and word spread, more and more people began to worry, and then split into two factions. One faction hoped that the Saint Sun would really be able to suppress the demon-suppressing pagoda and never let the demons riot, very worried, while the other part was not optimistic about the Saint Sun. Their nerves were incredibly tense, ready to flee at any time. In short, under this news, different people in the sect had different reactions, and the Green Cloud sect vaguely seemed as if it had changed. The other side. Inside the Demon Suppression Tower. Chapter 27, The Demon Presses On. Inside the Demon Suppression Tower, the Demon King on the first floor slowly opened a pitch-black eye, exuding a blood-craving aura that was terrifyingly incomparable. Under the ravages of this aura, the surrounding space was faintly bursting open with nothingness like cracks, terrifying as it was. Tonight, he's going to arrange for his men to go out. For so many years, He had been trapped here and had long hated the entire Qingyan sect, thinking about how dashing and scenic they were in the past, free beyond measure, crisscrossing the world in the great desolate realm. Who dared to stop them? But one day, he was actually admitted into the tower, suffocating in this gloomy cell all day long. After so many years had passed, he had long been unable to endure it, and he was so angry that he almost wanted to kill everyone in the Green Cloud sect, and many of the demons here. All of them thought the same way. When they first crossed the world, they had the wind at their backs and the rain at their backs, but ever since they were locked in, they were like a dog on a leash, confined to this place all day long, which was worse than killing them. If they were able to get out, they were going to thwart the entire Qingyan sect to vent their anger. Sagittarius, the Demon King, called out. With a creak, the door opened and Shang Liu walked in, kneeling on the ground respectfully. Your Holiness, you called for me? Send a few lesser demons out to move around first. If Yi Qingtao doesn't come back, this means that the Qingyun sect won't let him come back, so we can riot and break out of the tower. The Demon King said excitedly. He was old and wily and had always been careful in his actions, and he was terrified of being slapped to pieces by Yi Qingtao. Sagittarius was more excited than him and said, Your Holiness, after so many years, we can finally get out. Ha ha ha, see what I've arranged. Right, I've been waiting for this day for a long time, and the effort has finally been waited for by me. The Demon King was invigorated beyond measure. At first, he thought that Yi Qingtao should not be able to stay up for 70 years, but he did not expect that he actually stayed up for 100 years and still nothing happened. If not for this matter of having a holy son, he had already almost despaired. There is no hope of getting out of the tower in this life. No hope of getting freedom. What is the use of this heavenly cultivation he wants? His lifespan is endless. But what's the point of having this long lifespan when he'll be in jail forever? It was almost worse than death. Shang Liu walked out towards the outside, and the Demon King suddenly shouted from behind. That's right. By the way, grab a few disciples of the Qingyan sect with your hands and eat them. This father has been subdued in here for a long time, and has long since endured enough. Your Holiness. Shang Liu came outside and called a cadre of small demons, carefully selecting and choosing a few to do things smartly. He instructed these little demons, Mendacious Turtle, Ox Head, Beast Face, the three of you split up. If there's no problem in the outside world, then we can make a big move to let the Green Cloud sect know of our terror. Yes, the three little demons were more excited than anyone else. After so many years, they were finally able to reappear. As for those who weren't chosen, they had a look of regret on their faces. Ayanami, when can we get out? I can't wait to suck human blood. That's right. I want to go out too. I want all the Green Cloud sect disciples in the mountains to pay the price. Countless lesser demons shouted, their eyes already glowing red. The desperation to get out almost drove them crazy. Just imagine, after being imprisoned for countless years, who wouldn't want to get out sooner? At this moment, every demon had already pressed on. Xian Lu suppressed his excitement and said, Don't worry, it's all very quick. Let the three of them go out to explore first. If there's nothing wrong, that's when the Qingyun sect will be extinguished. The Mendacious Turtle, the Bull's Head, and the Beast's Face, from each of the three directions in the tower, they walked over to the three east, west, and south window openings and peeked out slightly to see that their saintly son was sitting on a futon in his room, seemingly practicing. The three little demons waited a little bit, and the night was already so deep that the holy son yawned and lay down to sleep. The saint's son was actually wondering how exactly he could get the treasures in the hands of these demons. You can't rob it by force for sure. Make peace? Not even close. He was a little bitter about it. He hadn't thought about these issues before. He just felt that he should get his hands on the demon-suppressing tower first, lest Yi Qingtao snatch it first. Seeing that the saint's son had rested, the three little demons' eyes glowed red and immediately quietly probed out, and after their bodies completely left the tower, they immediately felt as if they had flown out of a caged bird, and this feeling of regaining their freedom drove them nearly insane. They swore that they would make the Qingyan sect pay the price for imprisoning them for so many years. What everyone in the Qingyan sect didn't know was that the phenomenon of the seal being incredibly weak today was actually just an appearance. The seal left behind by the founding ancestor had long since been collapsed by the demons, but the demons had maintained this appearance. If they wanted to come out, as long as Yi Qingtao wasn't there, they could come out immediately. Soon, the three little demons appeared in the Qingyan sect in the middle of the night. This place was a dark and damp place where many disciples were whipping a disciple who had made a mistake. Beat you to death. Beat you to death. I told you to steal food. They were beating and cursing at the same time. The disciple who was beaten was the most inconspicuous outer sect handyman in the sect, usually responsible for cleaning the house, and today, just because he was too hungry and stole a fruit, he was beaten all over his body. The handyman disciple wailed, Don't fight! Don't fight! Instead of worrying about a fruit, I'd rather worry about the demon coming out. I'm afraid we'll all be killed if the demon comes out. The one who hit the man laughed maniacally. Let your mother's dog fart. There is a holy sun suppressing the demon suppressing pagoda. There is a fart. Give me a beating. Hit me hard. The three lesser demons watched silently in the darkness, revealing sardonic smiles, then walked over quickly. At some point, a few disciples got tired of fighting and turned their heads to look, and suddenly, they froze, only to see that in front of them, the three demons had transformed into their original forms, and one head was a gigantic and incomparable turtle demon, with a sharp mouth full of fangs that was incomparably sharp and terrifying. The other was an incomparably strong bull demon, with a stout and strong body that was 10 meters tall, giving people an extremely strong sense of oppression. The last beast face is actually even more horrifying. It is actually a blood-sucking bat. Its reddish tongue is twitching, and the wings behind it are slowly opening. A moment later, all the disciples here were all killed. Not a single one left. Early the next morning, just after dawn, the Holy Sun suddenly opened his eyes and woke up from his sleep. Chapter 28. A demonic aura appeared. Early the next morning, just after dawn, Saint Sun woke up. He had a nightmare, sweating profusely, and he dreamed that he couldn't suppress the demons in the tower, and all the demon kings all broke out of the tower and roamed the mountains killing everyone in the clan. He himself was even pierced through the chest by a bone spur. His heart was stabbed into two halves, and then another demon sucked his own blood, turning him into a dried corpse in a matter of moments. My God! The Holy Sun panicked, his face as white as paper. He hurriedly turned his head to look at the demon-suppressing tower. Fortunately, the demon-suppressing tower did not riot. Everything was just a dream. He was a little scared, cold and sweaty. The saintly Sun simply couldn't fathom why Yi Qingtao was fine when he was in custody. Was it really luck? What about yourself? When does your luck get bad? Forget it, let's not worry about that first. The priority is to hurry up and get the treasure. The Saint Sun gave a low shout. As long as you get the treasure, you are not greedy. Even if you get a random one, you will immediately give the town demon tower to someone else. This hot potato who loves to be who wants to be. But now, a treasure was yet to be gotten, and one was a bit unwilling to do so. How should I get the treasure? He thought for a long time, with no plan in mind. What if the demons in the tower riot during the time we don't get it? The Holy Sun was afraid that he had really let these demons out. Suddenly, the Holy Sun had a flash of insight and an idea. He planned to give the demon-suppressing tower to someone else first, and then when he had figured out how to get the treasure for himself, he would find that person and ask for the tower back. If something goes wrong in the meantime, it's someone else who takes the blame and has nothing to do with you. The tower was fine when I gave it to him, and now it's rioting. Can you blame me? Didn't I have anything better to do? It's his responsibility. Thinking of this, the Saint Sun laughed out loud with pleasure, immediately picked up the demon suppressor pagoda on the table, and flew to the back of the mountain. And he did not notice in the slightest, the tower is not the same as before. There are already the bodies of the disciples of the Qingyun sect in it. Last night those three demons captured a group of disciples into the tower. 6 in total, all of them embracing the Saint Sun and supporting him to get the demon-suppressing tower. And they ended up extremely miserable. They couldn't even imagine in death that the Holy Sun swore that he would be fine. But the demon appeared at the clan that night, captured them in the tower and tortured them, and eventually killed them. The Holy Sun quickly flew to the back of the mountain. He came to the periphery stationed here to watch over some disciples and said, I temporarily have something to be busy with, and can't watch over the demon-suppressing tower at all times. So you guys come out and personally take charge of the temporary care first, and when I'm done, I'll come back to get it. These disciples looked at me and I looked at you, and not a single one of them squeaked. What? The Saint Sun raised an eyebrow and said, what are you guys afraid of? Don't worry, this Saint Sun has already struck a mana brand in it, and none of those demons are not afraid of me and don't dare to suddenly riot. Yet the words fell, and there was still no one there to answer. Each and every one of these disciples stationed at the periphery knew very well that first of all, if Yi Qingtao could hold it, could he, the Holy Sun, hold it? Well, taking a step back, even if the Saint Sun could hold it, what about them? They're just some disciples with okay cultivation. How can they be so capable? In fact, they had already begun to be afraid in their hearts. With Yi Qingtao gone, the demons in the tower would probably come out, and letting them go to the township to guard it. Wouldn't that be looking for death? The demons came out of their cages and they were the first ones to see them, and they were sucked to dryness right in front of them. Don't they want to die? The Saint Sun's brows furrowed, already a bit huffy, and said, what? All of you are as timid as a mouse, right? I have said to play a mana brand in it. You guys are still afraid of what? Hurry up to come out personally. I have urgent matters rush out. Finally, someone said, Sacred Sun, It seems like you can take the tower when you go on an errand. That's what Yi Qingtao did in the past. In the past, no matter what Yi Qingtao did, he was always holding a pagoda to do it, even if it was alchemy. And this has been the case for all generations of demon suppressors. Never heard of suddenly giving the tower to someone else. And if they did, it was only for a short while after they died. Bull *********. What this saint's son is going to do is an extremely private matter. I don't want to have something in the way. One of you hurry up and answer it. My matter is very important. 100,000 fire. The saint's son shouted angrily. However, there was still no one at the scene to answer. And everyone stood still as if they hadn't heard, not saying a word. The holy son was anxious and cursed angrily. The demons haven't messed up yet. We messed up ourselves first. I'm the holy son. You don't have the qualifications to refuse. Someone from below had the audacity to say, Your Highness, the holy son, we don't have that ability, so please hire someone else. You fart. I've told you that I've branded inside. The demons won't dare to come out. If you don't want to, I'll expel all of you from the clan. The holy son howled angrily. These people looked at each other for a while, and said, Saint's son, you are cutting our heads off. We don't dare to take the demon-suppressing tower. We don't have a high cultivation level, and we don't have a special physique. We can't be suppressed at all. It's still more appropriate for you to be in charge of this tower, and the clan is more at ease. Justified. The saint's son was so angry that a breath clogged his heart, and finally roared, Disgusting. Seeing you all makes me sick. After saying that, he simply slammed the door. A few moments later, the saint's son arrived at the sect's main hall and found the patriarch. The holy son suppressed the fire in his heart, smiled a smile, and said to Su Yanran, Patriarch, I temporarily have an urgent matter. I need to go out for a trip. This tower you can first find someone to help town can't. This matter is very important. Su Yanran was burying her head in her business. When she heard this, she looked at him incredulously and said, Wasn't it you who wanted to keep this tower? Why are you suddenly handing it over to someone else now? The saint's son hurriedly denied. No. I suddenly had to go out for something today. It's very urgent. Why don't you help the patriarch to town for a day first? I'll be back in the evening. Su Yanran frowned. She didn't want to pick up this hot potato. She was only good at cultivation and didn't have any special physique of her own. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to suppress it. Moreover, in case the holy son couldn't be subdued and the tower rioted, it was better than rioting at her hands, and she wouldn't be burdened with this 1,000-year curse. Besides, couldn't the saint's son take the tower with him when he goes out? It's better to riot outside than in the sect, right? Thinking of this, Su Yanran said, Take it. I have a lot of things to do on my side. You can go. Already gave the order to leave. The holy son was so distraught that he could only keep quiet and walk away obediently. Su Yanyan had always been a master who didn't like people pestering her. The saint's son had just taken 3 steps. Behind him, Su Yanran suddenly said, By the way, you must guard the town tightly. You must not let the demons escape. Otherwise you are slapping my face. I handed the demon-suppressing pagoda over to you with confidence. If the demons are let out and the clan perishes, how can I have the face to see my ancestors in the 9 springs? Everyone in the sect will also treat me as a laughingstock as the sect leader. The saint's son turned around and said, Don't worry, patriarch. I guarantee that absolutely no demon will be able to escape from inside. With me here, nothing will happen. Well, I'm relieved. Go. Su Yanran continued to bury her head in business. The saintly son walked away with mixed feelings. The other side, deep within the sect, a place of seclusion. This was a skillfully crafted cave, and an old man with an internalized and unfathomable aura was in seclusion here. Suddenly, his mind was startled and his eyes snapped open. What's going on? He was the clan's supreme elder, and had been in seclusion here for many years, usually never coming out of seclusion without something big happening. But now, he suddenly sensed that the clan didn't seem right. There's the scent of a demon. Chapter 29, the supreme elder was horrified. What on earth is going on? How could the clan have the aura of a demon appear? The supreme elder was shocked and honored. A cold sweat broke out on his brain from the shock. His name is Shirwantian, is a great emperor 9th level of cultivation, many years ago will be closed already, do not ask the world. Identity is very high. The last generation of patriarchs still have to ask him to shout uncle, and this generation's patriarch, Su Yanyan, had to ask him to call out to his senior uncle. At this moment, the supreme elder's heart was full of disbelief. How is this possible? 100 years ago did not a disciple come to report that the clan had finally found a peculiar person who directly suppressed the demon-suppressing tower as soon as he stepped on the stage? And since then the demon-suppressing tower has been calm and nothing has happened? But what the hell now? Why did the demon scent appear? The supreme elder felt that something was very wrong. If it was anything else, no matter how big it was, he wouldn't have asked about it at all. But now that this was happening, he couldn't sit still on the spot. I feel a panic in my head and a panic in my heart. His figure immediately turned into a residual light and broke through the barrier with a brush. In the next moment, the figure of the Supreme Elder directly appeared in a place in the sect. He looked around. This place was a black pine forest, which was previously planted by him, and now it had grown very tall. This would have a residual demonic scent inside. And there was also the smell of blood from the disciples being killed. Even though the bloody odor had been eliminated, the Supreme Elder still perceived it at a glance. He hurriedly flashed his figure into the black pine forest, his pale figure swiftly weaving inside the countless forests. 100 meters, 300 meters, 700 meters. When he entered the depths of the black pine forest, he suddenly stared in surprise. Just see, here is a pile of blood. 1, 2, 3, tear. There are a total of 8 disciples fell across the blood. Some were sucked into a human stem. Some became a sheet of human skin, and others, the chest was opened a huge hole. Look at the traces of the open hole. It should be a huge ghost hand. This disciple's entire chest cavity is drenched in blood, and the inside of his internal organs had disappeared. Hiss! The Supreme Elder took a deep breath and his face changed violently. This means that there really is a demon in the clan. He fiercely sensed that there was someone else under the pile of corpses, and hastily struck out a spell to shift the piles of corpses elsewhere, and instantly a blood-covered, skinned disciple was revealed. His 2 eyeballs had disappeared, and the entire body had been cut into several halves, with blood and flesh and fragments of viscera flowing all over the place. The Supreme Elder fiercely recognized through his breath that this seemed to be a relative of this generation's saint's son. His name was Li Haiqiang. The saint's son had sent him to deliver some resources to the Supreme Elder a few years ago, and at that time, he was glowing. He should have thought that he was a relative of the saint's son, but now he had been flayed and turned into a cold corpse. The Supreme Elder let out a long sigh, folded his hands, and said, "Good." He could not bear to see these disciples die in the wilderness. He quickly took out a magic treasure, puffed a mouthful of blood to spray up, and then the magic treasure became bigger against the wind, which was actually a huge sarcophagus. With a swish sound, the lid of the sarcophagus opened, and a suction force came from it, and all of these corpses were instantly sucked in. The lid then closed and the sarcophagus returned to the hands of the Supreme Elder. The Supreme Elder glanced at the blood pools all over the ground and was silent. His eyes, already glowing red, and his body already trembling with rage. Both fists had been clenched so tightly that the bone joints crackled. It's an abomination. These demons are an abomination. However, the Supreme Elder was more of a big shock. When did the demons come out? Why did they come out? What the hell is going on here? What the hell is going on today? Why are there demons being released? The Supreme Elder was shocked and angry, and after saying this, his body disappeared with a swish. A few moments later, the left peak of the sect, inside the ancestral temple, there was already a person kneeling in front of the Supreme Elder. This person was just called by the Supreme Elder, a previous law enforcement hall elder with a powerful cultivation and a single hand. He was later dismissed by the Supreme Elder for doing something wrong. Now that such a big event had happened in the sect, the Supreme Elder needed to reactivate him and let him come out to do something. Zhang He, do you know what happened to the clan? The Supreme Elder asked in a deep voice. I don't know. Why? Zhang He didn't even know what was happening, and with his cultivation level, he couldn't even perceive the aura of those demons. Those demons cultivate some of the Demon King's masking breath technique. It is difficult for ordinary people to perceive. Even the Supreme Elder is only sensed to trace. Something big has happened to the clan. They are negligent in their duties and their crimes are punishable. This is going to piss me off. The Supreme Elder was in a frenzy of anxiety. He himself had sensed such a big thing happening in the sect, but the others were acting like nothing was wrong. This was looking for death. I guess I don't know how I'll die in the night. Zhang He was perplexed. Senior uncle, what has happened? I seem to faintly smell an unusual odor, and I have some sense in my heart, but I doubt if it's an illusion. What's wrong? The Supreme Elder said. That group of demons came out. What? Zhang He suddenly drew a breath of cold air, and his hands began to tremble all at once. A demon has actually come out? My goodness. This is a big deal. Just now, he was puzzled. Why the Supreme Elder usually does not ask about the world. Today suddenly out of the gate, without any signs. It turned out that the clan has happened such a big thing. No wonder. He hurriedly arched his hand and said in a trembling voice, Senior uncle, I really don't know. This matter is of great importance and needs to be reported to the Patriarch immediately. His body was shaking in a paroxysm. Would it be useful to report it to the Patriarch? Can she resist the demons or something? What if it scares her and she just runs away without telling anyone? The priority now is to find out for me whether the demon has come out or not. Or maybe it's an alien demon. The Supreme Elder roared. It's not like this hasn't happened before. With such a large great desolate realm, there are naturally other demons who are bloodthirsty and berserk, devouring the human race, and once broke into the Green Cloud sect in the dark, killing a few disciples, taking their essence blood and running away. If it was this kind of wild passing demon, the clan wouldn't have to be so afraid. It would be the ones in the demon suppressing tower that would run out. When he thought about how the seal in the tower was now loose and the demons could run out at any time, the Supreme Elder's heart was anxious and alarmed. Yes, senior uncle, I'm going to find out. Shang, he said. By the way, take this and save your life first if necessary. The elder Tai Shang ancestor snapped his fingers, and instantly the storage ring on his right hand flashed with light, and a long sword emitting a radiant gold color flew out and fell into Zhang Yi's hand. This item is called the Demon Slaying Sword. It is a sword that the old man has been in seclusion for many years and forged with great concentration. Once it is used, it has a restraining effect on demons, but it is not very useful. With the old man's ability, it can only go as far as this place. If you come across one that you can fight, fight it. If you can't fight it, then run away. By the way, this you also take. The Supreme Elder took out another jade pendant and threw it over, saying, if you can't fight and can't run away, contact me through this, and I'll rush over immediately. Yes, thank you for your love, old ancestor. Zhang Yi took the item and left. Out of the ancestral temple, Zhang Yi's heart was also surprised, greatly alarmed. How could demons suddenly appear in the clan? Oh my, could it be that the clan is about to change? Witnessing Zhang Yi's departure, the Supreme Elder's heart raced. Then, too, it quickly went to investigate. He ordered Zhang Yi to go out because it would be easy to cause panic in the clan if he let people out in large numbers. The Supreme Elder disappeared with a swish. Not long after, in a mountain depression, the Supreme Elder walked around, recalling the great chaos in the clan in the past. To be honest, he was very scared. He wasn't afraid of death, but he was very afraid that the sect would perish in this way, and the inheritance would be cut off. It was a long time ago. He had already accomplished his cultivation and was traveling around the world, when suddenly one day, the clan hit him with a transmission, telling him that the demons in the demon suppressing tower had rioted. He was shocked and immediately rushed back. And upon arrival, he really saw that the mountains were full of black amazement, black smoke rolling, covering the sky, and the demon-suppressing tower was propped up tens of thousands of times, violently shaking, and the countless demons inside crazily crashed into the seals, generating forces that made the mountains crack, the earth cracked, and the houses collapsed in large swaths. That aftershock alone caused the void to burst, creating one pitch-black abyssal crack after another. At that time, there was a powerful and boundless demon. Hands propped up on the top of the tower, feet on the floor, the body was getting bigger and bigger, wanting to harden the demon-suppressing tower to burst. The demon-suppressing tower had already been propped up to the limit at that time, and it became incomparably huge and towered into the clouds, and countless people watched the scene in disbelief, extremely worried that, in case the seal could not withstand it, the demon-suppressing tower would be torn apart, and the demon would all break out of the cage. Jin Demon Tower. At that time the seal is still okay, the demon becomes how big? Jin Demon Tower becomes how big, and eventually almost cannot see the top of the tower. The other demons have followed suit, scrambling to become larger. A time all the disciples, all kinds of shock and fear screams, wailing all over the world. All the elders, as well as the generation of the patriarch, are all incomparably fearful. If the demon-suppressing pagoda was burst and the demons came out, they would all be killed immediately. They didn't think that the demon would let them go. Everyone was shocked and immediately called for friends and fighters to do everything they could to put out the fire, chanting under their breath and reinforcing the seals, and one by one, golden shields of light were condensed out, wrapping the pagoda in a mass. It ended up wrapping up an unknown number of layers, but a demon king in the tower merely snorted coldly. Such a trivial skill, how dare you show off your skills? Give this honored one a break. There was a loud rumbling sound, the light shield ruptured, and countless disciples were instantly shaken by their bodies. Their flesh and even their souls were all torn apart, turning into a mass of blood mist. Good thing the demon couldn't get out at all that time. At that time, when the Supreme Elder watched this scene, his palms and back of his hands, as well as the back of his forehead, were covered in cold sweat. He immediately pulled out all his cards, uniting with the patriarch of that generation, as well as all the elders at the top, and fully engaged in putting out the fire. The demon king inside snorted coldly, "Seek death." At that time, to everyone's surprise, that generation of patriarchs was directly frightened to the point of trembling and fled with their heads turned. Yes, he defected from the clan. He gave up everyone in the sect for his own life and just turned around and left without looking back. The clan has no backbone. Many disciples were disorganized on the spot. falling apart, and the battle situation instantly fell side by side. In the moment of crisis, he sent a voice transmission to the other clans nearby, promising great benefits, and finally, the old ancestors of those people broke out and rushed over. They worked together for 99 days, not closing their eyes for 81 full days, and eventually the demons got tired and suppressed this tremor. It wasn't that they suppressed it, but the demon purely saw that the seal couldn't be broken, got tired, and took a break for a while. In that battle, the aftermath alone caused numerous deaths and injuries to the disciples, and the Taishan elder was still scared when he thought about it. It's horrible. It's a heart attack. If the demons hadn't given up at that time, all of them would have been exhausted, and in that battle, the Supreme Elder was seriously injured, and every cloudy and rainy day, his body ached all over, and has not yet healed until many years have passed now, and now that the seals are no more than they were back then, the consequences of another riot would be unimaginable. Thinking about this, the Supreme Elder shivered and a cold sweat rose from his head to his feet. This Supreme Elder never wanted the sect to fall into the abyss. If that were to happen, the entire Changyun sect would be slaughtered in its entirety, leaving no one behind. He knew too well how much this group of demons hated the Changyun sect. He would have hated it if he himself had been imprisoned for millions of years or even more. Soon, the Supreme Elder had quietly arrived at Yi Qingtao's residence, and was shocked to find that the house was empty, and he wasn't here. The Supreme Elder hurriedly swept away with a wave of divine sense, and fiercely realized that he was actually imprisoned in the Thought Cliff. The Thoughtful Cliff was a place where only disciples who had made a big mistake would be imprisoned, and to be put in such a place could only mean that he had made some kind of mistake. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Supreme Elder simply didn't believe it. How could a person who was loyal to the sect make a big mistake? He looks after the demon tower all day long. What kind of mistake can he make? Can he collude with the devil? That's impossible. With his righteous temperament, there was no way he would collude with the devil. Suddenly, the Supreme Elder heard something and hurriedly concealed his body in the void, only to hear two disciples walking not far from the opposite side, talking to each other. Brother Zhang, do you think that senior tower guardian has really colluded with the devil's way? How come I don't think I believe it? Who says it's not? I don't believe it either. He's such a bright and open person. Last month he even borrowed me 10,000 spirit stones for me to use, saying that he doesn't go out every day and doesn't need to spend any money. Such a good tower guarding senior brother. How could he possibly be colluding with the devil's path? I think he must have been planted by someone. Alas, will that demon suppressing tower riot? Who knows? Alas, one can only look to fate. These two disciples had already walked away, and the eyes of the Supreme Elder were filled with gloom. Other side, the rival clans also noticed that a demon had already appeared in the Qingyan sect and were overjoyed. Report. Good news. Somewhere in the devil's sect. Chapter 30. The forces have rallied to fuel the fire. Report. Good news. A certain demonic sect. This place is the same as the heavenly demon sect, practicing the demonic path, called the Demon Cloud sect. Earlier in the year, it had formed a deep bond with the Qingyan sect, and it was either you or me between the two sides. At this moment, an order-transmitting disciple quickly stepped into the great hall, faced the patriarch, arched his hand and said with a red face, "Patriarch, great good news. According to the report from the secret sentries hidden into the Qingyan sect, they have discovered the aura of a demon in the Qingyan sect, which means that a demon has already appeared. The Qingyan sect is definitely going to fall this time." There were a total of quite a few high-level people here at this scene, and when they heard this, they were all surprised. What? This is really good news. We have endured their Qingyan sect for not a day or two. Ha ha, now can they still be as arrogant as before? Not bad, not bad. This is the best good news I've heard in 100 years. Their Green Cloud sect has fallen. Ha ha ha, damn it. Back then, I was killed by them leading countless righteous people to the door, full of benevolence and crooked reasoning, and was eventually beaten to the point of serious injury. This finally relieves me of my anger. Very soon, the Qingyan sect will be thrown into a great chaos, and here comes our chance. The scene erupted into a surprise frenzy. Every single person was jumping for joy, itching to immediately rush to the Green Cloud sect to add to the fire. Silence. Above the first seat, a black-robed man wearing a black bucket hat and a body covered in pitch black said. Instantly, the scene was silent. The black-robed man named Demon Cloud is precisely the patriarch of this place. His pair of dark eyes swept through the surrounding area, rejoiced and said, "A good Green Cloud sect. Before we still have to kill on their clan. Bloodbath. I did not think that now there is no need to be so troublesome. We do not have to use any force. They themselves perished. Ha ha ha." After saying that, he looked at everyone and ordered with a wave of his hand, "All of you, listen to the order. Immediately arm yourselves and sneak into the Qingyan sect to create chaos. I don't care what method you use. As long as you can create chaos, as long as those demons come out, we'll take advantage of the situation and add another fire to the fire. Take advantage of the Qingyun sect's sickness and take his life. Yes. The crowd arched their hands in unison. Prime Demon Flame Sect. Report. A short report came. Patriarch. Good news. The Green Cloud sect is going to be in a big mess. Demon killings have already occurred in their sect. I came to report it immediately after receiving the news. What? The Prime Demon Flame Sovereign's heart was shaken, followed by joy. Since ancient times, good and evil were not two sides of the same coin. In the beginning, they were pressured by the Qingyun sect leading countless righteous sects, incomparably humiliated. Now they did not expect that 30 years of River East, the heavens have spared no one. Is this true? As soon as the Prime Demon Flame Sovereign's words fell, another messenger disciple immediately rushed in from outside, incomparably hurried and tiredly panting, reporting with great joy. Report. Patriarch. The demons in the Qingyun sect's demon suppressing tower came out silently. So far the Qingyun sect has already had 42 disciples go strangely missing, and as I see it, they have already been eaten. The Prime Demon Flame Sovereign was overjoyed, and with a wave of his palm, he said, currently, it seems to be just a beginning. It hasn't exploded yet. Immediately pass down the order to sneak into the Qingyun sect to create chaos and add a fire. Yes, sir. The Shadow Mountain Range. This place is not a magic sect, but a large mountain range that is blessed with a huge sky, and in an earthy cranny on the outskirts of the mountain range, there is a righteous sect called Misty Sect. The Misty Sect is all female cultivators. Each of them are fairies with white skin and long legs, loved by many sects in the eastern continent. However, 60 years ago, they didn't provoke the Qingyun sect at all, but the Qingyun sect didn't know what kind of madness they had gone through, and actually asked them for their sect's territory, saying that this place was blessed with heaven and earth, and that it wasn't something that a sect like theirs, which only had weak women, could suppress, and drove them away. They were unwilling to leave, so they were dispatched by the law enforcement hall of the Qingyun sect to drive them away, and they were not strong enough, so they ultimately had no choice but to raise their clan and relocate to the nooks and crannies on the outskirts of the Shadow Sky Mountain Range. From what was originally a very large territory, it has become a small village that can only live on the edge, with a range of activities of only 15 kilometers, almost a small village, and the Green Cloud sect used that land to grow spirit medicines and breed spirit beasts. The sense of discrepancy in their hearts was so strong that they had long since viewed the Green Cloud sect as a thorn in their side, but unfortunately, the strength is not comparable, so they can only break their teeth and swallow their anger. But now, things are different. A man in black had appeared in front of the Misty Sect Patriarch at this time, and said with a face full of excitement, "Your Patriarch hasn't seen you for many years, and you still look as beautiful as a flower." I don't know what I said just now. How have you considered it? He was the person sent by the Demon Cloud Sect's Patriarch to inform the Ethereal Sect's Patriarch of what was happening in the Qingyun sect, inviting them to work together to infiltrate the Qingyun sect and create chaos. The Misty Sect Patriarch picked up the long sword in his hand and unsheathed it with a swish, revealing a sharp, cold light as he said, "That's exactly what I want." Not long after, the entire Misty Sect all poured out their nests, and together with the Demon Cloud Sect, they secretly infiltrated the Green Cloud Sect, and when they found the opportunity, they added fuel to the fire. 9 heavenly clans. What? The demons of the Green Cloud Sect are rioting? Very well, back then they seriously injured old me. Now that the opportunity has come, I'll go and add to the fire. Lingyun Sword Sect. My goodness. Big news. According to the secret report, the Green Cloud Sect can't suppress those demons. Ha ha ha, I'm going to fuel the fire. Fairy Peak. What? The Green Cloud Sect is about to riot? This seat goes too. As the news festered, many clans in the eastern continent that had a grudge against the Qingyun sect learned of the news, and for a time countless forces had secretly visited the Qingyun sect, waiting for the demonic chaos at any time to take advantage of the opportunity to strike a fatal blow to the Qingyun sect. There are also those who secretly fish in troubled waters. They may not have any enmity with the Qingyun sect, but firstly, they come to join in the fun, and secondly, when the Qingyun sect is extinguished, they want to roam the mountains to pick up some trophies. For a time, the void in all directions of the Green Cloud sect vaguely produced a wave of fluctuations, which hit a large number of men and women in the grass. So much more than that, there are others. Some cultivators who used to be disciples of the Qingyun sect but were persecuted out of the sect and reduced to being casual cultivators were at the moment stopped on the road by a mysterious black-robed man who handed them a scroll and left afterward. These disciples were a bit puzzled and opened the scroll, and were immediately shocked, followed by ecstasy. Damn it, the sect will soon be in civil unrest. What are we still doing idly? Back then, when we were framed out of the sect and our cultivation was abolished, how much aggression did we suffer in our hearts? How many insults have we suffered? All of you senior brothers and sisters, all follow me over and push down the green cloud sect. A disciple sent out a voice transmission contact. These people of theirs had means of contacting each other after they were expelled from the sect back then. In less than a moment, a rumor spread. Everyone knew about it. And then a figure broke through the air and killed in the direction of the green cloud sect. At the same time, some of the scattered cultivators between heaven and earth who had a dispute with the Qingyan sect were overjoyed to receive the news and immediately rushed towards the direction of the Qingyan sect. They were afraid that this fire wouldn't burn brightly and take advantage of the chaos to rush the Qingyan sect. Same moment, green cloud sect. 2 hours had passed. In the residence of the Holy Sun, a shocked roar suddenly came from the Holy Sun. What? How is this possible? He also noticed that the clan seemed to have a demonic aura. There could be no mistaking this furious aura. The demons seemed to have come out. He immediately swished to a dense forest, and his eyes widened in shock. The Holy Sun saw a large pile of corpses on the ground, strewn about, piled haphazardly in a pool of blood, each one drained of blood, becoming a human stem, some with their organs exposed, covered in blood, their heads crushed into flat balls. Their deaths were extremely miserable. The Holy Sun stood straight up, frozen in place. He panicked. Since Yi Qingtao suppressed the demon suppressing tower, the demons have been honest, and now that he's just been imprisoned, the demons came out. The Holy Sun's lips trembled and his face was bloodless. Without Yi Qingtao and the demon suppressing tower, will the demons really break out of the tower? Chapter 31. The Saint's son panics. The Saint's son didn't dare to stay here for too long, and hurriedly fled the place with a brush. Back at his lodgings, he was in a frustrated, mixed mood. He had clearly sworn to give the patriarch an assurance, but now, it immediately hit him in the face. He was going to be in tears. What should I do? What should I do? A sudden wave of regret arose in the heart of the Holy Sun, followed closely by a lot of fear. If he hadn't taken this tower, the demons wouldn't have come out by now. And now, not to mention whether the patriarch would slap him to death or not, the demons would definitely eat him if they came out in large numbers. As the Holy Son of the clan, he was a core member, and those demons would never let himself go. When he thought of this, the Holy Sun was immediately frustrated and worried about the aftermath. He left the place in a flash of his body, not even daring to bring the tower with him. Not long after, the Saint's son arrived at Zhang Zhenhe's residence, and it just so happened that Sima Zhao was there as well. Seeing the Holy Sun come in a panic, Zhang Zhenhe and Sima Zhao froze and hurriedly said, "Your Highness, what's wrong with you? Why doesn't your face look quite normal?" They had never seen the Holy Sun lose his temper like this. This panic, what was happening? The Holy Sun cried without tears, "Demons, come out!" Hiss! There was a large backward gasp. Sima Zhao and Zhang Zhenhe felt as if they had been struck by lightning, and drew in a big, unbelievable breath of cold air. Until a long time later Zhang Zhenhe came back to his senses, trembling and said, "This, Holy Sun, your Highness, is this true? How is it possible? How is it impossible? I just took over this tower, and immediately something happened. My mother, what should I do?" The Holy Sun is on edge, already like an ant on a hot pot in a ball. At the moment of crisis, Zhang Zhenhe all did better than him. Zhang Zhenhe took a deep breath mandatory to calm himself down and said in a deep voice, "Your Highness, how did you find out? Why didn't we all perceive any abnormality? It's right there. I'll take you there." The Holy Sun cried even more tears and flew out of the place after saying that. Zhang Zhenhe and Sima Zhao looked at each other in fear and hurriedly followed. Not long after, the three of them arrived at the dense forest just now, and the moment Zhang Zhenhe and Sima Zhao saw it, they were instantly as if they were facing a great enemy. Their brains fogged up. They recognized in an instant that the miserable deaths of these people, what else could it be if it wasn't done by a demon? The demons, they're still really out. In an instant, Sima Zhao was shocked and trembled. Zhang Zhenhe was even more a cold air from head to feet. Fear incomparable. "This, Your Highness the Holy Sun, what can we do about this? This isn't real, is it?" Sima Zhao was horrified. Zhang Zhenhe can no longer be calm. Anxious 8 Desolate said, "Your Highness, will we be slapped to death by the sovereign? Even if we are not slapped to death by the sovereign, we will be killed by the demons. My God, how can this be?" In the face of the two men's deathly white faces, how could the Holy Sun not be like this? His heart was filled with remorse and fear. If this will let him take over the demon-suppressing tower again, he said nothing will take over. This is a hot potato. To hell with it. This Holy Sun never wants those treasures again. Suddenly, Sima Zhao slapped his head and said, "Your Highness, don't panic first. Should we go to Yi Qingtao to discuss and return the tower to him? Something happened and we thought about giving it back to him. Does he want it? Will he want it?" The Holy Sun was smoking with impatience. The Holy Sun wasn't stupid. So many of his own people had treated him like that before. How could they help themselves now? However, the Saint's son had no choice but to immediately fly towards the Sea-Do cliff. He hoped that the other party would be able to forget about his past grudges and return to ruling the demon-suppressing pagoda. However, he was very unsure in his mind that the other side really wouldn't necessarily take over again. Sima Zhao and Jiang Zhenhe hurriedly followed behind. Other side. About 10 or so kilometers outside the periphery of the sect, the void always emitted a wisp of fluctuation inadvertently, as if it were the ripples of water. The various forces hidden here to add fuel to the fire were exchanging words and whispering. Phew! I didn't expect even the divine martial sect's people to be here. You guys don't go out into the world very often. Why is that? Someone said. The divine martial sect patriarch laughed and said, why don't you come out into the world? It's not because it was pressurized by the Qingyan sect in the first place and had no face to come out of the world. It's a long story so I won't talk about it. Anyway, today, this seed is going to come and add a fire to the fire, and press the Qingyan sect directly to death. We support you. Our Jianghai sect is likewise the same. Heck, 30,000 years ago, that generation of the Qingyan sect's patriarch snatched our supreme ancestor's wife, causing the supreme ancestor to kill himself for his love and die. We can't swallow this even if we die, another person said. Remembering things from 30,000 years ago. Admirable, admirable, someone in the void laughed. The Misty sect's patriarch stepped forward and said, but then again, fellow Taoists, why hasn't this Qingyan sect started to mess up until now? Hurry up and mess up. Chaos Hurry up and bring about your own destruction. Don't be anxious, the demons need time as well. Perhaps they are testing whether Yi Qingtao will step forward. An old man said indifferently with a wise light emanating from his gaze. The ethereal sect patriarch understood. She was in a hurry. She couldn't wait to make the Qingyan sect fall apart immediately. Honestly, she hated the Qingyan sect to the bone. When the Green Cloud sect expelled them that day, they whipped her, the sect leader, in full view of the public, beating her all over her body and humiliating her. Thus when she learned that something had happened to the Green Cloud sect, she immediately came. Ha. Qingyan Zone's holy son is really a waste of When Yi Qingtao just took over the town of the Demon Tower, that is how quiet. The town of the Demon Tower directly the whole no movement. Then the successive generations of the town of the Demon People Town are strong. At that time the news came out. This seed is a big surprise but now the holy son just took over. The demon immediately swaggered out of it. Ha. Oh, Taoist is right. Helibation is not even worthy of mentioning shoes compared to Yi Qingtao. What a laugh. Oh, Taoist is a man with an appearance in his 50s. Likes to say so known for the world directly gave him this Taoist name. Not bad. I'm afraid countless people in the eastern continent will laugh at him when the news gets out. Egu, it's really funny. I didn't expect Qingyan sect to be destroyed in the hands of this crouching dragon phoenix chrysalis. TSK. One who gains libation can lose the world. It's the talent in Du Fu's poem. Talking points. Laughter was constant. They were all reminiscing about the old days when Yi Qingtao had just come on stage, and the demon suppression tower was so quiet. And now, it was a real laugh. As they spoke, all of these forces also sent some of their disciples to make some moves in the dark, causing chaos and panic. The three sacred sons were in the middle of their flight and were about to almost arrive when suddenly, Sima Zhao stopped with a flash of aura. Holy Sun, stop for a moment. I suddenly remembered something. The Holy Sun stopped and looked back at him and said, speak. The three of them stopped on a large rock, and Sima Zhao said, Your Highness, you don't have to be alarmed. This is a great thing for us. The saintly sun plummeted. Jiang Zhenhe was also violently taken aback and said, What do you mean? Say it quickly. Sima Zhao's eyes bared like a mouse's as he hemmed and hawed. Holy Sun, Master, disciple thinks that this is a smoke bomb put out by Yi Qingtao. This, I see. Saint Sun's brain was spinning fast. Right. Sima Zhao nodded heavily. Why did the demons come out? It must be Yi Qingtao's secret orders. He colluded with the demonic path, and as a result, he was discovered. The demon-suppressing pagoda was confiscated, and his people were imprisoned. He was infuriated, and at this time, if he lets some demons come out, won't the sovereign think that, Sacred Son, you can't suppress them? The sovereign will not only slap you into a bloody mist, he will even acquit him and return the demon-suppressing tower back to him. That's what he is aiming for. Damn it. Heart and soul is still quite a lot. Yuck. Disgusting. The saint's son puffed out a laugh, then instantly became furious and spat viciously on the ground, saying, yuck. Disgusting. I'm disgusted too. Jiang Zhenhe also jumped up angrily and spat on the ground. They were too flustered just now, and actually didn't think of this in their panic. Now Sima Zhao had a flash of light. Damn. the truth turned out to be like this. Your Highness the Holy Sun, you don't have to worry. Maybe those demons are some small demons with low cultivation. They managed to come out with great difficulty and with great effort. The other demons can't come out. Don't forget, the stronger the cultivation, the more the seals in the tower will target him. They will definitely not be able to come out. Sima Zhao added. The saint's son once again poo-pooed a mouthful towards the ground, angrily looking towards the CO cliff, clenching his teeth and spitting. Ha ha ha, Yi Qingtao Yi Qingtao. It's too laughable. Do you think that with that little bit of brain of yours, you can hoodwink this saint's son? This saint's son has such a crouching dragon and phoenix chick by his side. Would he fall for your tricks? I will definitely pull out the ugly things you did. Wait to be convicted you. Chapter 32 Sudden Explosion. After saying that, the saint's son turned his head to Zhang Zhenhe and said, You've taken in a good disciple. Not bad. Really good. I like it. Sima Zhao hurriedly knelt down and said, It is my blessing to work for the Holy Sun. As he spoke, he was complacent. Zhang Zhenhe stroked his beard and laughed. This disciple is really good. He is resourceful in his work and flexible in his mind. You getting him is like a fish getting water. Not bad. The Holy Sun looked at Sima Zhao appreciatively, then turned to say, Sima Zhao, you're right. He surnamed Ji must have colluded with the demon. Or else why did the demon pop up just after he was captured? Isn't this a collaboration between the inside and the outside? Really convinced this person. The abacus is playing. But unfortunately, we have recognized it. Really laughed me to death. Sima Zhao arched his hand and said, Your Highness the Sacred Sun is wise. We will go to the Patriarch now and tell him about this matter. Yeah, go. The group quickly flew away, flying 2 paces down the road. The Holy Sun swept back a glance at the thoughtful cliffs, his heart sick to his stomach. Luckily I wanted to ask you to come out just now. I didn't realize that this was your plan. Grandma, why don't you go to hell? Thinking through the cliffs, Yi Qingtao had long since seen the Holy Sun and Zhang Zhenhe Sima Zhao 3 people flying over towards his side, but for some reason, they actually stopped far away and then discussed for a while and walked away. Due to the array isolation, Yi Qingtao couldn't hear the sounds outside the array, and besides, there was still a distance away, but Yi Qingtao didn't bother. It had nothing to do with himself, and he now knew that there was a demonic disturbance in the clan. Just a moment ago, Jin Dijian sent someone over to deliver a message to him, and this person has not left yet. Senior Tower Guardian, what do you think about this matter? This was a messenger disciple who had just told Yi Qingtao about the appearance of demons in the sect. He was also told that Elder Jin and Elder Foam had already fled to the outer sect overnight with their wives and daughters and families, and that this disciple was also going to the outer sect immediately after conveying it to him, and was now asking him if he wanted to go together. How else can I look at it? I crossed my legs to look at it. Yi Qingtao didn't panic at all and said lightly like nothing. As for going to the outer sect? Forget it. This place is already far enough away from the central location of the sect. What happened to himself on the spot to carry a bucket and run away? Even if they didn't run away, the group of demons would dare to come and find themselves in trouble? Is Senior Tower Guardian really not prepared to go to the outer sect? The summoning disciple said. No, go. If you don't have anything else to do, go first. I still want to stay and watch the fun. Yi Qingtao said indifferently. Alright, Tower Guardian brother. Goodbye. Farewell. After the messenger disciple left, Yi Qingtao looked in the direction of the Holy Sun's residence and smiled coldly, saying, Holy Sun, the demons have already sprouted, so you guys are on your own. He was watching the fun. It is clear that he was guarding the tower well in the first place, and as a result, this group of people did not do anything, and now it is good. It is estimated that the clan will soon be in great trouble. Let's see you all cry when the time comes. And at the same time, Sect Hall, Su Yanran held a pen in her hand and was composing an order when suddenly, her pencil stopped. The scent is. She fiercely sensed the aura of a demon in one of the clan's mountain passes. Su Yanyan's eyebrows skyrocketed for a split second, and she immediately moved her body, about to rush to that place, but that demon's aura suddenly disappeared, as if it had turned on some terrifying feats. Can't sense the breath. Su Yanran was furious, directly took out the voice transmission jade pendant, and sent a voice transmission to the Holy Sun to coldly question, how did you suppress it? What's going on? As soon as the words left her mouth, she heard the same echo from the door. In the next glance, he saw that the Holy Sun had led Zhang Zhenhe as well as Sima Zhao in, and was holding a sound transmission jade pendant in his hand. Su Yanyan was furious and directly lashed out at him. Libation, how did you suppress the demon-suppressing tower? A demon has appeared, you know. Libation had expected this and smiled lightly without panic. Patriarch, don't be in a hurry. I came here to tell you this news. How could Su Yanran not be anxious? This had just given the demon-suppressing pagoda to the Saint's son, and the Saint's son had even made a solemn promise to himself, but in the blink of an eye, the demons had come out? What's for dinner? Libation. You are incapable.
Now kill yourself to apologize for your sins. I can spare your family from dying. The saint's son remained unperturbed and smiled lightly.
Patriarch, you have misunderstood me. I came here to tell you that this is all a plot by Yi Qingtao. Let Sima Zhao tell you. Conspiracy? Su Yanran paused slightly, then her head turned very quickly, instantly figured it out and said, You mean, it was Yi Qingtao who ordered it? Right. Sima Zhao snatched the words and swore, it was Yi Qingtao who did it.
He was removed from his post.
He can no longer enjoy the treatment of the demon suppressor. He was infuriated,
and joined forces with the demons to frame the Holy Sun.
If you replace the Holy Sun and allow him to come out again, it just happened to fall into his way. Sovereign, you are ice smart and wise. How could you fall for his tricks? And the reason why that group of demons can come out is because it was not easy to take advantage of the saint's son's slackness. After 1,000 years of hard work, the skin has rubbed off 3 layers, finally drilled out. Otherwise they would not be able to come out even if they were killed. The Holy Sun cast a shocked look at Sima Zhao. Immediately, he saw Sima Zhao cast a complacent glance. The Holy Sun understands. You kid is really good at talking. Admire. Su Yanyan understood. She came to a sudden realization. Her face harmonized and said, Alright, Libation, you go to the tower now and order those demons not to venture out, or else you'll use your fiery body to burn them to death. Libation's face went white. Where can I town? He hurriedly arched his hand and said, Patriarch, why don't you let me take the holy soldier with me, so that the deterrent power is greater and twice the result with half the effort. The Qingyan sect had a holy weapon called the Very Lu Sword, which was incredibly powerful and had killed countless powerful people in earlier years. Stained with blood, it was then sealed away, and was determined not to show itself until it was absolutely necessary. Nowadays, the Holy Sun felt unsure in his heart and wanted to take a holy soldier so that he would have a bottom. Su Yanyan didn't think much about it and said, Okay, this object has been sealed for so many years. It's time to come out and show its power. Said took out a key, handed it over and said, This is the key to the sealed place. You go over and break the seal and take it out. The Holy Sun took it joyfully. After that, Su Yanyan urged, Make sure not to let those demons run out again, or else if word gets out, where will I put my face? Right. Block the news. Don't let it get out. The saint's son nodded and said, Patriarch, please put 100 hearts in the right place. With this saint's soldier and my strong physique, no more demons will dare to run out of the tower. After saying that, the Holy Sun snapped, By the way, Patriarch, what about Yi Qingtao? He actually dared to frame me this time. Is he going to be convicted? Just then, suddenly, a shocking explosion came from outside. Boom! Rumble! Instantly, the entire sect shook as if it was an earthquake. What's going on? Su Yanyan was alarmed. Outside, a disciple immediately ran over, sweating profusely and said, Patriarch, something big is wrong. A group of people from who knows where ignited a huge bomb, triggering a huge panic, and now the people have run away. Chapter 33, The Patriarch's Wisdom. What? Su Yanran's face was as black as a pot. She instantly remembered that it should be some enemies who had a previous feud. They should have already learned the news that the clan demons had run out, and now they had come to take advantage of the fire. It's the fear that things aren't big enough to add fuel to the fire. For a moment, Su Yanyan's anger was unforgivable, and immediately shouted to Jiang Zhenhe, Pass the order down. Lead all the disciples of the law enforcement hall to set out and launch a search, and after they are caught, don't kill them first. Let them take a good look at whether or not the demon suppressing tower will actually be in great chaos. With the saint's son in place, the demon suppression tower will never be okay. They are going to be disappointed. Over here, the saint's son actually now suddenly felt that he was able to suppress the demon suppressing tower, because those demons were able to get out of the tower. Come to think of it, if they can come out, why didn't they come out when they first took over? It's not even because of fear. But Yi Qingtao wanted to be reinstated as an official and commanded them behind their backs. And they wanted each other back. So they had to find a way to come out of it. He himself had been putting the demon suppressor tower on the table, and there were plenty of chances for them to hide it from his eyes. So it is. A knot of realization dawned in the mind of the Holy Sun. Moreover, coupled with the Holy Soldier, who of those demons would dare to try out for a moment? The more the Holy Sun thought about it, the more he felt his heart bursting with joy. Steady. That's steady. Although I don't know how those demons avoided the seal to come out, but that seal has been loose. It is estimated that it is also a lot of demons secretly and constantly pass the power to join forces, before finally sending a few demons out. TSK, small sample, garbage. If the saint's son could think of this, Su Yanyan, who was the patriarch, could naturally think of it as well.
Jiang Zhenhe, immediately serious, took out a sound transmission jade pendant, said to the inside, the old 3, the old 4, the old 5. The clan mixed in a lot of hostile forces. You lead all the people to roam the mountains to search. Catch the first, do not kill. A few moments later, Jade Pei's side had gotten the order and immediately led the people out. But they couldn't search anything at all. Those hostile forces were in the dark and they were in the light. It was hard to search, and since most of the opponents were of the devilish path and were exceptionally cunning, they would only end up returning without any success. After arranging all this, Su Yanran turned her head to the Holy Sun and said, "Of course we should convict. On top of the period of 100 years of confinement, add another 100 years to Yi Qingtao, and after 200 years, blast out of the clan." The Holy Sun rejoiced. Patriarch is wise. However, what they didn't know was that the formation of the Sitao cliff couldn't trap Yi Qingtao at all, so it's just a matter of adding more time to the sentence. Does that make sense? Lice are not itchy. As for blowing out of the clan, Yi Qingtao didn't care to stay here at all. The Holy Sun led Jiang Zhenhe and Sima Zhao to the secret place of the sect. This place was situated underneath the ground of the sect's main hall, and there was a spacious and bright secret room with lanterns hanging everywhere, setting the place ablaze with bright firelight. This place was cut into the interior of a large mountain, and often the only place that was the best place to seal a holy soldier was this kind of place. The Holy Sun came to the door, took out the key and opened the door. With a creak sound, he immediately saw a huge, incomparable, sacred and lofty jade steps in front of him, and on the steps, there was a huge, immense sword stuck vertically. The body of the sword flowed with terrifying fluctuations, as if a powerful force was flowing inside, while on the hilt of the sword, it was sealed and engraved with dense runes: U, I, Phi, Beta, Gamma, Delta, Psi, Mu, Zeta, Kappa, Iota, Tau, esoteric and mysterious. The mystery is so profound that no one can recognize it. The saint's son was overjoyed and laughed. With this saint's soldier, I am like a tiger with wings, and I can definitely subdue all the demons in the tower so much that they won't even dare to speak out loud. Jiang Zhenhe hurriedly flattered and complimented from the sidelines. Congratulations, saint's son. Congratulations, saint's son. The sect saint's soldier never comes out of the world. This kind of great killing weapon, once it comes out of the world, it symbolizes destruction. With the support of this item, you must be 1,000 times more solid than Yi Qingtao's suppression. Sima Zhao also hurriedly slipped in. Your Highness, Holy Sun, I'm the same. The two men scrambling ass-kissing made the Holy Sun so uncomfortable that he patted the shoulders of the two men and laughed out loud in pain. Then I'll borrow your good advice, said the man, casually throwing 2 night jewels out. Ah, many thanks to the Holy Sun. Thank you, Holy Sun. Thank you, Holy Sun. Both of them immediately kneeled down in unison, excited about obtaining a valuable night pearl. These two people, they could be called the pawns of the Holy Sun, the eagles and dogs at the feet of the Holy Sun. After a few moments of the great concept, above the holy soldier, the red light blossomed, and there was a faint ancient buzzing sound, and then suddenly, with a brush, the holy soldier rose up in the air, and the jade steps exploded on the spot. The saint soldier turned into a ray of light and flew into the saint son's hand. The Holy Sun only felt a crispy touch coming from his hand, as if he was holding a lightning bolt, which was powerful and incomparable. Taking a closer look, he only saw that the sacred soldier sword was 3 feet long and about 2 fingers wide, incomparably sharp, with more runes violently surfacing on it. Its aura vast and unfathomable. With the saint's soldier, the saint's son could no longer help but explode his own little universe. He himself wasn't satisfied with his strength, and now that he was empowered by the saint's soldier, for a moment he drifted a bit. Getting the holy soldier, the Holy Sun was overjoyed and said, "Great job, let's go." Li Beishan had actually overestimated himself. He didn't even know that this holy weapon was like a piece of scrap metal in the eyes of a demon. Each of those demons had lived for unknown millions of years, and they didn't give a damn about a mere latter-day saint soldier. But Night Balsam was foolish enough to think that they were afraid of their own physique. The Holy Sun brought the two out of the sealed land and fiercely saw a few disciples passing by. He shouted and said, "Stop, I'm going into the tower right now. You guys go find some more people and call more people to join me." The Holy Sun wanted to show everyone how he had subdued the demons in the tower, and when he went in with his toes in the air later, those demons would surely not even dare to fart, so that all of these disciples could see how powerful they were. This disciple who was called out was puzzled, but the Holy Sun's order could not be disobeyed and said, "Yes." In just a few moments of effort, this disciple had found more than 50 disciples, and the Holy Sun led them, flying majestically towards his residence. Soon arrived at the place. Into the house. The Holy Sun at a glance to see the table placed on the demon suppression tower. He picked up and flew towards the back of the mountain. Shortly afterward, At the back of the Sect's mountain, the Holy Sun put the demon-suppressing tower in place, after which it was enlarged 100 times and towered into the clouds, then led the people to walk in with their heads held high. Chapter 34, Stupid Qingyun Sect. You will pay for your stupidity. Meanwhile, what the Holy Sun was completely unaware of was that many demons in the tower were plotting a dark, damp cell. Hey, everyone give it a go. This Qingyun sect has disappeared almost 100 disciples, and we don't see Yi Qingtao coming back. Could it be that he won't be coming back? I don't think he's coming back anymore. Think about it, after all these deaths, and not seeing much of a reaction from the Green Cloud sect, I don't think their patriarch will allow Yi Qingtao to suppress the demon-suppressing tower anymore. Ha ha ha, great! I've been waiting for this day for a long time. This Qingyun sect is really stupid. I can't stand it anymore. Why don't we just go out? Go, 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 go. Some of the demons were ecstatic, and they raised their feet and walked out towards the door. When they reached the doorway and their feet were about to take a step, suddenly, the Holy Sun suddenly walked in with a large group of people behind him. The two parties just collided head-on. The Holy Sun's face changed when he saw that so many demons seemed to be going out. What shocked him was that even though the group of demons saw him, they actually had no intention of stopping and were still walking outside, as if they treated him as air. In the blink of an eye, a demon in the lead brushed past the Saint's Sun, and no one spoke between the two sides. The demon was completely ignoring the Holy Sun. The Saint's Sun instantly became furious and almost exploded, turning back with difficulty and shouting, "Hey, didn't you see this Saint's Sun?" The demon finally swept him off his feet and said, "So what if you saw it?" The Holy Sun was astonished. What is this, and why do they seem not to be afraid of themselves at all? And the people who followed behind the Holy Sun, whether it was Sima Zhao or Jiang Jinhe, all of them instantly showed unbelievable looks, feeling that they had encountered a heavenly paradise. No way. What's wrong with these demons? How come they're not afraid of the Holy Sun at all? He is holding a holy weapon in his hands. As for the disciples who followed, they have wide-eyed that expression as if they saw the collapse of heaven and earth. Qianquan broke the scene of the general, tongue stretched out long, only to feel deeply unbelievable. This group of demons turned out to be able to go out? The most crucial thing was that they didn't, it seemed, fear the Saint's Sun at all. The Holy Sun steeped a little bit of fear, suddenly feeling how the tower's breath was so gloomy, as if he was fiercely being secretly stared at by a pair of eyes. In an instant, the Saint's Sun felt as if he was enveloped from head to toe by a terrifyingly icy cold water, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He was suddenly afraid. He turned around and stepped back in a hurry, and right at that moment, the demons that were originally going to leave the tower took a step forward. The scene instantly became one-sided. Every time the demons took a step forward, the Holy Sun took a step back. The scene was very weird, as if the Holy Sun didn't even dare to confront the demons. Fearful and a shrunken head turtle, if placed in the time when Yi Qingtao was around, this was something that would never happen. At that time, these demons didn't even dare to even glance at the Holy Sun, not to mention ignoring him so much, because it was too unreasonable. If Yi Qingtao brought in the Holy Sun, they would still worship the Holy Sun, bowing 3 times and treating him like an emperor. And now, this situation left the Holy Sun and all the many disciples with chills in their hearts, not daring to believe it. This was still under the circumstance that the other party were all just a bunch of small demons, and the Demon King hadn't come out at this time. As these little demons headed outside, one of them waved his hand toward a bloodthirsty leopard demon and said, "Go and report to His Holiness. We're going out." The bloodthirsty leopard demon immediately turned around towards walking back. The Holy Sun's face turned pale with fear and he stammered for words. Soon, the bloodthirsty leopard demon transformation had arrived at the Demon King's cell. The Demon King had just woken up from recuperating his strength, and he was about to go out, and he wanted to tamp down his strength before he went out. Seeing the bloodthirsty leopard demon standing in the doorway, the Demon King said indifferently, "Something wrong? Your Holiness, now that so many people have died in the Qingyun sect, I haven't seen any reaction from them, as if a stone has sunk into the sea without any news. I haven't seen Yi Qingtao come back since the beginning, and what's ridiculous is that today, instead, the Holy Sun came, which means that Yi Qingtao won't be coming back. I discussed with the others and think that it's already possible to go out now. Your Holiness, what do you think?" When the Demon King heard this, he was instantly ecstatic. He was supposed to do this after he had gotten his essence and stored up his strength this time, but he didn't expect the good news to come to his door just after he woke up from his sleep. In that case, Yi Qingtao really won't come back. Stupid Qingyun sect. You will pay for your stupidity. There will also be a terrible price to pay for holding us captive these past 100 years. The Demon King's heart was full of joy and smiles. He had been imprisoned for so many years, and his heart had long been furious and raging to the extreme. He couldn't wait to immediately kill the Qingyun sect and fill it with blood and bones. He wasn't the only one. He felt sure that his fellow officers upstairs were just as impatient to get out as he was. He refers to the Demon King of the second layer, as well as the Demon King of the third, fourth, and fifth layers. The strength of those Demon Kings was only higher than him. Good. You guys go out first. This honored one will send a sound transmission to hit the second floor, so that the other fellow disciples will wake up and rush out together. Qingyun sect. This honored one will make you pay a price like blood. Speaking of this, the Demon King just couldn't help himself and shouted up to the sky. Freedom! A total of 352,226,136 days, 3 hours, 42 minutes and 9 seconds. Qingyun sect. This father is not finished with you. That's how long he's been incarcerated. For such a long time, he hated the Green Cloud sect to the bone, so much that he could not wait to eat its flesh and sleep in its skin. He immediately a transmission hit the second floor. 3 after 3 is 3, 4, 5. Without a moment's effort, all of the Demon Kings on the entire 81st floor received this voice transmission, and one by one, they awakened from their slumber and were surprised. Oh my god, I've been waiting for this moment for a long time, and it's finally here. A pair of gloomy and dim eyes slowly opened, transmitting an appalling and extreme killing light, and their eyes seemed to contain strand after strand of horrifying demonic breath. As if sitting there without moving, they were able to suppress the ages, killing gods and Buddhas. They would have had that too. Damn. After being suppressed by Yi Qingtao for so many years, this dignity can finally regain its freedom. Qingyun sect. This honored one will peel off your skin and drink your blood. No matter male or female, all of you will be stripped of your skin and all of you will be killed. Transcendent genius? Absolute heavenly pride? Super spiritual body? Kill. Kill them all. Cut off the roots and leave no one behind. Kill them all by bursting out in and crying. Kill 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 kill. Countless voices of pain and hatred resounded through the interior of the demon-suppressing pagoda, and there were vaguely the roars of countless demonic spirits, as well as the ghostly howls of countless resentful spirits. From today onwards, they would take revenge and slaughter every single person in the Qingyun sect. Chapter 35, The Saint's Son's Heart Suffers. The second floor of the Demon Suppressor Tower. The Demon King opened his eyes in the depths of his cell, put on his golden armor, and said with a wave of his hand, all of you, at my command, move out. Third level, all hands on deck, move out. Fourth level, set out with me and kill him in blood. Fifth floor, kill kill kill. It didn't take long, the news was quickly passed down, and for a time, the entire interior of the Demon Suppressor Tower sharpened its blades. After being suppressed for so many years, they were finally able to let go and do something big. At this moment, the many demons in the Demon Suppressing Tower have rioted. Deep in the tower, there are endless demons from the depths have awakened. Looking at a pressurized piece, countless, 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers, 4 layers, a total of 991 layers. All the demons, including the Demon King, all holding weapons, blood-devouring mad knife, broken sky axe, soul-devouring teeth, don't live to kill. Horrible ghosts cry bell. All kinds of weapons have come out, leading people out of the cell, to go out to kill Qingyun Zunga piece of armor. After all these years, they finally came out. The demon leaders of the 81st layer are different. The black-winged great demon, the city-slaying blood demon, the ancient fae, the ancient ferocious demon, and the evil spirit terminator. They are terrifying to the extreme. And back then, even the founding ancestor of the Qingyun sect was not a one-move enemy. In the meantime, first floor, at the door, the Holy Son's jaw dropped as he watched the group of demons in front of him walk towards the door, while he had already retreated to the threshold. If he retreated any further, these demons would go out. He finally realized that he couldn't suppress the demon-suppressing tower. In the moment of crisis, the Holy Son's eyelids fluttered violently, not knowing how to describe his feelings. He was on the verge of tears, but couldn't cry. The demon that led the way just now blandly walked up to him, twisted his neck, and a crackling bone-jointed CUI fragrance erupted from between his neck, condescendingly saying, "What? You dare to stand in the way?" The Holy Son's heart tingled as if he were an enemy. He hurriedly bowed his head and dutifully exited the tower. The many disciples stared in shock. What's going on with the Holy Son? The demon is going out and he doesn't even dare to block it? In the next moment, the demon let out a fierce laugh and led the people out of the tower. In the blink of an eye, the group of demons swaggered across the threshold and resurfaced.
the Holy Sun, and behind him Sima Zhao. Zhang Zhenhe, the heart has been 7 up and down, as if being stirred up by the shocking waves, ripples and waves, for a long time cannot be calm. As for those disciples who followed, their eyes were all as huge as copper bells, dying in disbelief. They watched dumbfounded as large numbers of demons strutted out of the tower one after another, with expressions of shock to the point where the sky was falling, the ground was sinking, and the end of the universe was coming to a close. To their death, they never expected that one day, the Holy Sun would be in charge of the demon suppression tower and actually release demons. As the demon walked over step by step, a black cloud surfaced in the sky, following the demon step by step towards them. All of a sudden, the sky seemed to become compensated by half of the black clouds, pressing horizontally towards this side, like dark clouds pressing horizontally against the great sun. Dark clouds cover the city and the city wants to be destroyed. The saintly sun didn't say a word the entire time. Finally, the saint's son withdrew 30 meters away, and he was already sweating. The people behind him also followed him and withdrew 30 meters away. Shivering, as he was about to continue retreating, a disciple finally slowed down and asked with a trembling voice, "Your Highness, they came out. You quickly suppressed them." The Holy Sun looked at this disciple, and then looked at the demons that kept coming out. His heart was bitter, and he could not speak of the bitterness. The disciple worriedly said, "What's wrong with you, Saint's son? Don't you have a fiery body that specializes in restraining them? They should be afraid of you." The Holy Sun's face changed drastically and he wanted to cry, not knowing how to answer him. Finally, the Holy Sun gritted his teeth, stopped backing up, and said to him, "Watch me." If it had been before, the Holy Sun would have spoken with a heavy tone of exclamation points. But now, there was no energy to speak. He took a step forward and looked at the demon and said, "Wait." The demon in the lead swept him with a contemptuous, loving glance. The hallowed Saint's son was directly ignored. Saint's son felt a hot pain on his face, as if he had been slapped in public. "I am the Holy Son of God. I should have some face anyway. Besides, there are so many people behind us watching." The Holy Sun felt so groundless that he wanted to find a crack in the ground. The Holy Sun gritted his teeth and said again, "Slow down. You can't advance any further. Or else. At the end of the sentence, his voice trembled and he barely had the courage to say it. In case the demon king inside came out, he would be slapped into a bloody mist in a single glance. He doesn't want to die. Those demon kings weren't even afraid of patriarchs and could slap a bunch of them to death with a single slap. And there was even less to say about him. A tiny saint's son. Thinking of the image that he was going to die a horrible death, a heart of the saint's son shook. His eyelids fluttered violently, and his face turned pale. The group of demons didn't pay any attention to him, and the leader waved his hand behind him and said, "Cast a stool out for me. Something taller." Immediately a small demon came out and took out a magic axe in his hand. He walked to the big tree next to him and swung his sword and cut it down. He then used his mana and quickly made the large tree into a high stool, 5 meters high, like a tall building. This little demon carried the stool in front of the demon in charge and respectfully said, "Please sit down." The demon in the lead leapt to the top and sat high above it, crossing his legs and looking down on the Holy Sun, saying, "All right, now you can talk to me." The Holy Sun instantly felt his brain faint and almost out of brain bruises. It's insulting to him. However, he couldn't suppress the other party at all, and the other party wasn't afraid of him at all. The Holy Sun's face turned red, only to feel a great pain on his face, as if he had been slapped several times in a row in public. If the demon comes out, if the patriarch knows about it, then his own downfall will be the same. The Holy Sun no longer dared to think about it, and he closed his eyes in pain. What the Holy Sun didn't know was that Sima Zhao was more afraid than he was. Sima Zhao's legs and pants were now quite wet, and a bad smell was coming from his body. He had never thought to death that the Saint's son actually couldn't suppress these demons at all. He had also just woken up to the fact that the Holy Sun really couldn't be subdued, and his strength simply wouldn't do. So, one has moved a stone and broken one's own foot. For a moment, all of his previous aura was absent, like a grizzled downward-facing dog. As for Zhang Zhenhe, not to mention, he was incontinent in front and back, shivering. His whole body was like being stuffed inside an ice cave. He, like Sima Zhao, also beat to death, never would have imagined that the originally imposing and faithful Saint's son could not suppress the demon-suppressing tower at all. It is clear that he patted his chest to the patriarch to guarantee incomparable oath of faith, but now this situation. He is a fool, and a soft bone, and a sinner of the clan. At this moment, Zhang Zhenhe was also absent, his face ashen and ashen. Chapter 36, The Holy Sun repented and begged for mercy. The demon on the stool looked down at the Holy Sun, squinting. That expression, as if I've already given you a lot of face by taking a look at you. The Holy Sun spoke again. You guys back off, quickly back off. However, the demon above him simply ignored him, and even leisurely picked at his nose poop. The other demons also looked like they were watching the fun, also picking their noses there, leisurely. The Holy Sun's face turned red as he shouted once again, "Hurry up, I won't allow you to come out. You guys quickly back off and discuss everything." However, there were still no demons at the scene to pay attention to him, and it was clear that he was speaking loudly, but those demons completely ignored him and loved him. This state of affairs made the many disciples look at it, and they all looked at the saint's son with a pair of strange gazes, despising the saint's son in their hearts. The Holy Son is so humiliated. I didn't know before, but now I think, what face does he have to suppress the demon suppression tower? That's not true. It's unbelievable that the demon actually came out in a big way. Yi Qingtao was so good back then. The wind and waves were calm. Now this is bad. The clan is going to collapse. The Holy Son's face burned even more as he pretended not to hear and continued to shout loudly, urging the demons to retreat back. Hey, come down here first. There's something to discuss. Come down and talk. You come down first, okay? You come down here for a minute. However, no matter how much he shouted, the demons above him just ignored him, as if they were truly treating him like air, directly ignoring him. He continued to shout, but the other man still ignored him. The Holy Son's face gradually became as ugly as if he had eaten a fly, and his heart was even more unbearable and humiliating. He felt that his face and dignity had been stepped on and rubbed hard under his feet in full view of everyone. It was only after a long time that a small demon finally glanced at the saint's son and said nonchalantly, "If you're capable, knock him down." The saintly son tilted his head, dumbfounded. Where would he have the guts to do that? And that demon's cultivation was that of a half-step great emperor. He simply didn't have that strength. The little demon laughed and spat. Waste. One sentence. Directly pissed off the pride of the Holy Son, he was infuriated. He raised his holy soldier up on the spot and shouted, "Damn! I gave you guys face. Don't be ignorant of your honor. Come down. All of you back off, or else you will suffer the consequences." Sima Zhao also shouted, "All back off. Our Holy Son has the holy weapon here. He also has the body of blazing fire. Do you know about this kind of physique? It specializes in restraining demons and devils, those who are not afraid of death. Just come." Zhang Jinhao also rushed to take a deep breath and shouted in a fox-like manner, "The holy soldier in the hands of the Holy Son is incomparably powerful. It is the clan's unparalleled killing weapon. All those who aren't afraid of death come out in spite of themselves. The Holy Son will suppress all of you and send you to the 18 layers of hell." They were foxing around on the basis of the holy soldiers in the hands of the Holy Son. Sacred soldier? A cold laugh suddenly came from above, followed by the body of the demon in the lead moving. The Holy Son didn't even see when he struck, only feeling a flash of black shadow in front of his eyes, and the holy weapon was instantly taken away. The saint's son hastily raised his eyes to see that the saint's soldier had been taken in the other party's hands, and the other party was looking at it as if it was scrap metal. A holy soldier, is it? Rubbish! The demon was filled with contempt as he raised his hand and swung it, his claws ruthlessly tearing towards the holy soldier, and in an instant, sparks splashed everywhere. Click, 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 click. In the blink of an eye, the saint's soldier was actually directly torn apart, becoming two pieces of scrap metal. Immediately following, in the incomparably shocked, jaw-dropping gaze of the Holy Son, the demon slapped out, and the scrap iron was instantly slapped and exploded into pieces all over the ground. What? This actually blew up the saint's soldier with his bare hands? Oh my god, this isn't real. The scene was in an uproar. Everyone in the Qingyun sect was viciously shocked that the demon was actually so terrifying. The fractured sage son had just thought that this was his greatest weapon to rely on, but people could blow it up with their bare hands. One disciple after another felt a huge pressure on their heads, not daring to face this group of demons. Powerful. Too powerful. The Holy Son was shocked and stunned. He did not expect in any case. This is the founding ancestor sealed up the holy soldier's actually was beaten with bare hands. Demon so strong? He hurriedly sensed the other party's aura, only to realize that the pressure coming from him was so strong that it was actually a half-step great emperor. Sensing the tower again, it was even more powerful inside. A terrifying and eerie demonic breath was stupid and ready to strike. The peak of a great emperor. Moreover, it seems that all the demon kings of the second, third, and fourth layers are all moving stupidly, and that breath, deep and vast, is unfathomable. Hiss. It's horrible. The Holy Son's face changed drastically. He only swept it for a moment, and then he felt that his divine sense was like a clay ox entering the sea, and even more so, it was like sweeping into the abyss, and he couldn't see through it at all. This is too horrible. He did not say the holy soldiers. Even if he added the patriarch and the supreme elders out of the gate are not opponents. What to do? What should I do? I shouldn't have taken the demon suppressing tower. I can't suppress it at all. The Holy Sun was so anxious that he almost cried. As for Sima Zhao and Jiang Jinhe, their faces were as white as death, frozen in place, trembling and at a loss for words. The demon in the lead asked, "Sacred soldier, is it strong?" The Holy Sun stammered, not daring to speak, and said in a broken voice, We just came to see and give you some gifts. Don't be angry. Ha ha, did I hear you right? You guys actually came to give me a gift? I guess that's fine. We'll take it ourselves then," the demon coldly said. The Holy Sun thought how to take himself, when he saw the demon directly go up to his neck and instantly clenched it tightly, lifting himself up in the air. Cough cough cough. Spare. 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 The Holy Sun only felt his throat choking and couldn't catch his breath. At this time he didn't care about face, let alone dignity, and directly opened his mouth to beg for mercy. The demon struck quickly. A pair of claws instantly slashed across his body, stripping him of all his clothes in the blink of an eye, and he became naked on the spot in front of a large crowd. At the same time, the other demons have also shot. Will Sima Zhao and Jiang Jinhe, as well as this group of disciples, all the clothes on the body stripped naked. In the blink of an eye all the people of the Qingyun sect did not have a kunai. The demons threw the clothes on the ground one by one, and a pressure swept over them. Instantly all the storage rings as well as the valuable things were all taken clean. Then the leader demon said, "Brothers, eat all these disciples." Some demons immediately aimed at a disciple's head and thumped open their bloody mouths to bite on it. Don't. The disciple screamed hysterically. Click, click. His screams were useless, and he was instantly bitten into the maw, his entire body dying outright. The other disciples were instantly scared to death, but before they could react, they felt the sky spinning, and it turned out that the people had already been swallowed into their stomachs, and the huge, sharp teeth were crushing into their bodies. On the verge of death, they regretted beyond measure. What had the Saint's son done? If there was no Saint's son, would they have died? They were so remorseful that they wouldn't let the Holy Sun go even if they were ghosts. In the blink of an eye, the entire room was eaten up, leaving only the Holy Sun, Sima Zhao, and Jiang Jinhe. The Holy Sun was so scared that his legs were shaking and he was frozen in fear. A small demon said, "Why don't we eat the three of them as well?" The leader demon sneered, "No need. I still have a wonderful use for these three crouching dragons and phoenixes." The words fell. Boom slapped out. Boom. This slap landed straight on the Saint's son, who was instantly like a waste, and was directly slapped out 10,000 miles away. This slap was wrapped in countless winds, slapping him out a long way, ruthlessly sinking into a distant mountain pass, which was all knocked out of a huge human-shaped crack that was shocking to the eyes. Cough cough. Cough cough cough. The Saint's son fell hard from the mountain wall to the ground, spitting out blood violently with a large mouthful of blood, his body breaking bones and tendons, and he was in a sorry state. Sima Zhao and Jiang Jinhe panicked and hurriedly looked over there, losing their voices. Holy Sun, I was a bit sick and too tired yesterday so I only updated one chapter. I'm sorry everyone, I'll update normally today. Also to give you a heads up on update times, I usually update at 5:00 p.m. Very punctual, sometimes earlier. Chapter 37, The Half-Dead Saint's Son. Other side. Sect Hall. Patriarch Su Yanyan was talking to the Supreme Elder. The Supreme Elder was here to ask for punishment. His face was very unpleasant at the moment, and in a deep voice, he asked Su Yanran, "As far as I know, after Yi Qingtao stopped guarding the demon suppressing tower, the aura of a demon has already appeared within the clan. What explanation do you have for this matter?" Su Yanran served a cup of tea for the Supreme Elder, arched her hand and respectfully said, "Senior uncle, don't be anxious. I've already sent the Holy Sun to suppress it. The Holy Sun is absolutely fine. He's already sworn to make a guarantee with me, saying that he'll suppress the demon suppressing tower even better than Yi Qingtao." The Supreme Elder gasped and laughed, saying, "What a better than Yi Qingtao? The sect has now appeared with the aura of demons, and this is called better than Yi Qingtao? I need you to give me a reasonable explanation." Speaking at the same time, the Supreme Elder, angry cheeks are bulging, directly slapped the teacups on the ground. Instantly snap sound, the teacups fell broken. Su Yanran's body trembled and her face turned a little white. To be honest, she was terrified of the Taishang Elder's anger, and every time the Taishang Elder was angry, it would make her scared out of her wits, and the fact that the Supreme Elder was usually never out of the gate, and now that he came out to meddle in the matter, it meant that something was at stake. "Saint's son, you've misjudged me." Su Yanran cursed libation in her heart. Her face cannot pass, or said, "This, Holy Sun's men have already made an explanation to me. Is some small demon while he is lax when it is not easy to drill out of the time? Some small demons only, not to be feared. As long as the elimination of the after, the Holy Sun will be better than the Yi Qingtao suppression of the better. The Supreme Elder blew his beard in anger and said angrily, I don't believe it. The demon is a matter of great importance. The clan can't afford to forbid any blunders. I now order you to immediately remove the Holy Sun and replace him with Yi Qingtao. Su Yanyan respectfully said, Senior uncle, it is not that I am not willing to replace him to go up, but he colludes with the devil. You first calm down. Allow me to slowly say. After a tea time, she told the story of what had happened. The Supreme Elder closed his eyes in contemplation. How is that possible? How is it possible? Yi Qingtao really has so much heart. Actually working with the demons? Is he the kind of man with a dark heart? He doesn't look it. The Supreme Elder didn't believe that Yi Qingtao would be like this at all. If he had really defected to the devil's way, then why didn't he release those demon kings earlier and take his time to premeditate something? Just releasing a demon king would instantly destroy the Qingyun sect. So what was there to slowly plot? The Supreme Elder's brow furrowed into a line as he questioned. It can't be possible. Although I have no dealings with Yi Qingtao, but repeatedly when I awoke from my slumber and swept towards the back of the mountain, I saw him scrupulously guarding the tower. His eyes were clear, and he was full of righteousness. So how is it possible for him to be colluding with the demons? You must have investigated wrong. Su Yanran once again made a cup of tea and assured, Senior uncle, don't worry about it. The Holy Sun patted his chest and swore to me that it's fine. He will be able to suppress it. I think it should be fine. Plus he has the holy soldier in his hand. There's really no problem. As for Yi Qingtao, I can't tell if he really colluded with the demonic path, but right now there's still no clearing up of the suspicion, so we can't let him rashly take charge of the demon suppressing tower. Su Yanyan, this will actually feel the face is very disgraceful. Can only first stabilize the Supreme Elder? Turn around, she will have to question the Holy Sun. Why there is a demon run out? In the end, what do you do for food? The Supreme Elder still didn't believe it and said, I don't believe it. Now that the demons have escaped, can the Saint Sun suppress them? This shows that he can't suppress it at all. If another period of time passes and the demons rush out in large numbers, you, Su Yanyan, will just wait to be the sinner of the sect. Su Yanran's face turned white all of a sudden, and she stammered a little bit afraid to say it. She didn't want to be the sinner of the clan. If the clan collapsed in her hands, she had no face to face the ancestors down below. Just then, the Supreme Elder suddenly sensed a breath outside flying back and said, This breath is the Holy Sun. It seems that the Saint Sun has returned. Along with Sima Zhao, Jiang Zhenhe, they are on their way back. Su Yanran said, It should be a triumphant return. I just instructed them to threaten those demons in the tower, ordering the demons not to venture out or they will be burned to death. The Holy Sun should be coming back to report the happy news now. As soon as the words left his mouth, a mournful scream suddenly came from outside. Holy Sun, it's coming. Wake up, Holy Sun. Holy Sun, you can't die. Wake up. Wake up. Sima Zhao quickly pinched his middle. He's about to roll his eyes. Su Yanran was taken aback, and so was the Supreme Elder, and the two of them hurriedly looked at the door. Outside at this time came the sound of a sharp break in the air, and it seemed that the person who came back was in a great deal of anxiety. Outside, about a couple dozen kilometers away, Jiang Zhenhe was carrying the bloodied Saint Sun on his back as he quickly flew back towards the sect's main hall, followed closely by Sima Zhao. The Holy Sun rolled his eyes at the demon's slap and almost passed out. The whole thing was just hanging on by a breath. Just now Jiang Zhenhe and Sima Zhao arrived at the mountain pass, saw this situation, instantly alarmed, and hastily carried back to ask the patriarch for medical treatment. The Saint's son was too badly injured, a condition that could only be cured by the high-level elixir in the patriarch's hands, and other low-end medicines wouldn't work at all. Patriarch Su Yanyan had some incomparably expensive pills in her hands. Casually eating one would be able to regrow bones and flesh and blood, which could be called living death. And the Holy Sun could only do so in this half-dead situation today. Fearing that they would not have enough time, the two of them pushed their body's mana to the extreme and quickly flew back. Hurry up, I can't, you guys hurry up. The Saint's son made a weak sound. He did not want to die, he wanted to live. He has now regretted why he grabbed the demon-suppressing tower, which is not something he can suppress at all. Don't worry, Saint's son, we're almost there. The patriarch will be able to heal you. You won't die, Jiang Zhenhe said hurriedly. The Holy Sun's breath shriveled and said, Also, how far away is it? 3 kilometers, only the last 3 kilometers left. Sima Zhao hurriedly replied, Quickly, point, I can't hold on much longer. The Holy Sun groaned in pain. His pupils had begun to dilate. Inside the sect's main hall, the Supreme Elder sensed something and furrowed his brows violently as he looked at Su Yanran and said, The Sacred Sun seems to have suffered a very serious injury. Su Yanran's face changed and said, It's impossible. Why didn't I sense the breath? The Supreme Elder's face was grim as he spat. That's because the Holy Sun's breath is weak and dying. Chapter 38. What are you talking about if you can't keep it? Su Yanran instantly panicked and hurriedly walked out. With a swish, she made her way to the door. And the Supreme Elder likewise arrived at this time. Instantly, both of their eyes went wide, almost unable to believe their eyes, only to see Sima Zhao, Jiang Zhenhe, the Holy Sun, the three of them all bare body, not a single, hanging, quickly fly back. While flying, the Saint Sun spat out blood and let out a wail of pain. Su Yanran froze, and when she reacted, she was instantly furious, only feeling as if her heart was blocked by something, and she couldn't get a breath. It goes without saying, the Holy Sun must have been severely injured by the demons in the tower, and his clothes were stripped. Humiliated to this extent, the Supreme Elder's face was grim, and his fists emitted the crunching sound of clicking bone joints. It wasn't the demons he was angry with, but Su Yanran. Patriarch, this is what you call being able to suppress? Just now the incident is urgent. One step later the Saint's son may die without catching a breath. Sima Zhao and Jiang Zhenhe cannot go back to put on clothes in time. They could only use their mana to condense a thin cloud to cover the key areas. In the blink of an eye, with two swish-swish sounds, Jiang Zhenhe's trio arrived in front of the Great Hall and landed on the ground. Jiang Zhenhe placed the Saint's son on the ground and knelt down. Patriarch, please save the Saint's son. He's dying. Sima Zhao was too shaken to speak. The Patriarch swept a glance at the three of them, his face red with anger, but the greater good was at stake, and casually threw a green pouch out. Jiang Zhenhe caught it and said, "Thank you, Patriarch. Thank you, Patriarch. Hurry up and heal him. Don't die. How can I ask questions if he dies?" Su Yanyan was incomparably angry. Feeling that her cheeks had been disgraced by the Holy Sun, Jiang Zhenhe hurriedly opened the brocade pouch and took out an emerald green elixir. The Holy Sun by this time was already blurred in consciousness and his soul was wandering out of the sky. He and Sima Zhao combined their efforts to break open the Holy Sun's mouth and fed the elixir in pills into the stomach. Immediately, the son of the saint's body to send out zzz repair sound. About a moment of work, the son of the saint woke up leisurely. The Holy Sun climbed up in a flash, kneeling on the ground in a hurry, confessing, "Patriarch, I'm not that material. I now realize that I can't subdue the demon subduing tower at all. I don't have that ability. I'm wrong." Out of fear, he said a lot in one breath. Su Yanran was infuriated and very angry. She boldly turned her head to look at the Supreme Elder, only to see that the Supreme Elder's face was already gloomy to the extreme. Su Yanran sank her voice and howled in anger. "Why didn't you say earlier if you couldn't? Can't be subdued even if it's not enough. Actually got beaten out and stripped naked like this. My face is lost to you. The face of the clan is gone. You know, there are quite a few people who are secretly muddying the waters and creating chaos. And this news will not directly spread throughout the entire eastern continent tomorrow? At that time, does the Green Cloud sect still want to lose its face? The hallowed Saint's son, being stripped of a single, not hanging, the face of the clan was trampled all over the place. The Holy Sun's mood flipped and he could only kowtow and admit his mistake. Su Yanran continued to scold. "Since you can't suppress it, what tower do you blindly want? Do you want the clan to perish you?" Not waiting for the Holy Sun to reply, Su Yanran scolded once again. "Didn't you swear and pat your chest and pack your bags? With your ability, you should be able to make the demons retreat back. How come you've become like this now instead? Are you ashamed of yourself? You can't calm down. What are you talking about? Do you still want some face?" The Holy Sun kowtowed. Patriarch, it's not that I can't suppress it, it's that those demons are too strong. I can't do anything about it." Su Yanran gasped and laughed directly, loudly and angrily. "Doesn't that still show that you can't be subdued? That you don't have any logic in your speech?" The Holy Sun panicked. Originally, he was going to tell the Patriarch that the demons had come out in large numbers, but now, he didn't dare. In case he says it, he'll be slapped to death by the Patriarch. And turning his head, the Supreme Elder was actually here. Just now the anxious scratching of the ears actually thought it was someone else. For a while, the Holy Sun was even more afraid to speak. The Supreme Elder was stronger and had a bad temper. He didn't dare to touch the other party's scales, those demons that came out in large numbers just now. First of all, their breath was introverted, and they had turned on the hidden breath technique taught by the Demon King, so unless they saw it with their own eyes, they could not perceive it. Su Yanran began to wonder if Yi Qingtao had not colluded with the Devil's Way, and as she looked at the Saint's son like this, she felt that there was most likely something fishy going on. Pop! There was a sudden explosion that startled everyone. Su Yanran turned her head to look, only to see that the Supreme Elder had already slammed the teacup to pieces, and then, whisked his sleeves away. Su Yanran was shocked and lost her color, and hurriedly ordered, Someone come. Immediately a beloved servant came beside him. Go and investigate properly. I want to know if Yi Qingtao has colluded with the devil's way or not. Yes. After the command was finished, Su Yanran's face turned red as she angrily looked at the saint's son and snapped a hard slap. Ah! The saint's son screamed miserably and spat out a mouthful of blood, as if a kite with broken strings was instantly jerked against the wall, which collapsed on the spot, and the saint's son was miserably buried inside. Su Yanran cursed. Waste, what's the use of having you? Give this seed a wait. After saying that, Su Yanyan hurriedly went after the supreme elder. The holy son was so scared that his face turned pale and he got out of it in a sorry state, his heart feeling remorseful. If he hadn't taken over the demon suppression tower, he would be fine now. If he hadn't triple patted his chest with assurances, he wouldn't be in this position right now. There's no turning back now. What can we do about this? Sima Zhao and Jiang Zhenhe quickly walked over and helped him up. Jiang Zhenhe anxiously said, Holy son, what should we do now? We'll definitely be condemned. The holy son's face was like dirt, and he didn't know what to do. He hurriedly turned his gaze to Sima Zhao, and a vicious slap suddenly smacked the other party's face fiercely, and immediately Sima Zhao was drawn a mouthful of blood. The holy son howled angrily. Your mind is spinning fast. Think fast. Speak quickly. Sima Zhao was smacked dizzily. His eyes were starry. His brain suddenly turned faster, and with a flash of light, he said, Your Highness, there's something. Now, we can only make false accusations. Let's say that Yi Qingtao must have colluded with the demon. Let's immediately send someone to purchase a demonic soldier. Turn around and find the patriarch. Let's say that it was given to him by the demon, and then purchase a demonic technique at a high price. And let's say that it was searched out from his residence. This way, the demon will come out and it's none of our business. It's him who is behind it. And the evidence that he colluded with the demon is also found. Killing two birds with one stone. The holy son rejoiced and said, Wonderful, wonderful. He slapped his thigh and said, No more sending people. The three of us will go in person. The three of them immediately flew towards the bottom of the mountain to purchase demonic soldiers and demonic Dao techniques. In the meantime, the clan, in disarray. Some of the disciples who thought that the saint's son couldn't suppress the demon-suppressing tower at all had gathered to curse at the saint's son. The holy son is disgusting, and his legacy will be remembered for years to come. That's right, the heavens will strike you down and you will not be allowed to die, spoiling the whole clan. What a crouching dragon in Phoenix Chick. Chapter 39, the Sect demon will soon be flooded. These disciples usually had a terrible relationship with the holy son, and had been repeatedly bullied by him, and had long been displeased with him in their hearts for a long time. Therefore, they were on the side of Yi Qingtao. They all had a good relationship with Yi Qingtao as well, and usually used to run errands and deliver all kinds of things to Yi Qingtao. In itself, they felt that the demon-suppressing tower could only be guarded by Yi Qingtao, and they were not supportive at all of the holy son taking over. But now, although they didn't sense any demonic aura in the sect, there were always disciples who had gone strangely missing lately. Moreover, there was a constant smell of blood wafting out from some of the dense forests, and some of them had the audacity to go in and take a look, and instantly saw many disciples with miserable deaths, and in an instant, their faces turned pale. Demons, come out. They're scared. Why did the sacred son come to this? If he didn't take the demon-suppressing pagoda, nothing would have happened to the clan. God damn, how is this going to end? And at the same moment, Sect Strange Light Peak. This place was a peak near the back of the main peak, and the mountain was a flat area. There were a lot of houses and fences built, and there were other places such as drill grounds and martial arts training grounds, where a lot of people dressed in the costumes of other sects were assembling in a panic at the moment, preparing to flee. They weren't from the Qingyan sect, but rather, they were disciples of the three sects that were stationed in the Qingyan sect to help suppress the demons, the Jintao sect, the Heavenly Thunder sect, and the Green Substance sect. These three clans had sent a total of over 2,000 people here, invited by Su Yanyan 90 years ago, and their mission was this: in the event that the Qingyan sect demon had an accident, they would need help. The good thing about being stationed here is that there's money to be had, and it's lucrative. But now, they panicked and immediately had to flee. Back then, when they came, they hadn't wanted to come, even though the salary was generous. It was obvious that their lives were still more important. They were very clear about how terrifying those demons in the Qingyan sect's demon suppression tower were. But at that time, Su Yanran said, the clan has come to a very strange person, actually able to suppress the demon suppressing tower. All the demons inside are all honest, and will not riot at all. But I'm still afraid of accidents, so I invite you guys. It's okay, go with me to our clan. At that time, they were surprised that someone could actually suppress the demon suppressing tower. Then they sent some advanced disciples over to explore. And it was true. After making sure that there was really no danger, they were then willing to come. In other words, if it wasn't for the fact that the Qingyan sect had Yi Qingtao guarding the demon-suppressing pagoda all the time, they would have already panicked and run away. But now, they had heard that Yi Qingtao had been removed, and that quite a few more disciples of the Qingyan sect had gone strangely missing recently. What was even more frightening was that there were actually disciples among them who had disappeared as well. According to recent gossip, it seems that the demons have come out. And just now, one of the leading elders among them saw from afar that there was a demon sitting on a high stool there in the back of the mountain, with a sardonic smile on his face. And it seemed that the demons had come out in large numbers. At once, they said nothing and immediately had to leave in a panic. Disciples, it's not that we're afraid, but the Green Cloud sect will soon be flooded with demons. So if we don't run, are we waiting to die here? An elder said. When they first helped, they only helped to suppress the riot. The demons rioted. The tower shook violently. They suppressed this. But now that the demons had actually come out in large numbers, it was beyond their capabilities. If only one or two came out, they'd make do. But this many, I'm sorry, my sister-in-law is having a baby and I have to go home. The other leading elder of the Green Substance sect faced everyone and said, this has been the demon-suppressing tower is no longer a matter of vibration. The entire Qingyun sect is going to erupt into pandemonium. There's no time to lose. One step late and you might become a demon's ration. Hurry! The words fell. Swish swish swish. This elder took the lead and fled without a trace. I don't know what kind of recluse is being used. Instantly, all the disciples present looked at each other. They didn't expect the elder to actually run faster than anyone else. Their cultivation was not as good as the other parties and they could only fly with their swords. Subsequently, these people fled in groups, flying with their imperial swords in large numbers, towards the outer edges of the Green Cloud sect. These disciples had just reached the periphery when, suddenly, they came face to face with some Green Cloud sect disciples who had been out on a mission and were now returning from it. These Green Cloud sect disciples were also in groups, and at this moment, seeing that all three of their sects had actually left the sect, they were a bit puzzled. Someone scratched his scalp and said, what's the matter with you guys? Aren't you going to be stationed in our clan all year round? What are you going to do with this big move? The other disciples of the Qingyun sect are also confused. Clearly the contract has not yet expired. At that time they signed the contract as a period of 300 years. Now only how long has it passed? This is what to do. There has been a lot of puzzlement. The three clan members were also kind and said, don't you guys know about Yi Qingtao being replaced? The Saint Sun took over the demon suppressing tower. But now, the demons are out of the cage. So don't come back. Go! He had thought that these Qingyan sect disciples would be shocked. Who would have thought that when these words were said, these Qingyan sect disciples' faces were as normal, not caring at all. A Qingyan sect disciple laughed and said with a disinterested face, bull asterisk 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 asterisk. With the sacred sun around, can a demon come out? They had heard about it for a long time, but were not at all surprised. These people of theirs were all brainwashed fans of Saint Sun Night Bastion, and Night Bastion was like a god in the sky in their eyes, powerful, peerless, and magnificent, especially his special physique of fiery body. Once he reported his name, the demon shall not retreat 3 feet on the spot. Who dares to provoke? As for Yi Qingtao? Oh, hell knows what small means he used to suppress that group of demons. Another disciple of the Green Cloud sect was emboldened and sneered. The Saint Sun is as powerful as he is, a model for us to aspire to infinitely. How could he not be able to suppress the demon-suppressing pagoda? Who are you looking down on? We believe in the Holy Sun. Unconditionally. Who are you to look down on our Holy Sun? I'll cut you down with my sword. The people were furious. They resolutely didn't think that the Saint Sun couldn't suppress the demon-suppressing pagoda, and especially felt as if the other party had looked down on the Saint Sun. They were instantly furious. The Holy Sun is their front man, and these people are looking for death by being reckless. The disciples of the three sects glanced at each other, both seeing pity in the other's eyes, as well as ridiculousness. It's obvious that we have good intention to see you come back to die, and we can't bear to persuade you to leave, but it turns out that we are too talkative. So forget it. Bye. No one from the three clans wanted to speak more, and they directly twisted their heads and left the place. Yo, you have nothing to say? Probably colluded with Yi Qingtao. Now you're afraid of being implicated. So you fled. The world is so big. Where can you escape to? I'll let the sect leader punish you. Some Green Cloud sect disciples cursed. However, those three people from the clan simply ignored them and flew away. They were afraid that the demons would suddenly erupt and not be able to escape. These brainwashed fans felt that they had won and laughed, then turned their heads and entered the sect. They had no idea that they had come back completely to die. It could have been avoided in itself, but they were simply emboldened to miss the opportunity to survive. Other side, Yi Chen was currently sitting in the middle of a dense forest with a great joyful expression and a fierce smile on his face. Chapter 40. These patriarchs will be shocked when they read this. Just now, he had discovered the smell of blood in this dense forest. Incomparably pungent and creepy. He had also recently heard about the aura of a demon that seemed to have appeared in the clan. And all of a sudden, he was overjoyed and then came. He hoped to meet demons. And then he hoped that those demons would take over him. And no matter what, he would want the Green Cloud sect to be buried with him. For the sake of my sister, my brother is sacrificing his life to drag them to be buried with you. Sister, brother is here. Holy Sun sighed. At this time, the Holy Sun, Sima Zhao, and Jiang Jinhe were running wildly on the road. The place they were going to now was a ghost market. Rumor has it that there are many weapons in the ghost market, both demonic and righteous weapons, and all of them are of high value, often requiring many people to spend a lot of money to be able to afford them. Even if Li Beishan had been a holy son for so many years, he would still need to shell out half of his pockets to afford it. Soon, the three of them then arrived at the ghost market. Before the patriarch found out that Yi Qingtao didn't have any evidence of collusion with the Devil's Path, they had to scramble to get the evidence and then rush back to show it to the other side. In the middle of the ghost market, the trio, wearing huge cloaks to block their faces, walked on and soon entered a store. The Holy Sun swept a glance at the wide array of things, and sure enough, the prices were really exorbitant. For him to spend such a large price on a magic weapon, he said nothing, but the situation at hand was all he could do. In just less than a tea time, the Holy Sun selected a demonic weapon that was covered in black light and exuded a rich demonic breath, then directly bought it and walked out with his people. This was a devilish sword. Just by sensing the black thunderbolts entwined around the sword, they felt a shock. This sword must have been poured out by the blood of many righteous people. All those righteous people were used by the original owner of this magic sword, to sacrifice the sword. Good, good, good. With this evidence, I don't believe that he, Yi Qingtao, hasn't colluded with the devil's way. The Holy Sun looked at the sword in his hand, his face red with joy. Excitedly, he said 3 good words in a row. When he finished speaking, he took a shirt out of his pocket and wrapped it around the hilt of the sword. This is Yi Qingtao's clothes. They just specifically went to Yi Qingtao's residence and searched one of the other party's clothes out. There is Yi Qingtao's scent on the clothes, and at the moment it is wrapped around the hilt of the sword, and the patriarch looks at it, and if it is not him, it is him. He couldn't wash himself even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Ha ha ha. As soon as he remembered this, the Saint's son laughed out loud with incomparable pleasure, and behind them, Jiang Jinhe and Sima Zhao were even more happy with their faces high in joy and laughed wildly up in the sky. Suddenly, Sima Zhao's eyes turned and said, Holy Sun, just a magic sword is not enough. I suddenly have another idea. Saying that, Sima Zhao pointed at a demon that walked past next to him. This place, the ghost market, was a mixed bag of fish and dragons, and there were both righteous and demonic paths, so it wasn't uncommon for demons to walk here. What method? The Holy Sun said. Sima Zhao attached his ear and lowered his voice to heave a laugh. Since we planted Yi Qingtao, let's plant him once and for all. Don't let him turn over again. Why don't we cooperate with this demon and use the staying shadow stone to shoot an image out? At that time, TSK. After hearing this, the Holy Sun's eyes lit up and he immediately said, good idea. Beautiful. He had also felt that relying only on a handful of magic weapons and feats seemed a bit weak in terms of persuasion. But if he added this, steady. The three conferred and immediately walked up to this demon. This demon was a mountain spirit and earth monster, cultivated and accomplished demon. His body was draped with an unearthly demonic aura and black smoke rolled out. He had no idea what the 3 strangers were up to when they suddenly came up to him, and was about to be wary. But when the other man made it clear what he was coming for, he burst out laughing. Turns out these 3 guys were going to pay a fortune for him to play along with the show and be done with it. If someone comes to the door with money, why not take it? So a few moments later, the 3 sacred sons were given an image. The Holy Sun opened the shadow retaining stone, and the image surfaced inside. The demon's body was filled with devilish flames, and handed a storage ring to Sima Zhao's Yi Qingtao, saying, this contains the world's strange poison. You can find a chance to incorporate it into your patriarch's water cup, and poison your patriarch to death. When she is dead, we will come out of the cage and repay you. Top-notch demonic skill, Sumeru demon heart, great skeleton burial art, whatever you want, it's all on the table. The demon finished. A smile appeared on the face of the Yi Qingtao, transformed by Sima Zhao, and said, no problem. Happy cooperation. Have fun working together. After that, both sides shook hands in a very friendly manner and left separately. The Holy Sun watched the footage with a red face and a smile on his face. As for Sima Zhao and Jiang Jinhe, they were even happier. almost immediately unable to resist rushing back and handing over this video to the Patriarch to watch. Your Highness, if these two things are handed over to the Patriarch will definitely be furious. This time he, Yi Qingtao, will definitely have no hope of turning over a new leaf. Jiang Junha said archly. Sima Zhao also heatedly smiled. Not bad. This time, even if he has 100 mouths, there is no way to argue. He will be planted. Aha! The saint's son regained his old confidence. He took out a folding fan in a dashing manner, blowing a wind that blew his long hair, smiling faintly. Don't worry guys, this time you've made a great achievement. I'll give you some of this first, and then when I get something good, I'll give you another good commendation again. With that, 2 golden pills were thrown out. Sima Zhao and Jiang Junha's eyes instantly glowed, and they hurriedly took it, kneeling down and kowtowing. It is our blessing to serve the Holy Sun. Next, the 3 of them went to spend a high price to buy a strong Devil's Path technique, after which, they hit the road back home. It didn't take long before the 3 sacred sons had broken through the air and arrived at the sect. However, when they entered the sect's main hall, they realized that the Patriarch was not there. Saint's son guessed that she would be at the residence. Su Yinyan usually had 2 points in one line, not giving orders in the Great Hall, but resting in her residence. The 3 of them immediately flew towards the sovereign's residence. At this time, Su Yanran was still really in the residence. She went to look for the Supreme Elder, but the result was that she couldn't catch up with him at all, and the Supreme Elder angrily slammed the door and disappeared. She was also tired and went back to her place to figure out what to do. The demons are out. This is a big deal. She was now as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Just then, there was a sound of breaking wind outside the door, as if someone was coming. Su Yanran hurriedly looked out the window, only to see that it was the Holy Sun, who seemed to be holding 3 things in his hand, followed by Jiang Junha and Sima Zhaoga behind him. Su Yanran raised her eyebrows. The sight of the Holy Sun made her angry. She immediately flashed her body out and stood in front of the door and asked, just in time, I'm about to fix you. How do you subdue the demon suppressing tower? Believe it or not, I'll slap you to death. The Holy Sun was not in a hurry, gently shaking his hair, blowing his full head of long hair with a folding fan, smiling lightly. Patriarch, don't be angry for now. I searched hard at Yi Qingtao's residence, and the effort was not enough. It finally allowed me to search for something extraordinary. He hid it very secretly. We didn't search for it last time, and it's these. With that, the Holy Sun handed over the item and said, you will be amazed when you see it. Chapter 41 Demons Out. What is it? Su Yanran frowned and said. The Saint's son stepped forward and handed the item to Su Yanran, respectfully saying, Patriarch, you'll see when you take it. I'm sure you'll be greatly surprised by Yi Qingtao. Su Yanran took it and opened it very suspiciously. She was curious about what it was. The first thing she viewed was the retaining stone, and when she saw what was inside, she froze for a split second. It was really just as Saint's son had said, and she knuckled down in a big way. Su Yanran looked up dumbfounded and said in shock, where did this thing search out? It's in his residence. He hid it very deeply, but we still found it. The Holy Sun hated his teeth and said, Patriarch, this guy actually wanted to poison you. It's really too detestable. Thanks to the fact that I've always felt that he's a nice guy. Su Yanran looked at the shadow retaining stone once more, and the anger in her eyes had almost burned out like a raging flame. Damn it, Yi Qingtao first of all, not to mention cooperating with the demons, but actually plotting to poison her, sure can tolerate it, the common people can't tolerate it. On this weapon, there is his aura, Su Yanran said as she sized up the demonic weapon. The Holy Sun didn't say anything and waved his hand for Sima Zhao to speak. Sima Zhao was very eagle-eyed and immediately stepped forward and said, Patriarch, this is the benefit that Yi Qingtao received as a gift from those devils. Its value is incomparably high. As far as I know, this devil's warrior is very rare even in the ghost market, and it requires a large amount of extremely pure and superb spirit stones to be able to buy it. And this gongfu, it's even more difficult to find because even the Saint's son cannot read the content inside of it. And that's enough to illustrate just how terrifying a feat this item is. After saying that, Sima Zhao sneaked a glance at the Holy Sun, and immediately saw the Holy Sun throw over a well-said, to himself, smile. This gongfu was something that they had carefully selected and spent a great deal of money to finally buy, and the contents inside were so profound and vast that they thought that not only could they not understand it, but it was estimated that even the Patriarch could not understand it. The harder it was to read, the more it meant that the more terrifying this gong method was, a supreme treasure of the supreme devil path. Su Yanran opened the gongfu and looked at it, and immediately realized that it was as if she had turned into a headless fly. She couldn't understand anything at all, and almost fell into it and fell into the devil's path. She hurriedly closed the book, the anger in her eyes having exploded to the breaking point. Su Yenran grimaced and said, Beishan, I almost wronged you. Thanks to you this time, I really didn't expect. It's hard to paint a dragon and a tiger. It's hard to paint a bone. Knowing a person's face is not knowing his heart. He, Yi Qingtao, is actually a guy with this kind of human face and beast's heart. It's unforgivable. I will never be able to forgive him. It's all about poisoning yourself. Who can forgive that? Vengeance. The Holy Son stifled his wrists and said in a feigned manner, Alas! I have always felt that he is a good senior brother, but in my dreams I did not think that he actually really did this kind of thing. Originally I was thinking, don't let me search for anything so that I can wrongly accuse him, but I did not expect that it is still searched for the things that I killed myself and did not want to search for. Alas! My Yi's senior brother. Ah! Hello, let me ache ah. He spoke in tears and snot as if losing Yi Qingtao hurt. Sima Zhao and Jiang Zhenhe were both flabbergasted by this superb acting. If they didn't know the truth, they almost got infected too. Su Yenran was furious, all three of you come with me. It just so happens that Jiang Zhenhe, you are a hand of the law enforcement palace. Quickly call a few people over and follow me to punish Yi Qingtao. Now! Immediately! Right away! Jiang Zhenhe was instantly delighted, arching his hand and saying, Yes! However, what everyone didn't know was that at this time, Yi Qingtao had prepared for this and had already run away. He had only left a split body at the Sivan cliff, and his main body had long since gone out to roam around. It didn't take long. Thinking through the cliffs, these people were all stout and 9 feet tall, carrying heavy chains behind their backs, giving them an extremely oppressive feeling. The patriarch was afraid that Yi Qingtao would escape, and with a wave of his hand, an arcane golden formation was instantly set up, encircling the wooden house in layers. The Holy Son had been impatient for a long time. Seeing that the formation had been completed, he immediately thumped on Yi Qingtao's door and shouted, Master Tower Guardian, we've sent you something good. Open the door quickly. At this time, Yi Qingtao's doppelganger was sleeping in his own house, living a small life as leisurely as possible. When he heard someone coming outside again, he frowned and opened the door to go out. Soon, he saw the grim-faced patriarch, taking another look at the Holy Son and Jiang Zhenhe, as well as Sima Zhao. He could only see that their faces were furious, but there was a secret joy hidden in their eyes. There were so many law enforcement palace people coming behind him. Yi Qingtao is not stupid at all. Immediately guessed, probably they have a good thing to find the door. It was worth stating that the main body and the doppelganger were interconnected regardless of their vision or mind. So what happened over here? Yi Qingtao over there would be able to know in the first instance. The only difference is that if the doppelganger dies, the main body doesn't give a. Because Yi Qingtao's ancient heavenly yang body was incomparably ancient and rare, Su Yenran simply couldn't see through his doppelganger. Yi Qingtao's detachment arched his hand and was about to speak. Su Yenran directly interrupted him, angrily slamming the shadow retaining stone and the demonic soldiers, as well as the book of demonic arts fiercely to the ground, and said, Yi Qingtao, you colluded with the demons and wanted to put me to death. The evidence is clear, so what else do you have to say? Yi Qingtao calmly picked up the things one by one and looked at them, then not only didn't cry, but laughed instead and said, Disciple has nothing to say, just want to tell you one thing, if your eyes don't work well, just poke it directly. Well, I'm done with my nonsense. How do I want to be punished? You guys are free to do as you please. Whatever the punishment was, it simply didn't matter for the breakup. It's just an alter ego. Just consume it. It's not like it has any effect on the main body. Even if it wasn't consumed, the diversion would automatically disappear over time when the time was up. Su Yenran was infuriated by Yi Qingtao's indifferent attitude. This I'm wrong, but I'm still good attitude really made her liver hurt. The Holy Son and Sima Zhao, as well as Jiang Zhenhe, and the entire law enforcement hall brought behind him, were all also dumbfounded by this awesome gesture. They would never have imagined that at this point in time, Yi Qingtao would still be so powerful. What's so great about you? You're going to be severely punished. You know that? Su Yenran spat out a mouthful of bruised blood in anger and said in a furious rage, I'm furious with this seat. Just now this seat was going to lock you up for 1,000 years in confinement. But now, forget about it. Directly abolish your cultivation and expel you from the sect. I hope that you won't be killed outside. The Holy Son instantly rejoiced, immediately stepped forward and said, Patriarch is wise. Killing him we still dirty our hands. Abolishing his cultivation. He will not have a trace of self-preservation when he goes down the mountain. Maybe one day he will not know who will be screwed up in a stinking gutter. It's really wonderful. Saying this, he stifled another long sigh. Alas, I actually can't bear to let go of Senior Tower Guardian brother. It really pains me. Su Yenran said softly, don't be like this. Because of him I almost wronged you. He doesn't deserve your sympathy. The saint's son hurriedly clasped his fists and said, what the patriarch said is extremely true. It's because I'm too nerdy. What the Holy Sun doesn't even realize is that right away he'll have him crying. Sima Zhao and Jiang Zhenhe looked stunned. Afterwards, Su Yanran looked behind her and said, "You guys hold down Yi Qingtao. I'll personally help him abolish his cultivation." The Holy Sun once again said to Yi Qingtao, "Senior Tower Guardian Brother, you've been blessed. The Patriarch has never personally nullified anyone's cultivation before." Yi Qingtao's doppelganger didn't bother with him and directly turned his head. Several tall and sturdy disciples of the law enforcement palace walked out, and the thick iron chain instantly bound Yi Qingtao into a dumpling, and put it down on the ground unable to move. But Yi Qingtao still had a look of "I was wrong, but I'm still awesome." Su Yanran was so angry that she smoked, and without saying anything, she directly slapped Yi Qingtao's dantian. At that moment, there was a pop sound, and a breath leaked out of Yi Qingtao's body, which was precisely the breath of cultivation. In just a few moments of work, the breath of Yi Qingtao's doppelganger was dropping madly downwards, but the main body that was far away didn't have any problems at all, and even shared the viewpoint with interest, smiling at the scene. Interesting, really interesting. At this time, a few thousand miles away in an elegant xian, Yi Qingtao's main body watched a few songstresses with skin as white as snow and looks as beautiful as flowers playing the zither, and his heart was happy. Finally, the split's breath dropped to an end, becoming a waste without cultivation. Patriarch, I'm already wasted. If everything else is fine, I'll pay my respects. Yi Qingtao's doppelganger was still very powerful and said. Su Yanyan instantly became furious and bellowed furiously, "Someone come, throw him out of the sect." Immediately, someone carried Yi Qingtao and flew down the mountain with a swish. Halfway there, this disciple suddenly met a senior brother, who was a young man, and asked, "Senior Jiang, what are you doing carrying the tower guarding senior brother? He colluded with the devil's way. The Patriarch has already abolished his cultivation and expelled him from the clan." This disciple said without looking back and quickly left. Hiss! This passing disciple viciously sucked in a breath of cool air. My god! Yi Qingtao was actually expelled from the clan? That Jin Demon Tower. He will never go back? This is a big deal. He hurriedly passed this news to the other senior brothers through a sound transmission magic treasure. Senior Jiang quickly carried Yi Qingtao to the bottom of the mountain and threw him hard on the ground, after which he let out a cold snort and left. A few moments after he left, Yi Qingtao split boing, quietly disappeared in place. No one noticed the scene. It didn't take long. The news of Yi Qingtao's expulsion was then spread to many people by that passing senior brother, and then in just one tea time, this news swept through the entire sect like a tornado. In an instant, the clan was shocked. In a loft. My god, is this for real? The tower guarding senior brother has really been expelled? A young man's face was filled with incredulity, his body trembling from the intense shock. In front of him stood a messenger disciple, who was equally soulful at the moment, clasping his fists and saying, "Yes, Senior Wang, Senior Tower Guardian has really been expelled from the sect." That senior saw it with his own eyes. There can't be any mistake. Heavens, where's the sect's future now? The young man wiped the cold sweat from his head and said in fear, "Sect, it's going to change." Another mountain peak. This is the 8th peak seat of the clan. The chief of the 8th peak was sitting on a futon, and when he heard this news, he shivered in fear and almost didn't fall to the ground. "What? How is this possible?" he exclaimed. He was holding a voice transmission jade pendant in his hand, and someone had already told him the shocking news through this just now. For a moment, his lips trembled as he fell into a deep shock. The clan is completely without Yi Qingtao. A large hall. What? What did you say? My mother? The heavens are going to kill my Qingyan sect. An old man shrieked in shock and fell off his chair on the spot, collapsing in a heap. The messenger disciple in front of him hurriedly held on and said in horror, "Master, why don't we hurry up and pack up and run away?" Originally, even though the tower guarding senior brother had his pagoda confiscated, he was still in the sect, so I was a little bit relieved in my heart. But now that he's already been expelled, this is going to usher in a landslide and tsunami in the sect. We can't leave. The demons have already come out. It's too late, the elders said with a palpitating heart. Not only these people, at this moment, the entire Qingyun sect, all of them were in shock. Immediately following that, panic was triggered as countless people all looked in the direction of the back of the mountain with worry, their hearts thumping wildly, their hearts in their throats. If all the demon kings of the 9,981st floor in the demon suppressing tower came out, then they would be in deep trouble. But, nonetheless, there were some revelers. They are the brainwashed fans of the Holy Sun. At this moment when they heard this news, they all watched the fun and shook their heads and said, "Expulsion is expulsion. It's like a big deal. There is the Holy Sun. What are you afraid of?" That's right, the Saint Sun possesses a rare fiery physique, the most rigid and masculine. Once those demons see it, they will probably be instantly scared to take 5 or 6 steps back. I can already visualize the picture. Ha ha ha. Not bad. The Saint's son is a model for us. A goal that I have spent my entire life pursuing. So what's the point of being afraid? That Yi Qingtao is just a liar. And now that he's been poked and prodded by the Saint's son, it's not a disadvantage at all to be reduced to this state. There are sad and fearful ones, and there are joyful ones as if they were on their wedding night, and the whole clan is polarized and seething. Among them, the one who was the happiest was Yi Chen. When Yi Chen heard this news, he was so excited that he jumped 3 feet and laughed. He hoped that Yi Qingtao would never stop the demon riots so that he could carry out his plan. Now that Yi Qingtao was gone, it was even better. As for him being abolished from his cultivation, this Yi Chen deeply felt sorry and hated the clan's decision very much. Senior Tower Guardian, and my sister, don't worry, I will definitely seek justice for you and take mad revenge on the Green Cloud Sect, Yi Chen said with reddened eyes. The other side. Thinking through the cliffs, Su Yanran was still very angry in her heart. As soon as she remembered Yi Qingtao's attitude of "I'll always be great" just now, she felt that her heart was blocked with a breath of air, and her heart was bored. Seeing that her face did not look right, the Saint's son quickly comforted her. Don't be angry, Patriarch, we should be happy to have expelled such a great danger to our heart. Saying that, the Holy Son directly laughed out loud. After that, he took out the folding fan from his sleeve and fanned himself with a small breeze, showing off his dashing style. The Saint's son was completely unaware at the moment that he was already on the path to extinction, and he had completely immersed himself in excitement. Ignoring everything, he felt that as long as he cleared himself of suspicion, the next step would be to just focus on dealing with the demons. And regarding the demons, the Supreme Elder should have a solution. Yes, one should be happy. Su Yanran let out a laugh as well. At the same moment, the Demon Suppression Tower. A demon ran in with immense excitement and reported with a big smile. Report, Your Holiness. Good news. This time it's heavenly good news. Yi Qingtao has been expelled from the sect. P.S. This chapter is a big chapter. 4,400 plus words. So sometimes only one chapter is updated, don't worry. It's likely to be a big chapter. There's another chapter later today. I'm working hard on it, so please stay calm. It's even better later. The next chapter is the episode where the demons come out of the cage. Su Yanran and the Holy Son are all shocked, and everyone else is shocked as well. The climax of this book completely explodes after 100 chapters, and it's going to be good as hell when it does. Chapter 42, Demons are out in force. The mountains are full of them. The Patriarch is shocked. The Holy Son is shocked. This voice fell, and in an instant, the entire demon suppressing tower was dead silent. No matter which demon, or demon king, they all froze in unison. The news was tantamount to telling them that no matter how much they let go of their hands to kill, no one would jump in and stop them. The one who restrained them to the point of death no longer existed. Instantly, they were overjoyed with ecstasy. The arena resounded with sound after sound of deep breaths due to excitement, and thus deep breaths. It wasn't until a long time ago that a demon in the field finally spoke up. This, honored one, is not dreaming. Right, Yi Qingtao. Really? Expelled? The one who spoke was a demon king. A black-winged great demon who had crossed heaven and earth 300 million years ago. A pair of wings exerted, covering the sky and the sun. Terrifying as hell. Not to mention the peak of a great emperor. An immortal king would not be good in front of him. Yes, Your Holiness, he really was expelled. Don't believe me? Take a look at this. The reporting demon immediately handed over a shadow-retaining stone in his hand. It had just been hiding in the shadows, specifically filming the scene of being expelled by Yi Qingtao's abolition of cultivation. The demon king glanced at it, and his face changed from the shock he felt just now, directly to shock, and then to ecstasy. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. This father said that this Qingyun sect is incredibly stupid. I didn't realize that this father was incomplete. They are stupid to the extreme. Irredeemable. The black-winged great demon let out a shocking maniacal laugh. He then informed the higher floors of this news and the contents of the shadow-retaining stone, all directly in the form of a mana light screen. In less than a mere tea time, this news spread up and down the entire demon suppression tower. All the demon kings and lesser demons in the entire 81st layer, all of them knew about it. At once, they let out a hysterical frenzy. Ha 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 ha, Qingyun sect, Qingyun sect. This honored one has lived for billions and billions of years, but he has never seen a crouching dragon and phoenix-like libation. Strong, too strong, to bring down an entire clan with one's own strength. This level of power is so powerful that even this immortal emperor's cultivation is inferior to it. I, the city-slaughtering blood demon, am directly resigned to this. So is my father. So is this honored one. Every single one of them demons was so excited that they went crazy, even more so than the saint's son. With a rumbling sound, The city-slaughtering blood demon simply couldn't hold back and directly rushed out of the tower in an instant without even saying hello. It is worth mentioning that, as mentioned earlier, the more powerful the demon, the more the seal will target him. Generally ordinary small demons do not have a seal into the Yuanshan confinement chains, but every demon king has wrapped around the body, deadlocked their actions. This was also the reason why Su Yenran and the Holy Sun felt that things weren't too big. After all, even if some small demon was powerful, how powerful could it be? Tu Chung, why don't you say hello? The Blackwing demon rushed in on the spot as well, fearing that he wouldn't have anything left to kill after Slaughter City finished off everyone. After so many years, he hated the Green Cloud sect. The city-slaughtering blood demon turned his head to look at him, and before he could say anything, in an instant, other demon kings rushed out from the tower one after another, as if they were a tide of people, a steady stream. In the blink of an eye, hordes and hordes of demon kings stood in front of the tower. One of them turned around and swept a glance at the demon-suppressing tower, letting out a maniacal laugh. What a waste! If it wasn't for Yi Qingtao's suppression for these 100 years, we would have come out long ago. The seal was actually washed down 100 years ago, when they were about to come out, but it turned out that Yi Qingtao just happened to take office. Otherwise, the Qingyun sect wouldn't have stayed until now at all. If Su Yanyan and the Holy Sun knew this, they didn't know what kind of shocked expression they would show. A swift ogre stepped out and bellowed, "Come out, little ones!" Instantly, the demon-suppressing tower was filled with rolling black gas. Demonic flames rolled and rose up to the sky. A majestic and incomparable black demonic mist shrouded the firmament and obscured the daylight. It was clear that night had not fallen at this time, but the sky was already dark and cloudy, revealing an extremely harsh and chilling killing opportunity. With a rumble, from the countless windows of the tower, an endless number of demons violently flew out, as if the demonic frenzy that, vastly breaking out of the tower, rolling like a torrent, raging, killing opportunity shot. At this moment, the demons came out in large numbers, almost in a blink of an eye. The entire Qingyun sect, the mountains were filled with demons. They no longer had to hide. At this moment, they appeared in a big way, holding ferocious blades, with sardonic smiles on their faces, and their mouths were open with razor-sharp fangs. Some of the Saint Sun's brainwashed fans were still talking and laughing the last moment when they suddenly froze in shock by the sudden countless demons. He was stunned, let out a howl of shock to the core. He doesn't believe it. He can't believe it. How did the demons violently run out so much? How did they get out of the tower? Where's the sun? Where is the sun? Barf! A demon violently revealed itself, which turned out to be a stone monster that was 100 meters tall, and stomped him into a ball of meat cake on the spot. There was quite a bit of juice that popped in that moment. This is just a snapshot. The other demons have long since taken out their own respective demonic weapons, berserker scythes, killing blades, bloodwind demonic blades, and decapitating demons and sobbing blood, one blade at a time, killing in a big way. Many of the disciples had no defense at all, and their heads were chopped off on the spot, splattering blood all over the wall. In an instant, the entire clan shouted and killed, shocked and cried, unceasingly, and the demons burned and killed and looted. Bloody and brutal. Demons kill people completely regardless of whether you are men and women, old and young, a photo face on a knife to kill like chopping hemp. There were even demons that directly opened their bloody mouths, one bite at a time, and when those disciples reached his mouth, they were instantly shrunk infinitely by the majestic manna, and were cut and crushed by his sharp teeth, becoming blood and water to swallow. The demons had long hated the Qingyun sect, and now that they had finally come out, they were as ferocious as they could be. This time, Su Yanyan and the Sacred Sun Trio had returned to the sect hall. Before they could sit still, they violently felt as if something was wrong outside. What's with all the shouting and killing all of a sudden? Moreover, the demonic aura seemed to have enveloped the entire clan in an instant. How come the sky seemed to have become dim and lightless as well? Su Yanran frowned and immediately flashed her figure to the door. For a moment, she was stunned. What's going on here? As far as the eyes could see, they could only see the mountains, countless demons burning, killing and looting. They were chasing after the disciples to cut them, and as long as the disciples didn't run fast enough, they would immediately be cut in half by a knife from the back. It was useless to run fast, as the demon king flashed directly in front of him, splitting his sword from the top of his head and dividing it into two halves of a bloody mutilated corpse. On top of that, the other demon kings had erupted various demonic spells, and for a time, the skyrocketing demonic flames ravaged the four directions, killing people. Instantly, Su Yanran panicked, letting out a strange cry. It's broken. The demon king has broken out of the tower. The Holy Sun had also arrived at the door by this time, and seeing this scene, he was shocked on the spot with his hands shaking. Not knowing what to do, He violently didn't know his last name in this moment. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? He had panicked. Looking around, the entire Green Cloud sect was plunged into a horrifying scene. A large number of disciples died, were injured, and fled, woefully and miserably. Countless mountain paths, buildings, attics, and sword paths have already appeared in large swaths of corpses, and countless demons are advancing with their feet on their corpses, and there is a vast sea of people. This, Sima Zhao and Jiang Zhenhe finally walked out at this time, and when they saw this scene, they were instantly shocked and lost their colors, and their words were incomplete. At this moment, the entire Green Cloud sect panicked in the entire room, and only Yi Chen became even more excited. His eyes glowed green and he laughed loudly, taking the initiative to run towards the pile of demons. Unfinished business. The climax is already breaking out, and it gets even better later. Chapter 43. The entire clan was shocked to the core. Almost instantly, under the incredulous, unbelievable gazes of countless people, Yi Chen quickly flew in front of the pile of demons. Here stood a demon king, none other than the Black-Winged Great Demon. At this moment, the Black-Winged Demon had long since opened a pair of large wings that covered the sky. Endless black and red runes surfaced on top of his wings, and one after another dark and deep, as if an abyssal Terminator-like aura was constantly emanating out. Something that shocked countless people to the core happened, under the eyes of all, only to see Yi Chen flop down and knelt in front of the Black-Winged Great Devil. Arching his hand, he said, "Elder, please take over me. My name is Yi Chen. I'm an ordinary disciple of the Qingyan sect. I'm bullied on a regular basis. My master doesn't care. The elders are ignored. And the law enforcement hall is even more silent, and there is no one to redress the wrongs for me, and my sister, were captured by those who bullied me? Until now the whereabouts are still unknown. I hate them. I hate everyone in the sect. I came to join you. Please seize me. This life, I don't want it. As long as you guys can help me kill everyone in the Qingyan sect and destroy it. Whatever it takes, even if it's this life, I'll give it all to you. Please take me." With a single word, many people in the mountains all froze. Even the demons, they stopped killing one after another and turned their heads to look this way. In front of the gate of the Great Hall, Su Yanran froze, the Holy Sun froze, and Jiang Zhenhe likewise froze on the spot. This kind of thing is a very common thing in the sect, and the weak should be packed, and it is also like this in other sects. One can only say that every clan has such bullies. The Black-Winged Demon looked down at Yi Chen who was kneeling on the ground, and at that moment, Yi Chen violently thumped his head and kowtowed 3 times in one breath, saying, "Senior, Senior, Senior will kill them. Senior will not let them go even if he turns into a ghost. Please take over my body." At this moment, almost everyone could experience Yi Chen's despair. Who would be like this if they hadn't been bullied to the point where they couldn't take it anymore? He must have suffered a lot of aggression, and his heart has long held a ball of monstrous anger. Suddenly, there were many disciples who remembered Yi Qingtao. Now that the demons were out in force, would he become like this as well? It's not so much as defecting to the demons, but it's normal to be a spectator. Everyone bowed their heads and fell into silence. The Black-Winged Great Devil looked at Yi Chen for a long time, raised his head to look at the tall mountain gate of the Green Cloud sect, and bellowed, "Good Green Cloud sect, see, even your disciples hate you so much. You're simply stupid to the extreme. Well, this disciple of yours, I'll satisfy him." The Black-Winged Great Demon suddenly struck out and pointed a finger on Yi Chen's forehead. "I'm not taking you over. This is my power. From now on, you'll follow my father." Boom! Yi Chen suddenly felt an incomparably terrifying and majestic breath flowing in from his body. This aura was like a vast and boundless universe, forceful and terrifyingly overwhelming. In an instant, the cultivation on Yi Chen's body began to soar in knots. Boom! Martial Monarch Realm First Heaven. Martial Monarch Realm Second Sky. Martial Monarch Realm Triple Sky. Martial Monarch Realm Fourth Heaven. Martial Monarch Realm Fifth Heaven. The seventh heaven of the Martial Monarch Realm. Martial Monarch Realm 9 Heavens. Boom! King Wu. Martial Emperor. Emperor Wu. The Great Exalted One. Sage. In an instant, visions flowed in the sky. Thunder bursts. Jia Jia Dao sounds. Endless heaven and earth visions were triggered. And as far as the eye could see, the rolling visions intertwined into a continuous sea of fire, as if it were a burning cloud. When someone becomes a saint, heaven and earth intermingle, giving rise to endless visions. Yi Chen was instantly thrilled and froze in place, but he reacted quickly and was overjoyed. And at this time, his appearance changed, becoming a devil Dao with a pitch-black body and a ghostly mask coalescing on his face, with a pair of terrifying black and red wings on his back, similar to the wings of a bat. An endless terrifying demonic breath surrounded his body, as if he was a murderous devil. "Go and kill those who oppress you," the Black-Winged Demon said. "Yes, Elder." Thank you, senior. Yi Chen made a heavy bow, then laughed out loud in pain. The countless bottled-up grievances in his chest seemed to be released at this moment, and with a wave of his palm, a pitch-black demonic blade coalesced out at once. With a mere movement of his body, Yi Chen's body appeared 100 miles away with a disciple standing in front of him. This disciple was the one who had snatched his spirit stone and led the men to beat Yi Chen all over his body. You, Yi Chen? No, senior brother Yi. I'm wrong. It's me who's wrong. Click. Yi Chen slashed down and directly chopped him into two. Yi Chen still didn't think it was enough to relieve his anger, and once again slashed out. This person instantly became countless fragments and miserably fell to the ground. When the others who had bullied Yi Chen saw the scene, they sucked in a mouthful of cool air and turned pale. Yi Chen once again flashed his body, instantly coming in front of these people, and before anyone could see, a whole row of Qingyun Sect disciples had been cut off at the waist, and their stumps fell to the ground with blood pouring out. This, oh my god, it's horrible. So he hates the clan so much. My god, this is huge. What are we going to do? Many of the Green Cloud Sect disciples who saw it from afar shivered, their hearts bitter. Suddenly another group of disciples flew up to the black-winged demon and knelt down to pay their respects, saying, Senior, please grant me power as well. I want to destroy the Green Cloud Sect. These were not those of them who had a grudge against the Green Cloud Sect, but rather speculators who had surrendered when they saw that the momentum was not right. However, in the next moment, their originally incomparable gazes of anticipation suddenly became cold in their hearts, because they violently felt that their heads had been penetrated by a sharp weapon. What a bunch of wallflowers. Go to hell. One of the black-winged demon's wings had changed into countless sharp blades, and with a swish sound, it pierced through one of their heads, and they instantly exploded under the horrifying pressure, just like human sandbags. In a single glance, all of these disciples were killed. Hiss. Some elders took a deep breath, their bodies softening in fear. With a wave of his hand, the black-winged great demon ordered, kill them all. No matter who from the Green Cloud Sect, kill them all. Leave no one behind. Kill. Instantly, the mountains resounded with the wild cries of the demons. Kill, kill, kill. The cries were loud and incessant. The demons began to kill again, chasing after people all over the mountains and chopping them down. And for a while many more disciples were killed, and large piles of heads gradually appeared on the ground, and the endless blood formed large pools of blood. In front of the gate of the sect's main hall, he felt that he, now, seemed to have no choice but to die for his sins. He was the one who conspired to snatch the demon-suppressing pagoda, and then let the demons out with his own hands, and now, he only had to go to his death. At the critical moment, all of a sudden, as if he had grabbed the last straw, the saint's son howled loudly. Where is the Supreme Elder? Where is he? In this situation today, only he has hope of being able to stabilize it. Where is he? In fact, the Holy Son knew that the Supreme Elder alone would not be able to defeat so many demons, but at this moment, he had no other way. He was already mad with anxiety. The Supreme Elder couldn't deal with it alone and had to go outside to ask for help, but now the situation is urgent. The Holy Son hopes that the other party will not ask for help, and when you come back to the yellow flowers are cold, you hurry to stand up to face the demon. Chapter 44, The Holy Son is dumbfounded. The Supreme Elder is the most powerful person in the clan, the top combatant. He can more or less resist for a while when he stands out, counting on the Patriarch and him? Don't joke. The Saint's son estimated that he and the Patriarch had been beaten into two bloody mists in a single glance. However, what the Holy Son didn't know was that the woes were now on the horizon. Not only did he not know, even everyone did not know that the Supreme Elder had actually run away long ago. That's right, when Su Yanyan chased after the Elder Taishang before, the Elder Taishang had actually escaped to go. Su Yanran wanted to catch up with Elder Taishang and apologize. After all, if the demons came out, they would still have to count on Elder Taishang, but at that point she couldn't even catch up with the other person, and she thought they were out trying to figure it out, being kept in the dark. In fact, the Supreme Elder knew to himself then that the demon was coming out and it was too late for him to stop it. So, it's only wise to run before something happens. Of course, he wouldn't be foolish enough to tell Su Yanyan and Li Baishan that the bitter fruits you brewed yourselves, you swallow them yourselves. Take a good look at what happens when you confiscate Yi Qingtao's demon suppression tower. At this point, the Green Cloud Sect was about 2,000 miles away, over a high mountain. The Supreme Elder was flying with his sword here, glancing behind him from time to time, fearing that he wasn't running fast enough. Even though he was separated by such a distance, he had already vaguely heard the loud shouts and killings, miserable screams, and the sound of knives and axes coming from behind him. But what's it to him? Can the old man go back and stop it? It's just a way to get killed. I'm not stupid enough to go back and get killed. The Supreme Elder actually didn't want to run. This kind of proclivity to run away from the battlefield was too shameless, too ashamed of his ancestors. But he can't help it. I'm not even to blame for this and I can't beat those demons, so what do you think I can do if I don't run?
Even the Supreme Elder gave himself a reason. There is no fear of not having firewood if you leave a green mountain. I am leaving a trace of my bloodline for the clan.
The Supreme Elder continued to fly forward, deaf to the screams coming from behind him. As he walked, suddenly,
the Supreme Elder sensed a group of familiar auras behind him that were also fleeing. He turned his head and fixed his eyes, only to see that the ones leading the group were actually Jean Dajian and Fenghuiren.
At once, both sides froze.
Fenghuiren, just at the moment when the demons began to riot,
immediately informed Jean Dajian. The two do not want any property.
Immediately carrying a family of wives.
Families, old and young, all fled. In passing,
he also took away some of the clan's underpinnings.
No, now that he escaped here, he actually met the Supreme Elder head-on. For a while, both hands couldn't help but feel a little awkward. It's still very wrong. Jean Dajian, oh my god, the Supreme Elder actually ran away too? Fenghuiren, what a Taishang Elder. Awesome.
On the side of the Supreme Elder, a seven-knuckled heart was also speechless,
shelving his heart and saying, this is another group of escapees.
It was a long time before both parties reacted from their daze and looked at each other for a while before Jean Dajian greeted.
Ha, so it's the Supreme Elder. So you're here too. Are you out to buy something?
Ha ha ha.
Exactly.
Old me was planning to go buy a pot of good wine. I heard that tens of thousands of miles away there is a newly opened tavern that brews good,
mellow and delicious wine. Old me just wanted to go over there and try it.
The Supreme Elder stroked his beard and said with a smile.
Fenghuiren arched his hand and said, understood. So do we. So how about we go together? Escape together.
The Supreme Elder nodded and said heartily,
no problem. Then let's go over there.
Both sides immediately accelerated their horsepower and frantically fled, with no one mentioning the matter of the sect.
What's the point of mentioning it? I don't know. I've never seen it. I've never heard of it.
Green Cloud Sect.
More demons rushed out of the tower in droves. 10th floor. Charge. Big guy. After so many years, we've finally seen the light of day. Let the Green Cloud Sect meet our wrath. 20th floor. All follow me to charge out. The whole hundreds of millions of years. I can never forget the daily imprisonment here day and night. Dark and sunless. Suffocating, my internal injuries have come out. Charge.
Destroy the Qingyun sect.
30th floor. All charge me. Kill me.
Another large batch of endless demons rushed out of the tower one after another.
And for a time, the demonic aura covered the sky and the firmament. The sky in a radius of 10,000 miles had become dim, and it was extremely difficult for daylight to penetrate down. And this group of demons all had red eyes, clearly hating the Green Cloud Sect to the extreme. And the next moment, another batch of demons have emerged from the ground, and in the blink of an eye,
demons can be seen almost everywhere in many peaks of the Qingyun sect.
And at first glance one would think that the Qingyun sect has fallen. As some demons came out,
they waved their palms, and one formation after another was thrown out.
Buzz off! It was a metaphysical golden light ball, and once it was thrown out, it immediately blossomed with dazzling divine radiance in the void. In an instant,
the formation skyrocketed against the wind tens of thousands of feet in size,
like a transparent colored, golden bronze bell,
and then buckled down towards the Qingyun sect below.
With a rumbling sound, the layers of formations buckled down, trapping the entire Qingyun sect inside.
The Green Cloud sect was surrounded by formations.
Now,
not to mention the disciples, not even a fly could escape.
And immediately following, there is a demon king is not assured. Laughed again released an extremely horrific solemn killing demon formation. At once, a huge black coffin from the sky, foot 10,000 feet, the entire Qingyun sect encompassed. With this demonic formation in place, it will be difficult for the Green Cloud sect to fly even if they have their wings. Ka-ching-ching, crackle, boom click click.
The sound of knives splitting bones came from everywhere.
One by one,
the disciples of the Qingyun sect were simply unable to defeat these devils, and they were abused on the spot in a single glance, becoming corpses in large numbers. The scene was very vicious.
Another brutal devil directly transformed into a prototype,
tearing those corpses with a big mouthful and devouring them cruelly.
It turned out that they hated it so much that they wanted to destroy all the corpses of the Qingyun sect. It's actually understandable that anyone who's been locked up and suffocated for hundreds of millions of years will uniformly become like this. Before long,
the entire Qingyun sect had already died by tens of thousands of people. Looking at the devastated sect that had been massacred by the demons,
the saint's son trembled and his legs began to go weak.
If he had been mad with impatience just now, he was now almost on the verge of being dogged and desperate enough to bang his head against the wall. He had predicted that after those demons finished killing everyone,
the sect would become a living hell of life and death, and the Green Cloud sect would cease to exist, turning into a nest of demons. From then on, there was no more Green Cloud sect in the world, and all there was a joke. Anyone who mentioned the Green Cloud sect in the future would think that it was a big joke, and he, libation, will be left in infamy for years to come. Suddenly, the saint's son saw the patriarch's eyes looking towards him. Those eyes, covered in red blood, were furious. Chapter 45, What a Deserved. Zone. Patriarch. Seeing the patriarch's eyes, the holy son instantly trembled in fear, his lips trembling and his body tingling. He thought Su Yenran was going to take a shot at him. However, right at this moment, a sudden loud boom interrupted Su Yenyan's anger. Su Yenran turned her head to look, only to see a demon king appear in its original form, which turned out to be a 10,000 feet tall evil spirit Terminator. It had 3 heads and 6 arms, with thick scales like charcoal growing all over its body, which were densely covered with pitch-black runes. Its 2 thighs were as thick as rivers, as if they were small pangs, and behind its back, a black, blood-colored cloak swiftly surfaced, fluttering in the wind, and each of its 6 arms grasped one after another strangely shaped demonic weapon. Each of those demon soldiers runs through many skeletons, and the aura emanating from each skeleton is the peak of a great emperor. Hiss! Su Yenran sucked in a deep breath of cool air and her face changed violently. Just the gusts of breath emanating from those skeletons that were already dead was almost too much for her to bear, and she was trembling all over, not to mention the demon king himself. Ha ha ha, after so many years, I can finally recover my original body. Little ones, kill for me. The evil spirit Terminator barked out an order, and instantly, countless demons and devils were demoralized, erupting into earth-shattering berserk chants, wielding all sorts of demonic weapons, and frantically roaming the mountains to chase after the disciples of the Qingyun sect, hacking away furiously. They were like a terrifying war machine, mercilessly strangling disciple after disciple of the Green Cloud sect. Oh my god, help, help, spare my life, I'm willing to swear allegiance to you, spare my life, elders spare my life, I am willing to be a cow and a horse, I only ask for it. Put, click, 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 click. The demons have just turned into a meat grinder, mercilessly strangling countless people of the Qingyun sect, regardless of the elders, or other, no matter what the status, the demons all crushed over, not leaving a single one behind. In just a few breaths, each of those demons was covered in blood, just like a bloody man. On the ground fell the corpses of one after another miserably dead Green Cloud sect disciples. Some were split into countless segments, some were crushed into meat patties, and some were even directly transformed into blood and water, and one could vaguely see 2 eyes that were only half left in the pool of blood. At this moment, the demons were killing people like crazy, and just in this short while, the Qingyun sect had already lost 15,000 people in battle, and the number of casualties is increasing wildly every moment. And in the pile of demons, Yi Chen was at the head of the pack, holding a huge demon axe, and had long since killed his hands full of blood, howling as he hacked furiously. Kill, brothers, kill them all for me. Today, I'm going to let the entire Green Cloud sect know that I, Yi Chen, can have my day and take revenge. He's so happy. He had said long ago that even if he turned into a demon, he would pull the Qingyun sect to bury his sister with him, and he had to avenge his tower guardian brother. Today he is excited beyond belief, even more excited than those demons. In the blink of an eye, another whole row of heads in front of Yi Chen shot up into the sky. Bloody blood sprayed in all directions. Yi Chen's 2 eyes were blood red. He had already killed Red, and stuck his tongue out to lick the blood from his hand. He was just so excited. Many of the elders who stood in line for the saint's son were dumbfounded at this moment as they watched the scene in silence. They don't know what to say. They sided with the Holy Son for their own interests, only to find, in the end, that they had to pay out their own lives. Why didn't they think of this before? Why did they think it was okay at the time when the saintly son patted his chest and assured them? It could be that the demons hadn't come out for hundreds of millions of years, and every time they hadn't succeeded, they had let their guard down. Holy Son, you've wronged us. In front of the gate of the sect's main hall, Su Yenran's complexion was already frozen at this time. Her eyes could only stare blankly at so many disciples being slaughtered below, her body trembling and trembling, shocked to the point of jaw-dropping. Due to the extreme shock, she couldn't even turn her eyes. Her eyes were frozen like puppets, shocked to the extreme. The Holy Son was in a panic at this time. The casualties were already too many and too many. Many peaks were almost covered in blood and became piles of corpses. His legs were weak and he wanted to cry, but he couldn't. He can't shirk his responsibility. He's hard to blame. In a short while, Su Yenran finally opened her mouth. A long trail of tears slipped from her eyes and said, Libation. Is this what you said you could hold down? Now that the sect is like this, how can I explain to the ancestors in the 9 springs? How can I explain this? Ah, the Holy Son's face was as white as paper. Not knowing what to say, he could only lower his head and not say a word. Su Yenran pointed to those piled up disciples' corpses. Her lips trembled for several times before she finally controlled to speak out. Did you see all of them? Every one of those disciples is your senior brother. Ah, I remember it very clearly. Many of them worshipped you, loved you, because you worshipped you in the sect. Even some of them are your friends and relatives. They unconditionally believed in you, trusted you, just like me. But now, they have all become cold corpses. How are you going to face them now? You tell me. The saintly son was silent, his head bowed in shame, and he said nothing. Indeed, he was well aware that many of those who died were his brainwashed fans, trusting him unconditionally and believing in him. But in the end, what did they all get in return? They must have been extremely regretful and hateful before they died. Your Highness the Holy Son, my name is Lu Numa. From today onwards, I will follow you, not for any other reason. I adore you, long for you, and honor you as a god. Here are some of my gifts. I hope that you will accept them. Libation couldn't help but think back to many years ago, when a senior brother came to him and said these words. At that time, his face was full of longing and outlook, looking at himself as if he were viewing an ancient god. That worshipful look, he could not forget it even now. But now, he had been split into countless pieces and turned into a cold, mutilated corpse. On top of that, there are other brothers, sisters, and all sorts of things. A scene of the gazes of the senior brothers casting admiration and worship at themselves crossed. Libation closed his eyes in pain. He regretted it, but what was the use of regret? It's too late for that. Su Yenran shivered, wiped the corners of her eyes, and spoke again. Libation, the clan is in this state now. It's hopeless. I don't know whether to curse you or myself now. I have no face to face the ancestors, no face to face the elders and disciples who have always honored us and looked up to us. Saint Sun was even more flustered and mortified, feeling nothing but a burning pain in his face and wanting to find a crack to crawl into. The way the clan looked, it was already fleshly and irrevocably lost. The Green Cloud Sect, destined to become the laughingstock of the great desolate realm. In the meantime, the void outside the magic formation. This tragic situation of mountains and mountains of corpses piled up and pools of blood all over the ground. Even when the hostile forces hidden here saw it, they all couldn't help but feel a succession of emotions. Alas, the Green Cloud Sect should have known better. What a thing to say. But poor people are not to be pitied. Fellow Taoist Jiang is right. They are completely to blame for this. Ha. If He Qingtao hadn't been confiscated from the demon-suppressing pagoda, how would they be like this now? After finishing his last sentence, the old Taoist man smiled broadly and pooh-poohed it. Continuing, it really deserved it. Chapter 46, shocking the entire clan once again. The slaughter continues. Every demon that struck out was like a war machine taking away a whole bunch of lives. The heads of a large number of Green Cloud Sect disciples rose up into the air, creating breaks with their bodies. The body was then crackled and hacked into countless pieces by the killing demons, and was eventually devoured by the other demons that followed close behind. It's a one-stop shop. The entire Qingyun sect was already powerless, and everyone was panicking. Suddenly, another demon king burst out of his original form, and instantly, it was as if the great sun in the sky was going to be obscured, and a majestic to the extreme, vicissitudes to the extreme, terrifyingly ancient demonic breath rushed straight up into the heavens, rewinding the dome of the sky, sweeping across the universe, and the endless earth, water, wind, fire and forchi gushed out in all directions in an instant. One could vaguely see countless small worlds manifesting around the Demon King, and that terrifying shockwave exploded as a ripple directly created small worlds, terrifying to the extreme. Su Yenran was startled, exclaimed, turned her head to look, and immediately realized that it was a huge ancient reptile man-eating lizard, with a tall and majestic body. As Su Yenran looked at him, he also turned his head, his bloodshot eyes staring at Su Yenran. Instantly, Su Yenran's heart shook and her entire scalp began to tingle. This demon shouldn't be attacking and killing himself, right? In an instant, Su Yenyan's eyelids fluttered violently. In the heat of the moment she disregarded everything, fiercely taking out an ancient stone tablet on her body, which was cast in the color of metaphysical gold, and was resplendent all over the body. And without saying a word she threw this object at the Saint Sun. The saintly son thought what was wrong and froze as she grabbed her hand, then placed the object in his own and helped himself to a closed palm. The Holy Son looked up at her uncertainly and said, Patriarch, what is this? Where did Su Yenyan have the time to answer him? Loudly, she shouted towards the ancient reptile man-eating lizard. Senior, listen to me. I am no longer the patriarch. I have passed the patriarch position to Saint Sun Libation. From now on, the Qingyan sect and I no longer have anything to do with each other. If you have anything to do, please look for him, he said and pointed at Night Battling Mountain. Then, Su Yanyan quickly transformed into a ray of light and flew towards the sky with a swish. This sudden move caused the entire clan to be shocked on the spot. Every disciple who hadn't been killed yet, even some of the disciples who were lying on the ground pretending to be dead, were directly shocked and reopened their eyes, staring dumbfounded at the figure of the patriarch escaping. The figure was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, she had fled to the uppermost part of the void, but there was a devil's devil formation up there blocking the way, so it seemed that she couldn't run away. Boom! Su Yanran took her head and slammed it against the top. The whole person was like a fly trying desperately to survive, wanting to escape regardless. Countless people were stunned. They then saw that Su Yanyan finally reacted by tapping her storage ring, and a golden longsword appeared, with electric light and extraordinary sharpness on it. Her sword ruthlessly chopped at the magic formation. Instantly crackling explosions rang out. However, instead of breaking the formation, she was directly shaken back by the force of the shock. At that moment, Su Yanran only felt a violent shock force coming from the magic formation. She simply couldn't withstand it, and her wrist tendons burst and blood flowed out, and she flew straight backwards towards the bottom. All of the disciples all stared at this scene in disbelief. They wondered if they were blinking. The hallowed patriarch, actually fleeing from the battlefield? You know, even the Supreme Elder didn't escape. People don't know where they're suffering now to hold back their big moves. You, as the face of the clan, actually took the lead to escape? And, the founding ancestor of the mountain was valiant and brave, knowing that he could not defeat the demons, but he resolutely showed his sword, persuaded countless righteous people, casting the demon suppression pagoda, and subdued the demons, attracting the respect of countless people. But now this generation of patriarchs, in just a moment, had lost all the face of the founding ancestor? That's rare. Big news. The Holy Sun also looked dumbfounded at this time, practically demented. He froze and looked at the figure of the heavenly patriarch falling down, and then looked down at the stone tablet in his hand. His heart was very complicated. He didn't know what to say. With a loud rumble, Su Yanyan planted herself straight in front of the Holy Sun, her head facing the ground, her feet facing the sky. She was in a terrible state, and the clothes on her body had long since been shattered by the powerful shock. Her clothes were ragged, and she was in the shape of a beggar. She hurriedly climbed up and clutched her shoulders, tears filling her eyes, very helpless and pathetic. Seeing that even the patriarch had become like this, the entire Qingyan sect instantly collapsed in a great rout, and the battle was one-sided. Originally, although those disciples were unable to fight, there was still a trace of morale in their hearts. But now, they had already broken their morale and were waiting to be killed with their necks. The Holy Sun stared at the scene dumbfounded, wanting to cry, at the moment when the killing was in full swing here in the eastern continent. At the same time, the central state. What? What did you say? In the midst of a pompous power that was surrounded by golden light and immortal rhythms, as if it was a blessed land of immortals, inside the splendid hall, an object was viciously dropped on the ground and shattered, causing the countless elders and deacons standing below to tremble and not dare to speak. This is the Tianxian sacred palace. At this moment, the palace master was sitting above, looking at the four directions angrily and lashing out. Palace master named Shangwan Xiao, her skin as white as snow, beautiful and flawless, with a golden crown on her head, hanging down the sky of beaded emerald, slender willow waist snow jade flawless, features as if carved from heaven, bell spirit, natural, clad in golden Dao clothes. There was a golden sun orbiting on his left shoulder, and a silver moon blooming with eternal light on his right shoulder. Surrounding her body were 36 pitch-black Dao-seeking jades, condensed beyond measure and as steady as mountains, as if they were orbiting around planets that were orbiting around her in an eternal circle. It was as if a gorgeous female Valkyrie stood between heaven and earth. Just now, a disciple transmitted a voice to report that the Qingyan sect, a force that had split off under their command, had been released due to the Saint Sun's dereliction of duty, and the demons had been released, and now the entire sect was covered in war. And all that was under the range was the truth. Shangwan Xia was first shocked, then shaken. The Qingyan sect was a sect that was separated from the Tianxian sacred palace, equivalent to the frail existence of a subsector. And back then, the founding ancestor of the Qingyan sect was one of the disciples under their command who was separated to the eastern continent and went to create the sect. There are many more of the same subsections. The Tianxian sacred palace had cultivated countless people, and a long time ago, the Tianxian sacred palace divided them up one after another, allowing them to go to each of the 5 continents to create their own sects, and the Qingyan sect was one of them. Now, something has happened to the Green Cloud sect. Demons come out, not to mention, What makes the palace master even more furious is that the Qingyan sect hides the descendants of the old ancestors' bloodline. Due to the fear of being assassinated by enemies, that bloodline has been incognito since he was a child. And when he was born, he was wrapped in swaddling cloths and sent to the Qingyan sect, so that even he himself doesn't know his true identity. But now, his soul light, it's gone out, extinguished. This means that the old ancestors' bloodline died. Jiang Yu is gone. The palace master spoke in shock. Jiang Yu, is that bloodline? Instantly, a whole row of backward breaths of cool air came out in unison from the entire hall. Every elder deacon, and even the higher-ups, all of their faces were shocked, and they didn't dare to breathe. The old ancestors' bloodline is gone. The Tianqian sacred palace's face had been disgraced by the Qingyan sect. Unfinished business. More on that later. Chapter 47, The Qing Dynasty Sect welcomes the first ever great extinction. Jiang Yu was carried over to the Qingyan sect by an elder who concealed his identity and disguised himself as an old man back then. At that time, this elder told the Qingyan sect, "This is a child I picked up by the river. Very pitiful. Should have been abandoned by his parents. I wanted to raise it, but I have too many enemies. I have no choice but to hand it over to you." No one in Qingyunzong knew Jiang Yu's true identity. And then the infant Jiang Yu was adopted by a peak master. And now that many years had passed, Jiang Yu had grown into an adult and had become an inner disciple. No one knew his bottom and thought he was ordinary. When the demon came out just now, Jiang Yu was cut down by the demon king in a single glance and swallowed into his stomach and chewed into pieces. The protector sent by the Tianqian sacred palace to hide in the shadows couldn't even make a move and watched Jiang Yu die with his own eyes. Then, even he was explored by the demon king, and with a slash into the void, the Taoist protector was directly chopped into 2 pieces and died in battle. Very cruel. No one in the Qingyan sect saw this scene, and it was worth mentioning that even if the people from the Tianqian sacred palace came, they were powerless to fend off the demons. First of all, the number of people, as far as the eye can see black, do not know hundreds of millions of trillion. The tower is still endless did not come out. In terms of strength, the Tianqian sacred palace was also unable to compare to these demon kings who had roamed the world in the ancient times and were vicious. Back then, when the founding ancestor of the Qingyan sect cast the demon-suppressing pagoda, he went back to find the power behind it, Tianqian sacred palace, and requested the generation's palace master to step in, as well as more other people from other powers. But even with Tianqian sacred palace and those powers joining in, it was only with great difficulty that everyone was able to seal these devils in. In short, the Tianqian sacred palace couldn't defeat these demons either. This was almost the poorest and most vicious batch of devils in the Great Desolate Realm. Other than that, there were other demons in the Great Desolate Realm, but at the very least they didn't have too many disputes with the Qingyan sect. Therefore, right now Shangguan Shio was not only shocked, but also had a deep sense of powerlessness. Such a terrifying demon was actually carelessly released by you and caused the tragic death of the old ancestors' bloodline. What exactly do you guys do for food? Middle States, Green Cloud Sect. This. Su Yenran tilted her head dumbfounded, looking into the void at the rock-solid demonic formation that she was simply powerless to crack. She had already realized that even if her cultivation was exhausted, or even if she burned her cultivation, she would not be able to escape today. She turned her head to look downwards, her gaze empty as she looked at the large number of disciples. Demons ravaged the mountains. The disciples held their heads in their hands. Some were cursing the patriarch, cursing the sacred sun. Some were breaking down and letting out cries of pain. She could only watch as they were slaughtered. The demons, on the other hand, were in another fiery scene. Charge, kill, brothers follow me and charge. Kill every single person from the Green Cloud sect. Whoever it is, even if it's a chicken. Kill it, kill. Kill him all. Not a single one left. Kill him with a dog and a cry. The more the demons fought, the more courageous they became, and they let out terrifying cries of ghostly sobs. A raging burst of demonic cultivation bursting out in full force, killing without blinking an eye. Stop. Yi Chen, do you still remember? I even invited you for dinner in a mountain pass. A young disciple looked at Yi Chen in front of him and was shocked and panicked. Ka-ching! His head flew up and blood flowed. Yi Chen's hand rose and fell with his knife, coldly looking at the mutilated corpse in front of him, and said angrily, I want to eat your flesh and drink your blood. At that time, the other party gave him a broken bowl containing a ruined elixir. He said to him in a conspiratorial manner, Aren't you looking for your sister? This is an elixir that she heard you were injured and begged us so hard to give it to you, so of course we had to fulfill her. Hey, your sister is still weirdly nice to you. After finishing, he even asked Yi Chen if he was hungry and wanted to invite him to dinner, as Yi Chen had been locked up and starved by them for several days. At that time, this person's sardonic smile Yi Chen was still engraved in his mind until now. and he swore that he would never forget it for the rest of his life. Clack 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 clack. A sound of chattering and chopping bones rang out. Afterward, Yichen put away the big axe with blood in his hand, and the remnants of this person's body had already turned into a patch of debris. Kill! Yichen shouted and rushed towards the others. At the same time, the black-winged demon waved his hand and said, "Well done, but there's still more to be done." This father now announces that all people will start accumulating merits. For every person who kills the Qingyun sect, 1 void holy Dan will be rewarded. For every 2 kills, 2 will be rewarded. For every 3 kills, 5 will be rewarded. 10,000 of them will be rewarded with a Devil's Way holy soldier. In an instant, the demons all seemed to have shot up like chicken blood. Their eyes were red, and they began to kill even more swiftly. With this kind of incentive, within moments, the Qingyun sect lost tens of thousands of people again, and the number of casualties came to a terrifying 30,000. The Green Cloud sect is experiencing its first ever mass extinction. You know, even the craziest of the Tari riots back in the day didn't result in such a horrific number of casualties. A lot of people died that time, but it's nothing compared to now. There's no way back. There's no way back. Su Yanyan watched the scene in disbelief, trembling. The Holy Sun is even shivering to the point of being like a headless fly, completely at a loss as to what he should do. He wanted to sit on the ground with a thud, but his legs and feet were actually unconscious, and his entire body was like a wooden stick standing in a mortar and pestle. In his mind, he had long been hysterical. Ka-ching-ching, boom click click, bang bang bang. The abuse continued. No one could stop these demons. They had completely transformed into a meat grinder on the battlefield at the moment. Wherever they passed by, corpses were everywhere. Chickens and dogs were not left behind. Heads rolled and blood flowed. "Hey, cowgirl, how many did you kill? I've only got 318 ing ones. Hurry up and don't take credit from me. I'm only 211. Don't you take it from me." The demon went on a frantic killing spree, afraid that he would get less credit. This entire Green Cloud sect was a walking treasure trove to them, and their eyes glowed straight red as they regarded each other. Other side, the Supreme Elder had already brought Jin de Jian Feng Huairen and the others to that small tavern. What the Supreme Elder didn't expect was that just after entering the door, he actually found Zhang He was also here. What is the case? Zhang He came earlier than himself. The Supreme Elder was dismayed. It looks like Zhang He ran away a long time ago. It's faster than your own legs. And don't say bring yourself. Zhang He was then embarrassed, and looked at him with even more consternation than he had. In fact, back when the Supreme Elder approached Zhang He received the demon-slaying sword and the jade pendant and ran away without saying a word with a bucket. In passing, he also took away all the senior brothers and sisters who were close to Yi Qingtao. Zhang He actually had a very good personal relationship with Yi Qingtao. And once he learned from a casual conversation with Yi Qingtao that it turned out that many female disciples had written love letters to Yi Qingtao. At that time originally Yi Qingtao was reluctant to talk about it. But there was no way Zhang He was very nosy about it. At that time Zhang He envied the occasion. Asked Yi Qingtao, if one day the clan has an accident, the demon breaks out of the tower, these teachers and sisters want me to help you to take them away. Properly placed, I guarantee that they will not be implicated by the demon. Yi Qingtao smiled and said okay. I didn't expect a word to become X, ahem. Don't recognize this word. Can't spell. Sorry, the demons really rioted. Zhang He deeply remembered his promise to Yi Qingtao, and took all these people to escape. Now the ones left in the sect are all those who have a bad relationship with Yi Qingtao. Either they are stupid to the extreme, as well as the saint's son's brainwashed fans, and so on. Some of them deserve to die and so on. Ha, Zhang He, why are you here too? After the Supreme Elder was surprised, he finally spoke up. Chapter 48, Casualties surge again. Su Yanyan explosively smokes Saint Sun. Jin Dajian and Feng Huairen also all looked at Zhang He and froze in place. Holy, this guy can run faster than anyone. What a talent! With a touch of embarrassment on his face, Zhang He stammered. That, Taishan Elder, the 2 elders, I've actually just arrived. On the occasion of those sisters and teachers being brought out, Zhang He let them escape in all directions, and then he came here alone. In his heart, those were Yi Qingtao's women. How could he stay with them? Just bring it out. What are you doing here? The Supreme Elder asked. Also, where are my demon breaker sword and jade pendant? Here it is. I was actually afraid that this would be broken by a demon, so I took it out. Zhang He said as he hurriedly held out the thing. Oh, you're here to drink too, right? Zhang He immediately nodded. Yes, I was going to bring you back some wine, and here it is, all bought, said Zhang He, pointing. The Supreme Elder said heartily. Alright, let's drink here, and there's no need to go back. Green Cloud Sect. Casualties spiked again. The mountains are covered with corpses. The blood is raining down and flowing against the river. The rolling aura of death emanating from it made this glorious large sect in the past to hell as if it was a slaughterhouse. And within this area, it had long been affected by the skyrocketing demonic flames erupting from the demons. The grass and trees withered. The living beings were coated in charcoal. The damned and the damned not, all died. The more the demons killed, the redder their eyes became, and they became even more vicious. As large groups of demons opened their bloody mouths and began to drink blood, the entire mountain was full of blood. Pools of blood flowed into rivers, and at a glance the entire clan was a mountain of blood. No one can stop the demons, even less can stop this place from becoming a hell on earth. At the top, in front of the clan's main hall, Su Yanyan was already ashamed and angry, anxious, scared and furious, anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Her mind was incredibly complicated. In the end, all of her aggression turned into anger, pointing it at the saint's son. What else do you have to say? Su Yanran turned her head and questioned coldly, her eyes glowing red. Patriarch. I. The holy son's lips trembled, said an unknown number of I. His legs trembled, and he could barely hold back from planting himself, although he also looked down on Su Yanran a bit in his heart. By what right did you just pass the sect leader position to me? Why did you run away from the battle just now? And now you have the nerve to question me? But that was something he didn't dare say. His cultivation was only at the great exalted realm, and he was looking for death if he dared to say it. Snap! A loud slap hard in the face of the holy sun. The force of the force, so that the holy sun on the spot screamed miserably and flew backwards. Bang bang bang, a series of knocked through several layers of walls, and finally was ruthlessly nailed to an iron tower. Motionless, the thick tower was all but smashed into a striking human-shaped groove, and the holy sun sank deep into it, covered in blood and dizzy. Su Yanyan was still too angry to be relieved, and with a swish, she rushed over, instantly appearing in front of the holy sun, and a whip appeared in her hand at some point, with a golden light glittering on it, inlaid with countless barbs, and it would be painful to the extreme to whip on a person's body. Su Yanyan kicked the pylons to pieces, and the holy sun fell limply into a pile of debris, and just as he asked for mercy, Su Yanyan had already cracked a whip. Crackle! Crackle! Su Yanyan whip after whip fiercely whip in the face of the holy sun, legs, arms, body. All over the body is almost no place not to whip. In the blink of an eye has been a full thousands of whips. The holy sun all over the body blood. There has been no one good place. This was a set of extremely powerful whip technique called lightning 99 whips, capable of lashing out 99 whips in a split second. Appalling to the extreme. The holy sun painfully knelt on the ground, kowtowing as he begged bitterly, Patriarch, I know I'm wrong. I won't dare to do it again. His heart was incomparably regretful at this time, even more so than just now. But what was the use of regret? Can regret bring those demons back to the tower? Can regret bring back Yi Qingtao? Can regret bring so many brothers and sisters back from the dead? Impossible. None of this is possible. I'll whip you to death. Whip you to death. Su Yanran not only didn't stop, but instead the more she smoked, the more red her eyes became. However, she still controlled a degree to not let Li Beishan die a horrible death. It was too cheap to kill him so directly. Soon, a piece of skin on the saint's son's body was smoked, bloodied, broken and withered. The exposed flesh and blood was rubbing directly on the rough ground because there was no skin to insulate it, and he was in excruciating pain and agony. Patriarch, stop pumping. I hurt. I'm in pain. I know it's wrong. I really know it's wrong. The saint's son was bruised all over, curled up into a ball and wailed in pain. Not far away, Sima Zhao and Jiang Zhenhe looked at this scene, their hearts beating wildly, and their fear was incomparable. The son is now being punished. What about them? It goes without saying that they will be punished so cruelly and harshly. Beg for life. Beg for death. Torture hard. Hiss. Thinking about this, Sima Zhao and Jiang Zhenhe shivered fiercely, their bodies trembling. The heart was pumping hard inside. It was especially horrifying that those whips hadn't hit them yet. It's the unknown that's scary. Crackle. Every time the holy sun was lashed, their bodies followed, trembling and shivering in fear. After thousands more lashes, Su Yanyan stopped. She was tired, sweating and breathing heavily. She turned her head to look at the sect that was littered with a sea of blood and mountains of corpses. A touch of desolation was born in her heart, and she murmured helplessly, if Yi Qingtao is still there, how could the sect have fallen to this state? And how could I have fallen to this state? If he is still there, how good would that be? She missed how good Yi Qingtao was. When Yi Qingtao was there, the sect was calm and peaceful. Yi Qingtao is gone. The clan immediately the world is in chaos, forcing himself, the patriarch of the serious dereliction of duty, to run away from the battlefield. But there is no escape. What exactly should I do with myself? Unfinished business. More on that later. Chapter 49. The ancient demon god broke the tower and came out. His terrifying aura was like a heavenly god descending. Su Yanyan is in pain, blaming herself and despairing. How she wanted to go back to the old days when Yi Qingtao was still around, when it was quiet and peaceful, and the sect was calm and flourishing. But now, blood gathered into rivers everywhere, corpses were piled high into mountains, and countless heads were scattered on the ground as if they were ants. Worthless. Those are her disciples. They are all disciples who admire her and respect her. A face that is visible to all. Many were even her blood relatives. Flesh and blood. But now, it's all ruined because of her dereliction of duty. She wanted to cry. Boom. Boom, click click click. Suddenly, a shocking to the extreme, majestic explosion came out, and Su Yanyan's body steeply trembled as she hurriedly turned her head to look, only to see the tower violently appeared many visions. A more explosive than just now, more ferocious horror of the devil's breath rushed skyward. Way down the world. That horrible aura just erupted out of the aftermath of the wave, as if an asteroid explosion, produced rolling ripples, endless explosions shocked in all directions. The aura was so strong that it charged the bulls, and the aura was so strong that it seemed to be above the endless sky, sweeping all things in heaven and earth and sweeping across the 8 wastelands. This aura. What is this? Oh my god. Did an even more powerful demon king come out? Us completely finished. Hiss. Terrifying as hell. I've lived my entire life, but I've never seen such a terrifying aura. The entire clan was in an uproar, turning their heads to look. Even the demons had stopped and turned their heads to look. But the crowd, a triangular-eyed man, however, rushed to lie down on the ground, quickly reached into the pool of blood with his palms, dabbed a lot of blood onto his face, and then quickly closed his eyes and burrowed into the pile of corpses to pretend to be dead. Damn! A bunch of idiots. Playing dead is the way to go. Countless people turned their heads to look in astonishment, while the various hostile forces in the outside world hidden in the void also had their hearts shaken at this moment, all turning their heads to look over there in shock. Under the attention of all the people, only a demonic light was seen as if it had overthrown the ages, flickering through the window of the middle floor of the demon suppressing tower. The world seemed to fall into a vacuum for a moment, without a single sound. You can only see the earth cracking, smoke exploding, and a horrible aura raging in all directions, covering the world. The void suddenly darkened, as if the twilight of night had truly descended. Boom! A popping sound. The demon king of the 60th floor came out. The people have stared with wide eyes, only to see a huge body leap out of the tower, rising against the wind, in the blink of an eye soaring to the top of the sky, those hands as if lifting a high mountain, those legs as if their feet are on the earth, that powerful and upright spine as if it is holding up the heavens. Hiss! I don't know who sucked in a breath of cold air. The others forgot to even draw a cool breath. This was an ancient crocodile, a terrifying existence known as the ancient demon god. The moment he came out, the anger he had long suppressed for hundreds of millions of years instantly erupted, with a big wave of his hand. Boom click. Electricity flashed in the void. Thunderous sounds were heard. Rain poured down, and countless people could see figures that were like celestial gods from the reflection of the lightning. His body violently surfaced a dense ancient runes, profound and unfathomable. Swastika, Giorgio, T, Eng, Delta, Psi, Sigma, Chi, AE, N, D, S, Y, U. Each of them was rotating at high speed, and changing rapidly. Various colors, one moment green, one moment green, one moment red. Each one erupted with a raging and monstrous aura, accompanied by a low hissing sound as if it was a flood beast, terrifying to the extreme. Green Cloud Sect, you've trapped my father for so many years. This father will kill you all or else. Vow not to be a devil. The ancient demon god let out an earth-shattering roar, and the sound waves alone had already shaken all the surrounding mountains. The mountains collapsed one after another. The earth ruptured one after another. The pale mountains disintegrated, and they were all razed to the ground. Some saints from 10,000 miles away passed by, and seeing this scene, their faces instantly changed drastically, and they hastily retreated a million miles, their eyes shocked and eerily looking over here. Immediately following, the ancient demon god lifted his arm and swung. A pitch-black magic scythe appeared in his hand at once. The blade was also like his body, fiercely emerging rolling ancient runes. At the same time, all kinds of gems, rune stones, star stones, sun stones, inlaid on the scythe have been lit up, and the weapons were united to unlock the seals at this moment, and the damage power was instantly raised to the maximum. Even if this was already the case, the Demon King still felt that it was not enough and shouted, "Complete sacred body, open!" Boom! The void burst and exploded. The sky turned over, the tsunami and the river turned over, and 38 pitch-black seeker jades appeared around the Demon King's circumference, orbiting around him in an endless circle, as if he himself was a star, void and vast, as if it were a deep and infinite universe, powerful and mighty to the extreme. This scene directly stunned all the people of the Qingyan sect in the room. As for those demons, even though they had seen it long ago, they couldn't help but change their faces and have their hearts pounding at this moment. It had been a long time since they had seen a scene with such firepower from the ascended god. It's a rage. This. Every inch of flesh in Su Yanlan's entire body is trembling. The Holy Sun even rolled his eyes on the spot, shaking and fainting. Middle states. Tianxian's sacred palace. Hiss. My god. It's him out. Even he was released. How can this be? What the hell is this Qingyan sect doing for food? Countless executives had been shaken, tilting their heads to look, their hearts shaken to the point of violent heart twitching. It was difficult to hide the horror in their hearts. In front of all of them, an azure-colored water screen had long since coalesced, and through this one could see the scenery of the Green Cloud sect. This is the palace initiative to use great magic power to condense the sky mirror. Although she cannot be defeated, but it is necessary to take a look to understand. At this moment, when the entire Tianxian sacred palace saw that even such a terrifying ancient demon god had been released, instantly, each and every one of them furiously drew in cool breaths, their bodies shaken to the point of shivering flesh and blood. Even the blood in his body couldn't help but start shaking. Palace Master Shangwan Xiao's face had turned as white as paper, her wrists trembling. She has panicked. Swish! Suddenly there are high-ranking people who don't even say hello and vanish instantly, not even daring to return their heads. I'm no longer a member of the sacred palace, so I'll leave first. Farewell. There was a sharp unloading sound at the door. The other executives looked over in shock, and after a short period of time, instantly, swish, 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 swish sounds of escape rose in all directions. Almost in an instant, all the top brass in the hall had already vanished, a large portion of them. At this time, if they still maintained a relationship with the sacred palace, they were definitely going to be dragged into it. They were one more refined than the other, and they resolutely didn't want to die. However, even if they were to vanish, they were not fully confident that they could escape. Those devils don't care if you have a relationship with the Tianxian sacred palace now or not. As long as you had a relationship with the sacred palace in the past, they will all be struck down and killed on sight. They had been holding back for so many years, and now that they had finally come out, they were going to slaughter everyone related to the Qingyan sect. Even if it was just a matter of speaking to someone related to the Qingyan sect on the way, just a mere greeting, he would still have to be killed. Cut the grass and leave no one behind. Except, of course, for Yi Qingtao. Note, the name of the protagonist has been changed. Yi Qingtao they didn't dare to provoke. That's just tired of living. The Green Cloud Sect. Chapter 50. Many forces have attacked in. The Qingyan sect is going to be removed from the Great Desolate Realm. The Green Cloud Sect. As the ancient demon god broke the tower and came out, the scene instantly became even more one-sided. The Qingyan sect's troops were defeated like a mountain, and every disciple's face was as if they were dead, and their hearts were cold. On the contrary, the demons cheered and applauded. Kill, little ones, I have revived. Our revenge on the Green Cloud sect is at this moment. The Qingyan sect has entered the countdown to their demise. Today they will be completely eliminated from the world. From now on, the Great Desolate Realm will no longer have the name Qingyan sect, and if I ever hear of it again, no matter who it is, they will all be killed. Boom, click, click. The ancient demon god slashed down with a scythe, and in an instant, a mountain peak of the Green Cloud sect directly turned into two halves, and the earth cracked open, appearing as a terrifying abyss that could not be measured. Endless corpses were splattered in all directions, followed by them all bursting under the powerful pressure, and blood rained down. The ancient demon god had long since hated this sect to the extreme. Yi Chen turned his head to look at him and let out a howl of utter surprise, picking up an axe and instantly hacking to death one of the senior brothers in front of him. Despite that senior brother's bitter pleas for mercy, he turned a deaf ear. Now you're begging for mercy? Where's the time when you used to bully me? The Supreme God is here. Kill me. With the Supreme God here, no one can stop us. Kill, kill, kill. Kill to the last man. Kill until the Green Cloud sect collapses and disintegrates. Not even a human hair left. Demon morale gets an unprecedented surge and rebels loudly. A demon punched a Qingyan sect disciple 10,000 miles away, flying backwards like a ray to a distant mountain peak and crashing into a stone wall to become a meat cake. A demon slashed out, and a disciple was chopped into countless pieces. Miserable to the extreme, a demon stomped down. The mountains shook, and large swaths of the Green Cloud sect disciples were trampled into meat cakes. Before dying, Someone looked at those big feet and screamed hysterically. Ah! No! 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 Bark! Incompetent rant. There was an extra large puddle of blood on the floor. In front of these demons, no one in the entire great desolate realm could stop them. Countless hundreds of millions of years ago they were rampaging across the world, shaking the great desolate realm, killing people, killing Buddha. And now, besides Yi Qingtao, who else can stop them? Today this place is destined to fall into ruins and become a nest of demons. Even if the gods of heaven come, it will not help. The mountain gate was destroyed by a group of small demons in a flash. In just a few moments, the plaque inlaid with the words Qingyun Sect was chopped into countless pieces, and the demon laughed wildly to the sky. Ha ha ha, this place has just turned into a feast for demons, with broken walls and smoke everywhere. It was simply a scene of life and death doom. And at this time, some hidden hostile forces in the outside world lamented. Alas, I feel a bit sorry for the Green Cloud Sect. Ah, what a bunch of talents. That's right. For that matter, Su Yanran still has the face to whip the Holy Sun there? Shouldn't she whip herself? That's just it. Even though the Holy Child is a crouching phoenix, isn't she at all wrong? Oh, Taoist opened his mouth and laughed. Ha ha ha. This is something that Bundle Taoist has experience with. You can't make sense with women. Bundle of Taoist is a Taoist and his age is about the same. Love to bundle people. Holding a duster, the waist of the Taoist sword, at this moment stood out. Looking at the scene of the Qingyun Zone War, faintly laughed and said, poor Road was fortunate enough to have played with Su Yanyan. Her grandmother's? Think of the heart on the fire held a ball of fire. When she actually opened her mouth to me to ask for 3 billion spirit stones, plus a large basket of heavenly treasures. Otherwise, do not reply to my voice. Really great. Poor Road asked her why. She even said a word of gold. Damn. Mouth is said diamonds it. Now fallen into this state. Deservedly very. The crowd was in a state of disbelief. Afterward, someone suggested, let's go in as well, and add a fire to the Green Cloud Sect to hasten our fate. The Misty Sect Patriarch immediately stepped forward and said, this seed has long been unable to hold back, and it is just what I want to do. A fluctuation instantly emanated from the void, like ripples on the surface of the water, as these hostile forces sprang up and shouted at the demons. Fellow disciples, we have a long-standing grudge against the Qingyun Sect. We vow not to be human until we exterminate them, and we request to join you in a piece of the kill. We're a friendly army. The ancient demon god turned his head to look and said, good. The demon who had just set up the demonic formation immediately pinched his hands together, and without opening the formation, he directly transferred them in. Bucket. Void instant step. This kind of boundless great mana makes everyone in the outside world is taken aback, and when they come back to their senses, they see that they have already entered the interior of the Qingyun clan, looking at the thick smoke everywhere under their feet, and dreaming in their hearts. They said, such a majestic mana is too terrifying. It's not unfair for the Green Cloud Sect to have this end. Even if the King of Heaven came today, he couldn't save them. The crowd murmured, then drew their swords and landed on the ground in a killing spree. The Misty Sect Patriarch had long hated to kill the Qingyun Sect by 1,000 cuts, and just as he landed on the ground, he rode on, directly turning on the powerful secret technique left behind by his old ancestor, and set up a sword array in the Qingyun Sect. Ancient immortal beheading formation. Rise. In an instant, a sword array bubbling with rolling sharpness surfaced on every mountain peak of the Green Cloud Sect, glittering and bursting with silver light. Every mountain peak was surrounded by the sword array. A sharp sword blade was like a poisonous snake. No one was able to come out. Swish swish swish. The sword formation erupted with 180,000 swords, charging towards those corpses. No, don't. I'm not dead yet. I don't want to die. The one who pretended to be dead just now was directly whipped, and was twisted into a bloody mist by the sword formation in a frantic scream. Please listen to the question. Find the area of his mental shadow at this point. Knowing that it was 0 just now, this unprecedented retaliation against the Green Cloud Sect by all the forces was going to exterminate all that the Green Cloud Sect had to offer, pressing the Green Cloud Sect to death completely in one go, and never being able to turn around. This place is totally fast becoming a slayer's world. Everyone else had also risen to the occasion, opening up their secret arts and killing anyone they saw without amnesty. The entrance to the sect's main hall. Su Yanyan and the Holy Sun stared blankly at the raging battle below, shocked to the point of being stuck in their throats. Su Yanran turned her head to look at the Saint's son and said breathlessly, Libation, did you see all that? The clan is going to be removed from the great desolate realm from today because of you. Chapter 51. The sect leader was captured with tears of remorse in his eyes. The Saint's son looked at the war below, only to see that the sect had just been reduced to a paradise for demons and devil cultivators, as well as some other hostile forces to do their bidding. They kill on sight, one by one, without mercy. A mountain had become a human purgatory. a mountain of corpses and blood. And apart from the people of the Qingyan sect, the hostile forces all looked like they were embarking on a carnival feast. He wanted to cry, so he could only lower his head again and wipe his hands heavily through his hair. Painful remorse, shock and self-loathing. All sorts of emotions filled him, but there was not a shred of use in talking about regret now. Time can't be turned back. Mistakes can't be reversed. How about it's all futile? It's too late. Su Yanran let out a long sigh, tears of remorse in her eyes. It should be noted that those demons chose to kill them one by one due to their extreme hatred, rather than a direct wave of pressure crushing all of them with mountains. Or maybe one big mana to crush and explode them all. Not that it wasn't that necessary, although it was very necessary, but they didn't want to be stupid enough to do that. Wouldn't it be nice to let everyone in the Green Cloud sect experience the despair of being on the verge of death? Wouldn't it be nice to let them feel the wrath from us? Why do we let them die so dryly and painlessly? That's just too cheap for them. If necessary, they even wanted to tie everyone in the Green Cloud sect to the rack one by one and lynch them. And those hostile forces naturally saw through this point of the demons. So their biggest purpose of coming in was to give the demons a hand. What the demons couldn't take care of for the time being, they found and killed. And the corpses that the demons had finished killing, they stabbed again to prevent them from not being dead through. And the one that just played dead, they honestly didn't expect it. So now there was a flurry of searching to see if there was any more pretending to be dead. And if so, to make his death even worse, the place where the clan had originally sealed the saint soldier had also been attacked and killed. And the messy corpses were piled up into piles that became small mountains, where a group of demonic paths and rival faction forces were searching for them. One of the elders hiding in the pile of corpses was shivering at the moment. Just now when this place was attacked in a big way, he saw that things were not right. So many people, how could he beat them? So while the other party struck over with a large handprint of mana, at the moment when the invincible disciples were being slapped away one after another, he clearly wasn't slapped, but he also used his mana to follow a group of disciples and fly backwards, pretending that he was being slapped away. And so when the dead bodies of a group of disciples piled up one after another, as luck would have it, he was stacked at the bottom. At this moment, he was scared to death, lowering his breath to a minimum, not daring to make a single sound. There are no more living people here. Let's go, a devil cultivator said. Yes. Then came the sound of retreating footsteps. This elder had just breathed a sigh of relief when suddenly, footsteps came in again outside the door. A woman's voice rang out. Leave these bodies to me. So it's the ethereal sect patriarch. Long time no see. They're already dead. No corpses will be left. Not a single corpse will be left in the mountains. All of them will be destroyed into pieces. The misty sect patriarch didn't say much. He directly pinched his hands, and instantly a brand new cold and bright sword array was set up. Then one after another, 180,000 swords erupted, scrambling towards the pile of corpses. The demonic cultivators looked at each other in dismay, and then lamented. They say that the most poisonous woman's heart is the most poisonous woman's heart, and the ethereal sect's patriarch is hating it like a mountain and a sea. No thanks to the Green Cloud sect, they totally deserved it to get where they are today. Curses were heard in all directions. The elder hiding in the pile of corpses was scared out of his wits and hurriedly rumbled to escape. But before he could rush out of the pile of corpses, countless immortal cutting swords had already stabbed one after another. Ka-ching-ching, boom click click, crackle. The roiling corpses turned into a bloody mist of blood. Ah, no, no, no. The elder let out a wail of extreme agony before he died. However, no one paid attention to him. In an instant his screams were drowned in the rolling blood mist. The entire pile of corpses were all stabbed into blood mist, and he wasn't left. And in the blink of an eye the blood flowed in this place, leaving no corpses behind. Mainly because it's a pain in the ass to set the mountain on fire later. Might as well just get it done in one fell swoop like this. The ethereal sect patriarch then let out a cold snort and left the area. While they were destroying this place without a single corpse left, there were forces outside doing the same. Literally all that was left on the mountains was blood. Not a single body. The other set of demons had already attacked and killed to the highest level. Coming to the front of the sect's main hall, the one leading the group was a demon king with a breath that covered the sky. A city slaughtering blood demon. Billions of years ago he looked at the human race with displeasure and directly slaughtered the city. He was the black hand in front of the stage that unleashed the great turmoil in the Forbidden Zone and created the turmoil in the Forbidden Zone back then. That's right. With his strength, he could just step right up to the front of the stage, not even bothering to stand behind the curtain. At that time, he almost slaughtered the entire Forbidden Zone. At this moment, the blood-stained arm of the city-slaughtering blood devil clutched a pig-killing knife, which was stained with the blood of the people of the Qingyan sect, and instantly arrived in front of Su Yanran with large strides. This top tier of the Qingyan sect, he would make the other party pay an extremely cruel price today.
Su Yanyan thought that the city-slaughtering blood devil might still have a few words of nonsense to say to himself, but unexpectedly, the other party was simply ruthless and did not have any nonsense to do it directly. Ka-ching-ching. The city-slaughtering blood devil's mouth opened wide, and instantly the mouthful of bloodied fangs shot out one by one, as if they were sharp swords, and all of them stabbed at Su Yanyan in an instant. Her protective body defense couldn't even block a sliver of it, and she was directly stabbed, sealing her peep a bone, her entire body unable to mobilize any more mana. Cough. How possible? Su Yanran spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body couldn't support herself and she directly planted herself down. The whip in her hand also fell to the ground. In a sorry state, she was only a great emperor, while the city-slaughtering blood demon was a hallowed immortal king, and she simply wasn't good enough for a single round in front of the other party. She climbed up with difficulty, raised her head with difficulty, and opened her mouth. Senior, spare me. She regretted it. Regret for life. Now that she was going to die, her mind couldn't help but remember Yi Qingtao's goodness once again. If Yi Qingtao was still around now, he wouldn't die. He really wouldn't die. All things, even if they are honorable, are equal before life and death. She doesn't want to die. The city-slaughtering blood demon didn't bother to talk nonsense with her, opening a pair of giant hands full of blood on the spot, clutching her neck and lifting her up, hanging in mid-air. Former, spare your life. Late generation knows the wrong. Late generation cannot die. Late generation do not want to do this sinner. Su Yanran cried. Drops of tears flowed out of her eyes in large sheets and dripped to the ground in a shower of tears. The city-slaughtering blood demon looked at her smugly, not bothering to talk nonsense with her, and with a wave of his big hand, 3 heads and 6 arms instantly grew behind his back, and all of his immortal king-level demonic breath erupted out in an instant. The 3 heads and 6 arms have become longer, as if they were tentacles. They have rushed in all directions, and in an instant, they grabbed the Holy Sun, Jiang Zhenhe, and Sima Zhao. Then without a second thought, they lifted them up in the air by the neck. Ka-ching-ching. The neck bones of the 3 men erupted with the sound of misaligned bone joints. Elders, spare your life. Spare my life. I was wrong. I shouldn't have imprisoned you for so long. I was wrong. Spare my life. Elder, I don't want to die. Please spare my little life. I have an old man and a young man. Seniors. The 3 cried out in pain and begged for mercy, with no regard for dignity at all. As a result of the extreme pain, their bodies were all trembling and spasming as if they had been subjected to violent electric shocks. A choking sensation clouded his head to his feet, and he felt the sky spinning and his brain deprived of oxygen. Blood had oozed from their mouths, staining the rows of teeth. Su Yanyan wasn't much better. Likewise, Chapter 52, all the disciples are dead. The inner and outer sects have become no man's land. Xingyun's sect is finished. Wow! Su Yanran's body ended up shaking helplessly in the gale, spasming, shivering, and struggling. She felt these giant hands would choke her, literally choke her. Her eyes had begun to whiten, and her eyes were on the verge of becoming dead eyes. Yi Qingtao, I was wrong. 2 lines of hot tears from Su Yanran's eyes helplessly flowed down. She was in tears. However, even if Yi Qingtao was here now, it wouldn't work. He had already wasted his cultivation with his own hands. He was already useless. Still making sounds? The city-slaying blood demon's force fiercely increased a few more points. Instantly, Su Yanran's neckbone erupted, crackling joint crunch, as if the brittle bone was broken alive. Su Yanran opened her eyes with difficulty, trying to live a breath, but she couldn't take a deep breath. Her brain was lacking oxygen, and she was dizzy. She was helpless, incredibly helpless. In a trance, Su Yanyan seemed to see the god of death coming towards himself, and the hands with the scythe seemed to come to harvest his own head. A closer look, it turned out to be the black-winged great devil, who had already fluttered and rolled a pair of wings and flew in front of him, and it seemed that he was going to cut off his own head with a knife. Su Yanran was instantly startled. A few drops of liquid violently burst out from between her legs. Her legs went soft, and she hurriedly said, Senior, don't. Really don't. I don't want to die. The Holy Sun, Jiang Zhenhe, Sima Zhao, watching this scene all incontinence, should flow out. They let out a loud cry of pain and looked boldly, only to see the patriarch's flowery branches trembling, her underclothes already wet, and still getting wetter by the inch, and the black-winged demon standing in front of her grinning. Grandma, stinking woman. That's disgusting. The black-winged archdemon frowned and pinched his nose. The city slaughter blood demon also hastily pinched his nose. Filled with disgust, Su Yanran only felt that the sky was about to collapse. The sky was spinning and her body was spasming with weakness. She had become a fish on a chopping board, to be slaughtered. She could think of the scene where she was killed. Demons were originally not concerned with any benevolence or morality.
they would only retaliate and slaughter like crazy. At the time of the crisis, Su Yenran turned her head with difficulty to look down. She wanted to take another look at her clan before she left. This huge clan was originally handed over to his own hands by his master, but it was still good. Even so, he also told himself 1,000 times, but it was still destroyed in his own hands. I can't face my ancestors. As far as the eye could see, the clan was already flooded with demons and chaos, and as far as the eye could see there were pools of blood everywhere, and people were scarce. Suddenly, Su Yenran's eyes widened. No, not sparsely populated, but only 2 people left. That one mountain. The mountains were no longer filled with people wearing the Green Cloud Sect's clothing, and there was no more breath to be sensed. The entire sect was really only left with those 2 people. Those 2 people were very close, both elders, and at this moment, each one of them was shivering, their mouths trembling and their bodies trembling violently. Elder Song, only the 2 of us are left, or else, put up a fight. Alas, it's the only way to put up a fight. The 2 elders instantly agreed. One of the elders violently offered up a large flag, and in an instant, the surface of the flag lit up with many ancient runes, the runes gusting and the Tao rhythms lingering, spewing out a strong killing machine. He himself released a powerful great exalted aura, a mighty pressure surging up into the sky. Damn, there are still 3 fires left in a clayman. Old man is bloodthirsty. Even if this seat dies today, I'll drag you with me. Elder Song charged towards the city slaughtering blood demon with a flourish, his eyes glowing red as he shouted. The city slaughtering blood demon turned his head and craned his neck, about to meet the enemy, when suddenly, Elder Song made a turn and the large flag was still smashing this way. But he himself had already flown off quickly in the opposite direction, actually trying to escape. My mother, a fool. Yi Chen in the distance looked dumbfounded. All the demons and hostile forces also looked dumbfounded. No one expected this person to speak tough words, but it turned out to be just a bluff. That remaining elder was even more directly jaw-dropped in place. Can you run? The other head of the city slaughtering blood demon's mouth opened, and instantly countless sharp teeth burst out in unison towards the void. In midair, that elder was instantly shot into a sieve and blown into flying dust. A mist of blood appeared there on the spot before being blown away by the gale. Not even the soul was left behind. Afterwards, the city slaughtering blood demon looked at the remaining elder. That elder immediately sucked in a mouthful of cool air, his face turning white. But he wasn't a vegetarian either. Now the entire sect was left with only him besides the patriarch, the Holy Sun, Jiang Zhenhe, and Sima Zhao. Ah! I'll fight you. This elder let out a terrifying yell. His wrists spread out, and his body suddenly glowed red. Blood burner, open. Vajra voodoo magic, open. Great sun reincarnation golden body, open. The aura on his body suddenly became ferocious. His breath rolled out, and even the heavenly clouds began to blast out ripples. Doing this alone wasn't enough. This elder reddened his eyes and once again took out a blood-red pill and swallowed it. The bloodbath pill, directly and forcefully shortening the lifespan. In an instant, allowing the cultivator's body to explode far beyond the usual cultivation, draining all potential in an instant. The man is wasted in the future. He then turned on a great move, using all of his life's learning, holding a sword and erupting with a fighting aura as he charged towards the city slaughtering blood demon. The void all had large swathes of air turbulence due to his charge. Barf! The city slaughtering blood demon slapped him and turned him into a bloody mist on the spot. Before he died, he didn't even have time to let out a scream. Straight up people are gone. Afterwards, the city slaughtering blood demon turned his head to look at Su Yenran. Su Yenran had been shaken to the core, a head frozen in the crack of her fist. It's over. It's all over. All of the disciples were killed in battle. The inner and outer sects became no man's land, and all of the scriptures were destroyed in a tragic manner. Green Cloud Sect. It's finished. Su Yenran had been dumbfounded. Unfinished business. More on that later. Chapter 53, The Qing Dynasty Sect triggers the first ever scene in the history of the Great Desolate Realm. In the meantime, Yi Qingtao was still in a greenhouse, singing and dancing. The sound of the light zither curled and floated, pleasing to the ear, and rows of beauties with delicate waists and skin as white as snow danced in front of his eyes. It's a beautiful scene. To speak from the heart, Yi Qingtao felt that he had sat in jail for hundreds of years. So what's wrong with enjoying himself now? A dancer twisted her waist while throwing winks at Yi Qingtao. Her winks were silky and flavorful, which could be described as the best color on earth. She was different from the other dancers. A young woman in her 30s, with that plump figure, with a big, smooth plate, a convex front and a curved back, and two snow-white, round thighs, which added a touch of autumn color more than the other women. Yi Qingtao kept nodding his head and said, "Good, good, good." When rewarded, said 10,000 spirit stones were rewarded out like trash. After sitting in jail for 100 years, Yi Shengtao usually had no place to spend his money and was not at all short of money now. Ah, thank you, Grand Master. Thank you, Master. The young woman knelt down on the spot, thumping her head with a respectful expression. Her family is so short of money that she is now willing to do anything that makes money. The young woman immediately came over to give Yi Qingtao pinched shoulders. Yi Qingtao, naturally happy to enjoy, faintly closed his eyes, soothing enjoyment. As for the clan? Oh, it had long since been removed from his mind. I guess the clan would have blown up by now, but what do you care? Yi Qingtao was enjoying himself with pleasure when suddenly, an uninvited voice rang out. Scholar, this woman has a destiny with my Buddhist sect. I hope that you will recognize the time and let her out. Yi Qingtao opened his eyes and saw that the door of the private room was pushed open, and a monk clad in a robe walked in. The man had 9 black spots on his head, a white beard and an old man's face. Yi Qingtao's eyes narrowed and said, "Don't talk so refreshingly shamelessly. I'm afraid that all the things you guys are looking at have a destiny with you, and this woman also has a destiny with me, so why should I let you have it?" Scholar, stop talking nonsense. My Buddhist sect is compassionate. Seeing that you are young and singing and dancing and not doing your job, I specially advise you to say a few words. Please go and cultivate immediately now. Otherwise something may happen when you walk on the road in the future. Leave this girl behind. Yi Qingtao narrowed his eyes again and saw that the other party had an iron sign with the number 2 in his hand. He's number 1 himself. Yi Qingtao laughed. This monk is completely just to enjoy. Coveting beauty on coveting. Pretend so big tail wolf do? Come to play is to play. Say so elegant and vulgar interesting? So shameless. I don't care to look at you. Hurry up and stay wherever it's cool. The monk was instantly enraged, and said in a deep voice, the monk's speech is really unpleasant. My Buddhism is bent on doing good and saving the world. How come it becomes shameless in your mouth? If you continue to be so indiscriminate, old lineage, I will have to cut down the demons and eliminate the devils. Yi Qingtao stopped playing, stood up and looked at him with a faint smile. 2-bit. After saying that, he directly drew the longsword in his hand and chopped over with a sword. Don't even bother talking about it anymore. Just kill it. Monk fiercely laughed, directly waved his hand, a robe on the spot to take off the light, revealing a body of tendon meat, as if the young man's chest is a large block of muscles. Alive and well. The tiger is alive and well. Young man, there is a demonic power that Laodian cultivates. Haven't you heard that entering the devil is 3 times stronger? You are not a match for Laodian. Give me death. The monk clasped his hands together and black demonic breath erupted from his body. So this is a demon monk? Oh, that's okay. Originally, Yi Qingtao saw that he was in the early stage of the martial king's cultivation, while he was in the 9th level of the martial king, but this person actually dared to provoke himself, so he had such a reliance. Practicing magic is indeed 6, but unfortunately I happened to refrain from it. Ka-ching-ching. Yi Qingtao chopped a sword on the demonic monk. The demonic monk originally still wanted to stretch out a finger to receive the sword, but unexpectedly, the palm and finger just touched the other party's weapon for a moment. Suddenly his face changed. Wow! The 2 halves of the body split in 2 and fell limply to the ground. Yi Qingtao called out towards the outside. Someone come and wash the floor. Green Cloud Sect. The city slaughtering blood devil's huge iron fist clutched Su Yanyan in death, hanging her high in the air. Su Yanyan's head struggling in the gap between one finger. Her face agonized with pain and suffering. She cried. Big tears streaming down my face. Yi Qingtao, I was wrong. I shouldn't have treated you like that. I apologize to you. I was very wrong. Su Yanyan was remorseful, sad, and cried bitterly, but she also knew what was the use of talking about it now? Everything was as late as yesterday. Without even investigating himself, he directly took Yi Qingtao into the demon suppressing tower and put him in confinement. Then he personally wasted his cultivation and threw him out of the sect. He's a wreck now, and he must really hate himself. Aha! I hate myself so much. I hate myself so much. Su Yanyan screamed in agony inside. The gaps in her teeth had begun to crack under the intense pressure, and the roots of her teeth were oozing blood in layers, flowing out of her lips and dripping downwards. Even if Yi Qingtao had colluded with the devil's way, but no matter what, the sect was still calm and peaceful. But when they change, the demons riot, the clan withers, and the people are devastated. One should never, ever, replace him. Ha ha ha, crying? I didn't expect you women to have so little guts. Tears everywhere. But it's really something. The city slaughtering blood devil laughed out loud, his heart aching with pain. He had been imprisoned for so many years, and had long hated the Qingyan sect, and now that the other party's supreme head was in so much pain and scandalous under his torment, his heart was incomparably pained, too pained. The black-winged demon next to him also laughed maniacally, then raised the scythe in his hand. Suddenly, there was a wow sound.
and both the city-slaughtering blood demon and the black-winged demon froze at the same time.
The Saint's son and Jiang Zhenhe, as well as Sima Zhao,
who were clamped in midair,
all froze in unison at the same time. After a brief moment of silence,
the black-winged demon and the city-slaughtering blood demon said in a depressed manner,
blah, 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 actually fainted from fear. Convinced,
they hurriedly slapped each other awake.
Su Yanran woke up and cried, bawling. She doesn't want to. She really doesn't want to. But this situation,
she was really scared,
powerless and helpless. She was already dying. Tears once again against the flow. Elder, please let me go. I beg you to let me go. I'm still young. I don't want to die. Spare my life. Su Yanran burst into tears and begged bitterly. City-slaughtering blood demon's face was as black as a pot,
pinching his nose and saying coldly,
if you hadn't replaced Yi Qingtao, wouldn't everything be fine now?
The black-winged demon also nodded his head repeatedly and said,
this father has never seen such a fool like you.
What's even more shocking to this father is that your human race is also too frail. Facing death you actually fainted in fear. It can make this father's service furious.
It's really disgusting to the point of being home.
Chapter 54, The Green Clan Falls Apart.
Su Yanran repents. Shangwan Shiyao's body trembles. Tianxian's sacred palace. Shangwan Shiyao was silent as she watched the scene.
All of the executives below were also looking at the sky mirror, one more silent than the other,
trembling. The rest of them would have wanted to leave,
but they were afraid that it would be more dangerous to be left alone, and it would be even worse if they were pursued by the sacred palace again, and it would be even harder to survive when they were attacked from both sides.
One can only wait and see what happens here. On the screen, Su Yanyan turned out to be ugly,
and many hostile forces were shocked before their faces revealed a sardonic smile one by one.
The voices are coming through as well. This woman has had her day. What a laugh. Ain't that right? It's so convincing. What a relief. How did she treat me in the beginning? Golden mouth studded with diamonds. Saying one word required me to ask for 1 million extreme spirit stones. And now this.
Her scandal will soon spread throughout the entire great desolate realm.
Ha ha ha.
Leaving a stench for 10 million years.
Quickly, get the staying stone to record it. Ha, so it's you, kid. I remember the last time you killed anyone.
He was also scared into this. That time you hurriedly took a stay stone to shoot down.
Really this aspect or you are the most Shangwan Xia watched a scene with a burst of red and white on her face.
Green Cloud Sect.
Please, 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 spare my life, spare me. I don't want to die.
Su Yanyan cried out in pain.
No longer wanting dignity, not wanting anything, she only wanted to live. As long as I get my life back. Dignity? Face? Prestige? No more. No more. Besides, there's no dignity to be had now. How could my father spare you?
The black-winged demon roared in anger, and his scythe stabbed on the spot.
In an instant, the sharp edge of the scythe pierced into Su Yanyan's inner cavernous sky. Put! A breath of cultivation immediately sprayed out. The air everywhere resounded boo-boo-boo-boo sound. Su Yanyan's cultivation was abolished. The emperor is different from the average person.
The promotion of the emperor when the body is no longer a dantian,
but transformed into a cave. A cave is a level of emperor. At the moment, Su Yanran's cultivation is falling down.
Like the opening of the floodgates.
Stop cannot stop. Ah!
Her entire body screamed in pain. She was about to be reduced to an invalid, and when she walked out in the future, she would be in danger everywhere.
Suddenly, she remembered the time when she had crippled Yi Qingtao's cultivation. And hadn't she thought that she could kill him with just anyone at that time? He was already defenseless. How is he any different from him in his current state? Retribution. It's all retribution. Besides, whether or not you can walk out on your own is another matter. She felt like these demons were torturing her.
And these were just the pre-torture. The Holy Sun's face was as white as dirt, and he lowered his head with an averted gaze.
He already had an inkling that maybe it would be his turn next. He hasn't reacted yet. Put! His dantian was instantly pierced by the scythe, and his cultivation immediately fell down like a river flowing backwards. Ah! I'm going to be a wreck. I'm going to be a wreck.
The Holy Sun howled hysterically. Making him an invalid was worse than killing him. He had utilized his Saint's Sun power to run amok outside, and he had made enemies with many clans, and he could already imagine that those clans would surely decapitate him with insane retaliation, cutting off his arms and legs, and making him into a human swine, and these demons are even less likely to leave him alone.
Hiss!
He sucked in a breath of cold, creepy air. The city-slaughtering blood devil laughed loudly.
TSK TSK TSK, well done. Up to now,
the Qingyun sect has all died out. Those who didn't die have either scurried away in a mess or have become invalids for us to keep torturing. The Qingyun sect has already existed in name only. and is no longer enough to worry about. Ha ha ha. He then lifted the almost wilted Su Yanyan higher, making her body sway helplessly in the gale, then turned to face everyone below and bellowed, "Is everyone hurting or not?" Cheers erupted from below. Ouch! 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 The cheers were sky high. Tianqian's sacred palace. Shangwan Xiao's hips were shaking slightly, and she could no longer sit in the chair. The images in the mirror of the sky were expected to spread throughout the entire great desolate realm very soon, and at that time, the sacred palace would be completely disgraced, and he himself would be completely disgraced as well. She turned her head to look downward and said with white lips, "Running Thunder General Wang Tang, step forward. King Tang, Sacred Palace Running Thunder will." A running thunder Jedi was as powerful as it was, and once it erupted, the thunder and lightning would lead to a sea of thunder for miles with the momentum of a heavenly fire. Soon, a man clad in bronze armor with an unassuming aura walked out and arched his hand. "Palace Master, please command. I used great magical power to teleport you over there. I'm not going to go to war with the demons. We're not helping the Qingyan sect, besides we can't help. You convey my words to the demons, let them pause for a while. We're severely punishing Su Yanyan and the saintly son under her hand, and when we're finished with our family business, let the demons do as they please." Running Thunder General Wang Tang said, "Here." Subsequently, Shangguan Xiao waved her jade hand, and a golden crow-like light condensed out at once, and in an instant, the entire palace glowed with 10,000 rays and millions of auspicious colors, gradually condensing into a rainbow bridge. This is the pole corridor. Just by standing in this corridor, one is instantly teleported out of the room, presumably the equivalent of speeding up the light countless times. Wang Tong flew to the top with a swish and his figure instantly disappeared. Green Cloud Sect. Suddenly a rainbow bridge appeared, attracting the attention of many people. In the next moment, Wang Tang's figure appeared on top of the rainbow bridge, which then disappeared and Wang Tong walked down. Are the forces behind them sending reinforcements? A mere half-step immortal king is worthy of being sent to die? The city-slaughtering blood devil laughed coldly. Su Yanran and the Holy Sun, as well as Sima Zhaoga and Zhang Zhenhe looked delighted, but their gazes darkened immediately afterward. They saw anger on Wang Tang's face, as if the other party had come to clean them up. Wang Tong walked to the city-slaughtering blood devil, arched his hand and said, "Senior, let's make one thing clear first. We're not here to help the Qingyan sect. We're in a bad family situation nowadays. So please give us some time to settle this. It'll be very quick, and after it's over, you guys can do whatever you want to do. I don't know what Senior's opinion is." The city-slaughtering blood demon was slightly surprised, then waved his hand and said, "A harbor fight? Ha ha, then you'd better be wonderful, or else I don't mind slapping you to death." Wang Tang broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly arched his hand. "Please rest assured, Senior." Afterwards, he turned his head to look at Su Yanran, and suddenly a big slap went straight up. Snap! The sound of the slaps was like rolling thunder. Crackling. If not for Su Yanyan's head being held in place by her fists, her head would have been spinning around her neck a few hundred times. Su Yanran was blindsided, tears streaming down her face. Wang Tang sputtered with anger and spat. "Stupid! Don't you have a brain? Unfinished business." More on that later. Chapter 55. Repentance is useless and painful. This slap directly brought tears out of Su Yanran's eyes again. Wang Tang's powerful force drove her body to tremble, twisting her body in pain. Su Yanran knew that it was she who didn't grow a brain, listening to the wind and believing whoever said it. If not, why would the clan end up in this situation now? And Tianqian's sacred palace hasn't had anyone come for many years, and now they're suddenly here. Why are they here? Something big has happened. A drop of tears once again flowed silently down from Su Yanran's eyes, her tears of remorse like rain. "Crying? You still have the face to cry?" Wang Tong rebuked angrily. The great desolate realm emphasizes that strength is honored. Can crying solve the problem? Can crying make a demon's hand soften? Ha! Seriously, if it was only the Qingyan sect that suffered, it would be just fine, but this would also lead to their Tianqian sacred palace suffering as well. Perhaps the entirety of the Tianqian sacred palace would be slaughtered clean. When, right after the demise of the Green Cloud sect, Wang Tang was also a smart person, and at this moment, it had already occurred to him that with the vindictive character and brutality of these devils, they would absolutely hunt down and kill everyone in the world who was related to the Qingyan sect, and no one would be able to escape. Let's not talk about the devil's way. Even if he was hunting down his enemies, it would be the same. Cut down all of them, not leaving a single one behind. Who would leave himself tripping up in the future? It saves some residual sins in the future from coming back for revenge after 30 years. Back then, the founding ancestor of the Qingyun sect called on many forces in the Great Wasteland realm, refer to the Qin Su-Qin harmonization, allowing them to contribute their blood, cultivation, aptitudes and spells, and materials,
to exhaust countless efforts, finally casting this Shin demon tower. When the demon-suppressing pagoda opened that day, instantly, countless black pressurized demons were sucked in by the powerful suction, shrinking countless times. The Qingyan sect was the culprit to the demons, so they hated the Qingyan sect the most, but the others, too, were completely off the hook. Elder Wang. Su Yanran opened her mouth in sorrow. Her heart was painful. Thick remorse filled her heart. She didn't know what to do at the moment. She could only have tears in her eyes and her body trembling in the gale. Tears continued to drip towards the ground, which was already wet. Wang Tang covered his nose, only feeling both disgusted and angry, and was in awe of this woman. Are you satisfied now? Take a look at this clan that is covered in war and a broken wall. Are you satisfied? Wang Tang shouted angrily. I regret it. Woo woo. Su Yanran cried and sobbed. The heart of the Holy Sun on the side was cold and panicked. He now finally understood that he was not going to be able to get the treasure at all. Even if those demons had not been released, with his own physique and strength he would not be able to achieve his goal at all. Own fantasies shattered. He himself had become the clan's eternal sinner, becoming the first person in the history of the Great Desolate Realm to cause the clan's demise due to arrogance and greed. All the reasons for the clan's demise were in themselves. His torso was also trembling in the gale, scared beyond belief. Sima Zhao and Zhang Zhenhe weren't much better, shivering all over. Wang Tang was still too angry to be relieved, and fiercely slapped another big slap hard on Su Yanran's face. Pow! 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 Wang Tang opened his bow left and right, and in one breath, he slapped 3 times in a row, and Su Yanran's face was instantly all covered with blood marks. Tears mixed with blood slid down her cheeks, her lips trembling with regret. Hit me! Hit hard! Suddenly, a voice rang out from Wang Tang's voice transmission relic, and it was none other than Shangguan Xiao's. Wang Tang's pair of tiger eyes looked dead straight at Su Yanran, and his eyes could almost spit out sparks. Even though Su Yanyan was a woman and at this moment was pathetic, he didn't have any of that in his eyes. He even hated to break her into pieces. In this world of the weak and the strong, what use is it to have you when you have caused such serious consequences? Hate the iron. Anger. Wang Tang's heart was full of anger. Shangguan Xiao wasn't much better. Her chest hurt from anger. Snap. Wang Tang went up and down, slapping more than 30 times in a row. And soon, Su Yanran's face was covered in blood and pain. Stop hitting. Please stop hitting. I hurt so much. I'm wrong. I really know I'm wrong. I hate myself. I'm so sorry. Su Yanran's tears flowed and she cried bitterly in public. Wang Tang turned his head to the Saint's son again and angrily rebuked. Rubbish. The Holy Sun trembled and was too scared to speak. It's his turn. Finally. He didn't even dare to fight back for a second. This was a high-ranking person from the Tianqian Sacred Palace. Even if the founding ancestor was resurrected, he would have to be respectful in front of the other party. What use do I have for you if I bring shame to the entire clan? Wang Tang cursed fiercely and angrily. The saintly son winced. Pow! A violent slap pierced through the layers of space and viciously smacked the Holy Sun in the face. Libation screamed miserably, and several teeth burst out mixed with blood, filling his mouth with blood. I'll smoke you to death. What's the use of having a punk like you? You son of a, why don't you go to hell? Wang Tang spat loudly, and then like he had angrily smacked Su Yanran just now, his hands went up together, and he opened his bow left and right, and ruthlessly smacked Libation. You know what, Knight Bashan? Back then when I learned that you became a holy son, I still thought that you should be a very good person, and that the moral of the name your parents gave you should be that power battles the mountain and the world. Now, good, very good, great, snap, violent slaps, unceasing and ear-piercing, accompanied by heavy roars of anger and spitting. Soon, Libation was whipped into a pig's head, his nose and face swollen and drenched in blood. Elder Wang, don't smoke, I will not be able to bear it. Libation let out a heartbreaking scream. He had all but been deprived of his cultivation, and at this moment, it was a time of weakness, and although Wang Tang had not used his cultivation, he would be unable to stand it all the same. It really will be smoked alive. Waste. Rice bucket. I can't wait to whip you to death, skin you, and chop you into pieces to feed to the dogs. Wang Tang roared. The Holy Sun cried tears of blood. If he hadn't thought about taking the demon-suppressing tower, nothing would have happened now. If he hadn't squeezed out Yi Qingtao, how would he have become like this now? It's over. It's all over. What's done is done. It's all over. Sima Zhao and Zhang Zhenhe looked at this scene, frightened, and drew a big mouthful of cool air, their hearts jumping, like sitting on a needle-X. Sorry, this word is not recognized again. Zapping or stinging? I can't type it out. My goodness. How in the world is it spelled?
Wang Ting fiercely drew out a large axe, his gaze like an ancient ferocious beast, his eyes glowing red and gazing fiercely at the holy sun. Hiss! The holy sun's face swished and turned pale.
Chapter 56, Terrible Punishment.
Holy sun completely reduced to a waste.
Senior Wang, what are you doing?
Senior Wang, I beg you. I don't want to die.
Please let me live a little longer. I'm just a fart. Please let me go.
The holy sun broke down and cried,
chills running down his spine.
With that stance on the other side, he didn't need to say that he would definitely become miserable. The sharp axe, even though it hadn't chopped into him yet, the cold light alone emanating from it made his heart beat wildly, like walking on thin ice. Cutting into him must have stung.
Ah!
He screamed in fear.
Su Yanran was also terrified.
Her face was pale and she completely lost the posture of a patriarch. Even though she was trying her best to control it, she still couldn't help but cry out.
The patriarch, in front of so many hostile forces, cried out. She doesn't want to be embarrassed. She really didn't want to, but she just couldn't help it. She was really going to be scared to death.
The 3 souls and the 7 souls and the 6 viscera, all of them were scared out of their wits and nearly collapsed.
Cowards! Punks! Soft bones!
Wang Teng cursed in a broken voice.
I'm a coward. I'm a waste. I have soft bones. I only beg you, Elder Wang, to spare my life. I really want to live a little longer.
The saint's son was in tears and painfully remorseful.
Wang Teng instantly felt even angrier. In full view of everyone, this trash had disgraced the Tianqian sacred palace. Even if you die standing up, you have to die with a bang and a good death.
But you are so out of shape with fear and cry for mercy.
What kind of a thing are you?
The more Wang Teng thought about it,
the more angry he became, and the axe was directly aimed at the saint's son and chopped down. In an instant, the holy son's face turned pale. Ka-ching!
Wang Teng struck swiftly like lightning,
instantly chopping off both of his arms.
How does it taste?
Wang Tong looked at him condescendingly.
The holy son wailed in agony. The excruciating pain that tore at his heart had rendered him speechless. Without his arms, he will not be able to take care of himself in the future, and he will not even be able to be immortal.
Even worse was yet to come.
Wang Teng suddenly struck out and once again ruthlessly made a move towards his legs.
Aya-aya-wa.
The holy son screamed hysterically in pain.
What are you screaming for? Have some backbone.
Wang Teng slapped him hard on the face.
Aha! Don't! Knight Beishan cried out in fear. Wang Teng were to pay attention to him, and even heard this scream more on the head. The idea of a move. The body of the cave in an instant to run an incomparably ancient and horrifying gong method. In an instant his arms surfaced many golden runes. Silver Taoist talisman. The divine fish talisman. Countless of the runes in an instant all over his body.
For him to increase on the body of the huge increase. With such a terrifying increase,
Wang Teng's power was instantly enhanced by 300,000
times.
And in an instant it was like chopping off a strand of hair, directly chopping off both of Li Beishan's legs, and under the powerful force, even the void was chopped off by a pitch-black crack, and the terrifying astral wind at the back could be seen vaguely. The saint's brain went blank as tears fell, feeling like it was all a dream. Nothing. It's gone. There's really nothing left. Before he could think more,
Wang Teng suddenly used both of his hands and slapped both of his ears.
Pharma. The blood is flowing. Wang Teng is still not satisfied.
In the saint's son wow miserable screams. Carry his hair and cut off his head full of long hair.
Become bald. Now. He was completely screwed into a miserable and incomparable invalid. Hiss. 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 Zhang Zhenhe and Sima Zhao looked at this scene with shocked disbelief, their eyelids fluttering violently.
The heart in his body was rippling to the point of jumping out of his throat.
Creepy and backbreaking.
Almost to the point of death by the horrific spectacle.
In the past, the honorable and incomparable, high and mighty saint's son,
in front of their eyes, with their own eyes,
ended up in such a state, becoming this inhuman and ghostly misery, begging for life, begging for death. They couldn't believe it. It was like a dream. At this moment, it was as if the two of them had already thought of their own downfall, and in an instant their lips went numb and their hands and feet trembled like chaff.
Please listen to the question. It is known that Zhang Zhenhe and Sima Zhao's psychological shadow area was 99 when the demon came out of the cage.
At this moment,
please choose their psychological shadow area.
A. 100. B. 199. C. 500. D. 1000000000000000000. Multiple choice questions. Multiple answers allowed. Candidates are requested to enter their answers here. Wahoo! A long, mournful scream rang out. The crowd turned their heads in unison, only to see that it was Su Yanran.
She had lost control of her fear, her emotions were out of control, and she tilted her head back and stared blankly into the sky.
A heartbreaking, miserable scream escaping her lips. A tear of remorse flowed from his eyes like a waterfall. Wonderful! Wonderful! The Blackwing Great Demon and the city slaughtering Blood Demon clapped their hands and praised each other with smiles on their faces. The demons below all revealed smiles one by one as well, satisfied with this downfall of theirs. This witnessing what happens to the culprits is 100 times more frightening than them actually getting screwed themselves. The other hostile forces were all red-faced and overjoyed. Watch. This is called professionalism. Not bad. Is Healy Bashan a human being now? Tell me out loud if he is human or not. Not a human being. He's a human swine. Ha 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 ha. The jeers, the angry curses, the compliments, they were all in a row. This scene of being publicly put to death made Su Yenran and Li Bashan all lose their dignity and face. And now the last two people to be afraid of are Jiang Jinhe and Sima Zhao. Wang Tang would violently float a ball of fire from his palm, burning the trash on the ground into ashes in an instant, then turned his head to angrily look at Su Yenran. Unfinished business. More on that later. Chapter 57, Miserable. Looking at the ocean at sunset. Wow! Su Yenran was instantly paralyzed with direct fear. Her eyes suddenly filled with tears of remorse. She thought Wang Tang was going to do the same to her. And she was trembling with fear. Many of the hostile forces below saw it and murmured with contempt. Holy, what a ing conviction. Crying again. Who says it isn't? But if it was me I'd probably be scared like that too. It's normal. I was still scared less the last time I faced death. But for her to be reduced to such an ugly state in front of a large crowd, it's simply an eye-opener for me. Not to mention you. Me too. Everyone. There is a wide range of opinions. The nausea is constant. Su Yenran no longer had the face to listen to these words. Her face was already red to the root of her neck, as if she had been roasted by fire. She's really too scared. The large axe head of the Manhwa that carried the blood of the saint's son made her scalp numb and shook with fear. Oh, why did I confiscate Yi Qingtao's demon-suppressing tower? Ah, why was I so confused? Ah. Su Yenran covered her cheeks and let out a cry. Shut up! Wang Tang bellowed and said angrily. I am furious with you. And the sacred palace is even more furious with you to the extreme. I really don't know how Chao Jinchao saw you. Before he sat down to die, he actually made you this sect leader. Honestly, you don't deserve it at all. Chao Jinchao, the previous generation patriarch, who on his deathbed designated Su Yenran as the next generation patriarch. There was no need for Wang Tang to say now that Su Yenyan knew that she was not worthy. You have no brains. You believe whatever others say, and you don't deserve it at all. She raised her head, her body trembling as she said, Senior, in fact, this matter can't be completely blamed on me. Yi Qingtao colluded with the devil's path. There is evidence here. I can't do anything about it. What? There is evidence? Wang Tang said in a deep voice. Su Yenran cried. Yes, the evidence is in my storage bag. The bag is hanging on the waist. There is a piece of shadow retaining stone. I have no cultivation. I can't take it out. Wang Tang's mind moved, and instantly her storage bag appeared in Wang Tang's hand out of thin air. Wang Tang opened it and looked at it, and he found a shadow retaining stone, the size of a palm. He took this out and placed it in the palm of his hand and carefully examined it. A few moments later, Wang Tang has been informed of the content. Suddenly angry laugh, turned his head and snap a hard slap in the face of Su Yenran. Su Yenran face old wounds have not yet healed instantly appeared new wounds. The pain of her on the spot wah screams, crying father and mother. Wang Tang said angrily, saying that you have no brain you really have no brain. What can a shadow retaining stone mean? What? Can't this thing be faked? This brain of yours should be crushed by a big stone and become full of pieces. With Su Yenyan's cultivation, she simply could not perceive the fishy nature of the images played in the shadow retention stone. But Wang Tang perceived it. The Yi Qingtao in the movie is not Yi Qingtao herself. Although the face was Yi Qingtao, Wang Tang's magic power was so strong that he saw through the imposter's true face at a glance. Instead of turning his head to the imposter, he turned his head to the Holy Sun. Those eyes, like a ferocious beast, had reddened pupils. Needless to say, this was directed by the Holy Sun. What a planting trick! The Holy Sun was instantly frightened and like Su Yenran, his eyes were spraying tears wildly. He was so scared that he was in pain, and a chill ran down his spine. Scared to the point where his heart stopped, a choking sensation surfaced, going to be unable to breathe. Wang Tang did not speak, a pair of gloomy eyes waiting for him to speak. If this person does not speak, Wang Tang will not need him to speak. Directly extract his soul and soul into the refining furnace refining 1,000 years. How painful, how to come. The Holy Sun's heart was in shock. He said nothing at this time and hurriedly screamed miserably and told the whole truth. Elder Wang, I'm wrong, I admit it. I did all this. Yi Qingtao didn't collude with the demonic path. What's on the screen is that I had Sima Zhao pretend to be Yi Qingtao, and I combined with the demons to film the evidence. and used it to plant evidence on Yi Qingtao. I was wrong. What?
Su Yanran turned her head to look at him in shock and loss of color.
At this instant, Su Yanyan only felt as if she fiercely couldn't breathe. Her heartbeat stopped abruptly, and a strong feeling of shock pressed down on her, trembling in disbelief. This is actually, the truth is actually this? Su Yanyan snapped her lips green, shocked inside out by the news.
The saint's son cried out in pain of remorse and wretchedness.
Senior Wang, I don't dare to hide anything anymore now. I only hope to be able to confess and be lenient. Please spare me. I've already lost all hope.
2 long trails of tears from Su Yanran's eyes.
Snap, snap, big drops fell. She understood. She finally understood. The original is she wronged Yi Qingtao.
It turned out that Yi Qingtao hadn't done anything.
He was planted and was squeezed away by the Holy Sun's group. Su Yanran looked at the saint's son dumbfounded,
no longer able to describe her feelings at this moment.
At this moment,
she had already thought that if the clan's dead disciples,
the elders,
everyone heard this news,
how angry they would be.
Su Yanyan turned her head to look at the broken walls of the sect.
That one mountain, one blood flowed into a pool of blood.
And just now that pile of corpses on the ground.
If they know in the 9 springs at this moment, they will definitely be shocked to the extreme, and be furious to the extreme. Then, point to your own nose and spit on it.
Patriarch, you have wronged the tower guarding senior brother.
You shall not die. Su Yanran, you don't deserve to be this sect leader. You don't know the difference between green and red. You wrongly accused the tower guarding senior brother, and caused the entire sect to be buried with you. We won't let you go even if we become ghosts. Su Yanran, you still have the face to cry. You still have the face to beg for mercy. Come down. We will eat your flesh. Bed your skin. Put your soul inside the magma to blaze back and forth to boil. Tear it into pieces. And never, ever, 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 ever let you go. And Saint's son libation. We will remember you in our reincarnation. We'll remember you even if we turn into ashes.
A scene flashed through Su Yanyan's mind, and Su Yanyan felt her heart dripping blood in agony. These were just her fantasies, but if those disciple elders knew in their springs, they would definitely be like this. It's even more terrifying and vicious than that. By himself alone, he drew the ire of the crowd. Yes, Elder Wang is right. He is not worthy of being this patriarch. In this state, he had no face to be the patriarch. It would be abnormal for the Holy Palace not to be angry at itself. Chapter 58. Shangwan Xiao was horrified and could no longer sit still. Tianxian's sacred palace. The carved beams in the Great Hall had long been shocked a great deal at this moment. The entire sacred palace up and down, even if it was just a single disciple guarding the gate, were all staring blankly at the image in the sky mirror at this moment, chilled with disbelief. The scene was dead silent. After a long time, someone finally spoke up with a shudder. This, Palace Master, this, was not expected. Really didn't expect. With the first to speak, in an instant, the others reacted, and all of a sudden, each one of them was trembling with violent anger, and the great swords in their hands were almost immediately going to be sheathed and killed in person. They would like to ask, what kind of patriarch are you when? Actually have the face to take out the shadow retaining stone. Do you have a long brain or not? Anger, rage, righteous indignation. At this moment, everyone in the sacred palace, without exception, all felt angry and fought for Yi Qingtao. Even felt stifled for Yi Qingtao. Damn it, it's simply a huge mistake for the Green Cloud sect to pass on to Su Yanran. It's ruined. Everything is ruined. Not only did she destroy the Green Cloud sect, she even destroyed us, and also, if I'm right, the entire Great Desolate Realm is about to see a huge change in the sky. That's right, these devils will definitely find all the descendants of the people who cast the demon-suppressing pagoda back then, and kill all of them, not leaving a single one behind, and all those forces will be killed on their doorsteps. And this unprecedented battle will cause the entire Great Desolate Realm to be bloodied, and the spirits to be coated. This is war. The demons are going to start a war and unleash turmoil in the Great Wasteland. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Countless people were shivering and their brains were running wild with cold sweat. This terrible war, they dare not imagine. Back then, the city-slaughtering blood demon started the unrest in the forbidden area with his own strength. And now that so many demons have joined forces and are working together, the unrest will be even more terrifying and hysterical. Shangwan Xiao's hips trembled as she sat on the chair, staring daggers at the sky mirror, her heart unable to calm down for a long time. If her hips had been shaking earlier out of fear, now, it was out of shock, out of anger, fear, shock, anger, righteous indignation. All sorts of emotions were collectively bottled up in Shangwan Xiao's heart, causing her to go cold and angry to the extreme. She couldn't sit still any longer. Wang Tong,
Whip her for me. Smack her hard. Shangwan Xiao ordered in a cold voice. Wang Tong over there immediately received this transmission. But the next moment,
Shangwan Xiao burst into a rage and violently changed her words.
Wait. There's no need. This palace will personally go over there. With a prancing sound, Shangwan Xiao stood up from her chair and prepared to leave.
The other executives were actually unable to sit still,
but they were too afraid of the demon to go.
A high-ranking person wearing a crown and a golden feathered coat stood out and said with an arch,
Palace Master, there are too many demons there, especially with that ancient demon god, and there are even stronger ones in the tower that haven't come out yet. It's dangerous to the extreme, so you have to think twice. What are you afraid of? This palace will never be able to swallow this breath in my heart if I don't whip this hard,
Shangwan Xiao said in shocked anger. A terrifying pressure like a meteorite crushing the top suddenly crushed down.
This senior instantly dared not say anything else. With a wave of Shangwan Xiao's jade hand, a golden rainbow bridge once again appeared in the void,
densely covered in runic symbols, and surrounded by Tao rhythms.
She walked up, her pretty shadow disappearing with a swish. At the same moment,
a rainbow bridge once again surfaced above the green cloud sect,
and Shangwan Xiao's figure emerged. Ha! It's her coming, Shangwan Xia. Isn't this the famous Tianxian Sacred Palace Master?
Even she actually couldn't sit still enough to rush here.
Ha ha ha, this is going to be a good show. Countless people were talking about it. When Su Yanran saw Shangwan Xiao, her lips instantly became even more black and blue. Soulful, ashamed and fearful. Thick panic and shame stuffed her insides. And Sima Zhao and Jiang Jinhe,
at this moment has long been afraid of sitting like a needle felt,
for fear of being settling scores. They understood that even a handful of the power behind the sect had come out, which meant that the sacred palace was shaken to the core. Steeply, they became even more frightened, their lips trembling and their faces swishing white. Hastily, he lowered his head in despair. Oh,
I can't believe that even such a beautiful big beauty is here.
What a rare guest.
The city slaughter blood demon licked his lips and eyed Shangwan Xiao as he let out a sardonic laugh. The black-winged great demon next to him was the same. Even his eyes were on fire, salivating over this fairy with white skin and long legs. The others below as well as the countless lesser demons were also all red in the eyes.
If they could obtain this woman, it would make them willing to die. But the next moment, all of them demons suddenly remembered. What if Yi Qingtao had a crush on Shangwan Xiao? Or perhaps, Shangwan Xiao used her own body to request Yi Qingtao's presence? Then think of yourself this way now. Hiss. At that moment,
even the ancient crocodile demon god ruthlessly sucked in a breath of cool air, and his heart was like an overturned bucket,
going up and down. This woman,
he wouldn't dare to get his hands on.
Simply don't want to live.
The other demons are even more hastily removed this hot potato from their minds.
Dare to fantasize about Yi Qingtao's woman. They are tired of living. Under the attention of all the people, Shangwan Xiao slowly walked up to Su Yanran, quietly looking at Su Yanran's up and down, ass-kicking appearance. All that was left in her heart was anger, wrongfully accusing Yi Qingtao,
letting the clan perish,
disgracing the sacred palace,
and dragging the whole world to be buried with him.
The crime is great and the root of all evil. Pa!
A hard slap ruthlessly struck through the layers of space and suddenly smacked on Su Yanran's face,
so powerful that along the way, even the void burst, producing a large swathe of spatial turbulence. Ah! Su Yanran's soul was not in a state of shock, but before she could react, she was smacked on the face by this slap, and in an instant, large swaths of blood appeared on her face. Miserable to the extreme and in severe pain, she was straight up smacked and rolled her eyes in her soul. Shangwan Xiao couldn't possibly let her die so cheaply. Her hands strangled, wheeling back to life. Buzz! Shangwan Xiao's circumference surfaced 36 Dao-seeking jades, condensed like a mountain, spewing out an ancient and pale aura, and another endless rune surfaced above the Dao-seeking jades, coalescing a karmic chain, forcing Su Yanyan to be pulled back from death. Put! Su Yanran was packed to death, spitting out a mouthful of bruised blood, her face as white as paper. Shangwan Xiao unloaded her cultivation,
and without stopping to aim at Su Yanran left and right,
crackling hard and fierce. Pow! 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 The slaps were incessant and crackling. Woohoo! Wow! Palace Master, I am at fault, but the bigger fault is libation. All of this is his conspiracy.
I am just derelict in my duties. He is guilty of the most heinous crimes.
You can't just hit me. Su Yanran howled as she was beaten. Her heart was unbalanced. A dog bites a dog and actually says it with such a straight face. Shangwan Xiao laughed in anger.
She then turned her head to stare at libation, her eyes almost capable of sputtering fire.
Hiss!
Seeing the palace master looking at himself with such a shocking gaze, the saint's son was scared out of his wits on the spot.
He knew that he was finished. Unfinished business. More on that later. Chapter 59, The Holy Sun is cut off. Please, Beg the palace master to spare my life. Don, punish me. The Holy Sun's heart was broken and he begged for mercy. Shangguan Xiao couldn't possibly spare him at all. Walking quickly to him and looking at him angrily, the Holy Sun's heart shivered at the look, as if he was being stared at by a fierce beast, and even though the other party was a super beautiful woman, at the moment he had absolutely no intention of appreciating the other party's beauty. Please, begged the palace lord. I know I'm wrong, it's all my fault, but I'm doing it for the sake of the clan. I wanted to get the demon-suppressing pagoda and raise my strength some more. Aren't there many treasures in the hands of those demons in the demon-suppressing pagoda? And many legacies that I wanted to get, so I designed to snatch away Yi Qingtao's demon-suppressing pagoda. But my original intention was for the sake of the sect. If I am strong, won't the clan become stronger? I really did it for the sake of the sect. The saint's son cried bitterly and explained everything. Shangguan Xiao's eyes had become colder and colder, like the ice prisms of deep winter. She felt chills all over herself. Yi Qingtao did not collude with the demonic path. Everything is libation in the beginning. He for his own selfish desires, so that the whole clan is reduced to this. When this matter is over, things ferment. The scope of the demonic conquest is expanded. Everything is finished. Boom! Shangguan Xiao waved her jade hand. In an instant, the void flickered with electricity and thunder. A terrifying thunderbolt darted down. Some of the hostile forces instantly felt a horrifyingly terrifying, as if extinguishing thunderbolt like horrifying electric current pushed straight into the souls of their gods. Even if they were a long way away, they could exactly feel that terrifying chill. Crackle! The thunder ruthlessly struck the top of the saint's son's head, instantly splitting him all over his body and covering him in arcs of electricity. The Holy Sun screamed miserably. However, it wasn't over yet. Shangguan Xiao once again waved her palm and angrily said, Hell blaze! With a rumbling explosion, the ground cracked open into a huge abyss, and endless pitch-black hellfire surfaced, intertwining into a terrifying blazing swimming dragon, covered in magma, and rushing towards the sacred sun in droves. In an instant, they wrapped the saint's son in a deadly coil, scorching him fiercely with the hellish flames on his body. Aha! So hot! So hot! The saintly son screamed even more piteously than earlier, trembling, tears streaming down his face. His skin had been scorched with large, bloody sores in just a few moments. The water fills the sky. Shangguan Xiao once again pinched her hands, and immediately the void cracked open a large mouth, and countless water from the sky poured down like a waterfall, drowning fiercely on the holy sun like a torrential downpour. Zira! 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 The sound of boiling water came out of the saint's son's body all of a sudden, and it was thrilling to hear. Tarzan crushing. Shangguan Xiao didn't think it was enough, and once again exerted her great magic power, and a huge mountain 10,000 miles away was moved over on the spot, directly and ruthlessly crushing down on the holy sun. Boom! The ground collapsed around them, the earth cracked, and smoke rolled out. With a series of mana punishments, everyone looked almost dumbfounded. Awesome, awesome! This and thunder struck and fire, and water flooded mountain smashed. Really relieved. Look really enjoyable. That's right, this gorgeous spell is also too beautiful. Libation is really miserable this time. Ha ha ha, I'm laughing my ass off. I guess he's in a lot of pain right now. Dead or not? Ha ha ha. Countless people below were talking. The demon kings all nodded their heads in succession as well, unable to stop the laughter in their eyes. When Tarzan moved away, on the ground, the remnants of the holy sun's breath shriveled and curled up. His body was covered in rotten flesh and rolled his eyes. He was already too dead to die. Want to die? I'm not letting you off the hook that easily. Shangguan Xiao let out a cold snort, once again pinching her hands together, and shouted in a deep and furious voice, Will reincarnation. Buzz! The Tao-seeking jade behind him once again erupted with an infinite amount of holy light, and the void was constantly resounding with boing 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 boing, seemingly influencing the return of certain irreversible things. However, in an instant, the saint's son died and lived like Su Yanran, opening his eyes and letting out a wail of pain from his mouth. He flipped his body over with great difficulty, and with great difficulty, he flipped his body over, head down, and with great difficulty, he began to kowtow. Palace master, please spare me, please let me be relieved. I really can't take it anymore. He had just been lying flat on his back, face up, but now his limbless body was flipped over with difficulty to lie down towards the bottom, and his head was kowtowing one after another with difficulty like a chicken pecking at rice. All he was asking for now was a pain in the ass, a relief. I told you, you're not getting off that easy. Shangguan Xiao coldly and angrily rebuked, and then her mind moved, not knowing what she did, and all of a sudden, the holy sun felt as if he was a little different. The underworld was stripped of his identity. He had already been purged from the Green Cloud sect, and even the sacred palace. And from now on neither the sacred palace nor the Green Cloud sect would have a place for him. He has been stripped of his identity and expelled from the power group. Then, a sharp knife suddenly appeared in Shangguan Xiao's hand, her gaze fiercely fierce. What are you, palace master, doing? Don't come over. Li Baishan's scalp went numb and he screamed violently. Unfortunately, he was already a wasted man with no cultivation and couldn't fly anymore. It would be fine if he had hands and feet, but without even hands and feet, he couldn't even crawl. The Holy Sun looked at the sharp pointy knife. His heart went wild cold, and he hurriedly used all his strength to crawl hard on the ground towards the distance. He crawled with difficulty. He wanted to survive. He was desperate. His heart, now, was full of despair. Shangguan Xiao stared at him coldly without turning her eyes away and followed behind him. Finally, the Holy Sun stopped crawling and cried out in pain. Palace master, spare me! Spare me! Ka-ching! The response was a sharp knife. Shangguan Xiao had already done it. It didn't take long before Shangguan Xiao had already found his spiritual root. She was just going to destroy the Holy Sun's spiritual root and break his back of cultivation. The Saint Sun understood what the palace master was trying to do, and for a moment he panicked and trembled. In less than a few moments of work, Shangguan Xiao had already finished. The Holy Sun's spiritual root was abolished. His future cultivation path was blocked, and he would never want to be a cultivator in this life again. Subsequently, Shangguan Xiao then took the fiery body origin in his body and abolished it as well. The fiery body was possessed of an origin, and as long as it was nullified, he would never want to use the fiery flame in his entire life. The Saint Sun's heart was pale. He wanted to cry but couldn't. Both of these things were gone. He had completely cut off his cultivation path in the future, and would never be able to turn around again. Alas! Sima Zhao and Zhang Zhina let out a long sigh. They remembered very clearly that in the past, the Holy Sun was powerful and incomparable, high and mighty, and divine to the core, but from now on, he would never be powerful again. Completely cut off from the road ahead, his future now became dark. After sighing, Sima Zhao and Zhang Zhina were even frightened and drew 10 or so cool breaths of air, tears of remorse streaming down their faces. With the fall of the Holy Sun, their greatest reliance is gone. Over here, Su Yanyan's heart is not good either. Her heart is wowed, scared and blaming herself. Chapter 60, what's it to me if he apologizes? Sorry, I'm not going back. After plucking out Li Baishan's spirit root and physique essence, Shangguan Xiao still felt that she was not relieved. If it wasn't for Li Baishan's selfish desire, how could everything have turned out like this? This man, dying thousands of times is not enough. Shangguan Xiao spoke coldly. Li Baishan, I'll find a way to contact Yi Qingtao right now, and you'll kneel down and kowtow to him and apologize to him. After she finished speaking she realized that she had spoken too quickly, forgetting that Li Baishan could no longer kneel. Then don't kneel, just lie down and kowtow to Yi Qingtao with difficulty. Palace master. I know, I'm willing to redeem my sins. As long as he's willing to forgive me, I'm willing to do whatever you ask me to do. The Holy Sun said with a trembling body. He was also eager to redeem his sins. The Blackwing Great Demon and the city slaughtering blood demon suddenly frowned, but immediately afterward, they didn't care. Shangguan Xiao clearly wants Yi Qingtao to forgive only. But, do you think that if you kowtow and admit your fault now, people will forgive you? Don't be ridiculous. People were falsely accused by you, imprisoned by you, had their cultivation abolished by you, and were thrown out by you. How spineless should they be to accept your apology? Netbull *******. Even the demons laughed. The other demons and many forces below had figured this out as well, and didn't care at all as they continued to watch the jokes. Shangguan Xiao turned her head to look at Su Yanran and said, Can we still contact Yi Qingtao? Su Yanran regretted bitterly. I do not know if he is still alive. He was abolished by me cultivation. Down the mountain is not a trace of self-preservation. Now is likely to have been killed by others in passing. What? What did you say? You're going to piss off this palace, aren't you? A slap in the face of Su Yanyan. Su Yanyan instantly spit out a mouthful of blood, tears and water falling down. Shangguan Xiao fiercely grabbed Su Yanran's hair and angrily said, How can you be like this? You cut off everything you know. You blocked all the back roads. It's not enough for me to kill you 100,000 times. Su Yanran trembled and cried. Wait, I have a piece of sound transmission jade pendants. I can contact him. I just don't know if he is still alive. You let me try. I'll do it myself. Shangguan Xiao was so anxious that she panicked, and with a thought, the sound transmission jade pendant on Su Yanran was suddenly taken in her hand through the air, and then she couldn't wait to send out a sound transmission towards the inside. Yi Qingtao, can you hear me? Yi Qingtao was still enjoying himself in that greenhouse at the moment, and a flowery white long leg in front of him was dancing in front of him in a beautiful way. The exquisite figures of the dancers were eye-pleasing, and he was enjoying them as he leisurely sipped his tea. Just then, he heard a transmission from the jade pendant. This voice was not familiar to him, but the jade pendant was Su Yenran's, so he thought it should be her friend. Being busy, have something to say, Yi Qingtao said as she took out her jade pendant. Phew! Shangguan Xiao let out a fierce sigh of relief. Great! The other party didn't have an accident. She turned back and glared viciously at Su Yenran, then softly said to the inside of the jade pendant, "Where are you? Can you make a trip back to the clan now? Something has happened in the clan. The Holy Sun already knows that he is wrong. He now wants to kneel down and kowtow to you to apologize. Are you still willing to come back?" Yi Qingtao sniffed and laughed violently. No way. Isn't the Holy Sun always in a high and mighty stance? How can this suddenly turn into this? Kneeling down for me? This is too funny, isn't it? Shangguan Xiao's voice sounded again. Right, I forgot to tell you. He's already had his limbs cut off and been made into a human swine. He's going to be on his back kowtowing to you later on. The hard kind. Can you come back? Next to her, Su Yenran learned that Yi Qingtao was still alive, and also breathed a deep sigh of relief in her heart. Zhang Jinhan and Sima Zhao also both let out a sigh of relief, feeling like they were struggling on the brink of death. Can you hear me? Are you willing to come back? Seeing that the other party did not speak, Shangguan Xiao was a bit anxious and opened her mouth again to ask softly. Yi Qingtao is actually just lazy. In front of a group of beautiful women warbling and dancing is not good? The long white legs in front of the eyes constantly flashing. Then just listen to the sound is much more interesting, he said in a cold voice. Sorry, I don't want to. Ha? Shangguan Xiao's heart was shocked, and she hurriedly asked again. Why? Li Beishan is crying in pain. He really knows he's wrong. He'll kowtow to you thousands and thousands of times to apologize. Will you come back? I'm really sorry. Will I forgive him just because he kowtows to me? Then, if so many people in the entire clan kowtow to me, will I be able to forgive them one by one? Am I tired? You, Yi Qingtao, don't be angry. You listen to me first. Shangguan Xiao hurriedly softly comforted. Toot toot. This side of the Yi Qingtao directly follow the sound of cell phone calls. Mouth issued a few beep 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 and directly cut off the contact. So the clan is already staging a group dance. Ha, ha ha, good. Well done. You want me to go back? I'm not that spineless. You kicked me out before, and now you're thinking of me? I'm not that spineless. I'm not going. He then continued to look at the large group of beautiful women in front of him, waving his hand and commanding. Don't stop. Keep playing the music and keep dancing. Green Cloud Sect. Night Battler. Shangguan Xiao's lungs exploded with anger as she turned her head and stared angrily straight at Li Beishan, waiting for the update of friends' hard work. Ha! People on the plane, or not long ago updated. Off the plane to hurry the first time to write, and then update. Too difficult. To everyone solemnly say sorry. Unfinished business. More later. Chapter 61. A single piece of legal paper exterminates the entire Saint Sun's clan, leaving no one behind. Li Beishan's heart skipped a beat, and endless remorse suddenly arose in his heart. He had just heard the patriarch giving Yi Qingtao a smile to compensate for his loss, telling him not to be angry, and had already guessed that Yi Qingtao was unwilling to come back. But come to think of it, Yi Qingtao had suffered so much injustice. How could he lick his face and come back, substituting for himself? If he had been so heavily planted in the clan, he would never have come back without a backbone. Palace Master. Li Beishan trembled in shock. Forward. Shangguan Xiao was furious, coldly and angrily rebuked. He didn't come back. He said, you kowtowed to him and he had to forgive you? There are so many people in that sect. Can he forgive them all? Is he tired? Then directly hung up my contact. This is all because of you. Between words, Shangguan Xiao's chest rose and fell, furious to the extreme. Her entire body was actually numb. She's here now, too. She's in the line of death, too. If Yi Qingtao didn't come back, then she had thrown herself into the net by coming over this time. Li Beishan collapsed, unable to say anything else but cry. If Yi Qingtao doesn't come back, the clan is going to completely collapse, and the sacred palace is going to collapse in a straight line. It can't be saved. Nothing can be saved. Over here, Su Yanyan heard, is also a heartburst of difficult, thick remorse all occupy her heart. If she could have trusted Yi Qingtao a little bit at that time, even if she only trusted a trace of good things would not have developed to this irreparable point now. But then, what did one do? Why should one listen to the wind and be emotional? In fact, Saint Sun Knight Beishan was one of her relatives, but the trainee wasn't too close, a cousin of sorts. With this relationship in place, Li Beishan was smooth sailing in the sect and no one dared to mess with him. To put it another way, it was her nepotism that led to becoming the sinner of the ages. 2 lines of hot tears from Su Yenran's eyes again snap. snap dripping down, wetting the skirt. And not far away, Sima Zhao and Zhang Zhenhe were tense when they heard the news, their hearts thumping as if they had slowed down a beat. If Yi Qingtao was willing to come back, they wouldn't have died. But the other party did not have the slightest intention of coming back, and even directly cut off the contact of the hallmaster, without any mercy at all, not even giving face to Shangguan Xiao. The two of them had bitter, mixed feelings. This is all because of those of you who have made things worse. Snap. Suddenly a slap was once again viciously slapped on the face of the Holy Sun, making him dizzy and starry-eyed on the spot. Just about rolled my eyes and died alive. Palace Master, don't fight. I'm being screwed over. It's really too painful. The saint's son howled like a pig being killed. Shangguan Xiao was on the verge of fainting from his anger, and only felt a lack of oxygen in her brain and a heavy head, barely able to hold his breath and fall to the floor. She cursed coldly and angrily. Libation. This palace will now wipe out all of your clansmen. Not one of them will be left behind. Not waiting for Libation to reply. Buzz. A fiery red magic paper emerged from her hand, on which were engraved countless top-Dao patterns of Tianqian's sacred palace. Each one of them erupted with a deep and vast and powerful aura, as deep as the starry sky, so profound and mysterious that nobody recognized. Shangguan Xiao waved her palm, and the magic paper was immediately offered into the wind. Don't! My people! The Holy Sun was shocked and despaired as he looked in the direction that the spell paper was drifting towards. This magic paper floated lightly toward the southeast and disappeared in an instant, 3,500 kilometers to the southeast. A piece of mana paper wrapped in countless storms like rolling volcanic clouds, burning the clouds in large swaths and arriving over a city. Inside this city, there were all members of the Li clan, and every one of them had a connection with Libation. Many years ago, this place was just a small village, and after Libation entered the sect that year, this place rapidly developed and became a vast and magnificent city. Heavenly execution. Qingyun sect. Shangguan Xiao pinched her hands together. Buzz. The magic paper immediately erupted with infinite power, soaring against the wind, and then transformed into a prairie fire, just like the hellfire of the party, even hotter than magma, pouring towards the bottom like pouring rain. Zip, 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 zip. The entire city was instantly encompassed. A blazing fire rose up to the sky, reddish magma raged, and countless screams sounded as if they were ghosts crying and wolves howling, resounding continuously. Only a few breaths of effort, lightly a piece of legal paper. Will be this magnificent giant city, all the Li surname clan all chopped up. One did not remain. My father, my mother, my brother and sister. Libation's eyes were filled with tears and blood. Shut up, Shangguan Xiao angrily rebuked. Just then, she suddenly frowned. Shangguan Xiao suddenly realized that there seemed to be a large number of demons missing from the scene. She hurriedly turned her head to look, only to see that it was true, not her own illusion. Just now the scene of the raging demons. Black pressurized everywhere heads, but now there is a large half less. The breath is not as lush as just now. What's going on? Shangguan Xiao's eyes were heavy. She reacted quickly and instantly her eyelids fluttered violently. It can't be that the party was a reprieve, deliberately paralyzing themselves, and then went to sneak attack the base camp? TSK, little beauty. You wouldn't have just realized it now, would you? The city-slaughtering blood demon suddenly revealed a knowing sardonic smile. The black-winged great demon also laughed. You were really absorbed in cleaning up these two just now, and now you finally reacted? What? You guys did it on purpose. You've gone to sneak attack the sacred palace. Shangguan Xiao said angrily. That's smart. Yeah. Why else did we promise you that we'd let you clean up this dirty woman and the Holy Sun here? You think we're really here for the big show? Are we that idle? Admittedly, the big show is nice, but what's more comfortable than your demise? The black-winged demon licked his lips and said with a fierce smile. Confirmed. Shangguan Xiao's eyelids fluttered violently. It turned out that they had just been a reprieve, secretly sending people to sneak up on the central state's sacred palace. Although Zhangzhou was far away from this place, it was no big deal to a powerful demon like them whose cultivation was through the heavens and through the earth. And by this time, the sacred palace should already be in a state of civil unrest. Shangguan Xiao's face turned white. Angry dead me, went on a blind date. The woman actually opened the door to my house and car all at her name. And to sign even if she cheated. I have to forgive. Or else divorce agreement. My mother I'm really convinced. Which cool where to stay on the side of the go. Chapter 62 Groups of Devils. Tianqian Sacred Palace was smashed. Same moment. Central State. Tianqian Sacred Palace. What? When did they attack? Don't. Hold them off for me. We'll all die if they come in. reporting to the deacon. We'd better run away. The main gate can no longer withstand it. It's been blasted open. And the second gate will not be able to hold it soon. What? Don't you guys usually eat? This disciple was directly speechless in place. The sounds of smashing, impacting, and various spells interweaving and bombarding the door were incessant, rumbling and shaking the sky. The entire Tianxian sacred palace had become a mess. In fact, when Shangguan Xiao arrived at the Qingyun sect, the black-winged great demon had already secretly dispatched his manpower to infiltrate this place. And nowadays, not to mention that the second gate outside is still unbroken, there are already demons that have transformed themselves into prototypes on the inside, and started to make a big kill. What? When did the demons come in? My gosh, this is an ancient demon god. Ah, spare your life. Spare your life. Don't. Put. Ka-ching-ching. Barking. A pool of blood appeared on the ground. The ancient demon god's huge body topped the sky, and when it stepped down, almost no one survived. Although the Tianxian sacred palace was powerful and incomparable, a huge monstrous force, it was not worth mentioning in front of such an ancient-level demon king. In just less than half an incense burner's time, the demons had already collaborated inside and outside, breaking down the second gate of the Tianxian sacred palace. Brothers, kill for me. The forces behind the Green Cloud sect are equally to blame. Kill. Leave no one behind. Kill, kill, kill. Even an earthworm must be caught out and split in half. Kill. Charge. Countless demons came barreling in, and the entire Tianxian sacred palace was directly smashed. The main gate is the Xuanwu gate. The second gate is the Qinglong dragon gate. The third gate and the fourth gate are respectively the Vermilion bird gate and the White tiger gate. And at this moment, they are directly smashed by one layer, and the demons are invading in a big way. And the group of devils are in chaos, burning, killing and looting, and there is a chaotic situation. The entire Tianxian sacred palace was completely plunged into war. Ha! This woman was actually scared straight to death? A demon was walking along a corridor, and violently saw a strangely ugly-looking female disciple with a large black mole on her face and a black hair on top of it was shivering in place. Her face was white, and she should be about to die of fright. The demon frowned and gave the man a ride, slapping him into a bloody dance in the wild pull. Green Cloud sect. Shangguan Xiao stood still, trembling. Her whole body was almost silly. If the demons had moved fast enough, then the four gates would have been breached by now, and the Tianxian sacred palace would have been finished. She hastily struck out with a large magic power, and immediately, inside the Tianxian sacred palace, in a hidden attic, a jade slip emitting golden light suddenly floated. This object is called Jinyun Jade Jane. Is the Shangguan Xiao usually monitor the situation of the Holy Palace used, through which you can spy on the picture of the Holy Palace? Shangguan Xiao glanced at it and instantly her face changed in shock. Taking in a deep breath of cool air, the angry chest was heaving violently again, only to see the picture. The entire interior of the sacred palace was filled with demons, and leading the way was that ancient demon god, who erupted into a ha-ha maniacal laughter, holding all sorts of terrifying demonic weapons, their bodies erupting with a strong and overwhelming aura as they continued to slaughter. Those scarlet eyes seemed to want to slaughter all of them. Libation, you actually released such a giant fong. We won't let you go even if we go to hell. Su Yenran, libation, you two assholes, even if I turn into a ghost, I will drag you into hell. Don't kill me, don't kill me. I have 10 billion spirit stones here. Bang! The ones with 10 billion spirit stones were directly punched and blown into a bloody mist. The tens of billions of spirit stones were also directly smashed into a ball of crumbs. At that moment, another high-ranking member of the hierarchy became enraged and angrily shouted, "How dare you? Do you really think that my Tianxian sacred palace has no successors?" After saying that, he waved his hand. His body immediately erupted with an extremely powerful aura. A golden armored immortal clothes appeared on his body, on which countless Tao patterns flashed. Seal engraved with golden sigma, infinity, degree, integral, square root, pi, not less than, greater than over equal to, less than over equal to, plus or minus, times, dash, omega, psi, chi, phi, mu and other runes, which were incredibly complex and esoteric, and 36 deep of Tao-seeking jade also surfaced one after another. He pinched his hands and his cultivation that belonged to the half-step immortal king level exploded in full force. Boom! Under the outbreak of breath, the void exploded, the sky and dome rioted, and a terrifying and monstrous aura erupted across the world. Barf! The demon didn't even look at him and ran wildly towards the palace inside, stomping him into a ball of meat pie halfway. Seeing this burning and looting scene, Shangguan Xiao people were completely dumbfounded. Her hands were shaking and she was just shocked to the core. Unbelievable as a dream. This palace's sacred palace, ah. This palace's heart and soul, ah. This palace, how to face the ancestors?
Such a terrifying demon had rushed straight into the palace, smashing the holy palace.
How can this be?
Her heart was dripping blood. You! Shangguan Xiao fiercely turned her head to look at the saint's son,
her breath coming out in anger in her heart. Heads are about to explode with anger. Chest is even more violent undulation. Up and down cannot stop shivering continuously. Palace master.
The holy son was too scared to speak. Shangguan Xiao turned her head to look at Su Yanran again. A pair of angry eyes hate to strip her naked and make her suffer from destruction and humiliation.
Palace master. Su Yanran was also too scared to speak, her flowery branches trembling, unable to hold herself. Shangguan Xiao coldly glared at Sima Zhao and Zhang Jinhe again, so angry in her heart that she almost fainted, only to see the two of them shivering, their hands and feet shaking violently as if they were sifting chaff. The forehead was also covered in sweat that kept dripping down like rain. You guys are trying to piss off this palace. Shangguan Xiao hated these few people to the extreme. The sacred palace suffered such a change. She couldn't get her head around it for a while and didn't know what to do. Suddenly, an idea appeared in Shangguan Xiao's mind. Such an emergency, can only count on everything to plead with Yi Qingtao to come back. Directly order the Holy Sun to go to see Yi Qingtao. Kneel and kowtow to him face to face, begging him to come out. If necessary moment, even Su Yanyan knelt down and kowtowed and begged the other party. It seems that everyone is quite interested in this matter of dating. Make up the follow-up. Yesterday after going back to her WeChat initiative to contact me, said to reduce the conditions, only add the name of the house. The card does not add the line. The bride price of 400,000 yuan. I did not care. The matchmaker actually also called me, said that I'm petty, blamed for me not taking the initiative. Me, continue to give you a continuation of any later follow-ups, just for fun. I hope she's not reading this FIC I'm writing. Chapter 63, Waking Up from a Sleep. The sacred palace is destroyed. With this thought in her mind, Shangguan Xiao stared viciously at the saint's son and Su Yanran, her heart really sputtering with anger. A pair of beautiful eyes could almost spit out sparks. Shangguan Xiao had always been a gentle person, beautiful and tender, and at this moment, for the first time in her life, she was so angry that she could barely hold back her hysteria. These two ran this whole thing, and Sima Zhao and Zhang Jinhe, these two also do not know what to do. What kind of crap are running? Even the sacred palace is being swept away. The palace is disintegrating. The situation in the palace. Palace master. Central state. Is it serious? Su Yanyan asked with trembling lips as she was looked at with a chill all over her body. Shangguan Xiao instantly became even angrier. And you have the nerve to ask? See for yourself. With a wave of Shangguan Xiao's palm, the image of the distant sacred palace was instantly transmitted over. A golden curtain of light, similar to a mirror in the sky, violently surfaced before the eyes of the crowd, in which images of Tianqian sacred palace today were being broadcast in real time. The mana required for this spell was extremely deep. Even Shangguan Xiao was a bit overwhelmed, but at this point in time, she couldn't care less. She was beyond angry. In fact, in that meeting just now, she should have used her doppelganger, but due to her extreme anger, she really couldn't swallow this breath in her heart if she didn't personally whip these two people. The light screen image is playing. Don't kill me. I don't want to die. Please let me go. I'm just a gatekeeper. Please be merciful. We are willing to surrender. We only ask that the Supreme God will spare our lives. The sounds of begging for mercy, screams, and killing were incessant. The entire Tianqian sacred palace used to traverse the great desolate realm with great prestige, but nowadays, many of them were no different from ants in front of life and death, arching their hands in submission. However, even if they were willing to surrender, the demons didn't listen at all and instead killed even more fiercely. Kill them all. Within an incense stick. I want to see rivers of blood on the ground. Yes, and mountains of corpses to pile up and finally a fire to burn. Why didn't that land-washing what's-his-name clan come? They're good at mending. Why don't they have any eyes? Hurry up and send them a transmission to come over. The Netherworld sect in front of the light curtain immediately geared up and turned into a stream of light heading to the central state. Their speed was equally fast, and in the blink of an eye they had disappeared. It continues to play on the screen. Squeak! The door of a house was suddenly pushed open, and a young man with a crown on his head and a gray and white Taoist garment walked out. His skin was as fair as a woman's, and he held a folding fan in his hand, dashing and manly. His name is Ma Su, and he has been sleeping all day. So no, he's up now. What the hell? Ma Su's body shook when he saw the mass invasion of demons, as well as the countless broken walls in the distance that had already been pushed down or blown apart, before he could react. With a rumbling sound, a pitch-black Tao-seeking jade was released by the ancient demon god. instantly rising countless times in size, as if it was a vast star, directly smashing over towards him. In the blink of an eye it had come to Ma Su's eyes, grazing the side of his face as it fell. Ma Su's eyes widened on the spot, feeling as if he was standing in front of a huge meteorite, himself as small as an ant. No, don't. I woke up from a nap and still haven't figured out what happened. What's going on here? No, bark. A puddle of blood mist appeared on the ground, even his clothes crushed into pieces. Incompetent hissing. Ma Su, killed in action. The same thing is still happening in droves. Ma Su was not the first, nor the last. Green Cloud Sect. Looking at the scene of misery in the light screen, the blood flowing into the river, the piles of corpses like mountains, and the images of the high levels dying miserably one by one. Su Yanyan and the Holy Sun's lips tingled in shock. Hands began to shake violently, spasms ran through his body, and he died in disbelief. That was the force behind them that they were proud of. Powerful as it was, countless people had to give face when they walked out of the great desolate realm. But now, it had collapsed and was unbearable. They couldn't believe their eyes. I just felt my heart pounding and my body tingling, almost jumping out of my throat. Didn't you have the nerve to ask me? Now you tell me if the situation is serious or not. Shangguan Xiao coldly questioned. Su Yanran lowered her head. The Holy Sun did likewise, his head knocking helplessly and heavily on the ground, all but disheartened. Even the sacred palace in the central state was like this. They were already powerless. Their guilt, even if they died thousands and thousands of times, would not be enough. Death is not enough. At this moment, the two of them were completely remorseful and repentant, and their hearts were as painful as if they had been stabbed by needles. On the contrary, Sima Zhao and Jiang Zhenhe were also jaw-dropped and filled with shock. Their hearts were pounding inside them and it felt as if they had jumped out and didn't belong to them anymore. Shangguan Xiao coldly said, "Libation. Now this palace orders you to kowtow heavily to Yi Qingtao, just like worshipping the great Buddha, piously begging him to come back. Don't tell me you have a problem with that." No opinion. Palace Master. I have no opinion. The Holy Sun said in a hurry. He didn't dare to have an opinion at all. He only wanted to be able to redeem himself. Shangguan Xiao turned her head to look at Su Yanran again, and said in a deep, angry voice, "And you, when necessary, you must also kowtow to Yi Qingtao immediately. If he is not willing to forgive you, this palace will torture you ruthlessly, extracting your soul and refining your spirit." Su Yanran nodded heavily and said, "Palace Master, I know, I will definitely beg him. I don't want to die." Saying that she cried again in pain. "I have no dignity now. Don't care about that. As long as I can live, I'm willing to kowtow to him. As long as he can forgive me, no matter what I'm asked to do, I'm willing to do it." The city slaughtering blood demon suddenly turned his eyes and sneered. "That's not a good thing to say. If Yi Qingtao asked you to take off your clothes and kneel down to beg for forgiveness from him, would you do it? Make up the follow-up. Today the matchmaker must ask me and her again to have a meal. I'm convinced. Said not to go. The results of the noon matchmaker actually brought the woman to my downstairs. My mother said people are downstairs. Do not go, not look good. Out of the men's style. I had to go to the table. The woman said the bride price down 50. 000. 350. 000. The house plus the name of the car. The car is not necessary. I asked her to accompany the marriage how much she said that a bed quilt. I went to the bathroom on the spot to escape the bill. Pissed me off. What a guy this is. Today's late update is also due to going to this dinner, which delayed me from writing my novel. Chapter 64, I won't go back even if you die. As soon as the city slaughtering blood demon said this, the entire room violently fell into dead silence. And then, a large chorus of sneering and jeering sounds rang out violently. Ha ha ha, that's right. If Yi Qingtao let her do this, wouldn't that be humiliating her? All of her face is going to be completely lost. What a relief. I feel relieved to hear it. Cool. Painful. Who let her wrongly accuse people Yi Qingtao? This is cool, but I expect that even if she is like this, people Yi Qingtao will not agree at all. Have abolished people's cultivation. Thrown out of the clan. So ruthless. In my place, how spineless should I be, before I will forgive her? That's it. Listening to these comments, Su Yanyan's face turned green and red, and her heart was as painful as if it was dripping blood. With tears in her eyes, she said, yes, there's nothing I wouldn't do if he would come back and save us. She was already as disheartened as the saint's son. If she didn't bow her head and plead with the other party at this time, what would she say if she was killed at that time? How much can face and dignity be worth in front of life? She was afraid. Very afraid. Shangguan Xiao nodded in satisfaction and said, "Then do you know where Yi Qingtao has gone now?" Su Yanran froze and shook her head. No, don't know. Shangwan Xiao's brows furrowed once again as a wave of anger arose. Before she thought for a moment and said, "Then don't go looking for him. It's better to come in the form of a mana light screen." She made a move with her wrist, and instantly, the sound transmission jade pendant in her hand lit up, and rolling mana was poured in towards it like an oceanic river. And in just a flash, a curtain of light surfaced in front of her eyes. It turned out that Yi Qingtao seemed to be in the middle of a greenhouse, as if it was far away from this place, and the picture was very soothing with songs and dances. His whole person was surrounded by a group of dancers at the moment, listening to the qin and watching the dance, leisurely and incomparable. This spell is called Sky Mirror Dian Push, can be directly through the connection of the sound transmission jade pendant, deduce where the other party, and then both sides will appear in front of a light screen. I owe my mom. Do not spray. In layman's terms is a video call. Does that make sense? Yi Qingtao was hanging down the curtain to listen to the song, when he violently saw a TV-like light screen floating in front of him, and immediately saw the Holy Sun and Su Yanran inside, as well as Sima Zhaobet and Zhang Zhenhe. He naturally saw a miserable state of the sect, and so many demons and devils. Awesome. So fast into this? Yi Qingtao gave a heartfelt laugh. His eyes turned and saw another strange woman. This woman he didn't recognize. The other party was young and pretty, as beautiful as a jewel, with white skin, convex in front and curved in the back, and a pair of big white legs that were thin and slender. Just the figure alone was enough to turn the country into a city. And then I looked at the face. It was so picturesque, as if it was Wang Zhaojun. If such a woman came to dance for herself, it would definitely be an imperial level of enjoyment. Shangwan Xiao froze violently the moment she saw Yi Qingtao. My god, this guy is so handsome. How could such a handsome man, who at a glance knew that he could never collude with the devil, be all righteous? Does Su Yanran even know how to read people? Are you Yi Qingtao? Can you hear me? Shangwan Xiao spoke softly to the light screen. Something wrong? I'm busy. Nothing, hang up, Yi Qingtao said in a salty manner. He is not the kind of person who can't walk when he sees a beautiful woman. So what if you are beautiful? Can you sleep with me or what? Does it have anything to do with me? Don't hang up, don't hang up. This kind of contacting you in the form of a mana light screen will consume a lot of my mana. It's not easy. Listen to me finish first. Shangwan Xiao hurriedly stopped it, and hastily snatched the words without the other party's opening and said, Did you see libation? I let him kowtow to you. You come back, okay? Without saying a word, libation immediately kowtowed. Knock knock, knock knock. In the blink of an eye, he had knocked out 18. Yi Qingtao on the light screen looked at him and said expressionlessly, Only 18? Dum 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 dum. This time, libation directly kowtowed 200 in one breath. Yi senior brother, is this okay? The Holy Sun humbly pleaded. He had already changed his name and asked the other party to call him senior brother. At this moment, he felt humble. Only 200? Yi Qingtao remained indifferent. Knock 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 knock. Knock 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 knock. This time, after knocking thousands of them, libation's scalp was broken, and there was not a piece of good skin. He endured the severe pain and said, Is that enough? Senior brother Yi, can you come back? Yi Qingtao smiled faintly. I'm really sorry. I won't go back even if you're knocked to death. What? The saint's son's heart shook, already understanding that the other party was clearly playing with himself. But even if you fool yourself, what can you do? What else could he do now that he had no cultivation and his life was almost gone? Suddenly, a sound transmission jade pendant that Shangwan Xiao carried with her rang out. Palace Master. It's not good, Palace Master. Don't we have the Tianxian Golden Light Formation deep within our sacred palace? Our survivors are hiding in here. It's not so bad that we'll perish, but we can't hold on for much longer. Elder Jiang and I are struggling to maintain the formation with great difficulty, and if the formation is overrun, the entire Tianxian sacred palace can be declared extinct. You quickly think of a solution. This transmission was very mournful and anxious. Shangwan Xiao just listening to the voice all feel each other anxious fire. She herself also a moment of fire, and hastily transmitted voice back, I know, I will bring people back as soon as possible. She wanted to take Yi Qingtao back. Only Yi Qingtao could subdue those demons. Other than that, there was nothing anyone could do. Then it was imperative to hurry up and let the Saint's son and Su Yanran beg for each other's forgiveness. Otherwise he wouldn't return to the sacred palace with himself. For a while, Shangwan Xiao was anxious and incomparable. A pair of beautiful eyes viewed Yi Qingtao as if he was viewing a savior. Who told you to stop? Keep on kowtowing to me.
Shangguan Xiao suddenly realized that the saint's son had stopped and was staring blankly at the light screen. She was instantly enraged and directly pressed the other party's head to kowtow to the ground. Bang bang bang. Bang 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 bang. This time the kowtow was unmistakable. His head hitting the ground with a thud. The holy son didn't dare to slow down and kowtowed again and again. However, until another 1,000 kowtows, Shangguan Xiao turned her head but found that Ji Qingtao didn't even look at them. Her eyes had long turned her head to fall on those dancers, leisurely listening to the song, singing and dancing. It was a direct choice to ignore them. Yesterday, I came back. At night, the matchmaking woman and the matchmaker called me again. I did not answer. Do you think I answer or not? If I don't answer it, there will be no follow-up. If I do, I will continue to give you a live online broadcast. As a pleasure to watch and listen to you. Chapter 65. Why should I help you? Don't help. Don't care. Don't ask. Shangguan Xiao's heart became even angrier, catching the holy sun and cursing. You see, people even ignore you. No, is simply lazy to look at you? In the end, what did you do? How do you not let those demons devour you? She was furious, shaking even more than she had been a moment ago, and almost had the feeling of fainting on the ground. The sky was spinning, and she was so furious that she was at a loss for words. Li Beishan didn't dare to speak and could only keep kowtowing. Bang, bang, bang. Since he was in pain, he slowed down this time, but each knock still gave him a headache. Without the insulation of his skin, the flesh and blood of his skull rubbed directly against the rough ground, and he felt a tearing pain. Shangguan Xiao once again turned her head to look at the light screen and said softly, Yi Qingtao, can you turn your head to look at us for a second? Li Beishan knows that he's wrong. He admitted his mistake with a sincere attitude. I also cleaned him up. Look, he's so miserable. Are you still satisfied? Yi Qingtao didn't turn her head, still looking at the group of dancers who were dancing. It was as if he hadn't heard Shangguan Xiao speak. Who are you? Can you sleep with me? If you can't, then it's none of my business. Why should I care about you? If you have that kind of time, you might as well go to the mundane world and pick up a girl. Shangguan Xiao was so anxious that her flowery branches trembled as she continued to speak softly. Yi Qingtao, look back at me. Look at me, okay? I will clean up Li Beishan and Su Yanran until you are satisfied. Look at me? Yi Qingtao's gaze finally retracted from a strip of flowery white long legs, turned his head to look at her, and said indifferently, Who are you? Do I know you? Is there a relationship between us? There is. To be exact, we are related. You've never seen me. You don't know of my existence. I'm the palace master of the Tianxian Sacred Palace, the power behind the Qingyan sect. I'm a handful of the palace. We are related. When I learned that 10,000 devils were out of the cage of the Qingyan sect, I was furious beyond measure, and immediately came over to clean up after them. Look at them like this right now. Are you still happy with them? Shangguan Xiao hurriedly said. Yi Qingtao swept a glance at her and said, I thought who are you? Okay, even you can't cure this group of demons. I can cure it? Don't tease. I'm still busy. Nothing to hang up. Don't. Wait. Shangguan Xiao hurriedly shouted, then turned her head to angrily look at Su Yanran and angrily said, What are you still standing there for? Why don't you kowtow to Yi Qingtao? Flop. Su Yanran hurriedly fell to her knees and kowtowed with a thud. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, she knocked out 18 like Night Battler. Then think it's not enough. Keep knocking. Knock harder. As the lord of a clan, now she was actually kneeling down and kowtowing to someone in such a groveling manner. She also felt that her face and dignity were gone. Her cheeks were burning and rolling, but she really had no other way out. It's all your own fault, and you're the one who should be kowtowing and apologizing. Shangguan Xiao hurriedly said to Yi Qingtao like she was grasping a life-saving straw. See, Su Yanran also knelt down for you. You should know that she is the lord of a clan. Her status is noble and honorable. But now she knelt down in front of you and kowtowed to you in full view of the public. Can you really not look at her one more time and forgive her? Yi Qingtao said in a salty manner. I'm sorry, what's it to me that she's honorable? It's not like I asked her to kowtow. Boom! As if a thunderbolt struck Su Yanran's head, she was struck by lightning, her body trembled, and an impulse to let out a loud cry surged to her heart. Being so coldly rejected by the other party, she was really aggrieved, sad and hurt in her heart. That's right, she was the patriarch, high and honorable, but now even if she knelt down for others, they ignored and did not care. All of this, she deserves. Oh Midafu, the poor monk is one step too late. Right at this moment, in the middle of the green building, the door to Yi Qingtao's private room was suddenly pushed open, and a wild monk with a black aura and a big waist walked in. His top was missing, revealing huge muscle mass, and he looked very stout and upright for a man in his middle age. It's the demon monk again.
Some of the dancers were instantly startled and hurriedly ran to Yi Qingtao's side one by one, their lips turning blue. Just now there was a devil monk. Now there's another one. They should be after Mr. Yi, right?
Yi Qingtao smiled faintly and said, worthy of being a monk practicing the devil's way? Even the words are mispronounced.
Is it Omidafu or Amitba?
The wild monk patted the storage bag, and immediately a handle of Vajrazen Vietnam, I do not know what to pronounce this word, just write it like this, appeared in his hand,
and angrily said,
what do you care what I pronounce? The mouth grows in the poor monk's mouth. The poor monk loves to pronounce how to pronounce.
You bunch of monks are so inkless. If you have a fart, just let it go. Less ink.
Yi Qingtao faintly swept a glance at him and said,
sensing as he spoke,
it turned out that this person was a martial emperor,
and was still at the peak of the martial emperor, but practicing the devil's way. That would be meh. Without further ado, I'll count to 3. Within 3 breaths,
the poor monk will see you disappear from this private room.
Otherwise the poor monk won't mind beheading you with a single zenoshi.
Wild monk said in a deep voice. Yi Qingtao came to a realization and said,
oh, so you're not avenging that monk just now? What revenge? Did a monk come by just now too?
Question marks popped up in the wild monk's head. Yi Qingtao drank a mouthful of tea, and said lightly without panic, forget it.
It's useless to talk to you. I'm also counting to 3 now.
You hurry up and disappear from this private room.
Otherwise I'll help you disappear.
The wild monk puffed and was exasperated and laughed, looking around at this scene of a single dancer who looked as beautiful as a flower and had skin as white as snow,
saying, all go away. I don't kill women. After saying this,
he stared coldly at Yi Qingtao and said furiously, joke. The poor monk has traveled all over the world.
What big scenes have I not seen before? In the entire great desolate realm,
there are not many people who can fight with the poor monk to a draw.
Boom!
A sword light suddenly chopped down.
Ka chow chow.
Bone stubble mixed with blood splattered everywhere in all directions.
In an instant, the 2 halves of the wild monk's body fell to the ground, lifeless.
Yi Qingtao slowly retracted his sword and said,
bastard.
Then he turned toward the outside and said,
men, wash the floor. The entire Green Cloud sect all stared at this scene in disbelief.
None of them had thought, wasn't Yi Qingtao's cultivation abolished? How could he still be able to behead martial emperors so skillfully?
My God, does it mean that there's something special about him? That's right, he was able to suppress so many demons. There must be something special about him. He's awesome and powerful. Su Yanran's lips trembled. It's too late. It's too late to realize he's special. Pop.
A slap was once again fiercely smacked on Su Yanran's face.
On the spot, her face snapped. Pearly, tears flowed. Shangguan Xiao was furious, and coldly questioned. See, with the cultivation of a martial monarch,
killing a martial emperor without any suspense.
This is the physique that restrains the devil's way. What are your eyes for? Do you need eyes to eat? To brothers to make up the follow-up. Last night the woman and a phone call. I answered. She asked me why I skipped a single. But also do not answer the phone. I said this meaning do not understand? She actually asked me, are you still a man? I just ate more than 900. You are so cheap. Which woman is willing to marry you? Me. Then why are you calling me? At the end of the day,
she asked me to transfer the money for her meal.
But who am I to do that? I didn't eat.
I sat down and said no more than a couple of words.
I ran away. They ate it. Why should I be the big bastard?
Chapter 66 Qingyun clan burned to white ground. The founding ancestors' corpse bones trampled down.
Qingyun clan is dead.
Su Yanran covered her face in pain. Her heart was in so much pain that she couldn't speak.
She didn't know either.
If she had known earlier,
how could she have treated Yi Qingtao badly?
If she had known earlier that Yi Qingtao restrained demons,
how could she have cast such a big mistake? Jiang Zhenhe and Sima Zhao, as well as the Holy Sun,
were also dumbfounded at this time. They suddenly understood why Yi Qingtao was able to subdue the demon suppression tower.
And the demons inside were incomparably honest. Because of his restraint. Extreme restraint. This is great. The clan is removing the heart.
Slaughter City Blood Devil suddenly laughed.
Said, really funny. To tell you the truth, 100 years ago, that is,
Yi Qingtao has just been sent to guard the Jin Demon Tower that day.
The seal has actually been secretly knocked down by us. The earth collapsed. We want to go out at any time. But that day just when we want to go out, he just happened to take over the top. His physique is very strong. Don't know what kind of body. Under the shot. Actually killed one of our companions on the spot, causing us to be shocked. So we were locked up for another 100 years. And now, we really need to thank you guys more. What? Su Yanyan's eyes widened. The Sacred Sun, Sima Zhao, Jiang Zhenhe, and Shangguan Xiao.
All of them were all staring in disbelief for a split second as well.
The original fact is like this? Shangguan Xiao lost her color in shock. This news, like a bolt from the blue, made her face start to twitch, and Su Yanyan was even more shocked and greatly shocked. Her eyes wouldn't even turn. She could only stare blankly at the city-slaughtering blood demon. The black-winged great devil suddenly said, "Tu Chang, what's the point of talking to them about this? Don't you know that evil people die from talking too much? Do you understand killing people to kill them?" The city-slaughtering blood demon turned his head to look at him. The black-winged demon didn't speak. The city-slaughtering blood devil turned his head to look at Su Yanran and the Holy Sun again. His gaze swept over them with contempt, despising them beyond measure. "A bunch of fools. Now that we don't have Yi Qingtao, who else can hold us back? Ha 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 ha." Su Yanran and the Holy Sun closed their eyes in pain, unable to say anything, powerless. Their hearts were filled with endless remorse at this moment. With a wave of his hand, the city-slaughtering blood demon ordered, "Everyone, give me an impact on the Green Cloud Sect, and trample all the peaks to the ground, raising them to the ground. Set fire to it when you're done. Burn the entire Green Cloud Sect all to the ground, and afterward there'll be nothing left of this place but a white field with nothing left." Qingyun Sect, the dead sect. Li Baishan turned his head and glanced at the sky mirror with all his thoughts, and found that Yi Qingtao inside was as indifferent as if he hadn't heard anything, and continued to enjoy the dancing girls fluttering, before he could even begin to grieve. "Kill! Charge!" Countless lesser demons had bellowed furiously, followed by a dash in all directions, ready to drive. Right at this moment, the space in front of the black-winged demon's eyes suddenly produced a wave of fluctuations. Buzz! The void was clattering like rippling water, and it seemed as if someone had crossed over in the void. The black-winged demon's eyes stared slightly. All the other demons also stopped at that moment and turned their heads to look, feeling that it should be some strong person who had come to save the Green Cloud Sect. The black-winged great demon twisted his neck. So many of his own demons. There are more and more powerful demon kings in the tower have not yet come out. This person actually dared to come to this place. The courage is commendable, and it is estimated that the cultivation is unprecedentedly strong. Under the attention of all the people, the fluctuations in the void gradually stopped, and a young man stepped out from within. This person was a teenager, dressed in white, with clear eyebrows and an aura. Only his dress was strange. His hair was actually only a few centimeters, and he wore white pants with two split ends underneath and short sleeves on top. The system was completely different from theirs. The demons all froze for a moment. Who is this man? Where did he come from? Why does he dare to come here? How powerful should he be? Shangwan Xiao and Su Yanran also both froze violently and looked over. Sima Zhao and Jiangjana as well as the Holy Sun were all of them as well. Over here, the white-clothed boy also froze violently. Who am I? Where am I? What do I do? Wow! A stream of messages flooded into his mind like lightning. Instantly, the teenager understood. So I've traveled? He was instantly surprised and happy. He had long been tired of the 996 of his previous life, and he didn't expect that he would actually travel to the world of metaphysics. But it was really cool. However, he soon realized that it seemed as if he was in a bit of a bad situation. Damn! Why are there so many demons in front of us? Also, the few humans over here are in a sorry state. What's going on? After thinking for a moment, the white boy immediately understood. It should be that the two sides are fighting, and now one of them is being exterminated by the demon immediately dying out. The white-clothed boy instantly panicked. Holy, how did I stumble into this situation right off the bat? The city-slaughtering blood devil was instantly startled at the moment the white-clothed boy appeared. From where did this run to a strange person? Why is he so strange? For a moment, he looked cautiously at the other man. The white-clothed teenager named Zhang Xiaolong gradually became a bit desperate after his mind waited for a few moments, because he realized the system wasn't awakening. It's not right. This script isn't right. Where's my system? Am I traveling into a traditional metaphysics? Not a brain metaphysics? The white boy froze. The urgency of time could not allow him to think too much. He hurriedly looked up and saw that the two incredibly powerful demon kings in front of him were staring at him, their eyes gradually changing from cautious to looking like they wanted to kill. The white boy was shocked, but in the next moment, he suddenly had a flash of insight and hastily began to do a mechanical dance. 1, 2, 3, do the exercise, neck wiggle s wiggle do the exercise, neck wiggle s wiggle do the exercise. It's a good thing he's seen Michael Jackson dance, or else this scene would be a bit dangerous right now. He hoped to use this to bring the other man into the sand sculpting fold as well. The city-slaying blood demon froze and stared at him for a long time, and asked in dismay, "What are you doing? Come on, awkward dancing, neck twisting ass twisting for exercise. Never seen that before, haha, just like me. I'll teach you," the white-clothed boy said and called out towards the black-winged demon. "And the one with wings next to you, come along, I'll teach you." The city-slaughtering blood demon and the black-winged great demon looked at each other in dismay. then sensed the person and realized that there was no cultivation. The main thing is that just now, they violently came in a strange person, and they were actually a little bit afraid for a moment, and they didn't think that the original was actually a waste. Then, go to hell stupid. Bang! The city slaughtering blood devil slapped his palm down. Ah! The white-clothed teenager exploded into a bloody mist on the spot, becoming a patch of debris. I've just crossed over and I'm getting a boxed lunch. Damn! It turned out to be a waste, scaring me for nothing. The city slaughtering blood devil hurled curses, then waved his hand and said, "Little ones, charge me and flatten the green cloud sect. Punch punch punch. Let the green cloud sect disappear from the world today. Kill and burn." In an instant, the entire army of demons and devils marched out, transforming into their tall and upright original forms and crazily wreaking havoc on the Qingyan sect. Rumble! Rumble! The green cloud sect was devastated. Almost 3 blinks of an eye and Qingyan sect was flattened. All the mountain peaks were razed to the ground except for this one where Slaughter City Blood Demon was currently standing. The demons then set fire to the mountain, burning the entire clan into a white field. After that, he went to the clan's ancestral land and stepped on the bones of the successive patriarchs, as well as the founding ancestors. The Green Cloud sect had suffered a great rout and was completely removed from the Great Desolate Realm. Unfinished business. More later, the matchmaker brought the woman to my house early in the morning, and my mom gave her over $900. And I had a big fight with my mom. Why? Then the woman said that my mom, was nice and that I could try to get along with her. Me? Please, I want to be with you? Mainly my family and the local economic conditions can be. Her family 2 younger brother-in-law has not yet settled. She this year 29. I told her I was looking for 18. I'm 24. Instantly annoyed, she muttered something about a pushin' man and nearly slammed the door and left. The matchmaker pulled her back and didn't let her go. And this time the 2 were still in the living room talking to my mom. And I was in my house working on my novel, so I'd go out later and see what was going on. Chapter 76, Ignore me, do as I please. I'll continue to listen to music at leisure. P.S. I'm not going to write about toxic spots. Don't be surprised to see them first, because the next second will immediately blow your mind. The operation is very flirty. In short, my tricks you can't think of. This was said in the beginning. Then those hostile forces were all over the place picking things up, although one of the peaks and seats had been burned. Like some treasures that could not be destroyed by fire, they were all emitting a brilliant golden light all over the place, as well as there were some ancient and simple feats that were suspended in mid-air, emitting a profound and mysterious luminescence. Ha ha ha, this gong method is good. Not bad. This one's not bad either. Wow. More than 3 billion crystals. This thing is worth more than spirit stones. Cool. This is a big profit. Many of the hostile forces laughed out loud, and in this moment it was as if they had transformed into bandits, picking up things and loading them into their pockets, and others like some loose cultivators who came to make trouble, and those disciples who were expelled from the sect in the past to take revenge, as well as all sorts of muckrakers, were all over the place furiously picking up things, frantically filling their pockets. As for the demons, they didn't care about these treasures at all. In their eyes, what the hell? All garbage. Not too long afterward, all of them loaded up their pots, and they all revealed big, unimpeded smiles. Let's all listen to me first. Although we have a share of these treasures when we see them, I think that the big part of them we should go over and offer to Yi Qingtao. After all, if not for him, Qingyun sect can't fall at all. That's right, if it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have gotten this much. I agree. I think we should pool everything together and give him 90% of that harvest. Agreed. He's our great benefactor, and it would be unconscionable for us to disagree. Agree +1. Agreed plus 10,086. Su Yenran and the Saint's son looked at them with lifeless eyes, and in their hearts, they only felt a great sense of desolation. A heart ached as sharply as if it were dripping blood. Same moment. Central State. Tianxian Sacred Palace. Boom. Rumble. The ancient demon god led a group of powerhouses and frantically attacked the Tianxian Golden Light Formation. The dazzling spells were as if they didn't need any money, and they were madly smashing on the formation, which was already shaking and overwhelmed. Ka-ching-ching. A thin crack appeared in the formation, as if a mirror had cracked a gap, and it nearly disintegrated. Hiss! The executives inside were overwhelmed and their faces changed drastically as they hurriedly sent a transmission to Shangguan Xiao. Palace Master, can you quickly think of a solution? The formation is already overwhelmed, and we can't support it any longer. If I'm right, the formation will soon be breached, and then those of us who are left will be wiped from the world by the demons, and our Tianxian Sacred Palace is going to be finished. This cry for help anxious fire ants quickly spread to Shangguan Xiao. Shangguan Xiao was actually more anxious than him, but if Yi Qingtao didn't agree, there was nothing she could do. Although her strength was strong, She could not resist those demons at all by going back. With just one slap from the leading ancient demon god, she couldn't resist. So the only way was to plead with Yi Qingtao to go back with her. However, Yi Qingtao was listening to the song on the hook, very cozy, and did not take care of himself at all. For a moment, Shangguan Xia was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Over here, the Holy Sun still fantasized that Yi Qingtao would agree and was still thumping his head vigorously. Senior brother Yi, the fault for all of this lies with me. Just open your eyes and take a look at the sect, okay? The sect has now been burned into a white field. Its underpinnings have been plundered in a big way. There's nothing left, just turn around and take a look, okay? The saint's son's tone had become extremely pleading, lowly and incomparably humble. He felt that, after all, Yi Qingtao had once been a part of the same sect no matter what, and we were all brothers of the same sect, so he should look back, but he doesn't even realize that this is a complete fantasy on his part. It's just not possible. Yi Qingtao didn't bother to pay attention to him, didn't even turn his head and continued to watch the dancers dance. A big white flowery white leg danced in front of Yi Qingtao, with the delicate figure and neon dress. It was like a group of butterflies dancing in front of him. It was beautiful. A wonderful fragrance comes to your nose, as if you are walking in the middle of a million flowers. Wonderful. Another even prettier flower girl pushed her way in, sat down in front of Yi Qingtao, and played a song called High Mountains in Flowing Water. The light sound of the zither sounded wonderfully beautiful, making Yi Qingtao enjoy it immensely. Why go back to the clan when it's so much easier to listen to music at the hookah? When he thought of the clan, he felt as if he had eaten a big bowl of dead flies, and his heart was sick to his stomach. This is a true reflection of Yi Qingtao's heart today. Let him go back? Unless all those people are dead, he might go back and bounce on their graves. The Holy Sun continued to plead with pain in his heart. Senior brother Yi, turn around and look at us. We really know we're wrong. Yi Qingtao, I don't want to die. The thought of losing my life makes me very scared. Yi Qingtao, the Holy Sun begged and begged, lowly and humble to the extreme, but could not get a single turn back from Yi Qingtao. This indifferent attitude of ignoring and completely treating him as a bubble of stinking made the saint's son's heart more and more bitter. He was cold and chilled, as if he was in a cold winter. Shangguan Xia became even more anxious, her chest heaving up and down even more violently than earlier. She turned her head to look at Li Beishan, only feeling that her anger was about to be suppressed, her chest full of rage with nowhere to release it. Li Beishan, if it wasn't for you, how could Yi Qingtao be like this? If it weren't for you, how could he have turned a blind eye to the clan's peril? Even when I, the palace master, came, he wouldn't even turn his head to look at me. You, damn it. After cursing countless times in a row, Shangguan Xia still didn't feel relieved. She turned her head to look at Su Yanran again, and in her heart, she had the heart to kill the two of them, but it would be too cheap to just let them die. To everyone to make up the follow-up, the blind date is not my own to go. Is the neighborhood of the matchmaker introduced? But the woman's look is really can. Skin color white beauty imperial sister. High value long legs. Body exquisite. Is a fitness instructor? Raised a set of quite a body and snow white and pink skin. But I think the character does not work. Her two younger brothers in the future is also a liability. My mother did not look at. Just do not want to let her stalking. So give the 900. Then yesterday, we were here all morning, saying that the dowry should either be 200,000 yuan, but we have to get the money later when her two brothers get married. It was hard to get rid of them at noon, and my mom and I were grim-faced. What a laugh we had. Chapter 68, Saint Son of Boneless Fool. Sima Zhao suddenly had a twinkle in his eye and shouted, Palace Master, Yi Qingtao won't come back. Why don't we turn to plead with the demon? Being a human being needs to have a lively brain. We can't hang ourselves from a crooked neck tree. If we plead with the demon for mercy, it might be easier than pleading with Yi Qingtao. As soon as these words came out, all of a sudden, the demons looked at each other, thinking that this person was not in over his head, even thinking of such a thing. It's true that Yi Qingtao's resolute attitude makes it impossible to come back, but you don't have to beg the enemy, do you? The enemy is out to kill you. Why should they spare you? It's simply ridiculous. The reason why they, the demons, watched the Qingyun sect go and beg Yi Qingtao was because they knew that Yi Qingtao would not be able to oblige them at all, and the demons wanted to see them desperate and helpless. They love to see people wail before they get desperate. When Shangguan Xia heard Sima Zhao's words, she froze for a moment, then slapped him on the spot. Pow! A slap was not enough. In an instant she smacked another slap up. On the spot Sima Zhao smacked his face full of blood, and a few of his back teeth flew out. Stupid! Stupid! Simply brainless. How could the demons possibly oblige us? We're already in this state, having had so many disciples killed, and as a result, we actually have to lower our heads and beg them? What a travesty. Shangguan Xiao was furious. But, Sima Zhao has a bitter feeling. Yi Qingtao's attitude is so firm. Can't you change your mind? The Saint's son suddenly said. Senior Blackwing, and Senior Slaughter City, I think Sima Zhao is right. One must have a lively brain to be a human being. I beg you to let us go. Really, I kowtow to you. I only wish to be able to stay alive. I'm willing to serve you. Bang, bang, bang. The Holy Sun said and turned his head, thumping and kowtowing 3 times in a row to the city slaughtering blood demon. One is louder than the other and throws down the gauntlet. He then faced the black-winged demon again and offered 3 more rings of his head with a bang. 2 seniors. The late generation only hopes to be able to leave a dog's life. I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. Ah. The Holy Sun wailed in pain. Shangguan Xiao froze. She had never thought that this Night Bashan actually had no bones. Bones so soft. Taking another look at Su Yanran, she was at a loss for words, like a wallflower not knowing which side to stand on. The city slaughtering blood demon and the black-winged demon exchanged glances, both seeing deep contempt in the other's gaze, as well as a deep scornful look. What a waste. I thought that more or less as the holy son of the Qingyan sect, should have some bones. I did not expect that the bones are soft and even inferior to women. Take another look at Sima Zhao. What a great guy. So many ghostly ideas, even thinking of defecting to our devil's way. What happened to saying no 2 ways about it? When it comes to you, you can rebel at any time? How about we pretend to agree? The Blackwing demon transmitted his voice. The city slaughtering blood devil thought for a moment and said, what a stupid one. Then pretend to agree and delay for a while. The Tianxian Sacred Palace's side of the formation is about to break through as well, so we mustn't make any trouble at this time. Alright, then promise. The Blackwing demon let out a fierce smile. Afterwards, the black-winged great demon turned his head to look at Li Bashan, a gentle gaze appearing in his pupils as he said, seeing that you're so sincere, we'll promise you then, kowtow to this father a few more times, the extra loud kind, so that this father will be happy and pleased. Bang, bang, bang. Li Bashan immediately began to kowtow madly, kowtowing hundreds of times in the blink of an eye, and respectfully said, thank you senior for sparing my life. Thank you senior for sparing my life. It doesn't matter. It's just a cheap life. I don't put it in my eyes at all. The Blackwing demon said nonchalantly. Although it wasn't cold or warm, it fell on Night Bashan's ears, but it made him feel lucky. Ha ha ha, I'll live. What about you guys? Palace Master? That's a bad end for you. Ha ha. He turned his head to look at Shangguan Xiao, and for a moment, he actually began to deject, his eyes incomparably happy. Sima Zhao also fooled around, raising his hands and cheering. Holy Son, you still have to look to me at the critical moment. Li Bashan was ecstatic and laughed. Zhang Jinha also breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but feel a little complacent. He's the same as the Holy Son. He'll do whatever he's told to do as long as he can survive anyone in the presence of life and death. Afterwards, Sima Zhao and Zhang Jinha knelt down and kowtowed, begging for mercy and surrendering to the Blackwing demon and the city slaughtering blood demon. 2 seniors, we are also willing to defect to you. From now on, whatever you ask us to do, we will do it and never disobey. The black-winged great devil laughed. Good. I'll allow it for these 2 cheap lives of yours. Sima Zhao Zhang Jinha was immediately happy, shaking his head and flushed. A moment ago, he was struggling on the deathbed, but now, there was no concern at all. They then shared the same dejected gazes as the Holy Sun, looking up at Shangguan Xiao, their minds already imagining the image of her refusing to surrender and then being stripped naked. A great loss of face. You are such a noble person. This determined not to surrender, in case the 2 seniors get angry and strip you naked. That would be funny. For a while, they and the 3 sacred sons were overjoyed in their hearts, but they didn't know in the slightest that this was nothing more than the demon playing tricks on them. Lizzie, I thought that the woman will not contact me. Did not think that WeChat application to add me? I want to give you a follow-up, so certainly agree. Then she asked me to go to the gym where she works tomorrow, to teach me to train my muscles. Free time can also play badminton, climbing, swimming and so on, all free. I asked a classmate. My classmate said, she simply asked you directly to open the room. Her figure was convex and curved, her skin was as white as milk, and her lips were pink without lipstick, so if someone else came along they definitely wouldn't be able to hold it. But it's a total money spinner, and I'm a little torn on whether or not to go. What if it's a fairy tale? By the way, everyone who wants to see a real relationship experience, go read My Rich White Girlfriend, also known as My Cloudy Missy. It's on Tomato, and the writing is unbelievably real. I'm caught up to the latest chapter. Chapter 1000 Attack, Crazy Siege. Afterwards, the black-winged great demon mouthed the words, and in the blink of an eye a voice transmission was sent out. Due to his extremely high cultivation, in just a breath of effort, this transmission had already arrived in the Central State. Central State, Tianqian Sacred Palace. The ancient demon god that was frantically attacking the Tianqian Golden Light Formation suddenly stopped and listened carefully to the transmission. And after a moment, rejoiced. The content of the transmission was simple. Nothing more than asking them to continue their onslaught. Accelerate the onslaught. Attack in force. Fight as frantically as you can. Strive to break the formation early and kill Tianqian Sacred Palace without leaving a single piece of armor. Ancient demon god heard, laughed, waved his hand, ordered, everyone, this is the Nirvana Holy Dan. A down instantly can increase the power of 10,000 times, but after the use of their own weakness for a period of time, now we accelerate the onslaught. One person A. Take it. Wow. Like sprinkling water, a large pile of purple pills shot out from the ancient demon god's storage ring, and fell into the hands of other demons in a flurry. Yes, your holiness, give me power. Kill, big guy, charge. The black pressure of countless demons have got the Nirvana Holy Dan. After eating it, instantly feel that the body is full of power, alive and well, a share of strong to the extreme. Vast and deep power burst out all over the body, the whole person as if playing chicken blood, the explosive power of the body to get a substantial increase, worthy of the power rewarded by His Holiness. It's too powerful. I now feel strength everywhere inside and outside my body. Not only you, but me too. That's right, if you give me a banshee right now, now is the time to attack. Charge. Give up those unnecessary illusions first and launch an onslaught for me. The ancient demon god suddenly interrupted with a loud shout. In the next moment, the demons obeyed the order and attacked in a big way, each one of them with bloodshot eyes, frantically charging the formation. Knives, guns, swords, halberds, axes, battle axes, hooks, forks, 18 kinds of weapons have been slashing and slashing fiercely on the array light cover, and there are countless other dazzling spells bursting out of the radiant ferocious killing light. And wave after wave of crazy attacks on the golden light array. Under the siege of all these demons that had gone crazy, the formation finally couldn't withstand it, and with a loud caw sound, a huge crack burst out. Instantly, the people remaining in the Tianqian Sacred Palace inside were nearly scared half to death on the spot. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Click here. The soldiers were defeated, and in just a moment, the Tianqian Golden Light Formation shattered layer after layer, as if it was layer after layer of fragile pieces of paper, thin and incomparable. Unbeatable. If not for the fact that this golden light formation had a total of 991 layers, I'm afraid that it wouldn't be able to withstand the demon's attack at all. But even so, within just a few dozen seconds, the crazy demons had broken the layers of 28 layers, and the distance to the inner layer was like no one's business, as if it were a bag of tricks. This group of demons were already powerful, and now that they were bursting out with their heavenly cultivation and taking medicine to pull them out, their strength was even more appalling and terrifying than before. The ancient demon god watched this scene with pleasure, nodding his head repeatedly in excitement. Feeling that Tianqian Sacred Palace was hopeless now, he smugly took out a sound transmission jade and sent a sound transmission to the Blackwing demon. Blackwing, this side is progressing quickly. It won't be long before Tianqian Sacred Palace is finished. This sound transmission was like a wind speed, and the sound transmission token on the Blackwing demon side of the body rang out at once. He took it out and listened to it carefully, also in front of the Holy Sun and Sima Zhao. Jiang Zhenhe, and after listening to it, a hideous smile appeared on his face. Since it's so quick, there's no need to hide it anymore. Just be a little more direct. Ha ha ha, Knight Bashan, you three are really stupid. Let me show you. The black-winged great demon looked at the three of them, a hideous cold smile emanating from his mouth. That look, as if he was looking at a little cutie. He then waved his palm, and instantly, a pitch-black light screen appeared in the void, in which images of the demons attacking the formation were played in real time. Shangguan Xiao, that sky mirror not only needed to consume her huge mana, but only who could peek into a corner of the holy palace. But the black-winged great magic power was heavenly, and this mirror could see almost anywhere in the holy palace. In the middle of the image, amidst the Tianqian golden light formation, there were countless sacred palace disciples struggling to maintain themselves, screaming loudly in alarm. My God, they've already hacked through the 30th floor. So fast. This group of demons is too crazy. Mother, I'm dead now. I forgot to clear my relationship with the sacred palace earlier. What's going to happen now? I don't want to die. Can someone please come and help me? I surrender. The many senior officers and disciples inside watched this scene in disbelief, all of them letting out wails of pain. There were even some timid ones that directly rolled their white eyes and sat down on their asses without a sound. I can't believe I was scared straight through. When the Holy Sun saw this scene, His legs suddenly stretched out and he peed in fear on the spot. Shocked as well as incredulous, he turned his head to look at the Blackwing Great Demon and the city slaughtering blood demon. Understanding in his heart, it's been understood. All of it. They, the demons, were just playing with themselves, and they were foolish enough to believe it. It's simple. I see you as if you were an ant. I just want to play with you and see you wail before you die. Give you a little bit of hope, then cut it right off. How about that? Desperate or not? Surprised? This feeling of being tricked made it very difficult for the Saint's son to feel in his heart. Sima Zhao, who offered to surrender, was also instantly stunned, and was so scared on the spot that he sucked in several mouthfuls of cool air. He was unbelievable. Just unbelievable. No. Seniors, what do you mean by this? Haven't you already promised us? Sima Zhao trembled and said. He said it was completely whimsical. It didn't even occur to him that if the demons were really willing to let them go, then why would they be attacking frantically now? It was clear that some disciples of the sacred palace had already shouted to surrender, but these demons didn't care at all. He's actually here asking stupid questions. It's like his head's been caught in a sow's trap. Zhang Jinhe also scared limp, directly scared off. If not, he hurriedly pinched his thighs. Would have been weak legs to sit down into a puddle of mud. As he panicked, he hurriedly ate another elixir, and only then did he forcefully stabilize his mind. The Blackwing Great Demon and the city slaughtering blood demon glanced at each other again, with eyes that seemed to be asking each other, why is this person like a little cutie? Like? The Blackwing Demon stared at Sima Zhao, twisted his neck and sneered. This honored body promises you, but what does it have to do with my spirit? This honored one can't control myself. The city slaughtering blood demon didn't have that much to say, and said bluntly, we promised you with our mouths, but I still attacked fiercely, so what can you do about it? Ha 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 ha. Chapter 1001. Su Yanran smacked herself with remorse. Sima Zhao wanted to cry. He had just thought that he still had to be himself at the critical moment, but he didn't expect that it would instantly hit him in the face. Simply slapped himself in the face. He suddenly felt his face rolling with embarrassment and wanted to dig a grave and bury himself alive. The Holy Sun and Jiang Jinhe did the same, wanting to cry and feeling humiliated to the core. Shame on you. Shangguan Xiao coldly scolded. As she spoke, she was also so angry that she couldn't walk, her body shaking violently. It was simply difficult to control her body. He couldn't wait to strike immediately and kill these three people on the spot. Shangguan Xiao was so anxious and panicked that she hurriedly turned her head to look at Yi Qingtao, pleading, Yi Qingtao, take a look. Turn your head and take a look. Can you see the black-winged demon's light curtain? Even the sacred palace is going to fall apart. Not only the Qingyun sect is suffering, even we are going to suffer. However, Yi Qingtao didn't even pay attention to it and continued to watch the dancers' beautiful dance like it was nothing. Even took a sip of tea. That beautiful dance. That melodious sound of the piano. Why not be happy? Who do you think you are to make me look at you more? You don't give me any sleep. Why should I help you? It's not that I'm selfish, but there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Trying to float me for nothing. Is that possible? Just like I can't bleach you for nothing. Will you let me float for nothing? It's simple and common sense, right? Rumble. Qingyun sect. The formation suddenly came out violent sound, as if the sky was collapsing. The horrible explosion fluctuation, even if far away, can perceive that even the earth of the eastern continent trembled a little. In an instant, Shangguan Xiao, Su Yanran, Li Beixian, Jiang Jinhe, and Sima Zhao were shocked, and they all felt horrible as hell through the screen, only to see that within the curtain of light, the Tianxian golden light formation shattered extensively, disintegrating layer by layer, and in a single breath, it was directly blasted down to 69 layers, with only the last few thin layers remaining. Those remaining disciples and elders were greatly shocked. Their faces were white, and their eyes were as huge as round balls. They were besieged in great swathes, as if they were turtles in a jar, half dead with fear. The scene was as if the end had come, with demons dancing and butchers' knives raised side by side. Su Yanran closed her eyes in pain, not knowing what to say. She was speechless, unable to say anything. Originally, it was even if it was the Qingyun sect alone, but now even the forces behind the scenes were being liquidated. This was all her dereliction of duty, a huge dereliction of duty. A strong wave of self-loathing, bitter regret, and deep resentment took over her again. She couldn't wait to slap herself twice. Pow! She literally slapped herself, tears of remorse filling her face. When Shangguan Xiao heard the ringing sound, she turned her head to look at her and said angrily, you know you smoked yourself? Look at the state of the sacred palace. What do you want me to do? Where should I go from here? If you want to make a fool of the clan, just make a fool of the clan. Don't drag me. Tianxian Sacred Palace. To the back. Shangguan Xiao really convinced this stupid woman. simply pig-headed. She was anxious and angry, holding back her tears. Palace master. It is me who has brought you great losses, disgraced the holy palace. From now on, not only the Qingyun sect, even the Tianxian holy palace is going to be stigmatized for 10,000 years. I am sorry for the ancestors. I died tens of thousands of times or not enough. Su Yanyan was in tears with remorse. In fact, in itself, before this incident, she still wanted to apply for a top-tier magic treasure from the sacred palace. The Tianxian sacred palace had a reward route. If the sect leader below did an outstanding job, it was possible to apply to the sacred palace to receive a reward, and someone from above would come to survey the great achievements she had made, and after verifying them, she could apply for whatever she wanted. But now, all this is like a flower in a mirror, a moon in water, gone. She didn't have the face to bring it up. It's not enough to die for doing such a wasteful job, and you're thinking of applying for a reward? In the meantime, bistro, here's another rare visitor. At this moment, the supreme elder of the Qingyun sect was drinking and chatting with Zhang He, Jin Dijian and the others, cooking sheep and slaughtering cows to eat barbecue. A very joyful and fastidious scene, when he suddenly sensed a familiar aura coming from outside the door. Zhang He and Jin Dijian were not familiar with each other, but the supreme elder was. When he was young, he had the honor of going to the sacred palace once with the previous generation of patriarchs and met each other, and at that time, the other party also gave him some pointers on cultivation problems, so that he benefited a lot, and now many years have not seen. I did not expect that the other party actually came to the eastern continent. The supreme elder turned his head to look, only to see that the visitor had a face like a crown. His head was crowned, and he was clad in black and white Dao clothes, holding a golden scepter, which was draped with rolling and majestic runes, and his body's aura was tumbling and unfathomable. 8 silver moons were sealed on the back of the doti, and 2 red suns were sealed on either side of the chest in front, and around it, there were 36 pitch black to the extreme Dao-seeking jades draped around it, and the strong and profound aura was like a vast universe, powerful to the extreme. Ha, you guys are here too? This person dressed in black and white Dao clothes also saw the supreme elder and froze, asking in surprise. The supreme elder hurriedly got up and greeted him with an arch. So it's the ancient sage Dong Zhuo. Haven't seen him for many years. Have you been well? When the supreme elder met this senior back then, this senior was unwilling to reveal his real name and only told him, this seat does not want to reveal its real name, so you can just address the seat as Dong Zhuo, the wise prime minister of the 1,000 years. At that time, the supreme elder wondered if there was something wrong. Hadn't you already revealed the name here? Elder Dong Zhuo who doesn't want to be named? All in all it's an interesting lord. And then the supreme elder respectfully called the other party as Dong Senior. But the other party actually waved his hand and said, call this seat ancient wise minister Dong Zhuo. The other party actually waved his hand and said, address this seat as Dong Zhuo. The supreme elder felt strange, but he could only call it that. Perhaps this was the senior Dong's special fetish. You junior, why are you here? The ancient sage Dong Zhuo asked somewhat sheepishly. He had fled here with great difficulty, but he didn't expect to run into the people of the clan below. I'm the one who came from the sacred palace. If even I run away, what will the people below think of me? That, I was about to tell you. The wine brewed by this tavern is incredibly delicious and mellow, so we've come to try it. Would you like to try it as well? The supreme elder hurriedly replied. The ancient sage Dong Zhuo stroked his beard and said, well really should taste. Away from the old far this cedar smelled. That line. Anyway, this seat this time out is traveling. A large amount of time cannot be spent. Then accompany you juniors to drink a couple of cups. Oh yes, and then come up a few more roasted whole sheep. No problem. The supreme elder hastily nodded. A group of people drink and eat meat in a heartfelt manner. A few glasses of wine were consumed, and a cheerful atmosphere spread throughout the tavern. As for the clan, the sacred palace, Taisho, read the answer below and fill in here. Dong Zhuo, the wise prime minister of the ages, read the answers below and fill in the here. A, I don't know. B, who cares? This outing is for drinking/traveling. C, what's wrong with you? Does it have anything to do with me? D, all of the above answers. To everyone to add follow-up. Yesterday a day did not update, because by the woman's invitation to go to the gym. I just want to see how outrageous she is. I, exercise for a day, but also really free. The original she is in this is the sale of the crown. The boss said, you can let relatives and friends to come for free. She has never used this opportunity. I'm actually bleaching fitness to go. Then after a day of play to go to dinner at night. Guess what? I was so angry. I ordered 4 dishes and a soup. And when she came up, she actually said she wanted to pack it up and eat it at home. Me, then what are we doing here? So I'm leaving? I nodded with forced anger and she actually packed up and left. And then I settled the bill for $220. When I got back, I told my mom, who was furious and called the matchmaker. And soon we realized that just because I accepted the invitation today, the woman thought I was going to start chasing her, and then her demonic nature broke out. Who's after you? Stay where you are. Also, the book will resume 2 shifts a day from now on. Chapter 71, the forces under his command have been stolen and uprooted. In the meantime, the heavenly Shin sacred palace's ancestral ground was also sneak attacked. Ancestral land is a stretch of pale mountains, immortal clouds misty, located in the middle of the state's north latitude of 84 degrees above the sky, at a glance as if it were an immortal blessed land in the void. Very illusory. God and ghosts are unpredictable. As early as countless years ago, this place was already the ancestral land of the Tianxian sacred palace. The ancestral ground, as the name implied, was the place where the Tianxian sacred palace had originated, and, within it, the skeletons of the successive palace masters were buried, as well as all sorts of other important things, which were all stored here. But now, a large numbers of demons have drawn their swords, like madness, going forward and backward to surround this place in 3 layers outside 3 meals. Watertight. TSK, old me has been sitting here for a long time. Where are you curmudgeons? How dare you come to offend my Tianxian ancestral ground? Looking for death. The divine envoy of the ancestral land's gatekeeper was an old man who was nearing the end of his life. He had white hair and was dying, but his body exuded a mysterious and condensed aura that was profound and unfathomable. As the person who guarded the ancestral land, he was of a hallowed great emperor cultivation, terrifying as it was, and countless people would have to worship him when he walked out of the great desolate realm. It was only that he hadn't recognized these demons yet, and thought they were another group of demons from other parts of the great desolate realm. Mainly he hadn't received the news of what had happened to the sacred palace yet, and his duty was just to guard the ancestral ground. Boom! The leader of the devil clad in black supine armor, lazy to talk nonsense with him, on the spot burst out of the terrifying cultivation. An instant of immortal king cultivation in full force, the void inch by inch broken, powerful to the extreme power as if to break the ancient world, terrifying power in full force eruption, horrifying as it is. The void was blasting, the earth was shattering and disintegrating, the mountains were collapsing, and countless cultivators 10,000 miles away in the distance hastened to make a detour, not even daring to fly in the air, fleeing with their tails between their legs. Before the divine messenger could react, an iron fist had already broken through the air and instantly came to his face. What? So fast? The god made 2 screams. With a bang, he was directly exploded into a cloud of blood mist, and his body was dead and dying. Before he died he was depressed. So fast. Charge me, little ones. The devil gave an order, and in an instant, countless demons rushed into the ancestral land, wreaking havoc inside, burning, killing, looting, and doing no evil. The Tianxian sacred palace was dealt a double blow. This is the first time ever. The demons are not as honest and stupid as they appear. On the contrary, they are smart as hell. And this time it's a multi-front war. In addition to the ancestral land of the Tianxian sacred palace, the demons had also split their troops to attack other forces under the banner of the Tianxian sacred palace, which no one else knew about. As mentioned earlier, the Tianxian sacred palace had split off many disciples back then, allowing them to go to the 5 continents to create sects and flourish. There were many people sent out at the beginning, and now after so many years, the forces under the Holy Palace had long been intertwined and formed a huge conglomerate. But to the demons, destroying them was like erasing a small ant, directly uprooting all the forces under the banner of Tianxian sacred palace and erasing them from the great desolate realm. From now on, the great desolate realm would not allow anyone with any involvement in the Tianxian sacred palace. Shoot to kill, leave no one behind. At this point, at a Gobi beach in the western continent, the sun is like blood, and the north wind is howling. The plaque of a mountain gate was suddenly smashed to pieces, and the 3 words 9 Inferno Sect on it immediately exploded into countless fragments and fell apart. Who's being insolent? A loud cry came out from among the mountain gates. Follow closely. Swish swish swish. From within, a middle-aged man with a shadowy face flew out, wearing a similar systematic robe to that of the Green Cloud sect, followed by a large group of angry disciples who came in force. They would like to see who dares to act recklessly here. The next moment, however, they were all confused. I only see in front of me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. A glance everywhere is a demon. The black pressurized heads one after another, shoulder to shoulder, running to come, as if a large army is pressing. Seeing the people coming out, the demons have appeared in their original forms. Some were clad in black demonic armor, holding huge scythes. Some were covered in bronze armor, bursting out with a blood-chattering aura. and some directly transformed into 3 heads and 6 arms, and that bloody mouth knew at a glance that they had killed countless people. Almost instantly, all the demons completed their transformations, one after another as if they were giants standing on top of the sky, and all of them from the 9 Inferno sect were less than the size of one of the other party's toes. What? What? The middle-aged man was shocked and lost his color as he looked up, only to see that these demons towered into the clouds with a grandeur. This, himself miserable, barking, a foot crushed down, the middle-aged man burst into flames in a flash. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and countless amounts of blood splattered each of the disciples next to him. Hiss! With the first one pouring out cold, the others instantly reacted, and instantly the sound of shivering in the arena was endless. Hiss! 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 However, no matter how much they shivered, it didn't help. Within moments, everyone in this place was exterminated, and the 9 Inferno sect was trampled into flat ground. At the same moment, a Dao domain in the southern state, a volcano-infested barren land is not far away. This place didn't know what it was called. In any case, as early as many thousands of years ago, this place gradually became prosperous and rich because the central state power Tianxian Sacred Palace sent a disciple to start a sect, bringing them many magical and powerful techniques. Because of this, many of the local powers here have a personal relationship with this disciple. The mountains of all the clans were close to each other, and the disciples were in constant contact with each other and were quite friendly. To put it bluntly, it's an alliance. As to why the disciple who was sent here was named Millstone Sect, it's because he's a name-caller. At this moment, the contemporary patriarch of the Grinding Wheel Sect was feasting on the patriarchs of many nearby sects for dinner, and everyone came together to form a table, drinking and having a good time. Elder Brother Wang, you don't need to be afraid of the Grindstone Sect. Even if something happens on the side of the Sacred Palace, it doesn't matter. If the demons dare to come, we're just going to spell out our lives and unite to help you get through this. Not bad, not bad. The big deal is to detonate the nearby volcano and die with the demons. Right, old Brother Wang, our relationship is as close as family. You don't need to be afraid. We all work hand in hand. Come one demon to kill one, come two then kill a pair. It was quite lively as we all talked and ate. At a certain moment, suddenly, there was a fluctuation in the void, and a demon came across the void, holding a huge demonic blade in his hand, which was covered in bloodlight, with the blood of life and death pulsing vaguely. Drops of blood dripped from the knife like crimson lava. One of the patriarchs froze and was about to open his mouth when, in an instant, the blade stabbed him. In just a split second of effort, his entire body was instantly stripped of flesh and blood, becoming a skeleton. Then it was directly exploded by a kick and turned into bone dust all over the place. In the next moment, countless demons stepped through the void and came to visit this place, as if a vicious demon god had stepped through the long river of time and descended here at this moment. Hiss hiss hiss. The scene violently erupted into a series of sounds of sucking in cool air. Everyone's face became very fast, and without saying anything immediately turned around and left. Hey, 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 you guys. The contemporary patriarch of the Grindstone sect was about to say something. With a bark, he was directly smashed to pieces and slammed into the wall as a bloody mist. The others couldn't get away and were about to beg for mercy, but were instantly slapped. Barking, barking, barking. None of them were able to escape, and they all smashed into the wall and turned into blood mist on the spot. Another small demon detonated a nearby volcano. So this Dao domain was transformed into a place where raging tons of fire and magma flowed, as if it was a hellish magma refining pool, completely covering this place. Soon after, all the clans in this place, all of them were sent to hell. Such scenes were constantly staged all around the great desolate realm. The demons were fighting on multiple fronts, and any clan related to the Tianxian Sacred Palace would not be spared. The news had vaguely spread out, and the Tianxian Sacred Palace had just as easily become the laughingstock of the entire great desolate realm. Countless people knew that Tianxian Sacred Palace was finished. Chapter 72 Reunion. Shangwan Xiao's reaction. 1, 2, 3, 10, 100, 1,000. The forces belonging to the Tianxian Sacred Palace's banner were swiftly targeted and wiped out one after another as if they were scalpels. Its speed is shocking. There were passing Taoists who were terrified and immediately ran away for 100,000 miles, just praying that they could not provoke this group of devils, because he was the one who came out of the Tianxian Sacred Palace back then, and after hiding his identity for so many years, he was afraid of being recognized. Barf! A giant hand suddenly reached out from the void, knocking him into a storm on the spot. The giant hand was then withdrawn and a demon was revealed all over. Laughing coldly, still want to run? Think I don't recognize you? In the early years when they were admitted into the demon suppressor tower, they had seen this person, who laughed loudly and shouted, "Kill the demons and get rid of the scourge for the great wilderness realm." Nowadays, when they encountered him on the road, they couldn't wait to kill him immediately. As the demons fought more and more fiercely, more subclans were exterminated, and for a time, the great desolate realm caused a huge shock. Many people who had nothing to do with it were afraid of being implicated and hurriedly made a hole to hide. After all, everyone knows that the devil's way kills without blinking an eye. So what if he's in a bad mood and kills even them? But what surprised these people was that they were seen by some demons when they made the hole, and they didn't expect those demons to ignore them at all, and just swept away. They were surprised. This shows that the demons actually have a way of stealing and only kill those who have a problem with them, and don't care about the rest. It also sidestepped how much the demons hated the Qingyan sect in Tianxian Sacred Palace. I can't believe that he gave up his murderous nature because of his hatred. Soon, all the forces under the Tianxian Sacred Palace's command were swiftly removed, leaving only scattered fugitives that had already been sent out to hunt them down. Even the other forces that were covered were implicated and killed in desperation. Before they died, they wanted to dissolve their relationship with Tianxian Sacred Palace, but the demons didn't appreciate it at all and directly killed them without amnesty. Where have you been? Moreover, you guys have already accepted a lot of benefits from the Tianxian Sacred Palace in the past, and now you suddenly want to betray it. And it's you guys who put this kind of people that I despise the most. The number of deaths has skyrocketed, as if a horrible touchy-feely number was rising. Ancestral land. The ashes of the successive owners of the palace were raised. After the death of the palace master of the Tianxian Sacred Palace, every generation would be buried in this place. It was a supreme honor, and it was simply impossible for ordinary people to be buried here. And like the clans that split off below, if any of them made a significant contribution to the power, they could be buried in as well. At this moment, the graves of these successive palace masters and patriarchs, these supreme rights holders, were pried open. The urns were carried out, and with a wave of the demon's big hands, the ashes poured out, being scattered like dust in the gale, disappearing with the gale. The supreme honor was directly crushed under the soles of his feet at this moment, becoming humble pieces of powder. Everything about Tianxian Sacred Palace was all trampled on. Green Cloud Sect. A voice transmission came over and went straight into the ears of the black-winged great demon. It's almost done. All that should be removed have been removed, and the fugitives will soon be removed as well. Cut down to the roots. Not a single one left. The black-winged demon smiled at his words, then turned his head to leisurely look at Su Yenran and spoke with a smile. Su Yenran, Su Yenran, you can be really powerful. Let me tell you, due to your dereliction of duty, now the entire forces behind you have all been uprooted. You may not believe it, then this honored one will show it to you. The black-winged great demon waved his palm, and with a swish sound, a dark-colored light screen once again surfaced in the void, which was constantly playing what had just happened. Before that one power was destroyed, there were special little demons who recorded it with a shadow-retaining stone, and at this moment it was transmitted here, and a scene was played as if they were walking on a horse. Ha! What? This? Su Yanyan merely glanced at it, instantly chilled and dumbfounded. An incomparable shock, an incomparable unbelievable sentiment, surged out wildly in her body and mind. Shocked and disoriented, her hands began to shake violently, and even her legs couldn't help but tremble wildly in her skirt. It was so shocking, she couldn't believe it was real. Because of her single mistake, she directly caused an entire force to be uprooted, leaving no one behind? Oh, my God, she's going to die. She's going to drown in pain and remorse until she dies. You take a look too. The black-winged demon looked at Shangguan Xiao. Shangguan Xiao had long been watching. At this moment, she had long been frozen, stagnant, as if she had seen the destruction of the end of the world. The world exploded in the same scene. Unbelievable. As if it were a dream. The forces under her command were all killed. The ancestral land was destroyed, and the ashes of the successive palace masters were raised. This, she really did not know how to believe and how to face it. It can't be faced. It's too big to go back. Shangguan Xiao dully lowered her head, not knowing what to do in the future. A whole large force had become like this. Where should one's fate be in the future? Should we be like Su Yenran and Li Beishan, captured by the demons and tortured into that miserable state? Now, what do I do? Can someone come to rescue me? Shangguan Xiao's heart was sad, and she scratched her ears anxiously. Anxious. Suddenly, a crazy idea surfaced in her mind, and for a moment she blushed and her heart raced. The idea was so crazy, so bold, that it was a little hard for her to believe that she was actually such a person. She wants to betroth herself to Yi Qingtao and hopes that Yi Qingtao will help. To fill you in on the follow-up, I blackballed the woman. And who knows what called me early in the morning and asked me how and why I blackballed her. I hung up the phone directly. What why? At first I didn't agree. You had to come to my house to look for me, and invited me to go to the gym. I went. You didn't cherish it, and started to make it. And now that I've pulled the plug on you and severed the relationship, why are you coming back to me? I don't know. I'm used to it. Then at 2 p.m., she came to my house and returned the 200 or so to me. And after that she insisted that I unblacklist her, which I ostensibly did, and then blacklisted her again when she left. I think she's like a lot of regretful writing these days. I'm leaving and what are you doing chasing me? No wonder this kind of text can be a big hit. So it's really true in reality. I'm really so convinced. All of the above is true. Chapter 73, Kill all and leave none behind. Suddenly the next moment, a new image was transmitted from within the light screen, only to see a sudden blood red in the light curtain. It turned out to be the blood of many people splashing out, as if it was raining blood. Nuisance downward. These are the remnant forces of your Tianqian sacred palace, as well as some foolish remnants. They want to leave? TSK, is that possible? The Blackwing Great Demon scoffed. Shangwan Xiao's hands and feet trembled as she looked there, only to see that many people in the light screen had once again died a horrible death. Their asses were in pieces. And then, 7 or 8 demons surrounded a disciple, who was covered in blood, unarmed, and his eyes were filled with anxiety and fear. No, no, I beg you, I'll kneel for you. After all, life is greater than heaven. This disciple whose cultivation and talent roots were quite good in the past, and who also had a very strong backbone, at this moment also directly flung himself to his knees and kowtowed to beg for forgiveness, whatever it takes for him to get his life back. You can't blame him, anyone is equal before life. However, there was a stabbing sound and he felt a chill in his head, as if something had blown in. He looked up and oh, it was the wind. A hole had been viciously stabbed out of his head by the demon with his finger power, and tons of gusty wind poured in, and he was cold in the head. With a thud, he fell headfirst to the ground, not breathing. Then, the demon still felt that it was not enough and burned the man's body with another fire. Next, the screen flips. In another place above the Yellow Sea, in mid-air, a blood-covered old man, noble elder, was fleeing in a hurry, but behind him, a group of black pressurized devils were hot on his heels, like arrows leaving the strings, and soon caught up with him. Old man, don't run away. If we didn't want to see what you looked like before you died, you wouldn't have been able to run here at all. Swish swish swish, the black press of countless demons had intercepted him, wringing their necks in front of him, the joints of their neck bones crackling and crunching. Don't, my friends, I would like to worship you as my righteous father above. Please accept my child's worship. This old man directly fell to the ground and begged bitterly. Scram! Old me doesn't have an unfilial son as old as you. The demons were disgusted and directly pointed out a finger. Sharp fingertips flashed with thunderous arcs, powerful and unpredictable, pointing towards this person. The old man still wanted to resist, but just as he took out his weapon, even his weapon was directly exploded at point-blank range, and the berserk finger force was by no means extraordinary, directly passing through his chest and opening a large hole in his chest. Then, the person directly rolled his eyes and fell to the ground dead. Then it was burned up in a fire and erased from this world. The same thing kept on happening throughout the great desolate realm. The image of the light screen was violently divided into countless small images as the demons desperately hunted down the countless remaining forces, with one person being decapitated almost every second before their bodies were turned into ashes. Not long afterward, Shangwan Xiao sensed that the people who were connected to her Tianqian sacred palace had all been killed in the underworld. She had a technique on her that was equivalent to grasping the existence of the soul lamps of all the people in the sacred palace, and through this technique, she was able to quickly sense those soul lamps planted in the soul lamp hall. Just now, those soul lights were going out in large swathes, with people being killed almost every second. And now, all the soul lamps had all gone out, leaving only her and Su Yanran, as well as the Holy Sun, Sima Zhaoga, and Zhang Zhenhe to be brightly lit. This means that there are only so many people left in the world who are connected to everything in the sacred palace. This was the most powerful crisis Tianqian sacred palace had ever encountered. The crisis that started with the extermination of the family and the digging up of even the roots. The light screen suddenly showed many other clans mocking. TSK, what's wrong with their Tianqian sacred palace? They actually released so many demons. Now it's a disaster. Right, they've been uprooted and cleaned out. I don't know if they regret it or not. Nonsense. That will definitely regret it. I'll bet 1 spirit stone. If they don't regret it, this spirit stone is for you. It's so rare. It's simply the 9th wonder of the world. Such a big power, with a network of intertwined and complex relationships, actually uprooted so quickly. It's really saddening. That's not true. Many forces were talking and discussing. There were even forces that directly brought people to the Tianqian sacred palace to watch the scene. And there was an endless stream of noisy people, all watching the jokes. The demons weren't killing them anyway, and they were watching the fun. Looking at these curtains of light, Shangwan Xiao's heart ached dramatically, hanging down her hands powerlessly, her heart filled with mixed feelings. Other side, in the great wilderness realm, a place blessed with heaven and earth, like a ghostly work of art. And years ago, this place is an ancient force. Is the Taishu sacred land as powerful as this? Inside the sacred land, crouching tigers and hidden dragons, usually never out of the world. Once out of the world, it means that they want to kill a large number of people. Since 1,000 years, no one has ever dared to mess with them. According to the ancient books recorded in the ancient times, anyone who had messed with them had already died. But this power, about 300 years ago, was suddenly exterminated overnight. Back then, a green-clothed young man was passing by this place, carrying a huge sword on his back and not exuding any aura from his body. He was just flying lightly over this place, only to suddenly be intercepted by the people from the Taishu sacred ground who flew high up in the sky, ordering him to hand over the toll fee. It's quite a lot to ask for. The toll is 100,000 extreme spirit stones. The air transit breathing fee for this place is 100,000 extreme spirit stones. There was also the fee of 200,000 pieces of extreme spirit stones for looking at the scenery over the Taishan Holy Land. Finished isn't enough. Has to pay 3,000 air occupancy fees to each person in the Holy Land for breathing air that should be breathed by disciples of the Holy Land. When the young man heard this, without saying a word, he directly drew the huge sword behind him and shouted, "Ancient Holy Spirit body, open!" There was a roar of smoke, the sky turned over, and the tsunami river turned over. The earth shattered on the spot. Sunhai instantly roared. Volcanoes have been erupting. The endless columns of fire were like giant dragons of magma. The young man in green slowly opened his dusty eyes and swept them with a gentle glance. This holy place, directly into the clouds of history in silence, swept away by a single glance. There was nothing left. Then, the green-clothed boy took up residence in this place for more than 300 years. He was the old ancestor of the Tianxian sacred palace. His cultivation was heavenly and as powerful as it was. His person had already cultivated twice, and he was a hallowed existence at the level of rejuvenation. May I ask who can mess with him when he's all recultivated up for the second time? Those who have only cultivated once? The moment, in a secret room, the green-clothed boy opened his eyes once more. It had been 300 years, and he finally opened these eyes once again, as if there were hidden stars in his eyes, and the rolling runes were like long golden rivers in an instant, sweeping over the mountains and rivers and rushing up to the sky. Such a big deal has happened to the sacred palace? This bunch of losers. Surprisingly, they caused the old man to wake up from his slumber. The old ancestor roared, slapping the table next to him, shaking with rage. Chapter 74. The old ancestor was enraged, but the old ancestor was no match for him and could only bark impotently and furiously. It was worth mentioning that the old ancestor had severed his past many years ago, with a half-step immortal king-level great dharma existence like him. Severing the karma of the past was a breeze. Thus the Tianxian sacred palace did not have his soul lamp, and the demons could not figure out his existence unless they performed deductions and drew out their cocoons. Now, the old ancestor was furious, his eyes glowing red, his pupils covered in red blood. He struck out with a large spell, and immediately, a golden void-like curtain of light floated before his eyes. This is the Great Sumeru recovering deduction technique, which can deduce all the recent happenings in the Holy Land, all the scenes, and can know almost everything. A scene from the light screen played out as quickly as if it were a walk in the park. The old ancestor saw that whether it was within the sacred palace, or some of the sects below, or even some of the subordinate sects under the hood, they were all a sea of blood and mountains of corpses. Heads rolled and blood flowed. The mountains are full of corpses as far as the eye can see. There were even many demons, as well as people from the netherworld sect there to clean up the battlefield, either setting fire to the mountains or destroying the corpses. The scene can be described as gruesome and horrific, a retaliation from a ferocious hell. The old ancestor's face became increasingly gloomy, and after only 3 seconds of looking at him, he was already gloomy to the extreme. Of course he understood why the demons were so vicious. They were demons themselves, and besides, after being imprisoned for more than 300 million years, who could not hate? But the question is, who put them out? Click here. The old ancestor's lungs exploded with anger, and he struck out once again, slapping the distant table so hard that the table instantly split into pieces and exploded into countless pieces of powder. Then, the old ancestor forced down his anger and continued to deduce. The image in the light screen rapidly regressed, as if time was flowing backwards. A moment later, the image was fixed on the Qingyun sect in the eastern continent, only to see that inside the Qingyun sect, the demon walked out from the demon suppressing tower.
Next to him was the almost paralyzed with fear and white-faced Saint Sun, who was still holding the Saint Soldier in his hand, followed by a group of disciples behind him. This is when the demons come out. The old ancestor continued to deduce. The timeline moved forward once again. This time, he saw the Holy Sun instructing Jiang Jinhe to investigate this generation's demon suppressor, Yi Qingtao, and the beginning of everything happened from this time. Click here. The old ancestor once again slapped his hand hard, and another table very far away was slapped to pieces, with shavings flying all over the sky. The old ancestor went from shocked at first, to angry, to furious, shaken, and ultimately furious. The volcano in his chest simply couldn't hold back and erupted with a bang. With a swish explosion, he directly rushed out of the Taishu sacred ground and stood in the sky above the Taishu sacred ground to give a furious bombardment. Countless small pitch-black beads appeared steeply in his palm and threw them down in large swathes. Instantly the entire Taishu sacred ground erupted with a horrifying explosion as if it were a white phosphorus bomb, and the nearby terrain of 10 million miles in circumference was directly flattened and exploded into a white field. Old ancestor Tianxian belonged to the type of person who had a bad temper and got angry at the slightest point, not to mention the fact that this time it came out as such a big deal. Then, with a brushing sound, he darted towards the Green Cloud Sect. A half-step immortal king-level cultivation was extremely terrifying, and it wasn't long before an extremely violent, as if thundercloud covered, terrifying pressure was ushered in over the Green Cloud Sect. The Holy Sun didn't care, but when he took a look, he was almost paralyzed with fear. He didn't recognize this person, but just by looking at the nearly landslide-like bursting aura emanating from the other party's body, he felt dizzy and almost ready to explode into a mist of blood in place. Not only did he not recognize it, but Su Yanran, Sima Zhaoge, and Jiang Jinhe also did not recognize it. A character of this level was only known to the palace master of the power behind the curtain. The moment Shangguan Xiao saw the other party, she was instantly startled. Cold sweat directly emerged on her forehead, her body trembling and trembling. Old ancestor, she said in a trembling voice as she looked up high into the sky. The old ancestor went through the second life cultivation and reincarnated in the second life, and was powerful to the extreme, and if she came to ask for punishment, then she could not deliver. It's not the devil Dao. Then this should be someone from the Tianxian Sacred Palace's side. Seeing that this is coming in force, it's estimated that Shangguan Xiao and Su Yanran are going to have a hard time. Daoist stroked his beard and laughed. Cheerful. His favorite thing was to see this kind of scene. Bundle Taoist also stroked his beard and laughed. Oh Taoist friend, this is not bad. The other party is young, but the cultivation is so strong. The divine sense sweeps away as if a mud cow into the sea. I'm afraid that it is a strong person who has experienced the second recultivation of the second life. Such a strong person to the scene. I'm afraid that it is the Shangguan Xiao and Su Yanran who are disappointed to the extreme. That's right, but he can't beat the demons. There's no shortage of immortal kings amongst the demons. There are even stronger ones. The others were up in arms. The void. With a swish, old ancestor Tianxian stepped through the void and came down, not looking at the demon, his gaze looking dead straight at Li Beishan. Li Beishan was instantly so frightened that he almost fainted, feeling as if his heart was being gripped tightly by a large invisible hand, and could explode at any moment. Although he didn't recognize this strong man, he guessed that the other party was bound to come from a great source. Old ancestor Tianxian stared at him dead on, and fiercely rebuked angrily. The old man will be gone for just 300 years, and the sacred palace has actually had such a shocking event happen. It's really exasperating to the old man. What kind of sacred son you are when you're even an ant on the ground is not as good as you are. Li Beishan was trembling, too scared to say anything. Old ancestor Tianxian turned his head to look at Su Yanran again, only to see the other party's pearly appearance, and then became even more angry, and angrily said, "Why don't I beat you to death? A woman is in charge of the family. The house is falling down, and you actually still have the face to cry. It really pisses me off," said Snapped. A slap fell hard on Su Yanran's face. Su Yanran was spit out a mouthful of blood on the spot, and the lips of her mouth were taken off a large part of her mouth. Oh. The only thing Su Yanran could do was to answer by crying. She was the person with the most power in the sect, possessing the most direct supervisory responsibility, and for this dereliction of duty, it wouldn't be enough for her to die as many times as the Saint Sun. Old ancestor Tianxian was filled with rage, his eyes bloodshot, and looked at Shangguan Xiao again and angrily rebuked. "You're also responsible, simply bastard. How to supervise?" As he spoke, he was so angry that he almost lost his breath, shaking with anger. Shangguan Xiao had simply lost control of the following sects, leading to the creation of this matter, and it was not too much to say that it was negligence of duty. Seeing the old ancestor so angry, the Holy Sun and Sima Zhao Jiang Jinhe,
all paralyzed with fear. He was so limp that he couldn't lift any strength. Shangwan Shio and Su Yenran could also only powerlessly lower their heads and fall into a deep silence. In their hearts, they were also rolling in huge waves of fear. The woman didn't send me any more messages, and I thought to myself that I should be waiting for me to take the initiative to chase her again, right? After all, in her opinion, I have not lifted her? As expected, to the afternoon, the matchmaker called to ask me, why do not take the initiative? You are active. Waiting for other girls to take the initiative to contact you? I laughed. She's 29, soon to be 30, and that's it, still a girl? This is already a middle-aged woman in my eyes, older than my sister. I do not care, just hang up. I figured by the time the woman messaged me she'd know I'd pulled the plug on her again, and then with the way she'd run to my house to get me the first 2 times, she'd definitely do it again. The skin is white and white, but I genuinely can't accept it. I don't want to pay for her 2 younger brothers to get married. Who would be willing to be the great unwanted seed? You can't get married for more than a couple $100,000 nowadays, and that's not to mention the car and the house. What kind of asshole do I have to be to find Voldemort with 2 brothers? Chapter 75, Adding Fuel to the Fire. The more old ancestor Tianxian looked at them, the angrier he became in his heart. A great fire nestled in his furious heart that was difficult to endure to the extreme. In this situation, even if his old ancestor thanked him with his death, he would not be able to give an explanation to the generations of ancestors of the sacred palace in the 9 Springs. Back then, the founder of the sacred palace was incomparably powerful, and after an unknown number of years of effort and countless generations of motivation, it was passed on to this generation, finally forming such a large climate, and the entire sacred palace had intertwined relationships up and down the line, and almost no one was able to shake it. Yet, within a single night, it was a direct and massive thunderstorm that fell apart. Old ancestor Tianxian is furious. The sacred palace is not only his heart and soul, but also the heart and soul of generations of predecessors. But now, even their ashes are raised. This account is still suffocating. Not dare to go to the demon to calculate. Can only be counted on these few people. Hey, old man, do you realize that you guys are now adding insult to injury? Suddenly, old ancestor Tianxian felt a playful mocking voice coming from his ears. Old ancestor Tianxian hurriedly turned his head to look and his eyes widened, only to see that it was the city slaughtering blood demon speaking, and at the same time, the light screen image turned, and many more forces had actually been attacked. TSK, there are no more survivors in your sacred palace, and the remaining forces have been killed off, but some of the forces that befriended your Tianxian sacred palace are naturally going to be killed as well. Those who are obedient, keep them. Those who are disobedient, even the ashes are raised for him. How about it? Surprised or not? Unexpected or not? The city slaughtering blood devil laughed once again. Old ancestor Tianxian instantly felt his head buzzing and rattling, anxious as a flea on a frying pan, clogging up his mind's eye to the point of panic. What a way to add insult to injury. The holy palace destroyed itself is just. I did not think that even some of the forces of friendship to follow the disaster. Now, the holy palace is afraid that even after countless thousands of years, the world will be nailed to the pillar of shame. The stench of hundreds of millions of years. Countless people would recall that at the time of today, due to the dereliction of duty of their Tianxian sacred palace, the demon was released, as if opening the Pandora's box, and many forces in the world had followed the disaster, being attacked and annihilated, and blood flowed into a river. Just thinking about it made old ancestor Tianxian feel his cheeks burning. It was too embarrassing. This was a big trouble. Aha! Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I'm willing to be an ox. I'm willing to surrender. I'm also willing to surrender. We're even willing to help all of you seniors to go after those who are friends with the Tianxian sacred palace. I know of a clan that has the best relationship with them. I'm willing to go and exterminate that clan in your place. This demon king senior, as long as you leave me alive, I am willing to offer you my white-skinned, long-legged, beautiful-looking delicate wife. She is in her 30s this year. She is incredibly bountiful and bejeweled. I just beg that I can spare my dog life. On the screen, many sect masters were kneeling down and begging for mercy, and in front of life and death, they immediately chose to side with the demons, but it wasn't their fault at all. Just like the old man and the teenager in front of them, those who know what's good for them. Who wants to die? No one wants to. Alright, since you guys are so obedient, then pull out all the other forces. I want to see all the forces that have befriended the Tianxian sacred palace perish. Not a single one left behind. Some of the leading demons laughed harshly. Yes, elder. Swish swish swish. These people instantly transformed into the minions of demons and went forward to uncover those people. It is worth mentioning that in the eastern continent, the forces that are good friends with the Qingyun sect are not absent. The Qingyun sect is not offended by all the sects. Of course, there are also they have a good relationship, but when things go wrong, people can't even avoid. How can they go to help the Qingyun sect's favor? So now Tianxian's sacred palace is also. Some clans heard that Tianxian's sacred palace is in trouble. All the good relations either hurry to get rid of the relationship, abandon the darkness, or hurry to dig a pit to hide, so as not to be killed by the demons. And right now, there are many forces that have obeyed, not daring to rescue. Don't show up, pretend you don't know. And then when the demon brings people to the door to kill them, they immediately recognize the time. Demons also really talk about theft also as a way. Obedient all stay. Do not listen to, especially the kind of stubborn dead stubborn. Shouting I in Tianxian's sacred palace is a world friend. The relationship between the two sides is like a twin brother. And now he is in great trouble at the time. We will not betray. In death. Puffing. This person didn't even finish his sentence, and was directly hit by an iron fist into the wall, and was smashed into a bloody mist on the spot. Then this power was directly uprooted as well. Not even a cockroach was left. This cockroach is also almost cultivated into a fine. See, nearly overshadowed by the devil in its original form, a foot crushed down. Immediately scared to pieces. Thinking I invited who messed with Hua. A scene in the light screen was played as quickly as if it was a comic strip. And every minute someone died. The forces under their command were destroyed. And the earth fell apart, becoming the dust of history. Old ancestor Tianxian instantly became even angrier. His eyes glowing red as he stared at the light screen. Almost unable to hold back and explode in full fury. He desperately endured. His fists in his hands had clenched and crackled. His bone joints crunching like thunder. Crisp and clear. When Su Yenran saw the scene in the curtain of light, she was scared for a split second and felt her heart bouncing madly inside her body. This feeling was just like when she first learned to fly with a sword back then. When she first flew up 10,000 meters in the air for the first time, and looked at the large mountains below that had shrunk to the size of ants. Her heart was filled with shock. Her heart boo-booed, and she was simply almost not scared to death. Ah! Su Yenran suddenly let out a strange scream, then directly fell to the ground, unconscious. I can't believe I was scared straight into passing out. Almost at the same time, Shangguan Xia was also scared to the point that her pretty face was as white as snow. Her face was bloodless. She didn't let out a strange scream, but rather, her heartbeat accelerated, beating violently like a roller coaster. And a few moments later, the whole person directly rolled their eyes and fell softly to the ground. I can't believe I was scared into a coma too. They both knew that it had come to this, and the demons were still adding fuel to the fire. The sins and responsibilities on both of their heads were even heavier, and they could barely bear the pressure. All wake up! Old ancestor Tianxian was incomparably enraged and immediately struck out with a bolt of mana, instantly forcing them to wake up. The two stood frozen on the ground, lowering their heads like schoolchildren, their faces filled with self-reproach and shame. Old ancestor Tianxian had just saved the two of them from waking up, when the Saint Sun and Sima Zhao and Jiang Jinhe over there also suddenly let out strange screams, and actually collapsed into unconsciousness one after another as well. Damn it! I can't put out the fire anymore, can I? Old ancestor Tianxian was so furious that he almost wanted to directly transform into a meat grinder and crush over them, killing them all afterward. Buzz buzz buzz. Old ancestor Tianxian struck out with a bolt of mana, forcibly waking them up one after another while holding back his nausea. Chapter 76, the Tianxian sacred palace completely disintegrates and declares its destruction. The old ancestor's sacrificial pagoda refining the sacred sun's soul. Old ancestor, I was wrong. I won't dare again. Old ancestor, if I had known that things would turn out like this, even if I had been given bear heart and leopard guts, I would have resolutely not dared to. We were wrong, terribly wrong. Sima Zhao and Jiang Jinhe instantly cried out in pain and tears the moment they were awakened. A single tear flowed downward as if it were a waterfall of unwanted money. Screaming and wailing and shaking, the saint's son wasn't much better, his mouth shivering violently, his face pale as he begged for forgiveness. Old ancestor, I know I'm wrong, now that I just want to be stronger any more than I want to be. I won't be hitting the demon-suppressing pagoda's idea. How could I be so unintelligent? I am so regretful. Tianxian old ancestor's face was gloomy as he coldly and angrily rebuked. But even if you guys regret it anymore, you can't salvage it back anymore. All of you give a good look at it. The clan collapsed. The sacred palace collapsed. The first generation of palace masters took great care to establish the sacred palace, and operated for countless years. And after passing it on to our generation, it has been rooted up and completely broken. What do you guys say to do? Is regret useful? The old ancestor was about to die of anger. With that he pointed to the light screen image. In that image, all the forces that had befriended the sacred palace had collapsed, and in just a few moments, they had all been wiped out clean. and the demons had no one left to kill. This proclaimed that the Tianxian sacred palace, a power that had operated for countless years, was completely uprooted at this moment, declaring its demise and falling apart. Why don't they all talk? All mute? Ah, the old ancestor angrily rebuked once again. Everyone bowed their heads and said nothing. First of all, the old ancestor's intimidation was extremely powerful, and none of them dared to raise their heads. Secondly, it was their fault in the first place, and they had no face to face the old ancestor. Old ancestor Tianxian waited for a while, and when he saw that they were still all silent, he couldn't help but burst into a rage. He violently lifted the saint's son up from the ground, his scarlet eyes staring at him in death as he angrily shouted, "You can't get out of this matter, so I'll ask you, what kind of price do you have to pay to be enough to quell the old man's anger?" The holy son looked at him dumbfounded. His pupils contracted violently, and he stammered, Old ancestor, I don't know. What can I do to make you full satisfied?" Snapped a loud slap hard in the face of the holy son. On the spot to him issued a violent scream, almost did not directly fainted. Old ancestor Tianxian let out a hiss like that of a wild beast. "I'm going to extract a strand of your divine soul and place you into the sacrificial pagoda to be boiled forever, so that you will suffer from blazing corrosion all the time." Old ancestor Tianxian had a strange magic treasure on his body, a pagoda of pure black color, as if it was a thing of the devil's way, with raging karmic flames burning inside all the time, and countless other heavenly thunder and earthly flames spewing and roaring crazily inside. Once a person's divine soul was put into it, the body would instantly suffer this pain, miserable and incomparable, as if it was being roasted on a fire and burned on top of a magma, agonizing to the extreme. What's even more painful and unbearable is that just a wisp of soul is enough to blaze for a long time, and will leave the body begging for life and death. Li Beishan was trembling in fear, and before he had the chance to speak, with a swish sound, old man Tianxian had covered his brain with his palm. Buzz, and extremely strong, as if cosmic black hole-like suction force came, and in an instant, Su Yanyan saw that a strand of the saint's son's transparent divine soul was extracted out hard. The scene was very cruel and horrible. "Ah!" The saint's son let out an extremely mournful, as if ghostly cries of wolves and wolves howling miserably. This kind of pain was far more painful than lynching 100 million times more painful, and the pain brought to him was almost too much for him to bear. With only a breath of effort, old ancestor Tianxian had already extracted a strand of his divine soul, and then took out the sacrificial pagoda and placed the strand of divine soul inside. Instantly, the tower resounded with the sound of countless karmic fires blazing, and the holy son instantly felt his body blazing as if he had been placed on magma and scorched. The pain was incomparable, hysterical, and unbearable. This was not a pain that could be endured by anyone at all. "Oh my God, it's so hot, so hot. How in the world can there be such a painful spell?" The holy son was hysterical. The pain was unbearable. "This is the price you get. Bear it well for me." Old ancestor Tianxian viciously threw the saint's son to the ground, then turned his head to angrily look at Su Yanran. Hiss! Su Yanran instantly sucked in a mouthful of cool air viciously, her body trembling and shivering furiously. She does not want to be treated like this too. The old ancestor, this means she knows. Back then a disciple because of doing a big thing wrong, by the old ancestor to use this kind of means of punishment, the whole 10,000 years, suffered a lot of torture. But the physical body is still not dead, almost tortured to the point of being unrecognizable, becoming insane, and still not dead. Old ancestor, don't. Old ancestor, please don't. Su Yanyan's but went limp on the ground, her hands and legs constantly crawling backward, her face filled with the color of fear and dread. "Don't you want it when you say you don't want it? This is the price you asked for. Accept it obediently." Old ancestor Tianxian approached step by step, and with each step, his face became more somber, and by the time he reached Su Yanran, he was already as somber as a face full of dark clouds. Su Yanran still wanted to flee backward, but old ancestor Tianxian was quick on his feet and had already grabbed her, his palm instantly covering her head. Su Yanyan let out the same mournful scream as the saint's son. In the next moment, a strand of her divine soul was extracted. Don't underestimate a strand. It represented a part of her body. As long as this thing was punished, her main body also suffered along with it. In an instant, this wisp of divine soul was also thrown into the sacrificial her, and almost at the same moment, Su Yanyan let out a wail that tore her heart and lungs apart, as if she had gone mad. "God, I'm in so much pain. It hurts too much. It hurts too much. Old ancestor, please spare me." Snap! She instantly received a slap from old ancestor Tianxian before being mercilessly thrown to the ground. The intense pain caused Su Yanyan to roll on the ground in pain and suffering. The holy son next to him was more like a worm without arms and legs. His body had long been covered in mud from thrashing around, and he was in pain. In the next moment,
Old ancestor Tianxian suddenly turned his head to look at Shangguan Shio again.
Oh my god. Shangguan Shio was shocked on the spot, covered in cold sweat and trembling. You, keep an eye on them for me. Don't let them not be able to withstand it and suddenly die. Old ancestor Tianxian said.
Shangguan Shio let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly arched her hand.
Yes, old ancestor. To make up for the follow-up, she finally realized this morning that I pulled her black, came to my house and scolded me, saying what kind of person the money is not already returned to you, as to be so petty? Why are you so careful? I'm not polite at all. I dislike you back. It's not about the money. Your attitude sucks. We went to dinner together. You packed your bags and left me alone just as soon as the food came up. What do you take me for? I can't say the rest.
And posting it in writing 2,000 words wouldn't be enough to say more or less the same thing.
Anyway,
in the end she got pissed off and slammed the door.
However, she wore a respectable dress today. A small white ribbon lining, a light green thin jacket outside, and ultra-short jeans underneath,
revealing two beautiful legs that were as white and shiny as milk.
But alas, there are too many beautiful women in this world.
Then at noon I was working on my novel and she sent me a text message on my cell phone saying she wouldn't contact me anymore.
I replied with an okay.
My mom is going to introduce me to other girlfriends these days anyway.
And guess what? In less than a minute,
she added me 3 times with another WeChat request.
Because the avatars are the same. I'm ing drunk. Didn't I say I wouldn't be contacted? She's in a hurry. Chapter 77, Yi Chen's sister. This scene,
Yi Qingtao, who was listening to the song far away from the hookah, naturally saw it clearly.
But he wasn't so much watching as listening.
Just hearing the screams coming from within the curtain of light made him feel like tearing his heart out. And he must have been in immense pain. But he was so happy in his heart that it was as if he had been drinking pulses.
The more the saint's son and patriarch suffered, the happier he would be. So what if you're in pain? You're in trouble, aren't you? Didn't you ask for it? At this moment,
Yi Qingtao really felt that he couldn't live with laughing,
and even had the urge to eat melon. There's a watermelon, right? Quickly go get me a melon.
Yi Qingtao suddenly waved his hand and ordered.
Mainly he does not know this world has no watermelon. After all, in the Green Cloud clan, he usually even a watermelon have not seen someone to send over. All day are there in jail. To be honest is a personal heart even if there is no resentment, but also very bad. Yes, I will bring it to you,
a dancer respectfully said.
Then with 2 big white legs, she went out. In a few moments,
the watermelon had been brought.
Still caught up,
Yi Qingtao looked up and down at the dancer's incomparable
concave and convex body while eating melon.
This was followed by the occasional screams that came from within the 2 curtains of light.
I have to say, this kind of melon eating is just awesome. Eat your melons to death. Ha ha.
His heart was refreshed beyond belief. And the dancers over here are actually feeling more or less happy in their hearts. They had roughly guessed what was going on just by looking among the light curtains. Surely the Qingyun sect can't afford Prince Yi. And then now that the demons have come out and gone on a rampage, burning and looting and causing the Qingyun sect such misery,
the Qingyun sect actually has the face to come and ask for Prince Yi's help? Mr. Yi, don't make a move. You don't owe them anything at all. Green Cloud sect. Countless people were talking and talking. The Misty sect still left a few disciples here. And at this moment, these few disciples walked out of 5 big and thick men, looking at the miserable and incomparable Su Yanyan and the saint's son, laughing bitterly and uncontrollably. True talent. This is what happens. Back then, we were driven away so miserably. Whipped our patriarch in broad daylight covered in blood. Scars everywhere. Some scars have not even grown back yet. Ate countless elixirs and medicines but to no avail.
Now you are finally condemned by the heavens.
Ha ha, demons are really good. Do justice for the heavens. Not bad, not bad. When you Misty clan was beaten, this Taoist passed by from there. All saw it. It was called a miserable Your patriarch is a woman, like a flower, but was beaten by the man with a whip all over the body. I can't help but shed tears when I saw it. You so big territory. The result was squeezed only a small village that size. Simply 2 shabby people. This time they got what they deserved. Not unrewarded. The time has not yet come. Cool. Painful. It's a real pain in the ass. No wonder my master's old man said that this world needs not only the righteous way, but also the devil's way. Both sides check and balance each other. And what the righteous way sometimes can't do, the devil's way will definitely be able to do it. And this situation right now, it's too refreshing for me. And I'm so excited. Brothers, me too. Countless people murmured and erupted into shouts of pain. Oh, Taoist shook his head and laughed. Ha ha ha. He was directly interrupted. The Qingyun sect knows they regret it now, right? But it's useless. Previously, the saint has done how much? Framed how many people? Shisu Yanyan were in the dark. This time I did not expect the saint directly framed to the head of the people Yi Qingtao. This kick the iron plate on the right? Ha ha, too talented.
This phoenix child will be famous for ages.
10,000 people scorned. Ah, that's right. That's not to mention.
It actually directly involves the central state forces. Now even their behind-the-scenes forces are directly raked out.
Destroying a bottom. Uprooting. Bull ah. Su Yanyan and the Holy Sun.
Even if they die tens of millions of times, it's also hard to be blamed for it. The crowd had jeered loudly, some even picking up stone eggs and trying to smash them.
It's like a vegetable market, where 10,000
people spit on it and stones and rotten eggs are thrown at it. Yi Chen suddenly carried a large axe on his back and rushed up, his eyes glowing red as he stared at Su Yanran and laughed.
Patriarch, right? Where were you when I was being bullied? Did you ask about it?
You're the patriarch. You're so high and mighty that you wouldn't even ask about this trivial matter.
But now why have you become like this? Why did you fall to the ground and curl up like a chicken?
This is really ridiculous.
Ha ha ha. Yi Chen was the happiest of all.
It was because he was the only one who had the deepest grudge against the Qingyan sect. His sister has been unaccounted for since she was captured,
and he is heartbroken.
It was important to know that Yi Chen and his sister's parents had been killed by cultivators since they were young, and he only had his sister to rely on,
the two of them keeping each other warm and alone. Later on,
Yi Chen brought his sister all the way to Qingyan sect. Originally they were going to worship other sects, but Yi Chen temporarily changed his mind and suggested worshipping Qingyan sect,
because the Green Cloud sect was stronger than other sects.
Yi Chen had thought that after entering the Qingyan sect, he would have a guarantee in the future, but he had never thought that his sister would be forcibly taken away by her fellow brothers, and her whereabouts were still unknown. He was overwhelmed with guilt for his sister, and a strong unbreakable bond. To tell the truth, Yi Chen now hated to immediately behead Li Baishan and Su Yanyan, but he held back. He was now beginning to regret why he had killed those people so quickly just now. He should have slowly tortured them like the Blackwing and City Slaughter seniors,
making them unable to live or die, forever hovering on the line of life and death. Who is your sister? Su Yanran asked with difficulty.
When Yi Chen heard this, he was furious and laughed on the spot.
For s sake, you don't even know who my sister is. How did you become the patriarch? What qualifications do you still have to be this sect leader? Is this your attitude towards the clan? You are also too irresponsible. My sister's name is Yi Qingxian. She is very pretty, white and red. Her skin is like white snow. Her speaking voice is very gentle, as melodious as an oriole bird. Under your dereliction of duty, she lost it. What face do you still have to be this patriarch? I bow. Yi Chen was incomparably angry and spoke hysterically.
Su Yanran was speechless and could only cover her face with her hands and cry silently.
Indeed, it was a dereliction of duty on her part. Chapter 78, What's it to me? Eat and watch the show. Never make a move when it's time to do so.
I don't know how long I've been crying. Su Yanran turned her head to look into the light screen.
That last glimmer of hope, if they didn't help them, they would really be miserable. At that exact moment,
Yi Qingtao happened to turn her head,
and their gazes instantly locked.
Yi Qingtao said while eating melon,
"Don't look at me like that.
I won't help you guys even if I'm idle and go outside to go shopping.
And by the way, don't ask for me because I'll reject you harshly." After saying that,
without even giving Su Yanran a chance to open her mouth, she directly turned her head back.
Doesn't it smell good to him to eat and watch? Doesn't it smell good to watch a pretty girl dance? Why should he look at a fool like you?
I feel like I'm polluting my eyes just by looking at you.
Old ancestor Tianxian suddenly counted with his fingers, then looked at Yi Chen and said, "Your sister is still alive."
Ha? Yi Chen was taken aback and quickly asked,
"Where is she? Tell me quickly." After saying that, Yi Chen hurriedly added, "No, there's no need.
I won't take any favors from anyone in your Qingyan sect.
Since my sister isn't dead, it's fine. I'll find it on my own, but you guys have to die. Not a single one of you can live. I'm going to chop all of you to death." Old ancestor Tianxian let out a long sigh. He knew that Yi Chen hated the clan to the bone. He then didn't say anything else. His angry gaze looked at Su Yanran and said in a deep voice,
"How in the world are you doing as this patriarch?
You don't care about anything. What's the use of having you?" "Rubbish." Su Yanran suddenly climbed up and knelt down, thumping 3 times and kowtowing with tears and snot.
"Old ancestor, you give me a chance to make up for my mistakes. I'm willing to go to the hooker pen and chase Yi Qingtao back, so just let me go. I'm willing to crawl in front of his door, 1 step and 3 kowtows,
and beg him to come back." "Joke. People won't even look at you, so you're just crawling and kowtowing no matter how much. Is it useful?"
Old ancestor Tianxian cursed angrily. Su Yanran said with tears in her eyes, "I'll let him see my sincerity.
If I can't beg him back,
I'm willing to die to thank him for his sins.
Don't worry.
I'll beg him back even if I'm stripped of all my clothes and kneel down in front of him to hug his boots and beg bitterly.
Please, 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 old ancestor, Give me this chance. Old ancestor Tianxian was holding a fire in his heart, but he didn't know if he could let her go to that hooker. After all, he wasn't the one who spoke top-notch here, but the demon. The black-winged great demon and the city-slaughtering blood demon. These two demons alone were both higher in cultivation than him, so how could he let Su Yanyan leave? Old ancestor Tianxian turned his head to look at the black-winged demon and boldly arched his hand. Two seniors, why don't you guys go too? Just as a joke. I didn't expect the black-winged great demon to agree directly. Laughing coldly, TSK, 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 this father thinks that Yi Qingtao won't agree at all, because I've heard long ago that your human race is very spine-ridden, and Yi Qingtao is a person with a particularly hard spine. If he'll agree to it, it's simply that the sun is beating out of the west. Okay, this father will go with you guys to see a joke, and I'd really like to see how Su Yanyan hugged Yi Qingtao's feet and begged bitterly. Ha ha ha. The city-slaughtering blood demon also tsket and said, that scene must be very funny, but she begged until the end. I'm afraid that Yi Qingtao should refuse her or not. Go now. Saying that, the black-winged great demon turned around and waved his hand towards the many demons, saying, you all follow over to watch the joke too. Yes, exactly. Grandma, Su Yanyan giving Yi Qingtao a knee in front of her face, crying and confessing, it must be very interesting, not going for nothing. These demons, like the city-slaughtering blood demon and the black-winged great demon, were not at all afraid that Yi Qingtao would agree, because Yi Qingtao wouldn't agree at all. They can very well understand Yi Qingtao's position. The conversion is that they have been guarding the demons for 100 years, with great credit, and as a result, they were suddenly imprisoned one day, and abolished their cultivation, and mercilessly thrown out of the sect. If they still licked their faces and went back to help the sect, then he simply don't live, and is a loser. Why not just headbutt a wall and crash to death? If Yi Qingtao knew what these demons were thinking, he would have given a thumbs up and praised them loudly. Not bad, not bad, you know my intentions well. This is what he thought. He even if by countless like Shangguan Xiao such red lips and teeth, waist delicate, skin white as snow, dumping the country to the city, the national flavor, beads and jadely, flowers and moonlight, lip as if danxia, white teeth green muff, choo-choo moving, pavilion you standing, flowers and moonlight, graceful, icy, ice muscle jade skin, icy, ice clean and jade clean, the heavenly, peach shy apricot let, Casey face greasy, moth eyebrow and white teeth, apricot face peach cheeks, if the shocking, fragrant skin, one is a swimming dragon, the holy and elegant, the wind and hair and mist sideburns, fluttering like a shock, skin like condensed fat, fragrant muscle jade skin, one like a swimming dragon, holy and elegant, woozy face putty, wind and hair mist temples, of the world's most beautiful women drained and died, but also resolutely will not agree to Su Yanyan. Old ancestor Tianxian was instantly relieved. He was afraid that these demons wouldn't agree. After all, it's not like they were little cuties. Hastily clasped his fists and said, many thanks senior, many thanks senior. Even if Yi Qingtao doesn't agree in the end, you will indeed be able to watch a joke and be able to relieve your anger more. Rather, this is what my father intends to do. The black-winged great demon said with a smile and an indifferent look on his face. Saint Sun Libation also suddenly wanted to clasp his fists to plead for mercy at this time, but in the next moment he realized that he no longer had any fists left, and hurriedly kowtowed with a bang and said, old ancestor, I'll go as well, and I'll also take one step and kowtow 3 times, and kneel in front of Yi Qingtao's door to beg him to come out of the mountain. And if he doesn't come out of the mountain, I'll just kneel long and hard in front of his door, and I will never get up even if I'm weathered to be a dry corpse. That's what you deserve. All of this is what you deserve. Fine. Then let's go. Old ancestor Tianxian said coldly, then looked at Shangguan Xiao and said in a serious and incomparable manner, you go along too. Speaking of this, old ancestor Tianxian suddenly thought of something, fiercely approached Shangguan Xiao, and lowered his voice, wait, you go find a place to make up first, because if these two losers, Su Yanran and Li Beishan, don't work out, you'll have to accompany Yi Qingtao to have a sleep later. Can you understand what I mean? Shangguan Xiao's face reddened for a split second. That, my old ancestor. Before she could finish her sentence, elder ancestor Tianxian had already waved his hand to cut her off and coldly said, don't mention all those have-nots now. What has become of the sect and the sacred palace? If you don't put your body down, will it be of any use to you when you're dead? These demons are all bone eaters. Which one do you think is more important? Losing your body or losing your life? You can't even be unable to prioritize, can you? Shangguan Xiao was just shy and didn't mean to disagree. She mouthed, old ancestor, I'm still a little nervous, cut the crap and hurry. Old ancestor Tianxian ordered.
Shangguan Xiao had no choice but to half-heartedly go to the large hall behind her to touch up her makeup. As a woman, she had rouge and powder on her body that she usually carried with her, and because of her honorable status, she used the ones that were worth a lot of money, and it would be prettier to freshen up. Before long, Shangguan Xiao had grown even more beautiful and graceful, with a pretty face that was crystal clear, as if the moon goddess had descended to the mortal world. That's right, go! Old ancestor Tianxian nodded in satisfaction, then turned into a ray of light and flew towards the hookah where Yi Qingtao was. The demons followed. In the blink of an eye, all the demons walked away without a single one left. Brothers, let's go too. Yes, 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 yes. Anyway, this area of the Green Cloud sect is already a white field. How can we miss this hustle and bustle? I'll go over and take a look. The other forces said. Swish 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 swish. In the blink of an eye, everyone here was all gone. Not a single one left. I'm actually not much handsome, but also 6 to 7 points. She is mainly on my family's economic conditions are good, and she will soon be 30, and then do not get married really hard to find in the local area. Happened to run into a satisfied, which I heard the matchmaker said. The matchmaker also said that before she had more than 10 fays, one did not look at it. It is not coaxing too high her price. She cannot see others. What do I care about it? She is very noble? Then I went with my mother today to meet other relatives. After meeting the girl feel good. Fair complexion. 21 years old. Melon face white crystal. Slender long legs. Body quite warped. Give me a neighbor sister, that kind of small family feeling. Is currently attending undergraduate school. The family is open maternal and child milk powder store. The family does not have a boy. A little bit of want to let me into the family of the meaning of the word, but did not explicitly point out that it should not be mandatory. Then after dinner back has been more than 2 p.m. I and my mom just arrived home. Found on a woman standing in front of the door, as if waiting for a long time. I cold-faced did not say anything. Into my own house to write a novel to come. She and my mom this will be outside. Do not know what to talk about. And so on will ask. And tomorrow I will tell you. I'll post this at 3 p.m. sharp. Chapter 79, Something's Wrong. You remember Yi Qingtao? Sorry, no time. Although the location of the Green Cloud sect was far away from the hookah where Yi Qingtao was located, but this group of people were anxious in their hearts on the one hand, and on the other hand, their own cultivation was not low, and their speed was very fast, and in just 2 incense burning times, they had all arrived one by one. Swish swish swish. Many demons had landed in front of the hookah door, causing countless passers-by beside them to instantly jump in fear. This place was originally a large metropolis, and there were especially many people coming and going, and at this moment, once they saw so many demons appearing one after another, and there were also many forces rushing ferociously, one after the other from the sky, with that gaze, as if they wanted to look at a joke. At once, each of them, the passers-by, were very puzzled. What do these people do? I don't know, but it should definitely not be good. Look guys, even the demons are here. Does this look like something good? Also, what the hell is going on? Pull back. Knock knock knock. A lot of people ran away with their feet in the air. Subsequently, the next moment, there are other people rushed, have landed in front of this hookah. A time this hookah is overflowing, overcrowded. The demons couldn't enter the door due to their bodies being too large, but it didn't bother them. They had silently recited the spell, and all of a sudden they themselves transformed into a human youth. Except that their bodies were swirling with a demonic aura, and they looked as if they were demonic cultivators. Io guessed. How come so many people? Quick inside please. The pimp of the hook bar pounced up with a smile on his face. Where was the Blackwing demon in the mood? He almost didn't slap her out of the room, and asked in a deep voice, is Elder Yi playing here? It's Yi Qingtao. Between words, the Blackwing demon's voice was pressed softly and respectfully. Seniors, old ancestor Tianxian and Shangguan Xiao, as well as Su Yanran, Li Beishan, and Zhang Jinha and Sima Zhaoge were instantly very shocked when they heard this title. So Yi Qingtao was so powerful to such an extent that even the Blackwing demon respectfully addressed the other party as a senior? My goodness, if I hadn't heard it with my own ears, I wouldn't have believed it at all. The Blackwing demon quickly asked for the private room where Yi Qingtao was, and then, such a large group of people clattered up. It didn't take long. All of them arrived in front of Yi Qingtao's door, and the Blackwing demon knocked respectfully, saying, Senior Yi, we're here, may we enter? Thanks to the fact that this hookah is relatively large and the corridors and stuff are wide enough, or else it would not be able to stand so many people. In the middle of the booth, when Yi Qingtao heard this, he couldn't help but frown. You're really here, aren't you? Don't see anyone, I'll get the hell out of here. Yi Qingtao coldly said, okay,
We will roll right away. Roll. Right away the black-winged great devil was shocked. He instantly only felt a cold air showering from his head to his feet. And he was scared. And he hurriedly got down and rolled out like a rolling log. This scene stunned old ancestor Tianxian and Shangguan Xiao on the spot. Su Yanyan and the Saint Sun were even staring with their mouths wide open, frozen in disbelief. Sima Zhao and Jiang Zhenhe would naturally need even less to say. It was as if the two of them had seen the sky fall and the end of the world destroyed, their eyeballs staring as if they were a large egg. It was just deeply unbelievable. The city slaughter blood demon also hurriedly rolled away, and the other demons all hurriedly obeyed, rolling away like rolling logs. In the blink of an eye, the only people left here were those from the Qingyan sect who were at a loss for words and were frozen in place. What are you still waiting for? Why don't you kneel down? Old ancestor Tianxian kicked Su Yanran's knee, instantly causing her to kneel down in front of the other party's door. Old ancestor Tianxian didn't want to roll. It would be miserable if they did. This Su Yanran's negligence in the governance of the clan, even if it is not. Actually even this eyesight is not. You also want to roll, is not it? Why do you need you? Su Yanran also reacted, and hurriedly knelt on the ground, grabbing the door with both hands, crying out and pleading. Senior Yi, I'm not rolling. The sect is going to die. So come out and take a look at us, okay? We don't want to die like this, All of us will be reduced to the laughing stock of the great desolate realm, There was no answer inside, just a burst of piano. This made it clear that Yi Qingtao was simply ignoring her and just listening to the qin. Su Yanran continued to plead. Senior Yi, I kowtow to you. My attitude is very pious. No matter if it's the attitude of admitting my faults or the kowtow, I'm very sincere. Please look at me. Senior Yi, he said, knocking his head heavily against the edge of the door. Bang, bang, bang. One head is louder than the other. In the blink of an eye she knocked three. 3 dents appeared on her head and a piece of her scalp was rubbed off. However, the Yi Qingtao inside still didn't send out any sound, as if she didn't hear it at all, and as if she was indifferent and hung high, not taking her seriously at all. Elder Yi, I, Su Yanyan, have never begged anyone in my life. Now I'm begging you, just come out and help us, okay? We're really desperate. I don't want to be eaten by demons, Su Yanyan cried out, knocking head after head like no money at all in front of the door. All thoughts were lost. Yi Qingtao booth next to, that is, next door to the 2 booths. There are still a lot of people, at the moment heard the commotion, are out have to look, only to see is a woman kneeling there, kowtowing and crying, as if it is very regretful. Beside also stood another beauty like heavenly fairies, skin as white as the snow of the absolute beauty, her cheeks are very red, as if the shy little woman like. On top of that, there were some other people, each with an expression of anxiety and hindsight. Isn't this the Green Cloud Sect's patriarch Su Yanran? Why is she here kneeling? Ha. You wouldn't still not know, right? Their clan demons have been released, and now that the Qin Yun sect has disintegrated, they have come here to beg for the demon suppressor. Daoist said. Oh my god, such a great thing has happened? It's my fault that I've been in the hook for 30 years, so I'm so out of the loop that I don't know anything. You're all so awesome, soaking up the hooker for 30 years and coming out with such a huge earthquake in the eastern continent. I admire you. Talking points. Although Su Yanran felt humiliated and her face was hot and painful, she was helpless and could only continue to kneel here, begging bitterly. Elder Yi, I'm libation. I'm also here to kowtow to you. I don't have arms and legs. I can't kneel down for you, but kowtowing is no problem. Let me kowtow to you. Listen to it quickly. It's very loud. Libation lay on the ground and said respectfully. With a bang, Libation then kowtowed hard, and it was really quite loud. After knocking he actually felt that it wasn't loud enough, because the floor here was wooden, and hastily clenched his teeth again and knocked another one hard. Bang! This time it was loud enough, and he was finally satisfied, then raised his head to look at the door of the private room and inquired apprehensively. Elder Yi, did you hear it? Are you satisfied? We've come to admit our mistakes to you, piously apologizing to you. It's us who are wrong, so be merciful and come out to help us, okay? I beg you. Libation did speak piously, but he didn't know that Yi Qingtao wouldn't agree at all. There was also Su Yanran, and Yi Qingtao would be even less likely to agree. What are they? A Qingyun sect number 1 figure, a number 2 figure. The two hold the power of all bad. This clan has long been rotten to the core, and now something happened to think of Yi Qingtao? Simply ridiculous. Still no sound came from the booth, only the sound of the piano echoing. Su Yanran clenched her teeth and screamed miserably. Aha! Elder Yi, just listen to our words, okay? We are really desperate. I am willing to do whatever you want me to do. Do you want me to kneel at your feet and admit my mistakes? Okay, I'll go in now. Oh, she cried as she pushed the door open and crawled in, bowing 3 times with each step. The moment she opened the door, she saw Yi Qingtao. The other party was sitting on a chair, holding a white folding fan in her hand, constantly blowing her long hair, so unrestrained. Seeing Su Yanran come in, Yi Qingtao immediately had a cold, disgusted face, just about to leave. Su Yanyan has quickly crawled to his feet, hugged his boots and cried loudly and painfully, begging bitterly, Yi Senior, I'm wrong. I know I'm wrong. It's all my fault. It's me who's not good. I promise you that in the future I'll never do it again. Can you believe me once? I'm really wrong. Oh. Chapter 80 I will never strike when it's time to strike. Yi Qingtao only feel annoyed beyond measure. They are here to listen to a good. This group of people do what? Even come to disturb their good mood. Evil not disgusting? Su Yanran was still going to beg, when suddenly, she felt Yi Qingtao's feet move, and then, a foot quickly zoomed in front of her eyes. Bang! Yi Qingtao kicked her in the face, sending her flying on the spot and hitting the wall hard. Get lost, don't disturb my mood, Yi Qingtao said with a face full of impatience. If it wasn't for the fact that ordering so many dancers just now cost him a lot of money, he would have left a long time ago. This store has a rule that there are no refunds as long as the money is paid. Points for a beautiful woman with tears in her eyes. Yi Senior, I beg you, don't be angry with me anymore, okay? Just treat me as a fart and let go. Please come out of the mountain. I can't live without you. Su Yanran's eyes were full of tears, and her hair was wet with tears. Bang, bang, bang. She climbed over with a bone, once again holding Yi Qingtao's feet, said, you want me to strip naked and kneel down for you, right? Good. I take off. I will take off. Now, said the palm of her hand to undo the buttons of her blouse. Disgusting or not? You're good looking, aren't you? This move is useless. Get the hell out of here. Yi Qingtao's face was gloomy, nonchalantly scolded. Like you should be split into 5 horses and thrown into the wilderness. Die miserably in the wind and sun. Don't force me to be angry. Get lost. Boom. Su Yanran instantly felt as if a thunderbolt had fiercely bombarded the top of her head. These words were like 5 thunderbolts, causing her body to shake, and she couldn't hold back her tears from spraying out once again. It was not long ago. She was still a hallowed patriarch, but now she has been reduced to this, and has become the other party also wants her to be 5 horses and thrown into the wilderness. So miserable. Outside, Yi Chen laughed coldly. Ha ha ha, that's really funny. Surnamed Su, just resign yourself to your fate. Senior Yi won't help you at all. Where did Su Yanran have the mood to take care of him? Hurriedly hugged Yi Qingtao's boots again and begged. Senior Yi, listen to me. Help me. Turn around and whatever you want. I can satisfy you. Just help us, okay? With a bang, Yi Qingtao once again kicked her in the face. Su Yanran screamed miserably. Her body was directly kicked flying high, ruthlessly hitting the window. The window was smashed to pieces on the spot. She directly fell from the window, ruthlessly falling and sitting on the street outside. Hurts, ass hurts. Su Yanran screamed in pain. She had no cultivation to begin with, and she almost didn't die when she fell from the 2nd floor. But her heart hurt more than her ass. She felt as if her heart had been cut by a sharp knife, and the pain was too much for her own good. A whispered murmur came from the distance. Su Yanran no longer had the face to listen to it. She held her head and covered her face as she cried. Upstairs, the Holy Sun was about to crawl in and beg, when suddenly, Yi Qingtao took the initiative to walk out and also kicked him hard on the head. Bang! Like Su Yanran, he instantly crashed through the wall and flew backwards, falling in a sorry state and sitting on the main street. Shame on you, Yi Qingtao scolded angrily in a cold voice. Then, without saying a word, he was ready to walk on in for a song and dance. However, right at this moment, a palm landed on his shoulder and said, Little friend Yi, just help the clan. The clan can't perish because of this. Yi Qingtao turned her head to look him up and down and asked, Who are you? Do I know you? Old ancestor Tianxian accompanied his smile and said, The old man. Forget it, you don't have to say it. I'm too lazy to listen. Close the door. Yi Qingtao directly closed the door of the private room and went in to continue listening to the song. Old ancestor Tianxian hurriedly gave Shangguan Xiao a look and said, It's your turn. Don't go yet. Shangguan Xiao's pretty face fiercely reddened once again to the root of her neck, as if it was like the fire in the sky. She nodded and gently pushed the door open. Entering with brisk steps, Shangguan Xiao strides with the surplus jade feet, quickly came to the front of Yi Qingtao. Her pretty face is more red than just now. Pink face peach blossom. Implied affectionate look at Yi Qingtao, said softly, Yi Gengzi, I would like to accompany you to sleep. Before the words were finished, Yi Qingtao directly, without saying anything, directly packed up his things, picked up his own sword, swish sound imperial sword, blink of an eye from the window and flew away, out of sight. Shangguan Xiao was instantly stumped in place. This, Yi Gongzi actually doesn't he even take care of himself, and doesn't he give himself a chance to speak at all? For a moment, her eyes widened. Even old ancestor Tianxian was staggered in shock and disbelief. He didn't expect that Ji Qingtao actually couldn't get into the oil and salt, no matter what. Even if a stunning beauty like Shangguan Xiao slept with him, he wouldn't even be willing to hear the other party out and just walked away. In the next moment, old ancestor Tianxian and Shangguan Xiao burst into a fury, itching to immediately go downstairs and dismantle Su Yanyan and Li Beishan, who were falling and sitting on the main street downstairs, especially Shangguan Xiao. She was even more annoyed and felt a greenish redness on her face. She felt that her looks were being denied by others. She was so beautiful that countless people walked down the road to pay homage to her. But he, Mr. Yi, wouldn't even give her a second glance. Just because of Su Yanran and Li Beishan's fault. A woman is born to love beauty, born to feel that it is her greatest advantage and capital. But today, she feels that her beauty has been denied to her. Damn it, if it wasn't for you two, how could Mr. Yi not take a second look at me? I clearly possessed the beauty of a city. However, old ancestor Tianxian and Shangguan Xiao's hearts were as clear as mirrors. You wasted someone's cultivation and expelled them from the clan, and now you're asking them to help you. Do you have any face? If they are treated so cruelly, if they come back to help you, are they cheap? At this moment, old ancestor Tianxian and Shangguan Xiao's faces were gloomy to the extreme. The two of them looked at each other and instantly reached an agreement. With a swish sound, their figures directly appeared downstairs, aiming at Su Yanran and Li Beishan, who were constantly wailing. They were punched and kicked. I made you two fail in your duties. I made you two treat Lord Yi so cruelly. Where exactly did my Tianxian sacred palace create sins? Actually letting you two crouching dragons and phoenix chicks mix in. Xiao, kick, give me a hard kick. Knock 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 knock. Both men kicked very hard. Su Yanyan and Li Beishan were already in pain physically and mentally. And under this bout of almost frantic punching and kicking, they were in even more pain. And they let out pig-killing screams. Yesterday the woman asked my mom if I really went on a blind date. And my mom said yes. And she left helplessly. Then almost 5 o'clock, actually came again. With some gifts. A mention of porridge, a mention of ham sausage. Came to my home on the coffee table. I was almost asleep. Was pulled up by my mom. My mother said she looked a little dull. I went to the living room to sit down. She questioned me. Is she not good looking? I said you're 29 years old. Didn't I say I was looking for 18? She looked very wrong. Her face was pale, as if she was going to cry at any time. How could I be soft on this matter? Let her go. She actually do not go. Not rely on my home. Sitting on the couch does not go. I do not care about her. Back to the house to write a novel to go. And then dinner time. My father came back from work. Do not think it looks good. Shouted to her to the table for dinner. She came to eat. Last night actually slept in my house. Just next door to me. ING drunk. Today I let her go. She did not take away a little bit of it. I think it should be put on the second matchmaking object, later referred to as Xiaojia. Right, I think we should bring the second blind date, later referred to as Jia, a pseudonym. The first will be referred to as Xioi. I'm sure I cannot disclose other people's privacy. Let her live in my house. To drive her away, but now I have not established a relationship with Xioi. Then at 9:30 in the morning my parents went to work. I rushed Xiaoi out the door. She and I began to fight. Asked me why. Not go. To the end I threw her out of the last dinner on the grounds that she left me there. She stood in the elevator door, seems to be crying in a low voice. I threw the security door. Ignored. Chapter 81. The Holy Sun's face was instantly swollen. Palace Master. Stop fighting, Palace Master. We're about to be kicked to death. Palace Master. I'm in pain. Old Ancestor. Stop fighting. We're really going to die. Su Yanran and Li Beishan screamed hysterically and cried very miserably. The voices were so sad to hear and so tearful to hear that those who didn't know thought that they had committed some heavenly offense that warranted such treatment. A lot of followers of the clan stood upstairs to watch with cold eyes, and some even directly under the public to make things public. And at once, the wind and rain, an uproar. This city wasn't that big in the first place, with a population of only a few tens of millions. And in just a short while, the news was like a tornado, and many people knew about it. Those people saw that the demon had no malicious intent and came over to watch the joke. While rotten eggs and vegetable leaves were like no money at all, crazily smashing into Su Yanran and Li Beishan. Brothers, smash him. Yeah, smash me harder. Su Yanran and Li Beishan begged bitterly. Don't smash it. We're humiliated enough. Don't smash it. Please don't bash. However, no matter how much they begged, No one paid any attention to them at all. They were as if they were spurned beyond compare as they existed, and countless people continued to smash them, and some even began to take stones and smash them. After a long enough time of smashing, those people finally stopped. Su Yanran and Li Beishan cried bitterly and sobbed uncontrollably. Li Beishan raised his head and said painfully, "Palace Master, old ancestor, Yi Qingtao is not willing to help. We should not ask someone else to step in. I know some good friends. In the early years, I used to succor them when they were the poorest of the poor, and now that many years have passed, and they have worshipped the Void Dao Sect, if I ask them, they will definitely ask the Void Dao Sect to step in." Void Road Sect. Old ancestor Tianxian couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. The Void Dao Sect was a top-tier sect. Just like the Tianxian Sacred Palace, it was a force in the central state that was very powerful, and it was heard that the network of relationships under its command was intertwined. And the history of the founding of the sect was even older than the Tianxian Sacred Palace, and even more indelible. If there was such a huge power willing to step in, then against these demons, not to mention what could be done, at the very least, they could be separated. Old ancestor Tianxuan's brows tipped in joy as he said, "Then why don't you quickly call for help?" Shangguan Xia was also overjoyed and said, "Hurry up!" Li Beishan hurriedly used his mind to take out a silver jade talisman on his body. This was the contact item of the Void Dao Sect. Like the Void Dao Sect, a power that was one level higher than the Tianxian Sacred Palace, their sound transmission item was naturally even more extraordinary. In the early years, the few friends that Knight Beishan had financed worshipped the Void Dao Sect, and after they gained power, they had made a special trip all the way here to find him, gave him this kind of thing, and swore, "Big brother Knight, your great kindness, we will never forget it, and in the future, if you have any difficulties, contact us right away, and we're willing to go to hell and back. Even if we have to die for you." Another person also said sincerely, "Brother Knight, without your initial funding, we would have starved to death long ago, not to mention entering the Void Dao Sect. Without further ado, in the future, as long as you give the order, no matter how far away from each other, we will come immediately to help you." The others also bowed down, kowtowing and swearing curses. "Brother Knight, if I know the favor and don't repay it, let me grow pus sores all over my body, and eventually die of a terminal illness." Brother Knight, me too, me too. Thinking of these things in the past, Li Beishan felt warm in his heart, and felt that he had finally grasped that glimmer of hope. Mainly just now he was so flustered that he actually forgot about it for a moment. Li Beishan's mind moved, and immediately, a ray of golden light emerged from the jade talisman, and a moment later, a golden curtain of light coalesced in front of his eyes. This was how powerful the Void Dao Sect was. Even just a small sound transmission jade talisman had a remote video function. After all, the central state was separated from here in the eastern continent by a distant sea. A silhouette appeared in the light curtain. A white-clothed disciple, young and dashing, carrying a long sword on his back, looking rather like a man of the world. Li Beishan recognized at a glance that this was the leader of the group of people he had sponsored at the beginning. Named Shen Yushu. "Ha, big brother Knight, how come it's you? How did you become like this?" Shen Yushu was shocked to see Knight Beishan in the light screen and asked. It was too late for Li Beishan to explain, and as fast as he could, he told the story. In fact, he didn't need to say anything at all because Chen Yushu had already known about it. After all, there were demons everywhere in the central state, and this matter had already spread. After hearing this, Chen Yushu said indifferently, "I'm sorry brother Knight, I can't do anything about this." "Ha?" Li Beishan was taken aback and hurriedly asked, "Why? Didn't you guys swear and curse in the beginning? Back then is back then, now is now. I've heard it all. You released the demon. What's the next step you can't see? I don't want to offend the demon and follow in your footsteps." Li Beishan was anxious and quickly shouted, "Why are you the only one? Where are the others? Forget it if you don't want to. Let them help me." A few other young men immediately came alongside, all in similar attire, with the words Void Daoist Sect engraved on their clothes with gold trim. It was obvious at a glance that they had done well in the Void Daoist Sect, and should be at least at the inner sect level. The first one was named Jiang Yunlong. He looked at Knight Beishan and shook his head. "Brother Knight, it's not that I won't help you, but we really admire you. That's it, no more." After saying that, he directly broke through the air and left. Before Li Beishan had time to be chagrined, the second one had already opened his mouth. His name was Zhang Xingji, and he coldly said, "Big brother Li, this is the time and the other is the time. There's really nothing we can do to help. If you don't go to your death with peace of mind, you'll save yourself from suffering." Li Beishan, full of bitterness, no place to say, full of hope, all turned into anger. Loud roar interrupted, You did not say that if you do not repay me, will be covered with pus sores and die. You are now." The other party directly interrupted. Then let us grow pus and die. Sorry, no more. After saying that, he directly flew away. Li Beishan looked at the remaining ones and said angrily in a deep voice, "You guys don't help me either, do you? Have you all forgotten how good I was to you? I curse you all to be struck by heavenly thunder, and you will not be allowed to die." Those few instantly angry. One by one have to draw a knife and draw a sword. Angrily, "Surname Knight, you look for death on the say a word. Believe it or not, we are now far away from the East Continent. You cut into two halves. You count what things you. Not on the year to fund our tens of thousands of spirit stones. Big deal. We pay you back, that is it. The whole thing with how much of a favor as if. I bah," said these people with a face of anger, itching to kill Li Beishan immediately. Li Beishan could sort of see that not only did these people hang high and not intend to help him, they even wanted to kill him in turn, just for fear of offending these demons. Li Beishan glanced sideways at the black-winged great demon and the city-slaughtering blood demon not far away, only to see that they were standing leisurely in place, looking at this side with a face full of indifference, as if they had known from the very beginning that there wouldn't be anyone to help them at all. Li Beishan's heart, violently broken. All the hope is as if this fragile friendship, shattered aground. All thoughts, heart like a knife. "It's fine, hang up," Chen Yushu bellowed, directly snuffing out the contact. Then with a click, Li Beishan's sound transmission jade talisman broke into pieces. This was the other party's fear that he would contact again and remotely shattered the voice transmission jade talisman. Chapter 82, Slapping the Holy Sun to Death. The Void Dao Sect's sound transmission jade talisman can be controlled remotely, and when you don't want it, you can directly shatter the mother jade pendant, and the child jade pendant will also explode in an instant. In short, Li Beishan would never be able to contact Chen Yushu's group from now on. Chen Yushu is also afraid. Who wants to die with you in a big trouble? It's bull asterisk 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 asterisk. You should never come to us again. At most, we'll burn some paper money for you at your grave. Double the amount of the previous spirit stones. That's always enough, right? Get lost. Li Beishan was overwhelmed with grief. Whether it was his body, or his heart, he felt a mess, as if he had been struck by a knife, and his heart ached as if it were bleeding. Damn, I'm so convinced. Old ancestor Tianxian suddenly let out a bellow, really unable to control his temper. I thought that this guy could call people. Who knows that people do not give a damn about him? Damn, this is to be angry with the old man. Old ancestor Tianxian didn't say anything else and directly laid down his killing intent as he suddenly struck out, slapping his hand fiercely towards Li Beishan's body. This bird must die. Not a moment longer. Boom! This palm was so powerful that it drove the grinning astral wind turbulence and instantly arrived in front of Li Beishan's eyes. Li Beishan was shocked on the spot, but it was too late to even dodge in any way, and he was directly slapped onto his face. Ka-ching ching ching. Immediately, a cloud of blood mist appeared in the void, and Li Beishan, even with his bones, was all left. Old ancestor, Shangwan Xiao, who was next to him, was startled. Isn't it too cheap to kill someone at this point? However, the old ancestor should be so angry that he couldn't bring himself to do it. Sima Zhao and Jiang Zhen's bodies instantly shook and cold sweat flowed furiously. They are the people of the Son of God, and they are afraid that this is what will happen to them. Su Yanran was about to speak, when suddenly right at that moment, the blood mist that the Saint's Son had transformed into suddenly coalesced, rapidly coalescing, and a moment later, it actually recoalesced into the Saint's Son's form. Moreover, the aura on the Saint's Son's body had become higher, as if some historical bloodline had awakened. His limbs, too, were actually repaired. All the other people present were also taken aback. In their unbelievable, dumbfounded gazes, the Holy Son actually slowly walked out from the blood mist. His hands, feet and limbs had been regenerated, regaining a new life, with a brand new aura draped around his body. So there's actually such an ancient bloodline in my body? These were the first words uttered by the Son. At the time of his death just now, he was terrified, but after blowing up into a bloody mist, he suddenly realized that he was not broken. He was broken, and it was as if there was a strand of extremely horrifying bloodline hidden within his body, which was awakened because of this slap. It turns out that this bloodline can only be activated in moments of life and death, or, as it is often called, put it to death. My goodness, too lucky. I never thought to death that there would be such a bloodline. The Saint's Son was filled with redness. In the next moment, as soon as he ran it, he instantly understood what bloodline it was. He already had a fiery physique, and it turned out that now the fiery body had produced the phenomenon of returning to its ancestor, becoming even stronger and upgrading into the ancient Inferno God body. The Saint's Son's mind moved, and in an instant, a majestic, incomparably hot and intolerable blazing fire surrounded his body, and the temperature of the entire city suddenly and rapidly rose. In just a breath of time, this place had almost become like a steamer. Countless people were so hot that they only felt as if there was a small sun desperately glowing, and they were almost so hot that they were almost drained of the moisture in their bodies. Li Beishan observed a little bit and was instantly very satisfied. He only felt that his body was full of energy and was in desperate need of venting. This feeling of having power made him exhilarated and spirited. Suddenly, a change appeared in him once again. A strand of incomparably sacred, golden and radiant fire runes appeared on the surface of his skin, and at the same time, a lot of reddish to the extreme flames appeared on his skin, even on his hair, and in an instant, his entire person was set off as if the ancient inferno god was approaching the world, and the aura of the entire person arrived at the apex in an instant. Li Beishan froze, and then was ecstatic. So, this is the true form of the fiery body? He didn't know it before, but now that he had activated the returning ancestor bloodline, he was surprised and delighted that the physique was so strong. Li Beishan raised his head high, regaining his former confidence. Ha 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 ha. Original fiery fire body already restrained the demons, now upgraded to ancient inferno god body. That's even more needless to say. Now even if there is no Yi Qingtao, this saint sun is still able to suppress these demons just the same. Look at my big show. As he spoke, Li Beishan waved his palm, and immediately a delicately crafted folding fan flew from a stall in the distance, and was held in his hands as he gently blew a gust of wind, blowing up his long hair, looking incomparably dashing. It's like a nobleman from somewhere. Old ancestor Tianxian looked overjoyed, and unable to hold down his excitement. He asked, "You, Li Beishan, it turns out that you have such a powerful bloodline?" Li Beishan firmly said. His grandma, "Don't worry, old ancestor, leave it to me this time. If I can't subdue these demons, I don't even want to lose my life. I'll just kill myself right where I am." Li Beishan now felt incomparably hot all over his body. With a sideways glance, some of the small demons in the distance, even if they were far away from him, had already started to melt automatically. This made him excited beyond measure, already knowing that this physique of his was powerful to the extreme, extremely restraining the demonic path. The plot isn't what you think it is. Anyway, it's another fancy job. It's time for Night Battler to cry in the next chapter. And then the dating aspect. I'm also drunk. Yesterday noon the matchmaker came to my house, said I think Xiaoyi old, and kicked people out of the house. People are sad and crying, said I do not know how to be so compassionate. The face of other girls where to put I thought to myself, she wants to stay at my house. It's none of my business. My house can't support her for the rest of her life. Doesn't she think it's inappropriate? I summarized the matchmaker's meaning. That is, let me be nice to Xiaoyi. The problem is that I do not even have the intention to start with her. I look for a 5 years older than me. Play it? At my age, it's not unusual to find an 18, but there's an 11-year difference between an 18-year-old girlfriend and a 29-year-old girlfriend. So what would you choose? Then in the afternoon, my father found someone to inquire about Xiao Jia. The results of the call to me sounded very wrong. Said that the woman is not a light, just went to college the first week, and a few men a piece of the bar to play. Do not sleep at night, now barely convergence point. In short, she is very good at pretending. These are an acquaintance secretly told my father. I'm also drunk. I didn't realize that the sister next door who looked so demure and innocent ended up just going to college in this? Awesome. It seems to be a long way to go to find a partner. My father said to find someone to introduce the introduction. Continue to phase. Chapter 83, the physique actually went out. Li Beishan was now feeling incredibly confident. Sima Zhao and Jiang Zhenya suddenly let out a long sigh of relief and joy. They themselves thought it was all over, but they didn't expect that there would be such a turnaround. It was simply a turnaround that was hard to believe. Holy Sun, you're the best. You go for it. Your Highness, the two of us have always supported you. Go go go. The two of them were so excited they didn't know what their last name was. They were beaming with joy. However, the next moment, something unexpected happened to them. At the same time, something that the others, as well as Night Beishan himself, could not have imagined happened in full view of the public, only to see Night Battling Mountain's physique, as if it had suddenly been affected by something, became bright and dark. Then, the fire on the entire body rapidly shrunk and declined rapidly, disappearing inch by inch, until finally, the entirety of Night Battling Mountain changed back to its original form, its skin no different from anyone else's. What's the situation? How did such a powerful fiery physique suddenly go out? My mom, it can't really go out, right? I can understand that the lights will go out, but it turns out that the people will also go out? What a surprise! My goodness, what the hell is going on? Can someone tell me what's going on here? I've lived most of my life and this is the first time I've seen something so outrageous. This scene made everyone present directly all stunned in place. Unbelievable. There was a lot of talk around the room, and they all felt that this was simply speechless. Li Beishan himself looked stunned. then hurriedly sensed. Under the internal vision, he instantly understood. Fiercely jaw-dropping. Hard to believe. It turns out that this physique, there really is such a thing as extinguishing. With the previous physique, there was no need to consume anything at all, and it was always available when you wanted to use it. But now with the upgraded physique, it turned out that just maintaining it for a short second would require consuming a full 10 trillion extreme spirit crystals. Spirit crystal, a currency that is purer than spirit stones, containing an extremely quintessential source of aura, collectively known as spirit marrow. Generally, only extremely strong and powerful people, such as those at the immortal king level or above, would absorb spirit crystals to cultivate. It was worth mentioning that the demon kings were usually the ones who absorbed spirit crystals. They wouldn't bother absorbing low-grade spirit stones that were inferior to them and were simply trash that could be found everywhere. As for Yi Qingtao's physique, it was simply a bug-level existence with no consumption at all. On the contrary, this one, Night Balsam, is just too much of a burden on his own financial resources. Li Beixian just froze for a moment, really unable to accept this fact. Holy, you might as well let me keep using the body of flame. This after breaking and upgrading my physique a bit. It turns out I can't even use it. What the hell is going on here? Oh Tendo, are you kidding me? Li Beixian was on the verge of tears. This was equivalent to a superbly beautiful woman with a convex front and back, skin as white as snow, and a delicate body that was as beautiful as the heavens being placed in front of his eyes. But it turned out that he was a eunuch. This deep sense of powerlessness was driving Li Beixian crazy. Mom, mother, what can I do? I was so hard to get a base, and suddenly it's gone again. Li Beixian froze. The man was almost stupid. And over here, the others are simply dumber than he is. People were feeling deeply incredulous and just stared at him blankly. It's not really out, is it? So the physique really does go out. Ha! Looking at this expression on his face, it seems that he really can't move this physique. Awesome. Other side. Yi Qingtao flew all the way towards the southwest. I'm really convinced. One by one. Can't I just stop listening to the song? He said as he flew. Just now, he almost didn't get annoyed by the clanspeople. In the end, even the palace master was willing to sleep with herself. But do you think I, Yi Qingtao, am that casual? Don't I need a backbone? Don't I have a spine? Even if you're as fair-skinned and pretty as a fairy. So what? You think you can capture me with a beauty trick? Dream on. When you perish, then we'll talk about sleeping with me or not. I'd like to see if you'll come and sleep with me after the demise. Yi Qingtao's thoughts were simple. You are now willing to grovel and beg me like this because your power is dying out. I'm sure I won't agree to that. Make it sound like I'm a scumbag for taking advantage of someone. But if you're willing to come and sleep with me later when you've got nothing left, like in this case with no expectation of return, then I still think it's about right to consider it for a moment or two. That's right. I'm trying to bleach for nothing. The white bleach makes me happy. If you don't want to let the white float, you can go. I didn't say it had to be white float. Otherwise, with so many beautiful women in the world, why would I choose you? With my awesome condition of being able to suppress so many demons, I have a wide range of choices, so why should I choose you? Swish swish swish. Yi Qingtao flew very fast, and in the blink of an eye, he crossed hundreds of miles to a new city. He looked downward with one gaze, only to see a number of elysiums open here. Yi Qingtao's eyes lit up and immediately drilled in towards one of the Excelsior courts. Who wouldn't want to listen to a song on a hook when you've traveled to a fantasy world? Just as he entered, suddenly, Yi Qingtao froze violently, only to see that the air around them had suddenly turned a few degrees colder, as if someone had already locked themselves in with a pressure. So it's you who killed my senior brother. Humph. I was going to find you. I didn't expect to pass by here yesterday, indulging in wine and sex, delaying the main event, and now you're automatically sent to the door. Good, good. Yi Qingtao turned his head to look, only to see that in the corridor, a big and thick white monk pushed the door out. His two big ears were like a pig's ear, fanning from left to right, holding a vajra staff in his hand, and he was aggressive. Yi Qingtao figured it out in a flash. I guess he was referring to the demon monk he killed before. That's what he deserved. Blame me for nothing? Scanning the person's cultivation carefully again, peak martial king, with a majestic devilish aura draped around his body. Ha! Another one in a hurry to die. Officer, come and play. Suddenly a dainty voice rang out. Yi Qingtao immediately saw a beauty with a slender body, convex in front and curved in the back walking towards herself, her snow-white small feet without shoes, bare on the ground, step by step walking quickly towards herself. This gentleman, quickly follow me into the private room to play ah. This woman took the initiative to throw her arms around Yi Qingtao, stretching out her white hands like blue lotus roots and hugging Yi Qingtao's neck, refusing to let go. Yi Qingtao felt a fragrance come to his face. The body fragrance of the woman's body was like the fragrance of flowers, lingering. This scene caused the white monk's face to sink, and he said in gloomy fury, "On what grounds? This woman is the flower girl here." When he came, he spent a lot of money to invite the other party, but the other party simply ignored him a glance, but never would have thought that when Yi Qingtao came, the flower girl actually took the initiative to make out so much. At that moment, a nameless fire in his heart skyrocketed, hating to break Yi Qingtao into pieces. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 2. Go to hell you guys. The white monk was infuriated and directly waved his Zen staff. The sharp Zen staff instantly slashed towards Yi Qingtao. However, Yi Qingtao just coldly smiled. 2-bit. Then a swish of sword-light chopped through. Put. The white monk was chopped into 2 on the spot and died on the spot. He didn't even have time to scream before he died. If it wasn't for this flower girl, he wouldn't even be alive now. Chapter 84. Too much consumption. Libation society dies. In the meantime, Shangguan Xiao here. Shangguan Xiao and old ancestor Tianxian all looked at libation with stunned eyes, only feeling deeply incredulous and unable to compromise. It's just too hard to believe. I thought things had really taken a turn for the worse, but I didn't realize that in the end it was actually a wasted pleasure. Shangguan Xiao's 2 jade legs were trembling. She suddenly stumbled and actually couldn't help but fall directly onto the ground. Her shoes also fell off in the process, and instantly 2 snow-white, flawless, white and tender jade-like little feet were exposed and stepped on the ground. Shangguan Xiao's 2 small feet were like 2 pieces of rare jade. Her white and tender small feet were like the moon that would glow as if the ground was starting to brighten up, but at the moment, they were shivering slightly, as if they had suffered an electric shock. Shangguan Xiao was too surprised to care about her beauty and dignity at this point in time, worrying about the aftermath. There were whispers from the demons in the distance. No way, no way. Such a bright and magnificent physique. It really went out, ah? I'm also convinced. I thought it was such a powerful physique, but I didn't realize it only lasted 3 seconds. Ha? Wait a minute. It seems like he didn't even last 3 seconds, right? This is too pathetic. At first glance I thought how powerful he was, but I didn't expect it to be in vain. He's really going to become the laughingstock of the great desolate realm. The jeers went on and on. Slaughter City Blood Demon also originally thought that libation how powerful like. Did not expect just a trash, empty strength but cannot make out. This is not to mention. In fact, even if he makes it out, libation can't do anything to him. How many years has the Blood Demon cultivated? How many years had libation cultivated? The two were not even on the same level. Unless Yi Qingtao's kind of hangers-on with no exertion came to the rescue. The city slaughtering blood demon snorted coldly and said in a jar, "Libation, what is your situation? You can't really not be able to run this physique, can you?" Under the eyes of all, Libation's face turned red, as if he was roasted by fiery red lava, and he stammered, This physique of mine consumes too much. It requires countless spiritual energy in a single second. It's not my fault. The blame this physique. It was a big crowd, so he had to put the culprit on his physique. It's not that I'm incompetent. It's that this physique is so consuming that it has nothing to do with me. Everyone laughed at once. Incompetence is incompetence. What excuses? The strong will only look for reasons in themselves. Only the weak will go around excusing themselves. That's right. That's right. What a bird. Why don't you just kill yourself and save yourself the embarrassment here? I don't know where this guy got his cheek. He's still talking tough after all this. He's just going to laugh my ass off. Silence. The Blackwing demon bellowed, then took out a spirit crystal from his pocket and threw it over, saying, "Here's a spirit crystal for you to absorb and play with. Is that enough?" The piece of spirit crystal instantly rolled to the feet of Night Battling Mountain. Libation felt that under so many pairs of eyes his dignity was pressed to the ground and rubbed hard, but there was no way. He had to pick it up and absorb it. But just one piece. It's just not enough. Since this was an upgraded ancient physique, the spell was particularly long. Finally, Night Balsam finished reading. Then, too, despair. This physique, originally when reading the first character, it will start, then the second, the body will turn red, the third, the body will appear fire, the fourth, in short, it will gradually heat up and become more and more powerful. It's like an electric blanket. But now he had been chanting until the end. There was nothing left to chant, and his body froze with no reaction. In other words, the spirit marrow contained in a mere piece of spirit crystal could not drive this physique at all. Libation cursed in his heart, so pale that he was practically crying to death. Originally a good physique. The results directly to a small horse-drawn cart, which I can pull off. A deep sense of powerlessness once again enveloped Libation. He looked around and felt extremely embarrassed. His face reddened and he could not wait to find a crack in the ground immediately. Just a moment ago, victory was in sight, but now hopes were dashed. This slap in the face came simply too fast. Li Beishan was going to despair. The ones who were on the verge of despairing like him were Sima Zhao and Zhang Zhenhe. The two of them were hoping that the saint's son would revive his power, but as a result, the saint's son had not reacted to the chanting until the end of the day. Was this physique dead? They went from hope at the beginning to despair, clearly not dead, but their hearts were dying. The city-slaughtering blood devil waited for half a day and didn't see Li Beishan displaying his heroic behavior again, so he couldn't help but laugh coldly and said, "What? One spirit crystal isn't really enough, is it? It's a pity that we won't give it to you again. You're a disgrace. This father has never seen someone as disgraceful as you in his entire life." The Blackwing demon also craned his neck and let out a breathless to the extreme scoff. "It's really powerful. We're so scared. Give you a piece of spirit crystal to absorb and play with? I didn't expect that. You're rotten how you can't help the wall. It's really powerful. It's too powerful." This cynical mockery made Li Beishan's face even redder. The other lesser demons all mouthed off and began to taunt. Li Beishan's hand holding the folding fan was getting more and more embarrassed. Just now he was continuously blowing a small breeze to himself, his long hair fluttering in the wind, dashing and confident. But now, the palms stopped directly in mid-air awkwardly, almost so socially dead that they wanted to die on the spot. Had. Poor Tao traveled all over the world. Never seen the world has such a strange thing. Now actually really see. Simply stunned my titanium alloy dog eyes. This is also to let a person is speechless. Knight Beishan, what exactly do you have? The face is still standing there. If I were you, I would have crashed into the tree next to you and died. Oh, Taoist laughed, his face full of contempt. Suddenly, something flew in front of Knight Balsam's eyes, and he froze violently. It's not that I want a date, it's that I know too few people of the opposite sex. I squatted at home as soon as I graduated, and I don't have much social experience. I haven't really stepped out of the society, so I can only go through such a channel. Then Xiao Jia didn't contact me, and naturally, I didn't contact her, and just pretended I hadn't seen her. To be honest, although Xiao Jia is a contrarian woman, she at least doesn't pester me, right? It's like Xiaoyi. She called me last night and said she wanted to have dinner with me. She's eyeing my house, isn't she? 160 square feet, 4 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. It's really good in this third-tier city. Why should I add her name? Isn't she delusional? I said no on the phone. She said, "Are you that old for me?" And in the end, I said I'm looking for someone who has never been in a relationship. A first-timer in both body and mind. And guess what she said? She asked me if there was a first time. Me, there is. I'm just a mom and pop single dog. That's my strong suit. She actually shut up and should have been gagged. I was thinking she wouldn't bother me anymore and hung up on her. But I didn't expect to get another WeChat verification message from her 2 minutes later that had to be added to me, which I still haven't gotten through to this point. Chapter 85. Even flies look down on him. Disgraced. Li Beishan was slightly stunned. He took a closer look and saw that it turned out to be a fly. The fly flew quickly to the front of him, landed on his nose, mouth issued human speech. Ha ha ha, really ridiculous. Early years this Taoist want to worship into a clan. Seek shelter. Suddenly one day to the Qingyan clan. Heard the Qingyan clan's saint's son Li Bashan is how strong a person. Horrible as this. Gifted. Since childhood. The force can carry the tripod. At that time, can let me as a good deal of admiration. But at that time I didn't worship into it. Regret beyond measure. I didn't expect to see it nowadays. It's really a big surprise for this Taoist. Turns out it's a fly cultivated into a spirit. Everyone heard this and froze, then laughed. Ha 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 ha. I didn't expect that even a fly in the district would look down on Knight Beishan. This is how much of a waste he should be. That's right. This punk actually has the nerve to live. How long has it been? It's a pig. It should have no face to live now. Hurry up and run headlong into a tree. I really look at him with disgust and revulsion. Almost every person in the surrounding area was looking at Li Beishan with cold eyes, not to mention how disgusted they were in their hearts. As disgusted as I am with my own wife. The Blackwing Great Demon suddenly sneered and greeted a small demon over, then whispered something into the demon's ear. An unkind smile appeared on that little demon's face all of a sudden, and then slowly walked to the front of Li Beishan's eyes and said, "Your Highness the Saint's son, I beg you to suppress me. Your physique is so powerful, and your talent is superbly incomparable. So quickly suppress me. I'm just an incomparably weak little demon. You won't be unable to even suppress me, right?" This little demon did not speak politely at all. His tone of voice was eerie and mocking. Li Beishan looked at him in embarrassment, his cheeks red and hot. Eventually, he lowered his head wordlessly. He wasn't really capable of suppressing this little demon. If he had said before, his fiery physique should have been able to directly suppress his opponent. But now that the fiery physique had been upgraded to an ancient physique, he couldn't even catalyze it. So how could he suppress it? There's breath and there's heart. I can only watch this little demon make a mess of things. Seeing him like this, the little demon scared and laughed. TSK TSK TSK, Your Highness the Holy Sun, you are really a waste of space. It turns out that you really can't even suppress me. You're too talented. It's simply an eye-opener for me. Tell me, why do you still have the face to live in the world with a waste of space like you? Why don't you go to your death? Libation hung his head and said nothing. There are really no words. He was embarrassed as hell. His face hurt as hell, as if he had been hit by the other side viciously countless slaps in the face in public, and he simply could not say anything in retort. Suddenly, the city-slaughtering blood demon said, Blackwing, should we bring him the demon-suppressing pagoda so that he can use it to suppress the little demon? Ha ha ha. The black-winged great demon let out a loud laugh on the spot. I guess even if the demon-suppressing pagoda was given to him, he wouldn't be able to suppress it. That's a laugh. Afterward, he also really struck out with a great magic power, and immediately, from the direction of the distant Green Cloud Sect, a tower flew over. It's the Demon Tower. It had already been mentioned earlier that the demon-suppressing tower could freely zoom in and out, and it was now in a reduced state, having been shrunk by the black-winged great demon remotely using great magic power, and then coming across the void. In the blink of an eye, the demon-suppressing pagoda had been placed in the little demon's hand, and the black-winged great demon said, You begged him to suppress you. The little demon once again revealed an extremely unkind smile, full of cold laughter, and said to Libation, Your Highness, the Holy Sun, let's say I'm begging you to suppress me. Come on, catch this tower and suppress me. Come on. The Saint Sun's face was so embarrassed that he really wanted to go hit the wall and kill himself. He couldn't even suppress the tower even if it was given to him. It's just not possible with his level of competence. Put. Su Yenran suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. She watched the scene being so angry that she really couldn't hold it back, only to feel the chi and blood in her body flowing backwards and couldn't help but spit out blood. In fact, as early as just now she couldn't help but spit out blood. But it wasn't until the demons brought the demon-suppressing pagoda and begged the Holy Sun to suppress them, that Su Yenyan really felt as if she had a fish in her throat and spat out blood. Libation looked at the demon-suppressor pagoda handed over in front of him and panicked. He can't. He really can't. He was a waste. Compared to Yi Qingtao, he was not even as good as a leg hair on the other party's foot. This feeling of being humiliated in front of a large crowd was unbearable, and he was frustrated and depressed. It was as if the heart of the Tao was broken. The heart was full of holes, and there was nowhere to talk about all the helplessness. He was now unmistakably correct in recognizing himself. It really couldn't suppress the demons, and it really couldn't compare to Yi Qingtao. As Shangguan Xiao watched this scene, her heart was even more angry than Su Yenran's. It's almost like being pissed off. Heavens, how much the demons should despise Libation. This is simply treating him as cheap as the grass on the ground. Then will they look at me like that as well? I can't do anything with the demons just the same. So in another way, am I just as useless as Libation? Heavens, I'm the palace master. I didn't expect that I would actually be reduced to a waste one day. Why did I fail in my duties? Why did I not supervise the Green Cloud Sect? Otherwise how could I end up in this situation today? Shangguan Xiao was constantly regretting in her heart, having a hard time blaming herself and being very sad. She actually wanted to go and catch up with Yi Qingtao and ask the other party to come out. But when she thought of Yi Qingtao's back that would leave resolutely, not even willing to speak a word to her, she felt inexplicably uncomfortable in her heart. I'm obviously very beautiful as a fairy, as beautiful as a country. Why is it worthless to you? Why can't I get your attention? Shangguan Xiao's heart was moved with sadness. It was the first time she had lost her confidence in front of a man. You know, in the past, no matter in front of any man, she was high and unattainable. Those men in front of her, no matter who it was, were ashamed of themselves, not daring to chase, not daring to blaspheme. However, Yi Qingtao directly ignored her beauty, and denied everything about her. It left her with a great sense of falling out, lost and empty and lonely. Thinking about this, suddenly, Shangguan Xiao turned her head to look at the old ancestor. He was so scared that his body trembled. One could only see that old ancestor Tianxuan's face was so gloomy that it was as ugly as if he had eaten a dead child. Damn! Incapable! Looked down upon by a fly. Even when the demons begged for him to suppress them, he couldn't suppress them. What a waste! A disgrace to my Tianxian sacred palace. Old ancestor Tianxian cursed profusely. It was clear that just now, he still had high hopes for Libation's physique, but he didn't expect to blink and extinguish it, landing so many people laughing at him. What a shame! Chapter 86, Relying on the mountain falls, relying on the water flows, abyss ahead, hell behind, the Holy Sun is desperate. Suddenly at that moment, the sound of swish, 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 swish came from the void. Everyone froze slightly, thinking that someone had passed by, and immediately looked up, only to see that there were really people passing by. A large group of Rizonkai wearing crowns on their heads and colorful haze clothes passed by. Their attire was gorgeous and vast, flying from the sky with their swords, seemingly rushing to wherever they were going. The aura on their bodies was deep and inward to the extreme, sweeping unfathomably deep at a glance, as if a clay ox had entered the sea. In an instant, someone was surprised. Who are these people? Why is it that I, being at the level of a great emperor, can't even perceive their cultivation? I'm not sure. This is a human cultivator. It should be some unearthly hero of the human race. It makes sense. It seems that the human race still has some capable people. Fortunately, they didn't get involved with the Qingyun sect, or else it would probably be a death. Countless people retracted their gazes after the debate. However, only Li Beishan was still looking up at the high sky, and a glimmer of hope suddenly arose in his heart, giving birth to an idea. These are kindred spirits, so why not grab a sliver of life and ask them to help you? Although this was a bit faceless, after all, the demons were released by themselves, but the reasoning of lips dying and teeth chilling must not be lost on them. And as this opportunity was unattainable, Li Beishan must seize it. He immediately yelled at the top of his voice, "Passing seniors, you guys wait. My name is Li Beishan, and I have something important to request of you." Night Beishan spoke loudly, spreading out quickly. On the void, this group of people were traveling around in the clouds today, and suddenly saw that someone below was calling them, and slightly froze. Then after looking at their fellow travelers twice, they didn't mind going down to make a scene, because they saw so many people down there and thought there might be something hilarious to see. People like to see what's going on. That's normal. Then they went down with a swish. So it's Night Beishan of the Green Cloud sect? I wonder what you're looking for us for. After landing, the person in the lead was a big man with a rough appearance and an incomparably sturdy body, looking at Li Beishan and said, honestly speaking, he didn't have a good impression of Li Beishan. Now that things were spreading everywhere, the great desolate realm was filled with demons, and it wasn't because of Li Beishan. Therefore, he treated Li Beishan as if he was looking at a bedbug. Mainly, they were too far away just now, and they couldn't quite hear Li Beishan's words. Several other people were also coldly sizing up Night Beishan with expressions of contempt. Li Beishan thumped his hands together, arched his hand and said, "Seniors, although the seniors know that they are in the wrong, but nowadays, the reasoning of the lips dying and the teeth chilling must be understood by you all more than me. So the seniors implore a few of you to be able to make a move to call on the world to help, and rally the countless righteousness to crusade against the devil's way. And I hope that you seniors can help me." Saying that, Li Beishan took out a treasure and said, "I, Li Beishan, kneel down to ask for the help of all seniors to call on the world's righteousness to crusade against the devil. This is some thin gift, and there will be other heavy thanks afterward." These people's eyes stared slightly, then they looked at each other and smiled. "Ha ha ha, what you said is so reasonable. For the sake of the future of the human race, it's really sentimental and righteous." This king is very touched. From this group of people came out a person wearing a golden feathered coat and holding a huge sacred scepter. His golden eyes slowly opened, releasing a divine aura that was like an overthrow of the ages, and faintly laughed. "Unfortunately, this king is too lazy to pay attention to you. Where are you cool where to stay?" "What?" Li Beishan was taken aback and quickly asked, "Dare I ask if your excellency is?" "This king is too lazy to tell you his name because you don't deserve it." The man in the golden feathered clothes spat in a cold voice. Everyone else laughed one by one as well. The big man from earlier stroked his beard and said, Li Beishan, you can really think. All of us still want to live a little longer. Why should we help you to crusade against the devil's way? Do you think we are stupid?" The other man also stroked his beard and laughed. "If you knew it would be today, why did you have to do it in the first place? What kind of bad tendon did you have to move Yi Qingtao? Now that he's gone and the demons have erupted, you're comfortable, aren't you?" The rest of the group's remaining others sneered. "The words speak well. By what right should we call on the world? We don't want to be enemies with the devil's way. The enemy of the enemy is a friend. We now regard you Li Beishan as an unforgivable enemy. Then we and all these devils are friends. Why would I want to go to the crusade against our friends?" Everyone quickly say it isn't true. Yes, very true. These devils are our friends, our allies, and my wife is still a devil. So what's wrong with the devil's path? Must good and evil be incompatible? Who made up the law? My Dao couple is also a devil woman. She is a flavorful female disciple of the Acacia sect. The Acacia sect is likewise on the route of devilry and evil cultivation in everyone's opinion. But so what? Which man in this world doesn't want to join the Acacia sect? Don't talk nonsense and act like a big-tailed wolf. So, the righteous and the evil can live together peacefully. I call on everyone to coexist peacefully and create a beautiful great desolate realm together. For a while, there was all sorts of talk. Listening to what this one individual said, Night Bashan froze straight in place, unable to believe his ears. What was that? Like a human being saying that? Is it really coming from one of your own people? It's really unbelievable. Of course, Libation was more distressed in his heart. I didn't realize that there is an old saying how to say, leaning on the mountain collapses, leaning on the water flow. I really self-inflicted bang, bang, bang. Libation once again ruthlessly kowtowed 3 times. Hans clasped his fists and solemnly pleaded, "Seniors, you should not say angry words again. The late generation knows that it is all their own fault. You guys hate me? But the lips are gone and the teeth are cold. Lips are gone. Teeth still have a way to live. Do you guys really think that the devil's way will live in harmony with us?" Bang! The man in the golden feathered clothes directly raised his leg and kicked him, sending him flying into a distant tree on the spot, his body crashing heavily into the tree, his eyes glowing. Then Night Bashan rolled down the tree again, his face covered in blood and in a sorry state. Cut the crap. You understand this now? Then why didn't you understand when you planted Yi Qingtao? Don't you think it's too late to talk about this now? This king believes that people and demons can coexist harmoniously. After all, my Taoist partner is a female demon, and the daughter we gave birth to together is also a demon. So why should I go and unite countless people to crusade against the demonic path? I'm crusading against myself? What kind of heaven-defying joke are you playing? The feather-clothed man laughed out loud in anger. I read through everyone's comments yesterday and finally decided that in order to provide you with a follow-up, I'd go through E. After passing, she actually didn't say a word to me, not knowing if she was waiting for me to take the initiative or gambling, and I ignored her. Then this morning, the matchmaker called me and asked me why I didn't take the initiative, when other girls had already reached out to me, repeatedly taking the initiative, repeatedly lowering themselves, and asking me why I couldn't just keep my head down a little bit. Me, I chow. What am I bowing for? It's not like I can't get a girlfriend, and I don't have a crush on her, so by going through her friend request, I'm just ready to accept her. I really laughed. After hanging up the phone, I sent EA, "Do you support marriage tests?" After waiting half a day, she didn't even get back to me. I think it's weakness. I'm actually just posting it for fun to test her. Even if she supports the marriage test, I don't want her yet. Then at noon, the matchmaker called me and scolded me, saying, "Why do we need a marriage test? Why? What woman is in favor of a premarital checkup nowadays? Go to the internet and search. What woman has not had a conversation before marriage nowadays? Who would accept a premarital checkup? I'll just give it a hang. What a garbage man. What are you guys afraid of? You've been reading too much toxic chicken soup on the internet. You think the whole world is full of girls like you? Then there's another thing. Xiao Jia actually messaged me today to contact me, asking me why I haven't contacted her since we separated, and asking me if I want to have dinner again tonight. There's a nice Chinese restaurant. I haven't replied yet. Kind of hesitant. Would I dare to take a woman of contrasts? Surface looks beautiful and pure, as if the girl next door, but the bar is twisting waist limbs in full view of the crazy open. This change to you. Who will marry you home? Chapter 87. Are you satisfied now? Libation was so reviled that he couldn't speak, and could only cover his face and keep quiet. People are right. Other people's wives are devils, and as a result, I'm now going to raise the flag of righteousness to crusade against the devils? Isn't this disgusting to others' faces? As for the others, they are even more afraid to offend the devil's way. After all, each of these devils is a ruthless and difficult to deal with. Who dares to offend this mold? For a moment, Libation couldn't say anything, and could only sit paralyzed on the ground with a mute expression. The person from the party continued to sneer. Libation, you say you are also really, you have nothing to do why you want to push down the people Yi Qingtao. Now this king do not know if you are satisfied. Anyway, this king is satisfied. The world is in turmoil. The great desolate world is a riot. You are really powerful. The ability is really great. I am really serve you, said he. Also poo-pooed a mouthful to the ground, his face full of contempt. Oh, Taoist also laughed at this time, saying, "Ha ha ha, look at poor Taoist punching and kicking." With a loud brushing sound, the Taoist had dodged in front of Night Bashan's eyes, lifting his foot and crushing it into his head. Oh, Taoist didn't use his cultivation because he definitely didn't want to get Night Bashan killed, or else it would really be too cheap for him. With a click, Libation was stepped on the soles of his feet by the head Taoist. The flies on his face hurriedly flew away, not daring to cause trouble. Despite the fact that the head Taoist did not use any cultivation, the force was still very huge. Libation felt that his face bones were going to be crushed and deformed. Libation shouted and cried out in pain. Ha ha ha, Everyone give a look. Li Beishan begged me to kill him. Really have the guts. I am. Admire. Is really admirable. Oh, Taoist continued to laugh lol. And just like the man just now, his face was full of contempt. The others immediately greeted. All kinds of rotten eggs and vegetable leaves, and all kinds of filth were suddenly smashed into Li Beishan's body. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Li Beishan, soon there is no clean place on the body. Either rotten stones or rotten eggs. Simply like a street rat that everyone shouts. You know what, Knight Beishan? You're not even as good as a bubble of stinking dog in my eyes. To actually have the face to beg us to make a move. It's simply ridiculous. Another person with a crown on his head walked out, his pair of golden eyes staring gloomily at Li Beishan, only to feel that he didn't even want to look at this person. To even look at him was an insult to his eyes. Disgusting. Disgusting. Holy Sun. I say your mother. Just then, all of a sudden, a violent angry curse rang out. The crowd froze and turned their heads to look. Li Beishan also suddenly froze. Literally froze for a split second. And hurriedly turned his head to look. Because that person who scolded him is not someone else. Actually is Sima Zhao. Sima Zhao fiercely ran over, condescending to Li Beishan, cursed. Li Beishan, I said your mother. No? You see what you do? This called what? If not you at first want us to investigate Yi Qingtao, also not to let things develop to this irreparable point. You simply deserve to die. The crime should be 10,000 deaths. Death is not enough to pity. I said your mother. Sima Zhao was now so angry that his liver hurt and his face was purple and green. Do not blame him for scolding Li Beishan. Really cannot help it. But also Li Beishan should have been scolded, said Sima Zhao, also feel not relieved. Actually picked up the side of a rotten egg. Bang bang smashed Li Beishan face, angrily scolded. Yuck. Now this result. Are you satisfied? What kind of thing are you? Actually even a small disciple of mine is not as good as this. You actually still have the face to be the Holy Sun. Who gave you the bottom? Li Beishan raised his head and looked at him in a million shocks. Li Beishan didn't expect that even Sima Zhao, now, didn't put him in his eyes. You have to know that Sima Zhao has always been looking up to him. But now, Sima Zhao is scolding him so woefully, more fiercely than anyone else. At that moment, Li Beishan's heart was very unfavorable and bad. Even, an urge to cry welled up in his heart. The best subordinate he ever used called him worthless. How can this be good for his heart? But Li Beishan also understood that it was all his own fault. If it weren't for that, wouldn't he still be well on his way to being a holy son? Admired by all and exalted. Now that's called, what a thing. Li Beishan. Yuck. Sima Zhao spat on him again. At once, Li Beishan was disgusted beyond measure. But, unable to do anything about it. He could only hang his head and admit it. Even though even Sima Zhao was able to write on his head and in piss, he had nothing to say. Li Beishan's side was incomparably hard to bear. Shangguan Xia wasn't feeling well either. And old ancestor Tianxian didn't need to say much. In short, everything on this side was very hard to bear. Worried, scared, fearful, and all sorts of emotions took over a few of them all. But the tavern was buzzing with activity. One after another, the Tianxian sacred palace, or the people running away from the Qingyan sect, were all eating meat and drinking wine in big bowls, and were overjoyed, not to mention how happy they were. The whole bistro was filled with rapture. Come on, everyone drink to your heart's content. All consumption today will be paid for by Mr. Zhao. A servant-like white-browed old man stood out and said with a smile on his face. Behind him, there sat a white-clothed male, holding a golden iron fan in his hand. The whole person was jade-like and good-looking, and at a glance, it was clear that he was the son of a certain worldly family of extraordinary origins and was super rich. The white-clothed male nodded lightly and laughed softly. Everyone, feel free to drink and eat at ease, that is. Happy today. All the money for the wine I've all covered. The words just fell. Snap. A huge slap fiercely smacked Zhao Gongzi's face, and on the spot, he gave a scream, and then his body directly flew backward, crashed through the wall, and ruthlessly planted in an open space far away. Zhao Gongzi's head was full of big bags, covered with blood, climbed up, and came up for air. You, what are you doing? Who hit me? Ancient sage Dongzhuo gently retracted a pair of palms like gold and iron, palms in the heart of the hidden a sacred vastness of the breath and the flow, which is just now he broke out of the body of the cultivation. He said faintly, why do you want you to pay the bill? You look down on the old man, is it? Who is he? Dong Jia? He's rich. Why should Mr. Zhao pay for the whole place? Can't he, Dong Jia, even afford to pay for a drink? Zhao Gongzi rose from the ground in a sorry state, rushed back with quick steps, and as soon as he entered the door, he angrily cursed, old dog, do you want to die? Believe it or not, I'll call for someone right now. The atmosphere of the tavern changed instantly. Just now it was fine. This suddenly turned the picture around. causing many people to freeze a little, staring at Zhao Gongzi with unblinking eyes. Zhao Gongzi, they all know that this is a ruthless person. Is the person of the Golden Xian Holy Land? The Golden Xian Holy Land has nothing else. Is rich. That's right. The cultivation of the people of the Golden Xian Holy Land was not good, but there was an unfathomable vein of spirit crystals underneath their mountain, and under the perennial mining, their holy land was rich as hell. So feel free to get paid to find someone to kill. None of this matters. As a result, almost no one in the entire eastern continent dared to mess with the Jinxian Holy Land. Chapter 88, A Stabbing. And as for why the Jinxian Holy Land was able to dominate that vein, it's because they have an old ancestor sitting on it. Their old ancestor was in existence at the peak of the great emperor, having stepped into this realm millions of years ago, and once he struck out, he was as terrifying as hell, blowing up beyond compare. Although Zhao Gongzi called out to someone, he immediately called out to someone. He took out a sound transmission jade pendant and sent a sound transmission inside old ancestor. I've encountered something outside. There's a fearless one who actually dares to steal my thunder. You come quickly. With a swish sound, a golden vortex suddenly appeared in the void, and an old man with a white beard and white hair could be seen leaning on his walking stick, meditating and cultivating on a futon. He slowly opened a pair of eyes, and his powerful and extreme aura was like a mountain and a sea in an instant. Even through the vortex one could clearly feel the mountains shaking and the rivers and seas raging, terrifying to the extreme. Oh my god, the old ancestor is furious. My heavens, the old ancestor hasn't been this furious in many years. What's going on? Nonsense. It's very likely that the saint's son was in trouble outside. I remember that this was the situation when the saint's son was in trouble with old ancestor outside a few years ago. The shocked voices of the many disciples of the Golden Henge sacred ground came out from the vortex. Then, the vortex began to fluctuate. In the blink of an eye, almost like a void teleportation, the old ancestor of the Jinxian sacred land walked directly out of it on his crutches, a million miles away in a single thought. He arrived at the small hotel in an instant. He swept the surroundings, and finally his pale gaze landed on Dong Zhuo as he said in a deep, angry voice, "Seek death. Where is my son Fengxian?" Without saying a word, the ancient sage Dong Zhuo immediately took out a voice transmission jade pendant. At that moment, a majestic voice resounded from inside the voice transmission jade pendant. My son is here. The void clattered and similarly produced a near void-like fluctuation. And then the crowd was able to see through this a young man covered in white robes and holding a huge square sky painting halberd. The young man also seemed to possess the divine ability of the old ancestor of the Golden Crescent sacred land, and it seemed to be even stronger than the other parties, as he just took a gentle step, and all of a sudden, the entire person directly passed through the void and arrived here. Heavens, loyal and filial Lubu. The Supreme Elder was taken aback. I can't believe even he ran away. Back then, when the Supreme Elder went to the Holy Land in central China to further his studies, apart from meeting Dong Zhuo, the wise Prime Minister of the ages, he also met Lubu, the godson that Dong Zhuo had taken in. At that time, after Dong Zhuo introduced himself, he emphasized to the elder many times, "He is my godson, loyal and filial. You should address him as LV Bu in the future, just like you address me. Can you remember?" At that time, the Supreme Elder felt that this pair of righteous father and son had all this virtue, as to make a nickname so long, but naturally did not dare to go against, so has always been called so. Rather, I didn't expect that nowadays. When the ancient sage Dong Zhuo was at the verge of a great disaster, he directly left the Holy Land unattended and ran to the eastern continent. And his godson, the loyal and filial LV Bu, actually ran to it as well. What two talents! Where's the good old Prime Minister? Where's the promised loyalty and filial piety? Anyway, too talented. Lubu fell to the ground and said to Dong Zhuo, "Father." The ancient sage Dong Zhuo pointed at old man Jin Xian and said, "Son, stab him to death." Yes, with a clatter, loyalty and filial piety Lubu directly struck out, stabbing out with a spear, and the sharp tip of the spear had arrived in front of old ancestor Jin Xian in an instant. Old ancestor Jin Xian was instantly startled. This shot appeared to be plain and simple, but the power contained within it was far beyond his ability to resist. He could clearly perceive that he simply couldn't catch this shot. If one were to take it hard, one would probably be stabbed to death in an instant. However, at the moment of crisis, there was no time for him to think much. He immediately tapped his storage pouch, and an incomparably sharp dagger with countless cold lights flew out and was held in his hand. Then, he shouted open. At that moment, the dagger flooded with an even sharper light, and the various gemstones, rune stones, and Dao stones, inlaid on it opened up, and in an instant, all the energies contained inside exploded in full force and broke out. Then, old ancestor Jin Xian fiercely flung himself to his knees, raised the dagger high, and said, "Elder Lubu, This sacred soldier is for you. We can't beat them. Can only surrender. He was only at the peak of a great emperor. But other Lu Bu was a half-step immortal king. Click click click. Without blinking, Lu Bu directly stabbed his spear through. And in an instant, the dagger was stabbed in half on the spot, emitting countless sparks. Then, the square heavenly painted halberd mercilessly passed through old ancestor Jin Xian's body. And old ancestor Jin Xian died instantly on the spot, crossing his body on the spot. What the heck? Is it worthy of bribing me? Lu Bu swept the dagger with contempt, and a gaze directly blasted it to pieces. He was holding an emperor's soldier in his hand. What did he need a saint's soldier for? Imperial soldier, stronger than the sacred soldier. It basically took 10 saint soldiers to be worth one emperor soldier. Afterward, Lu Bu fell to the ground with renewed obeisance and said, "Righteous father, my child is incompetent." And after painstakingly pleading with Yi Qing to pour over a full incense stick of time, I was not able to convince Yi Qing to protect us. At the same time he and Dong Zhuo ran away. Dong Zhuo had already instructed Lu Bu that the first one to go to the eastern continent would go to Yi Qingtao, and that only Yi Qingtao could protect them. Then Dong Zhuo came to the small hotel. No, now Lu Bu returned without any success. What? Such a powerful Lu Bu actually needs protection from Yi Qingtao? My goodness, what a sunrise. Did I hear right? Old me has lived for 2 lifetimes, and which of the half-step immortal kings I've seen were not incredibly arrogant and honorable? But now, such a shocking thing has actually allowed my old me to come across it? The crowd murmured, each one nearly dropping their jaws in shock. Holy, I almost didn't throw up in my mouth with anger. I wasn't in the mood to write all day yesterday and just missed work. You know why? The day before yesterday, I was invited to dinner by Jia, and then I finally realized why she contacted me. She's pregnant, but there is no money for an abortion, and I dare not tell my family, so I want to ask me to borrow a $3,000 in case of emergency. I'm wondering, does it take that much money? She said not to disappear for a period of time, so as not to be seen by the family, have to rent a house outside, at least have to live for half a month or something, but also have to buy some nutrients. My head black line feel my face green, do not say anything, black face to finish the meal. What blew up even more after eating was that she invited me to dinner and actually didn't have any money to pay at all. It was tantamount to saying that she made the calculation that not only was the meal on me, but I had to give her $3,000. I was so angry I checked out over $200 and walked away. Fondue. Then yesterday a weather's not in the mood to write. Just stopped writing and wrote today. Keep up the regular updates tomorrow. Keep filling you in on any follow-ups as they come up. I'm on fire writing it. I'm convinced. It's all about what's superb. Chapter 89 Yi Qingtao is just advanced. One must know. What kind of terrifying level is a half-step immortal king that is comparable to the existence of a heavenly god? Once it strikes, it shocks the world. No one would even dare to mess with normal people. But, people Yi Qingtao now did not even show up to put the pussy? At that moment, every one of this group of people, no matter who they were, all froze in place for a moment in disbelief. In terms of seniority, I'll take Yi Qingtao, who said it is not simply powerful to the extreme. The demons restrain the human race. The human race fear, the result of Yi Qingtao restrain the demons. Turned around or have to people Yi Qingtao out of the horse. It is really powerful. Powerful my Yi Qingtao. What a thing to say. If I were Yi Qingtao, I would definitely not make a move this time either. On what grounds? It is what it is. A rustle of chatter arose from the scene. At this time, Zhao Gongzi had already become as scared as a twist, his entire body standing in place in shock and disbelief. The old ancestor was actually killed by the other party between raising his hands and feet? My god, who is the other guy? Since they, the Golden Henge Sacred Land, were just a power in the eastern continent, they did not know anyone from the central state. As for the central state, the land is vast and extensive, and it is the place where countless cultivators aspire to be the holy land of cultivation. And the central state is rich in spiritual qi, so anyone would want to go over there to further their cultivation. This also led to the fact that those who came from the central state deserved to be honored and revered by everyone from the other 4 continents. And also because the Tianqian sacred palace was too powerful, almost no one would come to the eastern continent, to the central state. The other 5 continents were as if they existed like small, remote places. Also for this reason, Mr. Zhao did not know Dong Zhuo and Lu Bu. Now, what made Mr. Zhao even more surprised was, who was the Yi Qingtao in the other party's mouth? To make this Lu Bu, who instantly killed his ancestor, look up to him so much. How terrifying should this person be? Hiss. Duke Xiao viciously sucked in a mouthful of cool air, his face turning white. Mainly, he didn't recognize Yi Qingtao either. They're so rich, they don't usually give a damn about anyone. Oh Feng Xian, Kill this Zhao Gongzi as well. Dong Zhuo opened his mouth. Yes. Lu Bu gave a nod and immediately struck out. Duke Zhao was scared half to death on the spot. But it was too late for him to even open his mouth to beg for forgiveness. And he was instantly pierced through by the square heavenly painted halberd. Mr. Zhao. Killed in action. Hooker's entrance. At this moment, Palace Master Shangwan Xiao, as well as old ancestor Tianxian, were all enraged to the extreme. Just because the holy sun libation, the clan and the holy palace, actually all were caused such a significant change, simply a huge collapse accident. The two of them were so angry that their noses almost went askew, and for a moment they were like fish in their throats, trembling to the point where they didn't know whether they should kill libation or what to do with him. It seemed that no matter what, libation was never enough to pay for it. If it was said that death would be used to offset the faults committed, then it would be just fine, but this clearly could not even be offset by death, making the two of them so angry to the point of numbness in their hearts that they simply did not know what to do. Libation! Old ancestor Tianxian suddenly bellowed, a pair of gloomy pupils admonishing libation to death. Libation was startled, hurriedly looked back, surprised and trembling. Old ancestor, how? What happened? We're all screwed because of you. Tell us what we should do with you. Libation lowered his head in pain. He didn't know either. Old Zhou asked him. Who is he going to ask? He himself knew that for the faults he had committed, dying thousands of times would not be enough. If death could solve the problem, then he really didn't mind dying now. But even if he does not want to die, there is no way to offset the hatred of the old ancestor and the palace master. This is simply a dilemma. It was just too big of a mistake to make. With a bang, Libation kowtowed fiercely to the ground, and said in agony, Old ancestor, I don't know what to do with myself now. We're in a big situation. We can't go back to the sky. It's all my fault. It's my selfishness that harmed us all. I'm 1,000 years of sins. Just now, the Libation was still confident and arrogant because his physique had been upgraded and had become immensely powerful, thus being arrogant. But now, immediately a different person, can only kneel on the ground to kowtow. The old ancestor's lips were trembling with anger, but he didn't know what to say. If Libation's death could offset his fault, then it would be good. Now it's just a dilemma and it's just disgusting. The more he thought about it, the more angry old ancestor Tianxian became, and he fiercely stepped forward, and with a loud bang, he viciously kicked Libation. Bang! Under the tremendous force, Libation's entire body suddenly flew straight backward like an out-of-control cannonball. In less than 3 seconds, it swiftly crashed into a wall in the distance, which was a city wall, more than 30 meters thick, which was meant to defend against foreign enemy attacks. But now, it was directly penetrated by a terrifying force, smashing out a human-shaped drastically large hole, and was smashed through. For that matter, Libation hadn't stopped under the powerful force, crashing through 7,000 or 8,000-year-old trees in a row, and was then viciously nailed to a large green stone head before stabilizing himself, spitting out blood in large gulps. His entire body sank into the stone so hard that he couldn't pull himself out. Ha ha ha, good. You dog-eat-dog really makes us feel ridiculous to the core. The city-slaughtering blood demon laughed out loud and slapped his thighs with a red face. As for the black-winged demons, the same was true. They had originally planned to hurry up and kill all of these remaining evils, but at this moment, seeing that they were dog-eat-dog, they were in no hurry. Anyway, the world's Qingyun Sect and Tianxian Sacred Palace, as well as all the forces under Tianxian Sacred Palace's command, had all died, and they were the only ones left. If we kill it, is there any fun left? Of course there's no play. It's really amusing to my father. You human races are really too speechless for us. You know, many years ago when my father wasn't sealed, you human races were constantly killing each other and fighting with each other. And now it's still like this. It's really enough to generalize and eat. On the contrary, we devil races have never had anything like this. The black-winged great devil said with a smile. Old ancestor Tianxian had to have that heart to talk to them. Therefore, he hastily nodded his head and took it as an answer. Then operated his great magic power, and in an instant, Libation forcefully flew back again like a ray. It's being transferred back. He won't get away with it at all. Just coming back. Shangwan Xiao immediately rushed up, and with a snap sound, a violent slap hit Libation's face. At that moment, Libation's face became even redder. He was already red because of his guilt, and at this moment, he was being smacked woefully. His face was swollen high like a pig's head. It was even more ridiculous. Chapter 90 Yi Qingtao. Can you come back? Snap, snap, snap. Shangwan Xiao still didn't think it was enough to relieve her anger, and continued to ruthlessly whip Libation's face. His cheeks swelled even more. Unbearably painful. Palace Master. I'm wrong. I know I'm wrong. Li Beishan howled as he tore his heart out. However, Shangguan Xiao acted as if she didn't hear it, and continued to whip it dead on. Hard. Smoke the left face and smoke the right face. Smoke the right face and smoke the left face. Up and down. Left and right. Not stopping for a moment. Snap. 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 This time it took hundreds of strokes. Shangguan Xiao felt her hand go numb and had to stop. But she was still not relieved in her heart. To uana the clan in the sacred palace like this with one's own strength. On whom could this be easily relieved? Li Beishan. You bastard. The sect and the sacred palace have been reduced to this state. Are you satisfied? We're finished. All finished. Shangguan Xiao almost cried out these words. How could Li Beishan not know? He knew better than anyone in his heart. But what could he do? In fact, he now wanted Yi Qingtao to come back more than anyone else. Even more than old ancestor Tianxian and Shangguan Xiao. If Yi Qingtao could come back, and could put aside the old enmity, he would be willing to do whatever he was asked to do by Li Beishan. Yes, if time could be turned back, he would keep Yi Qingtao no matter what. Ugh! Shangguan Xiao, tired of fighting and having muffled her voice with cursing, let out a long sigh and sat down on the side of the road, clasping her hands to her cheeks. She wailed. She doesn't want to die here. She was still young and had a great life ahead of her, but at this moment, she was trapped here, and later on, she would surely be the life of a demon to be abused and killed. Shangguan Xiao really didn't want to die. Yi Qingtao, can't you just look at me? Shangguan Xiao turned her head to look in the direction that Yi Qingtao had left just now. Her heart was empty, and an almost suffocating feeling surged up. It would be nice if the other person would look back at her, not because of his own life, but purely because he wanted him to stay. Why did he leave? Why can't you just be with yourself? Did he sleep with himself and he couldn't see himself? Shangguan Xiao's heart was in pain, and she turned her head to look at the black-winged demon, her heart in a state of utter despair. Yi Qingtao, I miss you, she shouted in the direction Yi Qingtao had left. Hearing this loud cry, Su Yanyan's heart was also very bad. People that she scrapped and drove away with her own hands. She was also the culprit, so to speak, and was no different than the Holy Sun. Even more unforgivable, I would say, than the Holy Sun. The Holy Sun's intention was to be able to become stronger, well more powerful, so that he could better guard the clan. But what about yourself? He didn't care, recognized Yi Qingtao's defection to the devil's way, and treated him cruelly to the extreme. Now that you've ended up in this situation, who can blame you? Su Yanran also turned her head to look at the direction where Yi Qingtao had just left, and the 1,000 words in her heart eventually turned into a long, helpless sigh. Ugh, when it comes down to it, all you can do is sigh. Her heart was incredibly sad, pale, wow, cold, cold, cold everywhere, all over her body. Not only was she cold, Sima Zhao and Jiang Jinhe, at this time, were also cold. It was a hot day, the sun was hot, and they felt their faces burning because of their extreme shame and remorse, but they did not perspire, but were cold, as if they were in the depths of winter. If it was usual at this time of the day, the two of them would have been sweating profusely, but right now, all one wants to do is wrap himself in layers of cotton clothing so that the wind chill can be dispelled. It's too cold, it's really too cold all around, especially the heart. It's colder. Master, why did we listen to the words of the Holy Sun? If we had pushed back and not listened from the beginning, now the sect and the Holy Palace would not be like this. The rest of our lives are still good. Sima Zhao said more painfully than the sacred sun. He now felt that he too was guilty and unforgivable. Although the Holy Sun was wrong, he was the one who did this. And he was the equivalent of a knife in the Holy Sun's hand, sharp and good to the core. But now, that good use is going to be in quotes. The better it works, the worse it is now. In his heart, Sima Zhao repented. Alas, don't say anything, this life of ours, how many times we die won't be enough. Jiang Jinhe also sighed long and hard. His heart was full of mixed feelings. If he could, he really wanted to turn back time and go back to the past, and then, ignoring the orders of the Holy Sun, instead, he would bring all his disciples to browbeat Yi Qingtao and send him delicious and fun things to eat and all kinds of beautiful women to keep him entertained night after night. Just pray that he doesn't leave the clan. But what's the use of talking about it now? It's just a fantasy before the big one. It's too hard to bear. It's just too hard to bear, Jiang Jinhe added. Both of them would very much hope that Yi Qingtao would come back and preside over the situation, suppressing the devil so that they could live on. But they also know that it's not possible, not at all anymore. Seeing that many people were looking towards the direction that Yi Qingtao had just left, old ancestor Tianxian also turned his head to look. His back was a bit hunched at this moment, lost in thought as if he was an old man about to be terminally ill. How much did he hope that Yi Qingtao could come back at this moment? Even if he just came back to say something, let these demons give him a face. As long as he had a word here, the demons wouldn't dare to act rashly. But is it possible? Old ancestor Tianxuan's heart was filled with despair. All of them, right now, hoped that Yi Qingtao would come back, their hearts feeling guilty and blaming themselves. Old ancestor, why don't I try to contact Yi Qingtao again? Suddenly, Shangguan Xiao said softly. Old ancestor Tianxian turned his head and asked, he didn't even promise you just now. Even when you slept with him he left without saying a word. Is there any hope for you to contact him now? I don't know, but I want to try again. If he can agree, no matter what he makes me do, I have no regrets. Shangguan Xiao clenched her silver teeth and said. Old ancestor Tianxian thought for a moment, but in the end, he could only nod his head and said, alright, you can beg him one more time, but I think he still won't help us. But if we don't beg, it's even more unlikely. So you start. Neither of them contacted me today. I don't think Xiao Jiao will contact me. And I don't know about Xiaoyi. I found out that some people don't know the word E, pronounced E, a sound, which I also recognized by accident. Then, I went to the mall today for a day of shopping, hit on 3 young ladies, and successfully asked for the WeChat of one of them. I want to be free to fall in love, and I don't dare to touch the dating ones anymore. Her circle of friends are some cute Muppet pictures. The feeling should be very caring of small animals. Today first do not talk. Tomorrow ask her to go to coffee or watch a movie to see. If the appointment does not come out, it will be directly deleted. Come and go like the wind. Sharp and incomparable. Chapter 91, directly refused to answer the message. I don't care about you. Shangguan Xiao didn't dare to delay much, and hurriedly took out the contact object. Then with a brush, she injected mana into it, and instantly, the jade pendant lit up. Then, a curtain of light gradually appeared in front of her eyes. The curtain of light was like a layer of clouds at first, and began to slowly coalesce. As soon as the coalescence is complete, you'll be able to see each other. But the next moment, this curtain of light suddenly stopped, and then clatter, as if the stream mercilessly flowing away, suddenly dissipated. This, Shangguan Xiao was shocked. This means that the other side rejected it. Shangguan Xiao hurriedly turned her head to look at old ancestor Tianxian and said with a shocked loss of color, Old ancestor, it's no good. This time, Yi Qingtao directly hung up on me. It looks like he won't agree to us at all. When old ancestor Tianxian heard this, his heart was that anxious and angry, and he let out a cold snort, his angry gaze turning his head to look at Li Beixian. In an instant, Li Beixian was startled and almost didn't faint from fear. Why didn't Yi Qingtao answer the video transmission? It's not because of him. This bull tur is dead sooner rather than later. Old ancestor Tianxian roared a voice in his heart. In the end, he compulsively suppressed the fire in his heart and said to Shangguan Xiao again, contact him again. Make sure you put down any face to beg him. Otherwise when we are killed by these demons. What face? All bull Old ancestor Tianxian was usually a very refined person, but at this moment of crisis, he could not care less at all. Shangguan Xiao didn't dare to refuse, and hurriedly injected mana inside the contact jade pendant once again and began to contact Yi Qingtao. Swish swish swish. The jade pendant lit up once more and began to condense a curtain of light in the void. But almost instantly, the curtain of light dispersed with the wind. The other party has refused again. Shangguan Xiao lost her voice in shock. Give me a continuation. Old ancestor Tianxian said in a deep voice. How could Shangguan Xiao dare to be slow? Moreover, this situation now didn't allow her to slack off. She hurriedly contacted Yi Qing again. You know, with her noble and unapproachable status, and still being so beautiful and good-looking, she usually never stooped so low as to contact someone. There really wasn't a single one. What's more, the other guy is still a man. But this time, Shangguan Xiao lowered her high and proud head. She knew that no matter what she said at this time, she had to contact Yi Qingtao and ask for his forgiveness. However, this time the light curtain didn't even begin to coalesce. The opposite side simply refused again. Rejected. Denial. Still refusing. Shangguan Xiao's heart shook as an urge to cry surged through her heart. If it doesn't work once, then twice. If it doesn't work twice, then 3 times. If it doesn't work 3 times, then 10 times. No matter what, you must contact him for me. Old ancestor Tianxian said loudly. Shangguan Xiao nodded and hurriedly contacted Yi Qingtao again. Soon. For the 10th time. For the 15th time. For the 20th time. For the 100th time. After contacting the other party 100 times, the other party simply ignored them and hung up on all of them. Shangguan Xiao was in immense pain and helpless. Li Beixian, Sima Zhao, Jiang Zhehu, Tianxian old ancestor, Su Yanyan, all of them were also stumped in place one by one. Their hearts were mixed, and their sadness was incomparable. They were now, each of them had a feeling of bravery in their hearts. The north wind was blowing, and their hearts were cold. 100 times. So many times. Yi Qingtao didn't even give a pass to give them a word. Enough to show his determination. And also enough to show how much he wouldn't forgive to the sect and the sacred palace. Shangwan Xiao's hands trembled as she tried to make contact once more. If the other party was still unwilling to accept it this time, then she didn't know what to do. She was almost afraid to get her hopes up. Suddenly, there was a buzz, and this time it actually connected. Yi Qingtao, plump and handsome, dressed in white, appeared in the light screen. His eyes swept everyone over here. His voice cold. Shangwan Xiao, what are you doing? Are you sick? I've rejected you so many times. Why are you still hitting the video over? Annoying or not? Shangwan Xiao was overjoyed and quickly said, Mr. Yi, don't be angry first, listen to me first. DDT. The other party hung up straight away. The curtain of lights suddenly dissipated, and the bountiful and handsome face inside was gone. Shangwan Xiao grasped her entire hand on the air. Gloomy. The others did the same. Looking at the location where the curtain of light had just surfaced, their hearts hard and gloomy. Other side. Hoka. Really convinced? Once do not answer. Do not call. Call so many times. Annoying are you? Really a crazy woman. Yi Qingtao looked at the plate of melons and fruits in front of him. Really not in the mood to eat. I didn't cross over at the time. And when I was on the blue planet, I was usually most annoyed when people continued to call without answering the phone. And it was so insensitive that I was convinced. Rather, I did not expect that the people of the metaphysical world is actually more breathless than the people on the blue planet. Do not pick up can directly give you call hundreds of times. Really capitalized service. In fact, Yi Qingtao also want to turn off the phone to come, but really do not know how to turn off this jade pendant. After all, it is not a cell phone, and this thing he cannot throw, because at the beginning of listening to an elder said, worth a lot of money it. Just at this time, a voice suddenly came from outside the door. You kid is not bad. You can be my disciple. It was a thick voice that sounded like a middle-aged man. Yi Qingtao didn't bother to go out and look at it because it had nothing to do with him. Then another young voice was heard. So it's a great luck. Master is above. Please accept my disciple's worship. Alright, get up. I see there are still quite a few good seedlings in this hookah. Anyway, it's still a good idea to accept one. It's also a good idea to accept two. So let's accept a few more. The words just fell. With a creak, the door was pushed open, and really a middle-aged man walked in, dressed in green cloth and linen clothes, holding an iron sword in his hand. His body exuded the aura of the Hotian realm. Yi Qingtao's eyes stared slightly. Could it be that the nice seedling this middle-aged man was talking about was himself? It was worth mentioning that this city was originally a small city, a mundane city where all the people living were mortals. The middle-aged man, on the other hand, was a hegemon in the neighborhood, a terrifying existence that had dangled into the Hotian realm and stepped onto the path of cultivation. Don't look at the Hotian realm, but in this mundane city, it was highly admired, and countless people would rush to worship the master. But the middle-aged man himself knew that for his small sect with only 300 to 500 people, if he really put it in a big place, it was not even as good as an ant on the ground. And the reason why he looked at Yi Qingtao and felt good was because he felt in the dark that Yi Qingtao seemed to be a good chance, quite spiritual. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Qingtao and said indifferently, little fellow, seeing that you are young but have not yet stepped into the path of cultivation, don't delay. Worship me as your teacher. I will lead you to become a cultivator. Mainly due to the cultivation gap being too large, he couldn't perceive the cultivation in Yi Qingtao's body at all. And because this was a mundane city, there weren't many cultivators who usually came at all. After all, the powerful practitioners have gone to listen to the fairies play the zither and play and sing. Who will listen to the mundane It's just bull ********. Yi Qingtao couldn't help but want to laugh a little and said, I wonder if your clan is powerful. Ha, that's certainly powerful. Within 100-mile radius of this city, it's my Tianshan sect that's the most powerful. I'm the hallowed patriarch, a Hotian ninth heavenly existence, and I'll soon be able to step into a higher cultivation level, so you have to seize the opportunity, the middle-aged man said with a smile. Chapter 92, This good seedling is actually so extraordinary. Yi Qingtao laughed once again and shook his head. What good will it do me to worship your sect? That's a lot of benefits. See this object? This was left behind a few years ago when my master sat down. And seeing as it's destined to be with you, I'm giving it to you. The middle-aged man took out a conch from his body and handed it to Yi Qingtao. Yi Qingtao's eyes suddenly lit up, because, to his surprise, he found that one of the internal interlayers of this object actually contained a piece of extreme soul crystal. Soul crystals, a more terrifying existence than spirit crystals, could be exchanged for 1 billion spirit stones with just a single piece. At that moment, Yi Qingtao frowned and glanced at the middle-aged man without revealing anything, realizing that he didn't seem to notice that there was something else fishy going on here. The middle-aged man also really didn't know that there was something hidden inside this object. With his cultivation simply couldn't perceive the interlayer. And now it was just a gift to Yi Qingtao as a gift to pay respects to his teacher. So he just gave some away casually. Master that year before he sat down. I do not know why he sent him a conch. Said, this thing is not much use. You usually just take it on the body on the line. When your cultivation is high, at least to the level of the martial monarch. And then take it out to carefully perceive. If others ask, you say it is just a conch. Not worth money. If it's so random, just give it away. There's no point in keeping it anyway. Yi Qingtao took it without showing any emotion, put it into his pocket and said, disciple worships master. Things are collected, not to worship that would be against one's conscience. Yi Qingtao felt that, when there is some kind of distress in their clan in the future, he will save them once, just as a repayment. Ha 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 ha, good. My Heaven Mountain sect has another good seedling. The middle-aged man was overjoyed and continued, although my Tianshan sect goes to the outside world, it is a lowly sect, almost no one will look at it highly. But in this mundane area, it is like the existence of a god. From now on, you will transform into a mortal and become a cultivator. The middle-aged man had just said this, when suddenly, a knock sounded at the door. Dum 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 dum. Mainly just now the middle-aged man came in and closed the door by hand. Yi Qingtao sensed it slightly, and immediately his face turned gloomy. Outside the door was actually old ancestor Tianxian, as well as Shangguan Xiao. There were also a few other auras, which were Saints Sun Li Beishan, Patriarch Su Yanran, Law Enforcement Hall Han Jiangjinha, and Sima Zhaoga. Then, they were followed by a large number of people with demonic aura, and at a glance, it was clear that they were those devils and small demons that had changed. Yi Qingtao had already expected in a flash of lightning that these people couldn't get through to themselves on the phone. So, they personally came to the door to invite themselves. Yi Qingtao guessed well. Just now Shangguan Xiao couldn't contact him in any way. All thoughts were lost. And then, all of a sudden, the idea of personally coming back to look again was born. Of course, old ancestor Tianxian had also sprouted such an idea. After all, it didn't seem formal or polite enough to just send a transmission to someone. The only way to seem sincere is to have invited them in person. Thus, old ancestor Tianxian and palace master Shangguan Xiao personally came over to invite them. Since their cultivation was extremely powerful, they arrived here very quickly. As for those devils, they felt that it didn't matter. Yi Qingtao wouldn't even bother with them anyway. So they just followed them over to see a joke. The devils were now watching the fun. Dum 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 dum. Seeing that no one inside answered, old ancestor Tianxian knocked on the door once more. Who is it? Can't you see that this seat is accepting disciples? Why are you so blind? The middle-aged man named Hu Wantao walked over and opened the door impatiently. When he saw the visitor, at once, he was startled. Only to see on these people, that pressure, as powerful as it was incomparably terrifying. Just by casually perceiving it, one instantly felt as if a meteorite was pressing down on them, and as long as one didn't pay attention, one would instantly be crushed into a ground of mincemeat. Hu Wantao was shocked, his face swished and changed, and he hurriedly said in a respectful trembling voice, "Who are you looking for?" "I am the Tianxian Sacred Palace old ancestor is also. This is the contemporary palace master of the Sacred Palace. You have nothing to do, hurry to one side. This side has nothing to do with you. Get lost." Tianxian old ancestor heard Hu Wantao's words just now and instantly felt very upset in his heart. But naturally, he couldn't indiscriminately kill an innocent person just because of this matter and said in a deep voice, "What? Tianxian Sacred Palace? So it's a higher power from the central state?" In an instant, Hu Wantao was so scared that his soul flew out of his body, and he hurriedly stood obediently to the side, not even daring to say anything. Mike San Tianxian Sacred Palace. He has never seen even a single miscellaneous disciple from the other side in his entire life. He is just a small sect in the Hotian realm, which can be called a nook and cranny of the Sesame half-large sect. Compared to others, that power, that, simply cannot be compared. The next moment, something that made him even more surprised and his eyes dropped to the ground happened, only to see this old ancestor from the Tianxian Sacred Palace in Central State, as well as their palace master, actually showing a respectful face and a nervous expression. He took a step towards the disciple he had just accepted and said, "Senior Yi, the two of us have personally come to ask you to go back to the party. The party was our fault, more than a little abruptness, and now you see, I'm not looking," Yi Qingtao said directly. "What am I looking at? What's there to see? Go back to wherever you are. It's none of my business. Don't Senior, have something to say." Tianxian old ancestor was anxious and quickly spoke out. "I don't have anything to say. but what is there to say? If you guys are fine, just hurry up and order some good food and drink to eat before you die, and after you finish eating, you can go on your way. Don't come to disturb me to listen to music on the hook, Yi Qingtao said expressionlessly. Old ancestor Tianxian was so anxious that he hurriedly passed a wink toward Shangguan Xiao and said, "Go quickly." Shangguan Xiao's face was as red as a ball of fire. She took a deep breath. Her footsteps hobbled to the front of Yi Qingtao, softly said, "Yi Gongzi, I'm willing to play the qin and play and sing for you, as well as dance for you to enjoy, and at night, we can also spend the moon, and sleep in the same bed. Sorry, it has nothing to do with me. I just want to quietly watch these mundane beauties dance right now. You are a heavenly immortal. We are not suitable," Yi Qingtao directly interrupted and said. Hu Wantao was trembling as he watched the scene, shocked and losing his color. His mouth opened so huge that he could almost stuff a bowl into it. "Last night, I slept on a pillow, and my neck has a tendon pain, which is connected to the left side of my brain, and my head hurts, so these 2 chapters are not in a good state to write out. Cool is definitely cool. I write books have always been very cool, but there are definitely typos, and I'm really in pain to check, and I'm coming back to change them when I don't have pain in the follow-up. Then the dating aspect. I'll be damned. Today at noon to send a message to the girl. Actually a period of time, about 10 minutes, will only be back to me, and then I send again, or more than 10 minutes to return. An hour only said 5 sentences. I am really convinced. The most annoying this kind of pulling not clear. Then just delete it. I for one never like to get caught up in internal conflict. Then, at the 2 o'clock hour, I was working on my novel and she added me instead, and the verification message was, "Why did you delete me?" I got through to her and said it takes a century to reply. I don't have the patience for that. Goodbye. And deleted it again after that. A minute later she immediately added me again. I'm drunk. What's wrong with women nowadays? I haven't agreed to it yet. Care how you like. Then Xiaoi contacted me in the morning and asked me to come to her house as a guest or something, and I haven't replied so far. What am I going to do at your house? Something? Chapter 93, Don't talk to me. I think you're dirty. Hu Wantao is how did not expect. Just now he received this good seedling. Actually is so horrible powerful people. Think about it. Even the hall master of the central state power Tianxian sacred palace, as well as the hall old ancestor, all ran over to ask him to come out in such a low voice. How powerful he should be. What's more, the other palace master was actually willing to accompany him to spend time with him and share his bed? Holy, be that good. Hu Wantao felt that his perceptions were turned upside down, and his brain was hit hard. Taking a closer look, Shangguan Xiao was really pretty, looking as beautiful as a flower, skin as white as jade. Such a heavenly fairy of such a national color was actually willing to accompany this disciple of his to sleep? That's not to mention that even if she wanted to accompany her, this disciple of hers actually loved it. It's awesome. It's awesome. You're a real credit to me. However, the next moment Hu Wantao reacted. Is their own look away? People are powerful, but is in a good mood to agree to do their own disciple just? They are in a great luck. Suddenly, Hu Wantao changed his opinion of Yi Qingtao in a straight line, and stood aside and did not dare to speak. Just now, he had felt that he was the other party's master, but now he had directly become as if he were a disciple. Shangguan Xiao could not hide the desolation in her heart, still opened her mouth to persuade, Yi Gongzi, then I don't know what you want. As long as you promise to help us, what do you want Yaoer to do? Yaoer is willing to. Treating these words, Yi Qingtao didn't even care and directly turned his head away. You think you're willing to do anything so I'll do it? Make it sound like I'm versatile. Isn't that cheap when you put it bluntly? Yi Qingtao quietly turned his head to look at the white clouds outside the window. The window is pulled open at this time. The white clouds outside is really good looking. At least in the immediate Shangguan Xiao feel good looking, elegant and quiet, pure and flawless. Although Shangguan Xiao is also equally pure and flawless. But Yi Qingtao think, she used to eat grains and cereals after all. Since she ate grains and cereals, that intestines must not have ever existed asterisk? I'm sorry, it's been unclean before. Then don't blame me. Mr. Yi. You say, what exactly will you be willing to promise me? Shangguan Xiao looked at Yi Qingtao pitifully, a pair of beautiful eyes full of expectation, looking forward to it. Yi Qingtao did not even blink, did not even return his head, said, I think you are not clean. Do not talk nonsense with me, all give me out. I want to listen to the song quietly. Said expression has been very impatient. Why is it unclean? I haven't made any Dao couples. How can it be unclean? Shangguan Xiao was taken aback and said in a hurry. She thought she grew up clean. So where was she unclean? It was her subconscious that didn't expect the aspect Yi Qingtao was talking about. Yi Qingtao said indifferently. Before you didn't cultivate. Did you eat grains and cereals? Even after cultivation, did you also eat? Since you ate, there must have been something smelly in your stomach, so don't think that I will look at you more just because you are pretty. Nothing, hurry up and leave. Let's get in my way here, said also waved his hand. What? Shangwan Xiao's eyes widened violently in shock. She had never thought that what Ji Qingtao cared about was this, but hasn't everyone ever had one? It's a human being who has to eat. Tick-tock, tick-tock, Shangwan Xiao suddenly cried. A single tear flowed down as if it had broken the dike, wetting the ground. She felt disliked. You know, no one would ever dislike her, especially men. Which man is not to her to compete for the first attentiveness? Never dare to dislike her. But now there are people who dislike her once ate something. And Shangguan Xiao also understood that it wasn't because of this at all. It was because Yi Qingtao simply didn't forgive himself and used this as an excuse. Offhand, this is still true, and one can't explain it. Alas! Next to him, old ancestor Tianxian let out a long sigh, then turned his head to look angrily at Li Beishan. Li Beishan was instantly scared like a headless fly looking for a place to go. Just then, Sima Zhao, who was at the back of the crowd, suddenly froze. He suddenly realized that it seemed as if the small town he had come to seemed to be where his family habitat was. Sima Zhao just came eagerly, did not care for a moment, and now suddenly reacted, as if his ancestors had gone out from here. For a moment, Sima Zhao's heart clenched, feeling as if his heart had been grabbed by something. With great difficulty, he turned his head to look at a demon and immediately met the demon's clamoring gaze. That's the Slaughter Blood Demon. City Slaughtering Blood Devil has actually long since discovered that there seems to be something wrong here. Why is it that not far down the street, there is a huge mansion where the breath of blood flowing in the bodies of many people seems to be very similar to Sima Zhao? With a little bit of perception, he understood at once. It seems that this is the location of the Sima Zhao family. In an instant, his heart raced. The City Slaughtering Blood Devil immediately laughed. Little ones, quickly go to the Sima family and kill all of them for me. Instantly, the other lesser demons understood what was going on and perceived it. And all of a sudden, they were ecstatic. They only killed people from the cultivation world, who didn't spread their attention to the mundane world. It also didn't purge the mortal world of all those who were involved with the Green Cloud sect. And now you've actually hit it by mistake? At once, they were all surprised and painfully happy. Immediately promised, here, yes, sir. Swish swish swish. A large group of demons immediately rushed over. At once, Sima Zhao was stunned. The next moment, the street erupted in chaos. The entire city, everyone saw countless demons show their original form, have drawn their swords, scared a big jump. There is a beautiful girl directly on the street was scared out of a large puddle of clear soup flow on the ground, and then covered their noses and frowned and fled. His face was red. In an instant, pandemonium erupted in this place, and all of them fled as if they were on their feet, calling out to one side or the other. Swish, swish swish. Some unrelated people fled almost in a flash, not daring to stay long at all. Some of the merchants, passers-by, also fled. This little town, too, is in disarray. Suffered. Boom. A demon that covers the sky reveals its original form, feet on the earth, as if a giant, as fast as towards the Sima family ancestral mansion rushed. Along the way does not care about you 37801. All houses, as long as the eyesore, all treaded flat. If someone gets in the way, just stomp on them, regardless of gender. Bang! A mundane gold-digging woman, who was quite beautiful to look at, was stomped on straight away and burst into a shower of juice. A mortal man was so shocked that he crouched beside the woman and wailed, and the next moment he was sent down to meet this woman. Damn! Quite infatuated. Women will only affect the speed at which you make money. The demon roared and finally arrived at the Sima family's ancestral mansion. Looking at this scene, not only was Sima Zhao stunned, Jiang Jinhe was even more stunned. He was suddenly terrified that his ancestral land would get this same end. Although his ancestral land was not here, the demons would definitely not let it go. He hadn't dared to mention a single word about his mortal family until now, for fear of being thought of by the demons. Chapter 94, No One Left Behind. It is worth mentioning that this hookah is not far from the ancestral house of the Sima family, and the view can be looked at in a very aspect. Jiang Jinhe saw that the demons had rushed over almost in the blink of an eye, and in the countless Sima clansmen's looks that hadn't reacted yet, they went on a killing spree on the spot. Both men and women, young and old, decapitate them all. Not a single one left. The demons were already devils. How much better could they be? No morals, no ethics, no burden whatsoever. I don't care who you are, how old you are, what your gender is, what's wrong with killing you. Ka-ching, ka-ching, ka-ching. The sound of a butcher knife cutting through. It rang out in succession, in an endless stream. Aha! Why did you kill me? I don't want to die. Can anyone help me? Help me!
The Sima family's ancestral mansion was filled with the sound of ghostly cries and wails, and the cries shook the heavens. But the rest of the street has long since run away.
So who has time to pay attention to them? Even if someone is willing to save them,
at the sight of this situation,
they are instantly scared to death. Who would dare to go up? Isn't this a death wish? In less than an incense stick of time, the Sima family's ancestral mansion was already covered in blood,
with pools of blood everywhere, and corpses piled up in stacks, littering the place like worthless pieces of paper.
Almost everyone in the Sima family ancestral residence did not escape the bad news, even if there are escaped, but also quickly caught up, directly by the demon to a punch, into a single corpse.
There was an old man hobbling on the ground and crawling to escape, and he was chased down and blown up into a pile of garbage on the spot.
Such a gruesome scene.
Jiang Jinhao was so frightened that he directly rolled his eyes.
Hiss, hiss, hiss. He drew 3 breaths of cold air in a row, and was really scared to death of the aftermath. Although the demon was only exterminating the Sima family now,
not his Jiang family, he could already see what would happen to his own family from the Sima family.
For a moment, he was literally in tears. As for Sima Zhao, he was even more frightened at this time, crying and wailing in pain. Ah! My people, my grandmother, my grandfather, oh my God. I feel like I'm going to run out of breath. I'm so sorry, the guilt is too much. It's such a heavy price to pay. If it wasn't for him, Sima Zhao, how could his family face extinction one day? If he hadn't gone against Yi Qingtao again and again, how could he have carried such a heavy debt of conscience one day? All of his people had gone out from here, and without the ancestral land, there would be no father, and since there was no father, there would be no him. But now, it's all gone.
He felt that he was born to collect debts from his family. Because of himself, he caused the entire family to be wiped out.
Not a single one left.
A heavy sense of guilt, as if it were a meteorite,
crushed hard on Sima Zhao's back, making him as if he were an ape straightening his back. Unbearable.
Jiang Jin he became furious and howled loudly.
Sima Zhao, take a good look. Because of what you did, your family has become like this. What else do you have to say now? Ha! He actually wanted to curse even more. Don't you implicate my family.
But he didn't dare to curse out. It would be bad if these demons noticed.
In the face of Jiang Jinhe's rebuke, Sima Zhao was unable to defend himself and could only shed tears and keep quiet. When it came down to it, all he had left to do was shed tears. Nothing else, not even kowtowing and begging for forgiveness, can offset his remorse.
The killing of the demons hadn't stopped.
The Sima family ancestral residence erupted with hellish cries of ghosts and wolves, as if it were a living hell on earth.
It was a long time before there were finally no more sounds coming from inside.
Everyone, all dead, not a single one left.
Then the demons began to set fire to the entire Sima family mansion with one fire.
As the blazing fire rose into the sky, this ancestral residence of the Sima family, representing the history of the Sima family, was directly engulfed in flames. Shortly afterward, the Sima family was burned to a white field,
and everyone was burned to ashes.
Dead. Sima Zhao cried uncontrollably and could no longer speak, as if he could already see what was going to happen to his family.
Jiang Jinhe hurriedly kicked him and angrily cursed.
Hurry up! You quickly go beg Yi Qingtao. Just now, during the demise of the Sima family,
Yi Qingtao did not say a single word from the beginning to the end.
That's right, just chill out. You can do whatever you want. I'm just not going to help. I'm just going to sit back and watch. What are you going to do to me? Even if you call me small-minded and very vindictive. So what?
I have nothing to do with the death of your family.
I'm just vindictive. I'm just small-minded. If you don't like it, don't come begging me. Sima Zhao cried bitterly, quickly came to Yi Qingtao, crying out, Yi senior brother, it's me who was wrong. I was wrong from the very beginning. I beg you, just come out and help us, even if it's just to say a word. It's okay, the demon will definitely look at your face, and won't dare to do anything to us. Are you annoyed? Get out of the way. Don't affect my mood.
Yi Qingtao directly interrupted and said slowly.
He was in no hurry at all, and even leisurely picked up the water cup next to him and took a sip of tea between words. Slow and clear. You guys know to come here after the accident. Did you eat earlier? Anyway, you can do whatever you like, dead or alive. It's none of my business. No, Yi senior brother, you help us. Now that all my clansmen have died, I feel a lot of mental pressure. Help me. Sima Zhao begged bitterly. Su Yanran suddenly said, Senior Yi, we have begged you what else do you want from us? We are already very sincere Snap. A big slap was fiercely slapped on Su Yanran's face, spitting out a mouthful of blood on the spot, and she was in a sorry state. Su Yanran looked up to see that it was actually the old ancestor who made the move, and was instantly too scared to say a word. Shut up, You're not allowed to speak when you're not wanted. Old ancestor Tianxian was furious to the extreme.
Su Yenran still does not understand where she said wrong.
We clearly have been very sincere. What do you want us? But all this, she could only admit with broken teeth, not daring to speak. To fill you in on the follow-up. The one from yesterday. Just the one who hit on me. Added me 3 times. The last time said no, you'll wait. I passed and asked her what she was doing and she asked me back why I deleted her. I said you're quite good at keeping fish. I'm not deleting and waiting to be kept by you. Don't waste your feelings, just break it off. She actually called me disrespectful to women. Me, deleting you means disrespecting you. So please ask me if you've respected me. It takes half a day to send a message. Do you respect me? Then I deleted it again. And she actually added me. And I ignored her anyways. And I really wanted to see what she wanted me to wait for. Then Xiaoi sighed. I definitely do not agree to go to her house. I go in what capacity? But today, she came to my house all dressed up. Which means, look, I'm all dressed up. Is it appropriate for you not to go? Having said that, I feel how it's like a forced marriage. There is a say one. She dresses really good. Front and back. Tender and snow white. That light blue jeans wear. Fine willow like jade legs set off the most. The upper body is a white bustier. Feet a pair of crystal high heels. Beautiful is really beautiful. But I dare to want it? At the end of the day I didn't go and she had lunch at my house and went to work. I intend to find my classmates to talk about love. We have a female classmate in the university class is very beautiful. White young thin type. That is, at that time almost did not talk much. The evening contact to try. Chapter 95, Miserable. So what? Old ancestor Tianxian was now anxious and angina-ridden. I just felt the fire burning up to my eyebrows and was in a hurry. But what was this Su Yanyan situation? Actually saying such things? How on earth did you grow your brain? The brain circuitry is so frustrating. Can't you say something normal? You're not trying to keep people from helping, are you? At this moment, old ancestor Tianxian felt that this person, Su Yenran, was truly no good. Why did you accept her into the clan in the first place? Is also convinced, and also designated her as the patriarch. This is good. A slap in the face. Directly a mouse spoiled a pot of soup. Alas, it's all fate. It's fate. Old ancestor Tianxian only had a sigh left in his heart. Afterwards, old ancestor Tianxian was ready to beg Yi Qingtao. No matter what, even if it is a plea, put down the identity, put down this old face don't want, but also to beg Yi Qingtao back. Otherwise, these remaining people were the last vestiges of the sacred palace and the sect, and if they all died out, the Tianxian sacred palace, too, would completely disappear from the world. It won't work. Definitely not. As the old ancestor of the sacred palace, how could he allow such a thing to happen? And over here, after being scolded by her old ancestor, Su Yenran's thinking finally reversed a bit, and she also planned to start begging Yi Qingtao, mostly because she doesn't want to die. Although she felt as if what she said was right, but if it was in front of life and death, then even if she was right, she would have to change it in a hurry. After all, life and death are the biggest things in the world. At the same time, Sima Zhao, Jiang Zhenhe, had already planned to all beg Yi Qingtao, especially Jiang Zhenhe, never want to let his own family, also suffered the same fate as Sima Zhao. This downfall, it's so tragic, he watched and was anxious. Therefore, now it was simply more anxious than the old ancestor, and already hated to immediately kneel down to Yi Qingtao, and Sima Zhao because the family has been extinguished and extinguished, at this moment as if a puppet, dull eyes, only want to beg Yi Qingtao. That made him feel that there was less guilt on his head. Whether or not you can beg for it is another matter. Though, the same was true for Saint Sun Libation, who, like everyone else, wanted to go up and beg Yi Qingtao, mainly now that the old ancestor hadn't given the word. He didn't dare to act rashly. Shangguan Xiao was similarly as anxious as the old ancestor, and was on the verge of kneeling down to beg Yi Qingtao, only she always felt that something was missing, and she had been slow to kneel. She's a woman. She's a beautiful woman. She can't give a knee for a moment, and, still, under so many pairs of eyes, she felt so desperate and helpless that tears were streaming from her eyes. Most of all, if she knelt down, she was afraid that Yi Qingtao would despise her and think she was lowly. In short, at this moment, everyone from Tianxian Sacred Palace and Qingyun Sect all intended to beg Yi Qingtao. Yi Chen suddenly coldly grunted, "Ha ha ha, too miserable. Your Qingyun Sect is really too miserable. I expected a long time ago that senior brother Yi would never intervene. I didn't expect that it really didn't from the beginning to the end. Painfully, that's the real man." Yi Chen spoke with an extremely loud voice, desperate for everyone to hear. These words reached the ears of Shangguan Xiao and the others, making them feel dishonored in the face. and their hearts felt like they were being strangled by a rope, so hard that they almost suffocated. It was an outsider's taunt, and it made them hard to bear, mocking them in public and favoring them with nothing to say. Afterwards, he ran over and saluted fiercely towards Yi Qingtao, then flung himself on his knees and raised his hands high in a fist. "Senior brother Yi, I respect you as a man." Yi Qingtao also didn't expect how Yi Chen suddenly knelt down to himself, and was immediately amused. But on second thought, indeed oneself this simply does not listen to persuasion. No matter what libation in Tianxian old ancestor said, oneself just does not make a move. Also, even when top-notch big beauties like Su Yanran and Shangguan Xiao came to plead with him, he was still completely immobile. Can't be persuaded at all. Judea has a heart of stone. So what if you're beautiful? I should disobey or not? Think I'll go soft because you're a woman? And you'll be given a few moments of face? Think about what? When I saw a pretty girl on the road, I immediately went up to her. I've never seen a woman before. Have I? I have to say, Yi Qingtao actually admired himself. So backbone. Alright, get up. What does it look like for you to kneel like this? Yi Qingtao turned his head and said indifferently, "No, senior brother Yi, the person I admire the most in my life is you. I must kneel down and kowtow a few times for you," Yi Chen said decisively. When he finished, he really pounded his head towards the ground and coughed hard. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Chen kowtowed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, he kowtowed 3 times, one louder than the other. Then Yi Chen continued to cup his fists and said, "Brother Yi, in fact, if I were you, and I saw that a beautiful woman like Shangguan Xiao actually licked her face and begged for me, I would definitely be soft-hearted, thus agreeing to do it. And I feel that if I were to do it for another man, it would definitely be the same, no matter whether it was out of a heart of hearts, or just saving the beauty of the world as a hero, they would definitely help but you are different. I've grown up so big. You are the most different person I've seen in the whole world." Said not to make a move. Resolutely won't make a move. A man of one word. Even if the top beauty sleeps with a team of horses is difficult to catch up. Too powerful. Admire. I, Yi Chen, am really impressed. What Yi Chen said was all the truth. It was in his heart. Said again head buckled the ground, ruthlessly gave Yi Qingtao a few more kowtows. Yi Qingtao drank a mouthful of tea without panicking, and laughed lightly. "That's no nonsense. I'll never make a move when it's time to make a move. And since the words have all been said, wouldn't it be a slap in my own face if I make a move? Don't worry. I'm a person with a backbone. Even if they all die cleanly it has nothing to do with me." "Awesome." Yi Chen nodded. The black-winged great devil behind him also stretched out his thumb at once and said, "Awesome. I have lived for I don't know how many billions of years, and I don't obey the heavens or the earth. But, I will obey you, Elder Yi." "That's right," the city-slaughtering blood devil also said. "A great man is born between heaven and earth. How can he not keep his words? This words of 9 tripods, a team of horses, is simply a model for my generation. Too powerful. You are too powerful. I am the same as Yi Chen. In this life, the one I admire most is you, Yi Qingtao Yi seniors, the younger ones. You quickly say it is not all of you admire or not admire Yi seniors?" Immediately, countless small demons from the rear came out with neatly organized shouts. "Admirable, admirable, admirable. Your Holiness, like you, the one we admire the most in our lives is Senior Yi." The slaughterhouse blood demon nodded in satisfaction. This on the demonic side instantly caused everyone on Tianxian Sacred Palace's side to change their faces, and following that, to be shocked. The reason was simple. Yi Chen had knelt down. Didn't this mean that he was kneeling down and begging Yi Qingtao not to make a move? Even though he didn't say so on the surface, the stance, it certainly had that meaning in it. For a moment, everyone in Tianxian's Sacred Palace, their faces were embarrassed and their hearts were burning. As for the Green Cloud Sect side, they were also anxious and scratching their ears. Jiang Zhenhao was in a hurry, not caring about that much, and suddenly walked to Yi Qingtao. Flop. He heavily knelt down for Yi Qingtao. "Elder Yi, Yi Senior, I apologize to you. I'm old and confused." Jiang Zhenhao said loudly, repentant beyond measure. Next moment, flop, another heavy sound of kneeling rang out. Yi Qingtao raised his eyes and swept. It turned out to be Sima Zhao this time. Sima Zhao this side has not yet opened his mouth. Over there, Su Yanran is also anxious, and hastily fluttered, also gave Yi Qingtao kneeling down. "Elder Yi, we were wrong. I know I'm wrong. I'm the patriarch. A big mistake. I know I'm wrong. You have mercy on us." The Holy Son, libation, was so impatient that he also flung himself to his knees. "Damn, it's not like there are no benefits after upgrading my physique. At the very least, it repaired my limbs, otherwise right now, I wouldn't even be able to kneel." Libation said in his heart with a million thanks. Afterwards, he hurriedly spoke. Senior Yi, it was all our fault before. I hope that you are generous and don't see eye to eye with us. We've already knelt down for you. I hope that you can disregard the past suspicion and give us a hand. In the blink of an eye, Yi Qingtao had already knelt down several times in front of him. At this moment, all the people from Tianxian Sacred Palace and Qingyun Sect at the scene, except for Tianxian Old Ancestor and Shangguan Shiyo who didn't kneel down. All the others had already knelt down. Chapter 96, Jiang Zhenhe repents. But what's done is done. Seeing that there were already people kneeling in front of him, Yi Qingtao looked around and said indifferently, I'm sorry, what does your regret have to do with me? Haven't you heard that a man's word is his bond? I've already said my words, and now I'm suddenly backing out, so won't I lose face? All of you play aside. I colluded with the devil's way and am in league with the devil's way. These words came out and instantly rendered everyone speechless once again. They all understood that Yi Qingtao was saying this just to piss them off. Thinking of the beginning, they falsely accused Yi Qingtao of colluding with the devil. But Yi Qingtao clearly did not collude with the devil. Now Yi Qingtao directly said that he colluded with the devil. This is not the way of their own people to cure their own people, what is it? For a while, each of them closed their mouths and had nothing to say. Ha ha ha, little ones, I've suddenly surveyed Jiang Zhenhe's clan. It's just a few thousand miles away. All of you kill them for me. The city-slaughtering blood demon suddenly said with a big wave of his hand. He hadn't actually been idle at all just now. When the little demons went to slaughter the Sima family, he had already been secretly exploring the location of the Jiang Zhenhe family. Dang! Jiang Zhenhe's heart shook. It's time to come. Is it possible that even his own family is about to explode into extinction? Before he could react, the black-winged demon took the lead and charged out first. With a rumbling sound, a pair of gigantic wings stretched out, covering the sky and the heavens. Flying out. Then, brush brush brush, brush brush brush, brush brush brush, countless lesser demons poured out, all flying in that direction. While flying, they have drawn machetes, big axes, and bloodied square halberds. This stance, at a glance, it is clear that they are going on a killing spree. In an instant, Jiang Zhenhe was flustered. However, the movements of the demons were simply too fast, and in the blink of an eye, they had all disappeared without a trace. The next moment, the city suddenly began to quake. Boom! Rumble! The violent earthquake was so powerful that it cracked the earth into an abyss. This was because those devils had already rushed to that Jiang Zhenhe's clan, transforming into their prototypes and ruthlessly stomping on the ground. The violent tremors set this side off. For a moment, the earth cracked and smoke erupted. Jiang Zhenhe's family's countless houses simply can't stand this kind of crazy tossing and turning. Instantly large swaths of them were collapsed by a single foot. What's the situation? What's going on outside? Looking for death, are you? A Jiang clan member was furious and drew out a sword and rushed out. Jiang Xinu, the contemporary head of the Jiang family. It is the existence of a land god among the pile of mortals. Normally no one dares to mess with it at all. Just dare to provoke. Immediately, he was cut with a knife. When he stepped out of the house, instantly, he was horrified and shocked. The large knife in his hand fell to the ground with a thud. Then, it was too late to even send out a plea for mercy, and he was directly stumped by the black-winged demon, becoming a piece of meat cake. Subsequently, some of the Jiang family's charming mature and beautiful women, recently married young women, and unmarried young girls, all were stomped on with one foot. The demons don't care if you're a man or a woman. What's it to me? We're different races. Can we intermarry or what? Them all. But in an instant, everyone in the Jiang family was killed or injured in a large area, wailing and ghostly cries all over the place. Even some of the people who were guests in the Jiang family were not spared, and were directly trampled into a ball. Noteworthy. One of the guests was a woman in her 50s. Don't look old, but really well maintained. The skin is white and smooth. The front and back are dainty. At first glance I thought it was a beautiful young woman. She was shocked out of her feces on the spot and peed all over the place. Then it gets stomped right through. At the same time that the Jiang family was subjected to a mass extermination. Jiang Zhenhe here instantly felt in the underworld that there were large swaths of clansmen dying in the family. Every second, every quarter of an hour, every fraction of a second, countless people die. Demons are massacring their people. Jiang Zhenhe was so scared that he went into cardiac arrest. In an instant it was as if the dead were paralyzed toward the ground. Wake up! Yi Chen suddenly kicked him. At once, Jiang Zhenhe sat up in shock from his dying. Wanting to cry, he suddenly stretched out his palm and smacked himself hard in the face. Pow! 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 Jiang Zhenhe pumped himself very hard, and the sound of each stroke was incomparably crisp, as if a balloon had exploded. He repented. The pain was excruciating and remorseful. One can only slap oneself. All of those family's dead clansmen died because of him. He didn't feel much less guilty than Sima Zhao. I'm so regretful. 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 Jiang Jin has screamed in agony. However, no matter how much he regretted, it was useless. So many people in the family have died, and what's done is done, and there's no going back. Smoke more. Let me watch for fun.
Yi Qingtao suddenly opened his mouth and said with a smile,
Pow, pow, pow.
Jiang Jinhao was still really obedient and slapped himself hard.
Even if Yi Qingtao didn't say anything, he would still whip himself. He is, right now, beyond remorseful. After a few moments,
Jiang Jinhao had already felt in his meditation that the clansmen in his family had all died.
The demons moved quickly, killing without mercy, and in this short while,
the Jiang family seemed to have become extinct.
In the next moment,
a sound of breaking wind suddenly came from the distance with a swish, followed by a pair of wings that covered the sky and flew back.
It's the black-winged demon.
The crowd turned their heads to look, only to see that in the hands of the black-winged demon, there was also a young man in his early 20s, with eyebrows that were somewhat similar to Jiang Jinha's. Jiang Jinha saw it and was violently shocked. He hadn't thought about it. Did it mean that this was the last person left of the family to die?
The man's name was Jiang Chen,
and he was his own grandson. Jiang Jinha had a son in the mundane world,
and did not enter the cultivation world,
and I heard that he was doing quite well in the mundane world.
Later, when his son gave birth to his grandson, Jiang Jinha even came back to visit. Therefore, I recognize it. Yo, old undead, your family really can't help but fight. We haven't even warmed up yet. They are all dead.
This is not.
Now this is the last person in your family. I look as if it is a little bit familiar with you. It can't be your blood relatives, right? Ha ha ha. The black-winged great devil laughed. Grandpa, save me, I don't want to die. Jiang Chen's face turned pale as he cried out. Jiang Jinha's hands and feet went limp, not knowing how to answer.
Where was he to save that?
Jiang Jinha, I'm going to count to 3. If you don't save your grandson, then I'll kill. The black-winged demon suddenly took out a sharp machete and put it on Jiang Chen's neck. Jiang Chen instantly trembled in fear,
his face as white as dirt.
In the face of such blackmail,
Jiang Jinha really had no power.
What's he going to save? Isn't he just touching a rock with an egg?
The only way out was to turn to Yi Qingtao for help. In order to save his grandson's life,
as well as to preserve the last trace of his family's bloodline,
Jiang Jinha gave Yi Qingtao a hard kowtow with a bang and begged,
Senior Yi, please take a hand to save us. My family is going to be exterminated. To make up the follow-up,
yesterday that accosted me not deleted it.
I always ignore. She finally did not add me again. Small, did not say that I let me wait for it. You know where my home you? Do you know where my house is? Do you know where my house is? Can you follow the internet to find me? Delete it and don't come back and play on the side.
Then Xiaoyi sighed.
I really did not expect. Today at noon she actually came again. Once again invited me to go to her home to see, as a string of doors, do guests and so on. I thought I have what I went to do not have to bring a gift? I'm not sure if I'm going to bring a gift, but I'm not sure if I'm going to buy a gift for you. Then she ate lunch at my house like yesterday. My parents are real people. Seeing as she is a woman,
they are always too embarrassed to kick her out,
even if she is a man. I, on the other hand, urged her to leave,
but she just wouldn't go,
as if she thought she was my daughter-in-law, shamelessly rubbing her nose in the food.
I sidestepped her at the dinner table and asked her,
I have a friend. He got married.
A chance to learn that his wife used to live with another man for 2 years,
and asked me for help on whether to divorce or not. I don't know. I'd like to ask you.
My intention was to test her to see if she had lived with someone else and then make my attitude clear. If she had lived with someone else,
I definitely don't want it. But guess what he said?
She said, why should we divorce? She said that my friend should thank the man who lived with my friend's wife.
Otherwise,
my friend's wife would have had other boyfriends,
3 or 4 in 2 years.
So, living with one man is not the same as living with 3 or 5 men.
Instantly, I was on fire. What kind of logic is that? Holy, I'm not even eating my food. I just dropped my bowl and went downstairs. I haven't gone back yet. I'm writing a novel in the car, wasting a bowl in my house,
and if she comes back tomorrow, I'm going to have to make her pay for my bowl high and low.
Then my classmates sighed. On the white young thin.
On the abbreviation of the white Weiwei it, her name 4 words.
Not a compound surname, both parents' surnames and in a piece of. Yesterday I sent a message to the white Weiwei. People immediately returned, which do not let people into the spirit of the internal consumption of my very like. I am the most annoyed with the kind of like dead is not say a word. Did not talk about anything, is to talk about the popular news and songs, long time no see, now do what and so on.
And then learned that she is now working in her hometown. The salary is very low, her family is a small county below our city.
She wants to go to the big city development but do not know where to go. Very confused. Talked about more than 10 minutes. I asked her to go to the mountains together on weekends. Anyway, she was an hour's drive to the city to come. She does not come. I think. Women must be reserved. And then about a time. This time her attitude slowed down. Said climbing a little tired. I said to watch a movie. You can go to pick you up. She agreed. But then immediately chased a sentence. I was actually a little bored. Or will not go out of the house. I heard out in fact. Or reserved. After all, I'm the conditions of this appearance is still noteworthy. And then the family condition is not bad. My family in the city. In addition to my father. I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to be able to find a daughter-in-law on this condition. The only thing is that the family's car is not good. It's just a maiden. Chatting to the end I struck while the iron is hot and said you don't weekend. Or tomorrow. She said let me think, our dialect here. Described as consider. I thought this is the probability of a yes. The girl if not yes that is a direct rejection. Then it's not today. This morning she replied to me that she would like to come over. But I don't have to pick her up. She cooled off at 5 p.m. and came by car. I asked if there was anyone else. She said no, just herself, which I like, but don't mess with bringing a best friend. Honestly I think she's great. She never had a boyfriend in college. I've never seen her show up with another guy. She should be arriving soon by this time. So I'll finish my post and head out to pick her up at the station. It's a pain in the ass to write this. And I have a bit of a headache from having to keep going back and going through the chat logs. Chapter 97, watching you exterminate your clan with your eyes. The main fight indifferent. Elder Yi, please have mercy on me. Save my grandson. My grandson can't die. He is the last trace of my Zheng family's bloodline. I can't just watch my family become extinct. Elder Yi, open your eyes and look at us. We're going to die. The family is going to be wiped out by the roots. Not a single one left. Yi seniors. Zhang Zhenhe was afraid that Yi Qingtao would not agree. Kneeling and begging and kowtowing. Tears and snot. Said a lot in a row. His grandson was violently astonished. Sun Zi had thought he was hopeless. After all, the demon was so terrifying. Who would dare to mess with it? But after coming here, only to see the strongest person in the family actually kneeling down to a young male, bitterly begging for help, fearing that the other person will not help them, he detected his words and already knew that this Senior Yi was definitely not ordinary. He immediately howled and begged bitterly. Senior Yi, you save me. I'm only in my 20s this year. I haven't touched a woman yet. The least you can do is to let me touch a woman before I die. Wow grass. What a ing time to be thinking about women. A little demon had a speechless face and swept this person with contempt. The words that came out of his mouth really made him cry. At the same time, it made everyone else in the room cry and laugh. No one had expected that this grandson would actually be so frightened that he would say such a sentence out. Shangguan Xiao fiercely rushed to stay far away from Zhang Zhenhe, as if she didn't recognize him. Who's this? I don't know. I don't recognize it. Your grandson wants women till the day he dies. There's really no one else. Shangguan Xiao felt that Zhang Zhenhe's entire family was very humiliated. And over here, Su Yanran also hurriedly stayed far away from Zhang Zhenhe, as if she had seen some kind of flood beast. Hasn't your grandson ever seen a woman before? Why are you still thinking about women when you're in trouble? I really don't know what to say about you guys. I'm a woman. I never thought of men when I was in trouble. How the hell did your grandson's head grow? Other people are also quite speechless. This person is going to die even if. How to have the courage to say such a humiliating words? Really convinced. Zhang Zhenhe was also shocked at the moment and turned around and said, Shut up. Don't say anything if you don't know how to speak. Yi Qingtao suddenly opened his mouth. Ha ha ha. It's really funny. Not thinking about your own life when you're dying, but instead giving the whole thing so breathless. You're also the only one under the sky. Zhang Zhenhe's grandson wanted to speak again, but Zhang Zhenhe's eyes and hands were quick. Immediately a mana hit the past. At once, a talisman to seal the mouth was pasted onto his grandson's mouth, and he couldn't speak. Yi Qingtao lightly drank a mouthful of tea, unhurriedly said to Zhang Zhenhe, I'm really sorry. You are just begging until your throat smokes. I should not help you or not help you. A single sentence instantly caused Zhang Zhenhe's face to change drastically. Bang! 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 He raised his head to give Yi Qingtao a hard kowtow with 3 clangs of his head, saying, No, Yi Senior, you can't be like this. You saved my grandson. He is the last bloodline of my Zheng family. I can't be the sinner of the family. Please, I beg you, said with a snot and a tear falling down. However, Yi Qingtao once again faintly said, I repeat, you are begging to the throat smoke, begging to the sea withered stone. I should not save or not save. Yes, is to see death to save. What can you take me? Zhang Zhenhe raised his head in shock and looked at Yi Qingtao. Yi Qingtao's expression didn't look like he was joking. nor did he have any intention of making fun. This is clearly cut and dried. No matter how he begged, Yi Qingtao are dead set on not wanting to make a move. Woohoo! Jiangjun has suddenly broke down and let out a loud cry. I can't stop crying. He already knew that everyone in his family was going to fall into his hands today. Just because he had once done something to the Holy Sun, Yi Qingtao would never help himself, and he had dragged the entire family down, failing to leave behind any trace of his bloodline. Ha ha ha! The city-slaughtering blood devil suddenly laughed out loud and violently took out an axe, saying, I told you that Senior Yi wouldn't help you at all. Right. It's really going to make me laugh to death. Alright, your grandson's life has been lived long enough, so you can be on your way. No, don't. Jiang Zhenhe rolled and crawled over, but it was simply too late. With his distance, by the time he arrived, his grandson would have been split in half. His grandson was in tears at this point, and if he could talk, he would wail it out, wailing and crying. Jiang Zhenhe hurriedly hugged Yi Qingtao's leg and begged in pain. Senior Yi, I beg you, please say something. As long as you say something, the demons will stop. Ah, you just touch your upper and lower lips. You can save a life. Bang! Yi Qingtao's upper and lower lips touched with a boop. I've touched it now. And then what? Without waiting for Jiang Zhenhe to reply, Yi Qingtao opened his mouth to the demons. Hurry up and kill them. It's a waste of time. Ka-ching! Blood splattered on the spot. Jiang Zhenhe's grandson was directly split in half in the hold. Because his lips were sealed, he couldn't say a last word if he wanted to before he died. Just like that, Yi Qingtao watched the last trace of his Jiang family's bloodline being killed, and didn't extend any help. Instead, they fell on their sword. Jiang Zhenhe was confused. I only felt that my entire brain was like suffering from a lightning strike, rumbling and rattling, and it was difficult to hold myself, trembling and hysterical. He's so old, there's no way he can still have children. This grandson is the last of the family. And now, it's all gone. Little ones, drag it down and burn it with a fire. The city slaughter blood demon commanded. Immediately, a group of small demons dragged down the corpse of Jiang Zhenhe's grandson and then lit a fire. In an instant, a blazing fire rose to the sky, and Jiang Zhenhe's grandson was burned into a ball of ashes. A gust of wind blew and the ashes disappeared. Jiang Zhenhe looked at this scene with a dull expression, as if he had turned into a walking corpse, and could only look at the wind in front of him with his eyes lifeless, as if he had no soul. A few moments later, he was so bitterly remorseful that he burst into old tears and sobbed uncontrollably. Ah! I'm so old and confused. Why am I so confused? Oh my God. This is my karma. God. I was wrong. Elder Yi. I'm wrong. I'm determined not to mess with people like you in the future even if I'm reincarnated. I know I'm wrong. Wail after wail. Jiang Zhenhe sat paralyzed on the ground, crying frantically. Over here, Shangwan Xiao looked at this scene. Her heart was unbearable, like being stabbed by a needle. At the same time, she sat on pins and needles. She was also afraid that her own mundane family, too, would be ravaged in this way. Such a doom and gloom. She really didn't want to see it. A moment later, Shangwan Xiao's pair of beautiful eyes looked at Yi Qingtao with affection. She had already decided that no matter what, she would plead with Yi Qingtao to sleep with her. Otherwise, the family would not be protected. Chapter 98, Rushing to Die. Under the attention of all the people, Shangwan Xiao tidied up her grooming, and all of a sudden, her steamed buns of long hair fluttered in the wind as if it was a black waterfall, beautiful and bellicose. She's always been a goddess to others. At the moment, her eyes were flirtatious and flavorful, fascinating and enchanting. Many people looked directly dumbfounded. Even the demons, despite their different races, froze. Shangwan Xiao could be called a golden country, a fairy on earth, and beautiful. She looked at Yi Qingtao tenderly and said softly, Sir Yi, it's noon now. Let's not worry about these has-beens. Why don't we let Yaoer serve you first to broaden your clothes and go to bed? If you are not sleepy, Yaoer can dance for you. Yaoer's dancing is especially good. It will definitely make you feast your eyes and be satisfied. Yi Qingtao turned her head to look at her faintly and said, I'm sorry, it's none of my business if you're just talking out of your ass and talking until your throat is dry. Everyone in the room was aghast. Although some demons didn't believe that Yi Qingtao could hold himself under the beauty, people really didn't move. It's like an old monk in meditation. No matter what you say, I won't agree to anything, and I'll ignore it dead or alive. It's none of my business if you rise or fall. Wasn't it you guys who punked me out in the first place? In fact, to be honest, these demons were all a bit moved when they saw Shangwan Xiao's flavorful appearance. They sleep today and are willing to die tomorrow if the other person can serve them sleep. But what about Yi Qingtao? Said not to make a move. Will not make a move at all. Real man. Awesome. Senior Yi is truly a man. I admire him. Me too. Ask the whole world. Which man can hold himself in front of Shangguan Palace Master? What's more, Shangguan Palace Master has never revealed such a grooming. She's all like this, but other people Yi Qingtao still keep their promises and don't blink an eye. God, why am I not Yi Qingtao? So what if I break my promise? If I sleep with Shangguan Xiao today, tomorrow morning, I'm willing to be struck to death by thunder in the sky. Me too. Countless people were talking about it. Shangguan Xiao's beauty was recognized. The jade color of the country, white and tender complexion, slender waist like a willow, and long and thin legs, coupled with their smooth, white, pretty faces, they died under the peony flowers and became ghosts.
When Shangguan Xiao heard Yi Qingtao's words, her heart was hard, but she still said, Sir Yi, don't you like me? Yaoer has never begged anyone in her life, especially a man. Yaoer serves you to sleep. Just say something and help the clan and the sacred palace, okay? He. Yi Qingtao laughed coldly and said, I've just said it. You are talking about the end of the world. I won't agree. I'll just watch from the wall. After saying that, Yi Qingtao added, by the way, the one who is going to be most responsible for this is Su Yanran, right? Why don't you let her kneel down as well? I'm going to stomp on her head with my foot so that I can consider it. As the words fell, Shangguan Xiao was taken aback. How humiliating should this be? How humble, how undignified. But did Yi Qingtao have dignity at that time? He sat withered for 100 years for the sake of the clan, only to be brutally scrapped of his cultivation like a falling dog and thrown out afterward. Does that give him dignity? At that time, didn't Su Yanran want to step on his head? Woohoo! Suddenly, a cry rang out from the scene. The crowd turned their heads to look, and it turned out to be Su Yanran, who was tearing her heart out and crying. Hearing Yi Qingtao's words, she cried in an instant as if she had been pierced by a million arrows in her heart. Suffering to the extreme. This is so low, as if it were a falling dog. What? Not willing? Since you're not willing, forget it and play on the side. Yi Qingtao flung his sleeves and said with a face full of boredom. Suddenly, someone shouted, Miss Su, I won't force myself on Shangguan Xiao. As long as you're willing to sleep with me, I'll help you. A big man covered in golden armor stepped out from the crowd. He wore a helmet, a golden cloak, and held a silver lance in his hand. Looking mighty and valiant, the man exploded his full aura as soon as he came up. With a rumbling sound, the earth trembled, and extremely terrifying runes violently erupted from his body, pitch black in color, deep black and incomparable, spreading throughout his body like a tadpole. And then, 3 heads and 6 arms grew violently behind him, each head and arm carrying weapons that looked incomparably creepy and powerful, which was clearly a super ancient divine ability. Where are my family men? All come out for me. The number of demons is too many. I can't finish killing them alone. The big man shouted, and at that moment, a long vortex appeared in the void, and from it gradually came out 1, 2, 3, black pressurized heaps of people, enough to take up half of the sky screen. At the head of the group was an old man clad in a golden feathered coat. His body was draped with 18 pitch black Tao-seeking jades, and his terrifying aura was as powerful as Tarzan's, powerful to the extreme. Behind them followed countless strong men. Half of the sky dome was filled with them, drawing their swords. The big man's name was Kong Xiang. He was a member of the Kong family. They were a powerful family from the ancient times. They were an ancient royal family, and over the years, many highly talented sons and daughters had appeared in the family, and the family was quite prosperous. Now, Kong Xiang had raised the entire clan to crush the devil for the sake of Su Yanran and to win Shangguan Xiao's favor. If he could really subdue these demons, then if he wanted to sleep with Shangguan Xiao in the future, he should also be able to do it. Charge for the red face. Take your life. Kong Xiang laughed out loud, picking up his weapon and slashing towards the city slaughtering blood demon. Bang! A meteorite suddenly crushed down, and immediately, the earth was directly smashed out of a terrifyingly deep pit. When the meteorite was taken away, the only thing left in the crater was Kong Xiang's shattered and broken body. What garbage? Just this? The city slaughter blood demon craned his neck, feeling very bored. He just casually thought and transferred a meteorite from the extra-dimensional world to come down. And it was only the smallest one, and this piece of trash couldn't bear it straight away? It simply made himself feel as weak as if he had killed a cockatoo with his hands. Instantly, the people of the Kong clan in the sky were too frightened to speak. It was clear that he was still raging when he came, but now that he saw the instant and tragic death of the contemporary family head, he wilted on the spot. Ha ha ha, not bad. It seems like Bai Weiwei and I are going to make it. At least her parents don't resent me. Last night we first shopped. She did not let me buy anything. Is to buy 2 bottles of cold white only, or I forced to buy, and then go to the movies. After watching I sent her home to the county at almost 10 o'clock. Sat down and her parents climbed a while, told her family I was her classmate. The city,
just about her to see a movie. And then her parents insisted on giving me a few dishes. Have to leave me to eat a dinner not. The key to this is 9 o'clock in the evening. I certainly do not agree but her mother is pulling me. I cannot go. I can only stay. I eat 4 dishes. Millet porridge or something. The key to this is more than 9 o'clock in the evening. I certainly do not agree to go, but her mother is not pulling me. I cannot go. Can only stay. Her mother fried 4 dishes. Millet porridge and so on. I ate. Her father actually said that tonight on the stay-at. I thought it was polite, which should be a euphemism for reminding me of the right to go, but I want to go. How her parents do not allow. But I certainly cannot live here To the end of her parents sent me some local nectarines, after I left. After arriving home, Bai Weiwei sent me a message 10 minutes ago, saying how my parents do not resent you at all Last time a colleague of mine sent me home. Mail. My parents do not say to him to cook, not even a cup of water. I replied to one. Probably thought I was a nice guy. She sent a smiley face back. I was too sleepy to reply and went to bed. I thought to myself that I should be from the city. And her parents couldn't even look at a guy from their small county. No contact yet today. And it's not good to contact too often, making it seem like I'm needy. And then Yi sighed. Even asked me to go to her house. Today at noon Xiaoyi did not come. Call me and said to go to her home without bringing any gifts. Just go and let the family meet on the line. And then she gave me a frank and open. Said that next month will be 30 years old. Afraid of the future is more and more difficult to get married. Do not want to marry more than 30 years of age of the greasy man. Because at least she is beautiful Matchmaking are matched with more than a dozen. One more than one ugly. There is a matchmaker introduced by the actually are 40 years old. She felt that she thought she had gotten so mixed up that she was married to an old man who was more than 10 years older than herself. She really didn't want to settle for this. And then it was hard to find a satisfactory one. Give up and may never find again. He said I'm taking the initiative. I thought they say a girl chases a man. Why? I hung up straight away. Nonsense. You asked for $400,000 plus the name on the house. How can you not ask for it and ask me why? If you can make so much money just by talking, who will take the initiative if you don't? Even if it's not $400,000, our family will have to pay for your 2 brothers' wedding expenses. Why do you ask? A quilt for a wedding? Our family spent so much money to buy you a quilt? She called me again and I didn't answer.
Chapter 99, The Diamond Sect has come at the risk of annihilation.
Not good. Move. Right. Go, or else we'll all die together with the family head. The people of the Kong clan were shocked, and without saying anything, they immediately had to turn around and run away. Buzz. The void cracked open once more into a vortex, a teleportation channel, and in the blink of an eye they were about to enter it in a large group to escape from this place. However, the black-winged demon suddenly waved his big hand, and all of a sudden, the void passageway was closed again, and they couldn't get away. My God, what's going on? How come the passageway closed automatically? I don't know. It's likely that the demon stepped in and shut it down. My God, what's going to happen now? Are we going to die here? One by one.
The people of the Kong clan were now completely shocked and immediately prepared to kneel down and surrender.
Nonsense. At this point in time, anyone would have to surrender. And not surrendering would surely be the end of death. But unfortunately, treating people who didn't want to see jokes and hilarity, the black-winged demon simply didn't even give them the time to live by laying them down and surrendering. If you surrender, you can at least live a little longer. Even if you say a few more words, you can survive for a minute or two. But the black-winged demon didn't give it any time at all. Boom!
A huge meteorite descended from the sky as if it was going to smash and explode everything, with a lofty aura as if it was a stone monument of an ancient heavenly god.
In an instant, large swathes of the Kong clan in the void were crushed and directly crushed into the ground, forming an even larger crater. When the meteorite is taken away, there will be no one left of the Kong family. Their coming this time was completely equivalent to sending them to their deaths. Seeing this scene, Shangguan Xiao was frightened miserably. Her face turned pale, and she hurriedly walked quickly to Yi Qingtao's back. A pair of jade hands wrapped around his shoulders, and gently pinched Yi Qingtao's shoulders. Sir Yi, Yaoer will pinch your shoulder for you. What do you think? But Yaoer's skill is not good. Never learned this before, but Yaoer promise you, in the future, will definitely get better and better. Let your shoulder get more and more comfortable. Shangguan Xiao was almost anxious to cry, using the strength that she felt the most comfortable, finally pinching the shoulder for Yi Qingtao. But Yi Qingtao didn't appreciate it at all, snapped off Shangguan Xiao's hand and said, "Don't pinch it. This kind of pandering with a strong purpose, I don't like it at all. I even resent it." "Then what do you want?" Shangguan Xiao asked as she lost her heart. "I want a white float. How about it?" Can you give it to me? Yi Qingtao laughed and asked. This, Shangguan Xiao froze on the spot. Doesn't this mean that she willingly pinched Yi Qingtao's shoulders and slept without spitting anything in return? But what's the point of her giving in this way? I knew you don't agree. If you don't agree then forget it. Bye. Yi Qingtao's words just now were actually nothing more than words, but since the other party was revealing this attitude, then it could be considered. Shangguan Xiao's attitude was, I'll pinch your shoulders and wait on you to serve you, but you'll have to do our clan and the sacred palace a favor. Isn't this, frankly, a bare-bones deal? How's that for lowly? The thing that annoys me the most in my life is trading. What do you do for a living? You get massages and sleep? Hair salon girl? Yi Qingtao no longer wanted to care about this person and raised his feet to leave. Wait, Mr. Yi, where are you going? Shangguan Xiao was anxious and hurriedly walked over to ask softly once again. Nonsense, am I tired of you guys surrounding me here? Can't I just leave? Yi Qingtao leaped down and instantly arrived on the street. Wait, Li Beishan suddenly shouted, then sent a voice transmission outside. Come and get some people. The more the better. Hurry up. Yi Qingtao didn't understand what he was going to do, but none of it had anything to do with himself, and immediately ran his body's mana to fly away. But Li Beishan bitterly begged, Yi Senior, you first don't go. Wait a little bit, okay? I will let you completely realize that I am aware of the mistake. I solemnly apologize to you. You just stay a little bit more. As long as you are willing to stay a little bit more. Later on, no matter if you want to go, or how, you can. I will never stop you. How do you think? Is there something to show me? Yi Qingtao asked rhetorically. Yes, there is a very shocking thing for you to see. You stay and watch for a while. If you still want to leave after watching it, I, Li Beishan, will never stop you. Just take it as if this cheap life of mine is going to die. Li Beishan said with a lot of pain and regret. Yi Qingtao simply didn't want to stay here for one more second, lifting his feet to leave, but Li Beishan also suddenly leapt down, holding his legs with both hands, begging bitterly, Senior Yi, I'm on my knees to beg you, don't leave, just save us, the past events of the past, you're a big man, just don't put it in your heart anymore. I'm sorry, I'm a small-minded person, not someone with a big heart, Yi Qingtao coldly said. No, you are magnanimous, you are broad-minded, you are magnificent. I'm magnificent my ass, plenty of my ass, I'm just a small man in the city, okay, don't bull asterisk me, goodbye. Yi Qingtao lifted his foot and left. What kind of hat is that to put on my head? The good die young, the bad live 1,000 years. How can I be that good? Whoever is a good guy these days is stupid. Yi Qingtao directly to their own bad guy hat. You love how so and so? I'm small-minded. Do not serve to bite me ah. But it was at this time that a large group of cultivators had flown in from the distance, blocking Yi Qingtao's path in the blink of an eye. At the head of these people was a man dressed in white, elegant, holding a folding fan in his hand, similar to the image of Saint's son Li Beishan. Then, behind him led a large black head of people, a lot of people, at a glance people crowded, shoulder to shoulder. There must be tens of thousands at least. They all landed on the ground, facing Yi Qingtao, and with a flutter, they all knelt down. Elder Yi is above. After we learned the news, we immediately rushed here and came to beg you on our knees. Those present here are all from our Vajra sect. Our Vajra sect has a very good personal relationship with Li Beishan, and now at the risk of having our sect exterminated, we have come to kneel and beg for forgiveness, praying that you will forgive Li Beishan. Our whole clan is here, crowd head after head, respectively, Zhang Dingliang, Fan Ming, Jin Taoshui, Wang Yangfa, Jian Zhou, Yu Dai, Zhang Conliang, Zhao Sihai, Qian Jinshui, Bai Hua, Bai Fan, Golden Cicada Moon, Huan Jiajun, Ma Hongtao, Dianwei, Jin Macho, Zhang Huaying, Fang Samsung, Ouyang Long, Su Guanqing, Bai Buolei, Chao Yuexian, Chao Jinfa, Yu Intermediate, Jin Xiaotian, Dong Yong, Weilin, Lu Yu, Yi Fan, Yi Bai, Care Far, Zhang Xinrua Xiaoren, Wu Yunshin, Yuan Guangling, Yuan Tai. At this moment, Yi Qingtao was filled with people kneeling in front of him. There were people everywhere, inside and out, left and right, front and back, kneeled him down to the ground. This scene looks extremely powerful. If you didn't know, you'd think the emperor had come to the people. Chapter 100, The King Kong Sect's Destruction. Yi Qingtao looked at a glance. One face viewed himself with incomparable sincerity, and really risked being exterminated by the demon to come. But what's it to you? If you guys want to come, you can come. Think I'll give you permission just because you're on your knees begging me? You don't know how to send a pretty girl, let alone some treasures, and with this kneeling, you expect me to help you? How much is it worth to get down on your knees? It's too much to think about. Yi Qingtao didn't bother to talk to them and directly jumped into the air and disappeared. In the blink of an eye, it broke through the air and disappeared. The scene was instantly silent, and everyone in the Vajra sect was stunned in place. Even the demons did not expect. Came so many people. Such a big show. The result is that people Yi Qingtao are go. Originally, the demons fought. Now Li Beishan has enough sincerity. Yi Senior should be able to more or less move a little heart, right? After all, there was still Shangguan Xiao, a top beauty who was going to sleep with him that. I didn't think it was going to be sharp enough. Black clothes? Senior Yi is truly a man too. The city slaughtering blood devil laughed. Not bad. Senior Yi is truly a paragon amongst our men. When he says he won't make a move, he won't make a move no matter what. If the other party dares to mess with him once, he will never be able to make a move to save him. Awesome. Truly awesome. The black-winged great devil said. Also said, it's really admirable. The person I admire the most in my life is definitely not Senior Yi. Even if time passes 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 100 million years, 1 billion years, 100 million years, I will always admire Senior Yi. That's right, me too. The city-slaying blood demon laughed out loud. The black-winged great demon then turned his head to look at Li Beishan, as well as everyone from the Vajra sect, and laughed maniacally. Ha 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 ha. It's really laughable. So many people came here, but it turns out that the other person, Senior Yi, didn't even look at them. It's really laughable. Saying that, he directly drew his terrifying scythe. Instantly, the people of the Vajra sect were frightened. Their faces were white and black. They also did not expect. Came so many people begging Yi Qingtao. People do not drive hard at all. It's like being hard-hearted with a heart made of iron. Ironically not helping Li Beishan. Li Beishan was also stunned now, and his entire eyeballs were severely protruding, almost falling out. Why? I have been so sincere. He is actually still not willing to help me. Li Beishan was trembling in disbelief. This side, Shangguan Xiao is the same. Shangguan Xiao just thought, this next Yi Qingtao should be more or less will be moved a bit, even if not to help. Say a word also line ah, but Dai did not think. Yi Qingtao directly walked away. Head also not returned. What should we do now? Shangguan Xiao turned her head to look at old ancestor Tianxian, her voice shaking. And right at this moment, Hu Wantao received a voice transmission. Hurry over and return to your sect. This voice transmission was naturally sent by Yi Qingtao. Yi Qingtao is now hooked to listen to the song enough. Intends to return to the clan to fall clean. Entering a small sect was pretty good for him. See if there were any good-looking beauties and take them straight away. With his power, coming to this small sect to grab a beautiful woman was not a descending blow? Who dares to rob him? Not to be obeyed directly slapped flying 100,000 miles. Good. Hu Wantao immediately replied with a transmission, then rose up in the air in January and disappeared. As for some of the trash disciples you took in when you came here, just don't want them. Having Yi Qingtao alone was enough. Not good. Senior Yi has left. Li Beishan was shocked and hurriedly went to perceive, and soon perceived that the original Yi Qingtao was heading to a small sect, roughly more than 200 kilometers away from this place in an east-west direction. Only, his cultivation level was not as high as old man Tianxuan's, and he did not perceive it as clearly as old man Tianxian did. Old ancestor Tianxian was naturally sensing it as well, and to tell the truth, the moment Yi Qingtao walked away, he immediately became anxious and was about to chase after him right away. Go! We'll go as well. And Shi Yao, hurry up and go too. Old ancestor Tianxian said and instantly transformed into a stream of light heading to the Tianshan sect. The others followed, and suddenly a stream of light rushed furiously towards the Heavenly Mountain sect. It was impossible for the Qingyan sect and Tianshan sacred palace to let go of Yi Qingtao. Wherever Yi Qingtao went, they had to follow. They wouldn't leave until they kept begging until Yi Qingtao was willing to help. Moreover, the most important point was that by following Yi Qingtao, at the very least, it seemed like they wouldn't die, because but for any time they begged Yi Qingtao, the demons would not strike at them. It's enjoying watching them laugh. And since Shangguan Xiao was incomparably beautiful and flavorful, the demons shouldn't want to just brutally kill her. Swish swish swish, in the blink of an eye, Su Yanran, Li Beishan, Sima Zhaoge, Jiang Zhenhe, Shangguan Xiao, and old ancestor Tianxian all rushed to that sect. Over here, when the demons saw that the people were gone, they immediately exerted great magical power and condensed a golden hand that crushed down with a rumble. It was the Vajra sect that was targeted. This sect, the Vajra sect, for them was here to die today. They risked the risk of extinction to beg Yi Qingtao, but the result was that people did not even look squarely at them, and they did not even pay attention to them. Crackle! The golden light hand crushed down, and the Vajra sect was directly exterminated and fell apart amidst a sea of screams and wails. Subsequently, these demons transformed into a normal-looking human race, and they all transformed into a stream of light, heading to the Heavenly Mountain sect. The ridiculous Vajra sect is gone. Other side, since Yi Qingtao was fast enough, he had already arrived at the territory of the Tianshan sect by now. As he looked down from a high altitude, he only saw that the Heavenly Mountain sect had a beautiful and vast landscape, situated on top of a heavenly mountain, with misty and crystal clear white clouds. It looked as if it was an immortal blessed land. No wonder this place would be known as the strongest clan among mortals. Just like this, when mortals came to take a look, didn't they think they were immortals? Afterward, Yi Qingtao was about to go down, when Hu Wantao from the rear had rushed over and stood beside him. Hu Wantao said respectfully, "Senior, you really want to come to my sect?" He didn't know before, but now that he knew, he was a bit incredulous. As for him being Yi Qingtao's master, forget it. Why don't you honor him as your guest? I'll just clear my head with you, Yi Qingtao said. Understood. Then I'll arrange a saint's son position for you. With your strength, to be honest, even being a saint's son is condescending, but a saint's son has rights. You can do as you please in the sect. No one can control you, Hu Wantao respectfully said. Right at this moment, suddenly, Yi Qingtao's voice transmission token lit up, and it seemed that something had transmitted in. Brothers, I in the inn to go to the small E home. She every day at noon to my home to rub rice. Said this thing, must I go to their home? Feelings or non-marriage with me cannot be. The problem I did not see her She is now in my home with the daughter-in-law like, my father went on a business trip today. She actually came to me and my mother to cook. And then this way to continue to see I cannot do it I intend to go to their home tonight, to put the matter to her family to make clear. I'm going to go to their house tonight and make this clear to her family. I don't want to be pestered like this. Besides, I think Bai Weiwei is good, so I'll ask in a couple of days if she's had a boyfriend or not, and if not, I'll move on.